My Crown Prince Consort is a Firecracker chapter 2193 to chapter 2367. However, it was a pity that being in a hurry could not put out a nearby fire. Looking at Arbor's dejected appearance, Yi Lingmin forced a smile. Don't be sad, little junior sister. I've been looking forward to this day for a full 3 years. This time, cough cough cough, I can finally be free. I can finally go to the netherworld. I also have the face to see Master. Yi Lingmin, who allowed you to die? Hang in there, Arbor said angrily. Don't think that dying is enough. You've done such a wrong thing. Why you still have to continue atoning for your sins? Continue. Arbor spoke incoherently. Unexpectedly, Yi Lingmin reached out to hold her small hand. Little junior sister, Yi Lingmin said softly, forgive me, okay? Arbor pursed her lips and did not say anything. Yi Lingmin could not resist sighing. I will personally go down to the netherworld to atone for my sins, Yi Lingmin, Yi Lingmin. Arbor resisted the urge to grab her and anxiously shouted, you must have the will to live. Yi Lingmin, Yi. Yi Lingmin glanced at her one last time and said with a smile, why little junior sister, I still remember the first time we met at the Holy Water sect. You pounced on me and used a bamboo chopstick to almost stab my eyes. You were really dazzling back then, Yi Lingmin said softly, her eyes starting to slacken. Yi Lingmin, Yi. Arbor pursed her lips and did her best to hold back her tears. Yi Lingmin. The life-extending pill I gave you is so precious. You should at least hang in there for me. Hang in there for 4 hours so I can think of another way. Yi Lingmin could no longer hear Arbor's voice calling for her. In front of her eyes, like water ripples, a scene of a busy street appeared. She could clearly see the subtle expressions on everyone's faces. She could see the wrinkles at the corners of a plump woman's eyes, and the blushes that the girls had put on. She had been squatting in the corner, hugging her knees. She had been squatting there for 2 days and 3 nights. He felt so hungry that he was about to explode. She was hungry, 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 hungry. Her eyes were like a little beast's as she stared at the hibiscus cake in a child's hand. Suddenly, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, he snatched the hibiscus cake and wolfed it down. Wah! The child's cries immediately attracted the attention of the child's mother. The child's mother was probably as big as a small hill. He picked her up and slapped her to the ground. Punches and kicks landed on her small body, kicking her until she almost doubted life. Just when she thought she was going to die. A heavenly voice said, what a shameless bully. Following that, the auntie, who was as sturdy as a small mountain, was sent flying by someone. That was really a flying kick. She raised her little head and giggled as she watched the auntie being kicked to the roof and hanging there. Although she was spitting blood, she still clapped her little hands happily. Look, the person who hit him was beaten up, right? Therefore, what mother taught was not wrong. Those who bully others will be bullied back one day. She raised her little face, her eyes shining as she looked at the woman in front of her. She felt that she probably wouldn't be able to forget this woman for the rest of her life. Her red clothes were alluring, and her face was exquisite and magnificent. She was like a blooming flower of flames, so dazzling that she almost couldn't turn her eyes away. She seemed to hear the woman's gentle voice. Are you willing to follow me to the Holy Water sect? She nodded. At the same time, Yi Lingmin, who was gradually losing consciousness, also nodded. At some point in time, Xianxia was silently standing next to Arbor. She dazedly looked at Yi Lingmin, who was slowly walking away with a smile. Yi Lingmin seemed to have fallen asleep with a smile on her lips. No one knew that she seemed to be immersed in a dream right now. In this dream, she wantonly let herself wander further and further away. She still remembered that it was truly a cold winter that year. Master bought her a set of cotton-padded jacket and trousers from a ready-made clothing store and wrapped her up like a Fulu doll. At that time, she saw her walking with a blue and white umbrella in front of her. She abruptly turned around and waved at her with a smile. Come here quickly. Yi Lingmin felt that Murong Sun was incomparably beautiful at that time. There was probably no one in this world who could compare to her. She only wanted to work hard to become the best disciple in Master's heart. She only was unwilling to lose to little junior sister. She only wanted Master to look at her more. She wanted Master to feel proud every time she mentioned Yi Lingmin. Unfortunately, it was an extravagant hope in the end. Yi Lingmin quietly left with a faint smile. Arbor reached out to touch her breathing. He bit his lips and angrily said, Yi Lingmin. Who told you to die? Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. Let her die. This child didn't have the slightest will to live anymore. The reason why she flew out to protect Jojo today was most likely because she was prepared to die. If that's the case, then just let her be. Arbor lowered his head and reflexively tightly grasped Yi Lingmin's hand. Senior. Sister Yi. Xianxia patted Arbor's head. Jojo, don't be sad. This is Yi Lingmin's own choice. In the end, it all started because of her. Xianxia sighed. Let her be the one to end it. Arbor lowered his head and said nothing. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. Jojo, the dead are gone. What we need to do now is to look to the future. Arbor nodded. She understood the logic, but understanding was one thing. Seeing Yi Lingmin die with her own eyes was another. She really hated this senior sister in her heart. But watching her die with his own eyes, he felt very sad. It wasn't easy for the Holy Water sect to reach this point. Arbor said in a low voice, I hope that from now on, we won't have any more disciples making unnecessary sacrifices. She hoped that from now on, everyone in the Holy Water sect would be neat and tidy, and not a single person would be missing. Xianxia patted her head in relief. If it's our Jojo, I believe you can do it. After Second Aunt Master said this, she glared fiercely at Prince Mo, who was trying to walk up and interrupt their conversation. Mo Lian glanced at Second Aunt Master aggrievedly. When she saw Arbor looking over, she hurriedly flew over and hugged her, shouting, Jojo, Second Aunt Master glared at me again just now. Do you have any king shame? Second Aunt Master rolled her eyes grumpily at the sky. Xiaomu was tormented by the two people's jesting, but half of the sorrow in her heart was washed away. The author was on a business trip this week, so she would resume her regular updates over the weekend. Jojo, Mo Lian said angrily, Second Uncle Master doesn't like me. Arbor looked at her husband sympathetically. Husband, there's a reason why Second Uncle Master doesn't like you. What's the reason? Mo Lian asked curiously. You're beautiful. Arbor raised her small hand and stroked his chin, then floated away. Mo Lian, exclamation point. Was he being teased by his wife, Xianxia? Arbor came to Yi Lingmin's side and put her bones into the peach blossom slope, then asked Little Tree to bury Yi Lingmin beside her senior sisters. Yi Lingmin's matter was considered to be over. Just as Second Uncle Master said, it was impossible to save a person who had lost the will to live no matter how much you wanted to. Reporting to the Crown Princess, we found the Xianxia Prefecture's prefecture lord in the dungeon. Bring them up. Xiaomu reflexively looked behind Tong's group. Reporting to the Crown Prince. The Xianxia Prefecture's people are basically under control. 1/3 of them have already mutated into zombie puppets. We're still not sure if the other 2/3 have mutated or not. When Mo Lian heard this, he nodded and said, then deal with the mutated zombie puppets. As for the remaining people, isolate them for the time being. If symptoms appear, kill them. The subordinate nodded in agreement and left to carry out the order. Arbor looked up at Prince Mo and reached out a small paw. Mo Lian looked at her in amusement and naturally reached out to grab her hand, pulling her to his side. What's wrong? When are we going to the Divine Lands? She really wanted to try her ship that could cross the 3 states and 6 prefectures. She wondered if the old man was bragging so well. Was it completely effortless to cross the Divine Lands? This was something that would only be known after trying. Eliminate the remaining military forces of the Xianxia Prefecture. Let Dunza take charge here. In this way, there was no need to worry that Xianxia Prefecture would stab Jojo in the back again. Xiaomu nodded when she heard this. Turning his head, he saw Dun Zong being carried out. This was really flattering. Mo Lian's 2 subordinates found a rattan chair and carried Duanzong, whose body was tilted, over. Beside Dunju was a skinny, dark-skinned boy. His eyes were full of spirit, and he was very clever. Arbor looked at his miserable appearance and couldn't help but cough softly and ask him, How are you, Dun Zhong? It would have been better if he didn't ask, but once he did, Dungeon almost jumped up from the rattan chair. Unfortunately, he didn't have the strength to do so, so he hadn't even lifted a finger yet. This person was covered in cuts and bruises from head to toe. He looked extremely miserable. Standing beside him was a skinny, dark-skinned man. Arbor glanced at him, and the boy immediately bowed respectfully to her. "Respected miss, my name is Meng Mai. Thank you for saving me previously." Arbor nodded at him and glanced at the listless Dungeon. "You saved him?" Meng Mai nodded his little head. "I am now the prefecture lord's personal bodyguard. Since the prefecture lord doesn't despise me for being young, Meng Mai will naturally do my best for the prefecture lord." Arbor glanced at Dungeon with disdain. She didn't know what flowery words this guy used to trick this child into working for him. When Dungeon saw Arbor's gaze, he immediately became unhappy. "Little master, why are you looking down on me? Why would I need a reason to despise you?" Arbor gave him a look that said, "Figure it out yourself." Then he walked to Dunju and squatted down. Reaching out to check his pulse, Arbor stared at Dunju for a while. Dunju immediately started to look nervous. "What's wrong with my body? Is there a problem? How could this be? Can't you tell what's wrong with me?" This guy was scaring himself for no reason. Before Arbor could say anything, he was already yelling, "Little master, don't scare me. I finally have a body. I don't want my body to be taken away in less than 3 days." Arbor turned to look at him, threw his hand away, and said expressionlessly, "The coating on your tongue is a little yellow. Have you been heaty lately? You also have stomach pains from time to time." "Ah, yes, yes." Tun Tun immediately put on a fawning look and praised, "Little master, your medical skills are really unparalleled." Arbor couldn't be bothered with this bootlicker and said, "You have to eat at least 2 meals a day. I'll prescribe you some medicine for gastrointestinal problems later. Remember to take it on time." Dunju nodded. After Arbor threw down the prescription and left with Mo Lien. Only then did Dunzong exclaim. God, he was fooled by Jojo. Since the topic had changed, he had forgotten to pour out his grievances and strongly request for a change of body. He was such a pig. He knew that the couple was a scam. In the end, they led him into the trap with just a few words. He completely forgot about the important matter he wanted to ask. Dunju was so angry that he pounded the armrest of the chair back and forth. He couldn't help but yell in the direction the couple left, "Little master, come back here. This little guy is really troublesome." Mo Lien looked down at Arbor and reached out to touch his head. "Jojo, what did you say just now?" "It's just a trick," Arbor said expressionlessly. "Eating it won't hurt anyway. There is nothing wrong with his body. The main thing is that his external injuries are more serious. When the time comes, I will teach Meng Mai and let him help Dunshu apply the wound." Mo Lien held back her laughter and nodded. Dun Tun was right. The little guy was really cunning. The two of them found a place where the sun was shining and sat down, waiting for Tong's report. After half an incense stick's worth of time, Tong came running over with his men. "Your Highness, the big and small corpse puppets have been eliminated." Mo Lien nodded. "Pack up and get ready to leave." Everyone immediately decided to leave the valley. Before leaving, Mo Lien set a small fire in the valley. Prince Mo had reinforced a hidden barrier around the valley to prevent the fire from spreading. After doing all this, the young couple held hands and was about to leave. Mo Lien instinctively leaned towards Jojo and glared at Yang Shirong. "This is my Jojo. Second Uncle Master, you're not going to break us up, are you?" "That's not right, Second Uncle Master. Jojo and I love each other more than gold. Our feelings for each other are strong." As Mo Lien spoke, she clasped Arbor's small hand tightly. After saying a few words, she lowered her head and asked Arbor, "Is it Jojo?" Arbor instinctively nodded. "No one can separate us. Is it Jojo?" Xiaomu dazedly nodded her head again. "Second Uncle Master, your cold expression is very strange." Mo Lien huffed angrily. "Jojo likes me so much. If she doesn't have me, what will she do? Am I right, Jojo?" Xiaomu might have been listening to what Mo Lien was saying at the beginning, but after he spoke so much, Xiao Mu only nodded her head as per her usual habit. She simply didn't listen to what this guy was saying. Prince Mo already knew about this habit of Jojo's, hence, he said a series of words, and sure enough, the little guy followed suit and nodded. Yang Shirong, who was standing at the side, was so angry that she laughed at Mo Lian. It was obvious that this guy had figured out Jojo's pattern and was waiting to trick her. Second Martial Ant looked unhappy and reached out to pull Arbor to her side. Jojo, you're so silly. If you get sold, you'll have to pay back the money. Arbor wanted to say that she was silly. But on account of Second Martial Ant's face, she didn't argue. Yang Shirong pulled Arbor and flew out of the valley. Along the way, she couldn't help but exhort, Jojo, you're still young. Don't be in such a hurry to get married. Second Martial Ant, I've been married for a long time. Yang Shirong was speechless. What a disappointing little guy, Second Ant Master grumpily glared at Xiao Mu. When he glanced back and saw that Mo Lian had caught up, he quickly grabbed Xiao Mu's small hand and sped up. Mo Lian was so angry that she laughed. What was Second Martial Ant trying to do? She was trying to stir up trouble. His Jojo. Mo Lian's Jojo was pulled away by Second Martial Ant Yang Shirong. From a distance, the little guy looked back at him reluctantly. Then, he waved at him. Lian, I'll leave everything here to you. Mo Lian was speechless. Why did she suddenly have a strange sense of danger? Jojo's family was not easy to get along with. They were not as honest as Qiao Zhongbang and his wife. Not easy to deal with. Mo Lian sighed and looked up at the bright sky. Swoosh. His figure immediately vanished. After returning to the inn, Yang Shirong patted her little niece's head and said with a smile, do you want to go into seclusion? From what I see, you should stabilize your cultivation level first. Arbor opened her small mouth and was about to speak when Prince Mo entered through the window. Without saying a word, he rushed out of the window with his little wife in his arms. Yang Shirong looked at the window in confusion. Was she hallucinating just now? Mo Lian, that bastard, was like AF** King Robber. He just grabbed his wife and ran away. What kind of crown prince was this unreliable guy? It's him, forget it. On the other side, Yang Shirong was secretly ridiculing Mo Lian's actions. On the other side, Mo Lian, who was hugging his little wife, couldn't help but sigh in relief. Wife. What? Arbor glared at the man in annoyance. Second Martial Uncle is talking to me. We have to pack up and go to the Divine Land. Time is of the essence. We have to leave now. Arbor's two black eyes widened in an instant. But husband, didn't you just say that you have to wait until Dun Zhong has completely mastered the affairs of Shuntian Prefecture and wipe out the remaining forces? Whoever wants to do that can do it, his wife is still the most important. His wife is about to run away because of Second Martial Uncle's instigation. How can he not be anxious? Take out your little boat. Let's not bother about Second Martial Uncle. Let's go. Why did this normal couple make it seem like they were eloping? Arbor felt a little incredulous. Run away without Second Martial Uncle's knowledge? Are you sure you won't be beaten to death by Second Uncle Master? You. Why do you care so much? Mo Lian hugged his little wife and said anxiously, there's no time like the present. Let's set off today. Why you're so quick-witted. It's too hilarious. Xiaomu gazed at her dear hubby speechlessly. Hubby. She looked at him seriously and raised her hands to pull his neck down. No matter what Second Uncle Master says, we're still husband and wife. Why are you in such a hurry? When Yang Shirong came over, she happened to hear this. She was so angry that her teeth ached. Although Mo Lian, that punk, was pretty good in all aspects. But in Yang Shirong's eyes, this guy was just someone to make do with. Humph, if her martial niece didn't like him, no matter how many Mo Lians were stacked together, he wouldn't be good enough for her Qiao. Sensing that Second Uncle Master was looking down on him, Mo Lian cautiously leaned toward Arbor and looked at Second Uncle Master warily. Jojo, your Second Uncle Master doesn't like me again. Arbor nodded her little head. You're beautiful. She doesn't think you're that reliable. Mo Lian, what kind of weird reason was that? Yang Shirong looked at the couple exasperatedly and asked with her hands behind her back, tell me the truth. Are you really planning to go to China? The young couple nodded in unison. I'm not asking you. Xianxia rebuked Prince Mo angrily. It was all because of this guy's instigation. Otherwise, her Qiao wouldn't have thought of going to China. What was so good about China? She was unfamiliar with the place and people. Moreover, her Qiao was just a little kid. Wasn't it a little unreasonable to venture into China alone? It felt like it was too early. She should at least raise her realm and become a level 10 great spiritual master. Only then would she feel assured. Arbor looked at her Uncle Master's worried gaze and said expressionlessly, "Second Uncle Master, don't worry. I'll take you with me." Second Uncle Master was speechless. "Let's go to the Divine Land and find a good place for our sect to rebuild." Xiangshi's eyes brightened. Will inflict heavy losses on the Holy Water sect in the Divine Province? Why did it sound so tempting? Arbor nodded. Find a divine realm. Build it there. The corners of Second Uncle's mouth twitched when he heard this. Jojo, I heard that there are only a few god realms in the entire upper 3 continents. Moreover, the good god territories have basically been taken over by some major forces. Occupied? Arbor blinked and turned to look at Mo Lian. Husband? Don't worry, just snatch it. Xianxia silently rolled her eyes. She snorted and glanced at the kid. You make it sound so simple. One of the divine realms is under your father's name, right? Really? Mo Lian was stunned for a moment before she nodded and said, Then let him give us the realm of the gods as a wedding gift. Arbor nodded, agreeing with Prince Mo's words. Xiangshi's mouth twitched. She looked at Prince Mo and then at their Qiao. She suddenly understood. Why were the two of them so compatible? So it was called the same black-hearted. How could the two of you be so greedy and make it sound like there was no suspense, just like that divine realm was already in the bag for the two of them? The great emperor of the divine land must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to have such a deceitful son. Xianxia rolled her eyes. When are we going? In a few days, immediately. Arbor and Mo Lian gave different answers at the same time. Xianxia glared at Mo Lian in exasperation. What do you mean immediately? We have to prepare for China. What do we have to prepare? Aren't the things in our inner world? Scram. Second Uncle Master roared like a lion. Mo Lian looked pitifully at his Qiao. Second Uncle Master roared at me. Arbor quickly patted his hand. That's how Second Uncle Master is like. You'll get used to it. Xianxia felt that this did not sound like a compliment. She glanced at the couple and continued, Jojo, don't be anxious. It's always good to prepare more. Who knows what you'll face when you go to China? Before Xianxia could finish, Mo Lian waved at her. Second Uncle Master, don't worry. I'll take care of everything. You're the one who's worrying, Xianxia snorted. This Mo fellow could even snatch her Qiao and run away at the inn. Who knew what he would do in the future? Sigh, the child was all grown up. It was really worrying. Xianxia sighed and followed the two of them with her hands behind her back. The next day, Arbor and Mo Lian slept until late in the morning before they got up. After the two of them finished washing up and were about to go downstairs for lunch, the shopkeeper ran upstairs and respectfully handed the two of them an invitation. Mo Lian reached out to take it. After turning it over and over to examine it, his lips involuntarily curled into a sneer. Who sent the invitation? Who else could it be? Mo Lian pulled Arbor's hand and walked downstairs. The one from the Wang family of Jianpain. Mo Kuan? Prince Mo nodded. What did he send the invitation for? Mo Lian's face was full of mockery. She flipped the invitation over and over again. Then, she raised a red flame and burned it to ashes. That person from the Wang family of Jianpain said that he was rude to me last time and wanted to use the banquet as an excuse to apologize to me. Oh. Arbor didn't say anything. Mo Lian looked down at her in amusement. What do you think? Do I have to go? Arbor snorted. What good can there be in those foppish gatherings? Isn't it just singing and dancing and finding some scantily clad women to accompany them? Mo Lian's eyes lit up. She turned the little guy around to face her. Jojo, are you jealous? Bah. Why would she be jealous? Miss Qiao snorted stubbornly and glanced at Prince Mo. Are you still going? The crown prince immediately shook his head. No, no, no. Miss Chiao's little face was no longer so tense. Mo Lian held her little hand and walked down the stairs. Immediately, she saw second Uncle Master sitting by the window and looking at her with a ladle-like face. She hurriedly pulled Arbor over. Second Uncle Master. Prince Mo bowed respectfully to Yang Shirong. Yang Shirong, who had wanted to rebuke this fellow, was suddenly speechless. This brat always acted obedient in front of Jojo. That face of his really made her unable to get angry. Jojo, if we want to go through the passage in China, we'll have to wait for at least 4 months. No need. Arbor shook her head. I have my own ways to get there. You don't have to worry about this. As she spoke, the wind chimes at the door rang. A dozen or so women with slender waists walked in from outside, walking towards Crown Prince Mo with a clear goal in mind. Mo Lian's eyelids twitched as a bad premonition flashed across his heart. Sure enough, the dozen or so women were walking towards him. They lined up in a row and bowed to Prince Mo. They said in unison, "Your concubines greet your highness the crown prince." Yang Shirong was so angry that her face turned green. She slapped the table so hard that a corner of the table fell to the ground. Who are these people? This stinking brat. My impression of him had changed a little, but I didn't expect him to be this kind of person. Yang Shirong's face was saying, "You're not satisfied with my Chiao, and you're making so many women?" Her expression. If that gaze could be turned into a solid blade, it would probably be able to stab Prince Mo twice. Mo Lian's face darkened as he suppressed his anger. He glanced at the women. Who are you? We are here on the orders of the Crown Prince of Xianxia to bring your highness the Crown Prince to the residence for a gathering. Mo Lian, Crown Prince of Xianxia, do you want to die? Arbor, Crown Prince of Xianxia, you're really tired of living. Yang Shirong slammed the table and pulled Arbor away. Jojo, why are you still staying here? Haven't you bullied us enough? Second Uncle Master. Mo Lian hurriedly stood up and pulled his Chiao to his side. I don't know these people. Just tell them to scram. Arbor glanced at the dozen women with heavy makeup. You're the Crown Prince of Xianxia's Crown Prince's dancers? The women shook their heads. Yang Shirong's expression softened a little. Who the hell knew who the Crown Prince of Xianxia was? But since they weren't the Crown Prince of Xianxia's dancers, they might just be ordinary maids who were dressed a little flirtatiously. Unexpectedly, the leader of the dancers looked shyly at Mo Lian. We're the Crown Prince's people. The Crown Prince, Arbor, where did this bunch of idiots come from? How dare they pretend to be the Crown Prince's people? The Crown Prince has already given us to your highness. I hope your highness won't despise us for being clumsy. Yang Shirong flipped over the table in front of her at once and pulled Xiaomu away without another word. The Crown Prince hurriedly stood up with a dumbfounded expression and chased after the two of them. Yang Shirong pulled Arbor and ran at lightning speed. In a flash, they were already far away from the inn. Arbor couldn't help but sigh. He tugged at Yang Shirong's hand and said, "Second Martial Aunt." Yang Shirong turned to look at her and said seriously, "Child, have you thought it through? When you go to the Divine Land, if you go there as the Crown Princess, there will be many troubles and dangers." Arbor nodded, "I know, Second Martial Uncle." Yang Shirong looked at her again and said unhappily, "Child, with your qualifications, you can easily find 8 or 10 Mo Lian, let alone one. Look at this kid, he's not that good." Yang Shirong continued to ridicule, "He's surrounded by a flock of women. Who knows when someone will shove someone to his side." "It's fine. The house is big and we need many servants," Arbor said mildly. Second Martial Aunt's eyes widened. You? Had he already thought of a way out for the dozen or so kabuki girls? Sweeping, mopping, tidying the courtyard, there will be many officials in the Crown Prince's residence in the future. There will be places for these people to work. That's right. Prince Mo, who had hurried over, heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. He was afraid that Jojo would misunderstand him. Unexpectedly, the little guy trusted him so much. This made him very happy from the bottom of his heart. Have those people been arranged? Arbor glanced sideways at Prince Mo and asked with a snort. Yes, I've asked the butler to assign them. Let them do some cleaning work in the future. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Arbor was very satisfied. On the other hand, Yang Shirong's tense face finally relaxed a little. You really sent them to do the cleaning? Mo Lian nodded and looked at Yang Shirong seriously. Second Uncle Master, don't worry. They're only fit to do the cleaning work. I'm afraid they won't be able to do the more delicate work. Yang Shirong was speechless. Sure enough, this Mo Lian was a guy who dug endless pits. But then again, her family's Jojo seemed to have said before that he would send those dancers to do the cleaning work. The two of them did not speak at all, but in the end, they used the same method to deal with those dancers. It was obvious that the two of them were at the same level of swindling. Yang Shirong didn't know if she should feel comforted or pity for those dancers. Second Uncle Master, don't worry. Arbor said softly to Yang Shirong. Lian has never done anything to hurt me in all these days. Yang Shirong looked at Mo Lian and her expression softened a little. Mo Lian hurriedly struck while the iron was hot and continued, Second Uncle Master, don't worry. I won't do anything that will harm Jojo. Yang Shirong looked at him from head to toe and snorted, your status is there for all to see. When we return to China, Jojo said that there won't be any trouble, but I don't believe him. There will be trouble. Mo Lian said with a very good attitude. But I'll solve it for Jojo. As long as I'm here, Jojo won't have to face any trouble alone. Yang Shirong nodded her head in acknowledgement of him. Speaking of which, the crown prince was really evil, Yang Shirong thought to herself. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes and witnessed the way he handled things, she really wouldn't have known that under this kid's gentle appearance, there was actually a thick black heart. Arbor reached out and grabbed Prince Mo's hand. The Crown Prince of Xianxia has repeatedly urged you to come. Do you still want to go? Go, why wouldn't I? Mo Lian's lips curled into a cold smile. Mo Kuan, that brat, had nearly caused his second martial uncle's impression of him to drop below the freezing point. Damn it, second martial uncle already didn't like him enough. Now, it was almost worse, this made Prince Mo extremely unhappy. Prince Mo, who originally didn't plan to attend this banquet, suddenly decided to go if he didn't go. How could he kill Mo Kuan openly? Arbor looked at his expression and looked up to ask, you've decided to go? Mo Lian nodded and reached out to hold her delicate wrist. Let's go together. Miss Chow pursed her lips. They didn't invite me. That invitation clearly stated that it was for Mo Lian to go alone. Mo Lian raised his hand with a smile and planted a kiss on the back of her hand. MHM. Come with me. You're my wife. If you don't go, I won't go either. Inviting me is inviting you, Mo Lian said softly. We're one. Arbor cast a glance at him. You don't mind that I'm in your way? Mo Lian was taken aback, but then he smiled and hugged her tightly, gently lifting her up so that she was at eye level with him. My Jojo, you're jealous. Pooh, Arbor suddenly thought of something. When he turned around and saw Second Uncle Master's feminine face, he immediately exclaimed, Second Uncle Master is beside us. This stinking brat's nonchalant manner was too detestable. Yang Shirong snorted and waved her hand. I can't be bothered with you guys. Make preparations earlier if you're going to China. Don't leave out a single thing that you should prepare. Going to China isn't the same as staying at home. Don't procrastinate and do things that make me uneasy. Procrastinate, uneasy? Was Second Uncle Master talking about things like kissing and hugging? Mo Lian and the little fellow's beady black eyes met, and he couldn't resist chuckling. He hugged her and gave her a kiss. My Jojo, don't worry. Even if your Uncle Master wants to break up an affectionate couple, it won't work. If she doesn't let me see you, I'll definitely come see you even if I have to climb through the window and dig a tunnel. Thanks. Arbor rolled his eyes at him. That adorable expression tickled Mo Lian. Let's go. I'll dress you up when we return to the room. We'll go meet that fool in a bit. The vassal prince of Xianxia had been pacing back and forth in the study since early in the morning. At this time, there were two other people sitting in his study. The two of them looked like a pair of twins. They were about 40 years old, and their appearances carried a hint of sharpness and harshness. Vassal prince, there's no need to be so anxious. One of them couldn't resist shaking his head and saying. You don't know, but that guy is especially formidable. Mo Kuan couldn't help but shudder in fear when he recalled the scene that day. The people around Mo Lien didn't look like ordinary people. The moment they made a move, it was obvious that a few minor mystic cultivators absolutely couldn't deal with them. Chi, the twin on the left, couldn't help but sneer. That crown prince has been growing up on Sikong planet in the lower realm for several decades. Even if that group of people from the Council of Elders went over to impart their experience, you should also know that in a lower realm place like Sikong planet, the spiritual energy is very thin, and even mystic energy is rarely seen. I've also heard that spirit masters are extremely precious in the lower realms. Another man smiled and said, even if that person started cultivating in his mother's womb, he might not be able to break through to the spirit realm, right? When Mo Kuan heard this, he didn't show much joy. Instead, he said very nervously, then you don't understand the Crown Prince at all. The Crown Prince is definitely not as simple as you think. Your Highness, Your Highness. A man who looked like a manservant quickly walked in and bowed in greeting. Mo Kuan's face lit up. Did His Highness the Crown Prince accept the beauties I gave him? The manservant looked at Mo Kuan awkwardly, nodded and then shook his head. What do you mean by nodding and shaking your head? Your Highness, then, the Crown Prince did accept the beauties you gave him. Mo Kuan slapped his thigh and said joyfully, then isn't that great? Why are you still shaking your head, punk? I knew it. This Mo Lien was merely putting on an act. Didn't he still accept my beauties? The manservant said with a sullen face, this lowly one heard that the beauties we sent over were all sent to be cleaning maids by Prince Mo's men. You still think that you used the honey trap correctly? Mo Kuan widened his eyes in shock. Are you telling the truth? Mo Lien, that brat, really sent all the beauties he sent over to sweep the streets. He actually dared to do such a thing. Mo Kuan was so angry that his gums hurt. His eyes were dark and gloomy as he stared at the pageboy like a venomous snake. The pageboy hurriedly crawled on the ground and kowtowed. This is the news I heard. I still have to ask around for the details. Then why aren't you going? Mo Kuan roared. Go take a look. Where did he send them to sweep the streets? These were all beauties that were 1 in 1,000, how could he bear to send them away? Mo Kuan's heart ached terribly. If he had known that the pageboy was so unappreciative, he wouldn't have sent them over. Now, he didn't even know if he could get them back. The pageboy was so frightened that he rolled and crawled out of the door. By the time he crawled out of the door, he was already drenched in cold sweat. Recalling Lord Vassal Prince's instructions, he hurriedly ran to ask around. One of the twins, who were in their 40s, sneered. This person really knows how to waste God's gifts. Lord Vassal Prince, why must we rush over to make our presence known in front of him? Let's not talk about whether this person can return to the divine continent. Even if he can, there's still eldest young master and second young master. The twin laughed sinisterly. Can't we just follow behind and watch the show? Mo Kuan rolled his eyes. His voice was somewhat indignant. Previously, I was so frightened by him that I lost my composure. Now that I've regained my senses, I won't show such cowardice. Humph, he's just a crown prince who hasn't been acknowledged yet. Lord Vassal Prince sneered. When he returns to the divine continent, he'll get it. Then why did Lord Vassal Prince invite him to a banquet this time? Mo Kuan gritted his teeth. Originally, I wanted to connect with him, but now I think that he's an unappreciated person. Isn't that so? The middle-aged man chuckled. Our old vassal prince is someone who has the right to speak in front of the emperor. TSK, someone like him dares to look down on you. Mo Kuan raised his hand and stopped the middle-aged man from continuing to flatter him. He asked with a solemn face, where's Biao? Where the hell did he go? My reply just now was completely brainless. Is the crown prince coming or not? Not long after, the manservant who had left hurriedly ran back and bowed in front of Mo Kuan. Mo Kuan waved his hand impatiently and asked, how is it? Where did he throw those beauties to? And tonight's banquet, is he coming or not? If this fellow really didn't give Mo Kuan any face, then, humph, when he returned, he would immediately report to his father and ask his father, the king of Jianpain, to come forward and complain about this fellow to the great emperor. When the manservant Biao heard this, he hurriedly knelt down with a plop and said in a trembling voice, reporting to Lord Heir. His Highness the Crown Prince, he. What about him? Tell me. His Highness the Crown Prince ordered a steward to keep those beauties in the guest house where they're staying, to wipe the floor, wipe the stools, and pour the night incense. Smack. Emo-kun, who was burning with rage, smashed the cup in his hand. Say that again. The manservant. Woo-woo, this wasn't something that this lowly one arranged. If you keep getting angry at this lowly one, will that accomplish anything? Wouldn't that be of no avail? The page boy criticized him incessantly in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. He could only smile obsequiously and say, the beauties have all been left at the inn. Emo-kun immediately jumped up from his seat and smashed basically everything that could be smashed in the living room. He then exclaimed in exasperation, this punk actually doesn't give me any face. The beauties that he sent over. Never mind that he didn't accept them, but he still brought them back. Not only did he not freaking return them, but he even arranged for them to go to the inn to pour night incense and whatnot. Only this emo fellow could do such a thing. Oh wait, that's not right. This emo lien fellow could do such a thing. Emo-kun was burning with rage. He paced back and forth in the living room, stepping on the porcelain shards beneath his feet. Crunching sounds could be heard as he stepped on them. Lord Vassal Prince. Scram. Yes, this lowly one will scram right away. As if he had been pardoned, Biao frantically ran out without a care in the world. Come back. Emo-kun roared angrily. Biao turned around as if he had lost a parent and bowed to Emo-kun, asking, Lord Vassal Prince, do you have any other instructions? This emo fellow doesn't give this young master any face at all. Go and bring everyone back from the inn. He wasn't freaking sending them off anymore. Was this how these beautiful young ladies tormented him? He, Emo-kun, had painfully parted with them to let that punk enjoy them, but in the end? Smack, he was slapped in the face. Emo-kun paced back and forth in the living room with his hands behind his back. With a long face, Biao timidly asked Emo-kun, Lord Vassal Prince, are you sure you want to do this? If the people who were sent out were to bring them back, if this matter were to spread to the divine province, it was guaranteed to become the biggest joke in the upper-class circle. As a subordinate, he was completely thinking of Lord Vassal Prince's face. If he did this and Lord Vassal Prince was mocked in the end, the first unlucky one would definitely be him. Lord Vassal Prince definitely wouldn't say that he made the wrong decision back then. Then the one at fault would definitely be him, Biao. Go. Yes. Biao bitterly turned around and was about to leave. The immortal-like couple walking towards him scared him so much that his legs went soft, and he knelt down on the spot. Your Highness the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince cast a sidelong glance at him. Haven't you seen my Crown Princess? Greetings, Crown Princess. May the Crown Princess have good fortune and peace. Biao immediately lowered his head. He had a strong desire to live and lay down. Wasn't the Crown Prince's aura a little too strong? Prince Emo grunted. Holding Arbor's little hand, he stepped on the broken porcelain pieces on the ground and walked in front of Emo-kun with a faint smile. What's wrong? A floor full of fragments to welcome me? Emo-kun shrunk his neck inexplicably and slowly moved closer to the twin bodyguards. Greetings, cousin-in-law. Emo Lian looked at him coldly. Emo-kun was speechless. How strange. Suddenly, he felt as if the entire hall was covered in ice. The air was so cold. So cold. Emo-kun took another step back and smiled inexplicably. Cousin-in-law, you're here so early. This younger brother didn't come out to greet you. Emo Lian glanced at him. There wasn't a hint of a smile in her eyes. When I walked to the door just now, I heard you say something about returning something to you. You tell him. Emo Lian glanced at the page boy, Biao, who was kneeling on the ground. What do you want to return to your lord heir? Biao's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Hey, my uncles, hey. I'm just a page boy. Why did this fire inexplicably come to me? Biao didn't dare to answer casually. He lowered his head and said in a low voice, replying, Your Highness, the Lord Heir didn't say anything. Emo-kun, why don't you tell him? Emo Lian turned around and looked coldly at this younger cousin of hers. It was said that the king of Xianxia was his father's favorite youngest brother. In the imperial capital, the king of Xianxia's status was second only to his father. Therefore, these sons of his were considered to be very precious and favored by the heavens. The king of Xianxia's heir was ranked third and was the legitimate son of the king of Xianxia's family. He even had 2 concubine-born brothers above him and seemed to be quite capable. This was the information that Mo Lian had received for the time being. In the end, Mo Lian didn't need to care about these people at all. His status was there. As long as he returned to the divine continent, all the princes and princesses would have to give way to him. The king of Xianxia's heir only wanted to go home and find his father. He took a step back in fear and instantly regretted his careless words just now. It was just a few beauties. If he gave them to his cousin, the crown prince, he could do whatever he wanted with them. For the sake of these beauties, he had to go against the crown prince. This was not a wise move. Mo Kuan didn't know that in Arbor's eyes, his current appearance was instant cowardice. The crown prince actually had such a cowardly brother. Arbor immediately glanced at her husband with disdain and rubbed her little hand hard against his palm, wanting to pull it out. The crown prince, every time he saw his younger cousin, he freaking felt vexed. Jojo didn't seem to like his cowardly cousin. Not only that, he seemed to despise him every time because his cousin was too cowardly. Prince Mo, who felt very wronged, became angrier the more he looked at his cousin. The king of Xianxia was a hero of his generation. How did he raise such a coward? Your Highness the Crown Prince. One of the twins suddenly spoke and cupped his hands towards Prince Mo. Prince Mo glanced at him coldly, his gaze landing on him. Who are you? I am Lao Hai, the personal bodyguard of the Crown Prince of Xianxia Palace. This is my younger brother, Lao Jiang. The middle-aged man called Lao Hai said faintly, I have a few words, but I don't know if I should say them. What status do you have to speak to me? Prince Mo's eyes flashed with a cold light. It was so dark that people couldn't help but feel frightened. Lao Hai's face darkened slightly as he suddenly took a step forward. Xiaomu only felt a gust of air slanting toward her. He is indeed a bold person. Mo Lian raised his hand and pulled her into his embrace. With a flick of his sleeve, he completely waved away the spiritual energy that Lao Hai released. At the same time, a cold light flashed in his eyes and a fire arrow shot out from his sleeve. With lightning speed, it shot towards Lao Hai's face. Lao Hai was shocked. He didn't expect the crown prince's speed to be so fast. It was already too late for him to dodge. As he rolled on the ground, his left arm was already pierced through by the fire arrow. That speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to see with the naked eye. Lao Hai wanted to react, but it was already too late. He opened his mouth and cried out. Bang! Lao Hai was instantly sent flying, tumbling to the ground. With a pu sound, he spat out a large amount of blood. Eldest brother. Lao Jiang was shocked. He quickly went forward to help him up, but unexpectedly, he heard Lao Hai's cry of alarm. Second brother, be careful. Eldest brother, the 2 brothers were simultaneously sent flying by the 2 palm force winds. Following the force, they rolled out without any ability to resist. One heavily crashed into the cabinet at the side, while the other was fiercely flung against the wall. The one who crashed into the cabinet had the cabinet fall down, smashing into his lower back. The one on the wall was even more miserable. His entire head went through the wall, and he was stuck on the wall, unable to get down for the time being. With the crown prince's attack, the entire hall fell silent. The crown prince of the king of Xianxia staggered back a dozen steps, hiding behind the armchair. He looked at the crown prince with a somewhat frightened expression, and said with a trembling voice, cousin, let's talk things out. He was just saying that Mo Lian, this punk, had astonishing combat prowess. This Lao Hai and Lao Jiang didn't even know Crown Prince Mo's background, yet they dared to rush up and spout nonsense. They really weren't too smart. Looking at the 2 bodyguards beside him who could be considered presentable, then thinking about the 2 attendants beside his eldest brother and second brother, Mo Kuan couldn't help but feel a little stifled. Although he was the legitimate son of the king of Xianxia and had successfully inherited the title of crown prince according to the ancestral rules passed down by the old ancestors, his father still loved his eldest brother, who was proficient in both the pen and the sword. the most, even the attendant beside his eldest brother was an expert whose cultivation was close to the god realm. As for the two people beside him, Lao Hai and Lao Jiang were only 10th level great spiritual masters. In the middle 6 prefectures and the lower star domain, they were definitely presentable. However, in places like the upper 3 prefectures, it was hard to explain. Wait a minute, Mo Kuan seemed to have thought of something. He frowned and racked his brains for a while. Suddenly, his expression changed as he looked at Prince Mo. This cousin of his took care of 2 10th level great spiritual masters within a few breaths of time with a wave of his hand, then his realm, what was it? Mo Kuan couldn't help but feel a little scared. He hugged the armchair and took a few steps back. Don't come over. He shouted at Mo Lian, cousin. We're from the same sect, we share the same surname. You can't be so ruthless to me. My father, he is your uncle. Mo Kuan. Ah, yes. Mo Kuan hurriedly nodded in response. However, he hugged the armchair and took a few steps back. When Arbor saw his cowardly appearance, he looked down on the Mo family even more. She anxiously tried to pull her little hand out of Mo Lian's palm, but to no avail. Mo Lian! ! Because of this crazy Mo Kuan, not only was he misunderstood by second martial uncle, he even caused Jojo to look down on the Mo family. Cousin, I'm telling you, if there's anything between us, let's talk about it calmly. Then, those beauties that I gave you, you can do whatever you want with them, it's fine. You can leave them in the inn to sweep the floor or pour the night incense, I won't care. What can you do? Arbor snorted rudely. He raised his little hand and shouted, what are you still standing there for? Send a gift in return. Mo Kuan's eyes immediately widened. His nerves were strangely tense. What, there was a gift in return? Mo Kuan, what's with this ominous feeling? As soon as Chiao Mu mentioned returning a gift or something, his nerves immediately tensed up. No need. Mo Kuan hurriedly said. Little cousin-in-law, actually, you don't have to return the gift. Arbor coldly swept a glance at him. Bring it over. What are you doing? Stop it. Mo Kuan widened his eyes and instinctively retreated a few steps while hugging his armchair. He stared warily at Arbor and hurriedly signaled the 2 guards with his eyes. Unfortunately, Lao Jiang had just helped his older brother, who had vomited blood, up from the ground. The 2 of them looked pale as they supported each other. They were afraid of being beaten up by Prince Mo and didn't dare to step forward for the time being. A string of familiar groans traveled in from outside the door. Mo Kuan hugged his armchair and hid behind the table. When his gaze landed on the door, his eyes immediately widened. He saw a group of burly men carrying 10 fat sows walk in from outside the door. They squealed as they squeezed through the door. Fortunately, the hall of Mo Kuan's temporary residence was big enough. With over 20 people carrying 10 sows, it didn't feel crowded at all. The stewards and servants of the heir who heard the news were all stunned. They all looked at the legendary little crown princess as if they were looking at a murderous shark. The pitiful heir hugged his armchair and exclaimed, cousin-in-law, what are you trying to do? This fellow actually carried so many pigs over as a return gift? Mo Kuan had the urge to cry. Could it be that this scary little cousin-in-law wanted him to eat all 10 of these pigs in one day? Arbor pinched his chubby hands and looked expressionlessly at the wailing Mo Kuan. What are you all standing there for? Do it. The guards who followed the little crown princess in silently swallowed their saliva and hurriedly went forward to twist Mo Kuan's arms, who couldn't stop struggling. With both of Mo Kuan's arms held down, the armchair he was hugging naturally fell to the ground. He was on the verge of tears. She looked at Prince Mo with fear and trepidation, her eyes almost overflowing with tears. Cousin? You? Aren't you going to control your wife? What was she trying to do? Cousin. I am telling you, don't mess around. I can't eat so much pork. Me. Nonsense. Arbor scolded. Take him away. Mo Lian rubbed her forehead speechlessly and silently turned her face to the side. To be honest, he had no idea Jojo was up to something like this. It was no wonder that the little fellow had solemnly asked him to wait for a while when he left the house, saying that she wanted to prepare a return gift for Imo-kun. He thought it was a gift in return. His wife had actually prepared 10 sows for Imo-kun. This was really only someone with her brain could think of such a thing. Jojo? Imo-lian called out to his little wife in a small voice. Arbor glanced at him and expressionlessly turned her little face away. Let's go. The guards escorted Imo-kun all the way to the dining area in the rear garden. The steward of the heir apparent followed behind with a long face. After chasing after the group for a while, he called out breathlessly, "Crown Princess, what are you trying to do?" Arbor saw an empty cow, sheep, and horse pen from afar. She waved her hand and said coldly, "Put them all in." The 20 or so strong men hurriedly walked forward, looked at each other, and hurriedly put the 10 sows in. "Where is he?" The corners of the guards' mouths twitched as they hurriedly escorted the wailing and struggling Imo-kun forward. They lowered their heads and bowed. "Crown Princess." The little crown princess was expressionless as she said with a cold face, "Why aren't you inviting Prince Xianxia in?" "Yes." One of the guards' mouths twitched as he forcefully held back his laughter. He said in an extremely calm voice, "Prince Xianxia, please." "What are you doing? What are you trying to do? What are you trying to do, ah?" Prince Xianxia let out extremely tragic cries. Prince Xianxia struggled with his 2 arms and hugged whatever he saw as he was dragged over while hugging the fence. Imo-lian, Arbor's small face was cold as he watched Prince Xianxia cling to the fence at the door with all his might. The guards were unable to escort him in. The little guy took a few steps forward and kicked him in the butt. Imo-lian, bam. Prince Xianxia was so pitiful that he rolled forward and was forced to fall into the pigsty, biting into a piece of mud on the ground. His front teeth almost fell out, and 2 streams of tears suddenly flowed down. "Close the door." At Xiaomu's command, several royal guards swiftly locked up the fence door. "Everyone, you can't do this." The steward pounced forward and lay down at Imo-lian's feet. That page boy Abiao was also scared to death. He scrambled over with a pale face and cowed out repeatedly to Imo-lian. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, Your Highness the Crown Prince, please spare my life." "Imo-lian, this prince didn't do anything." "What's with this? This prince is utterly devoid of conscience." Expression. Arbor leaped up and stood on the fence door, coldly looking at Prince Xianxia, who was rolling around in the pigsty. With a wave of her hand, a faint fragrance of powder drifted into the pigsty. Arbor watched expressionlessly as the 10 sows suddenly became restless and madly chased after the crown prince of Xianxia. He turned his back in disgust and jumped down from the fence. "Guards! Fetch some buckets of water." "Reporting to Your Highness, reporting to the Crown Princess, the guests attending the banquet are here." "Oh." Imo-lian turned her head to look at the servant who reported, "Who are they?" Shuntian Prefecture's Prefecture Lord, Six Sun Sect, Heavenly Fortune Sect, and other major sects, sect masters, elite disciples, and so on. Bring them over," Imo-lian said indifferently. "Bring it here?" "No." "Your Highness the Crown Prince." The steward wailed on the ground. "Why not? The masters are all here. Aren't you here for a banquet? Isn't a banquet supposed to have some entertainment?" Crown Prince Mo waved his hand impatiently. "What, Lu Su, have them all come over?" Steward! Was it the trend to let the masters act as performers for this extra entertainment at banquets nowadays? Yes. The servant accepted the order with an embarrassed expression. The others didn't even dare to utter a word. They all silently lowered their heads and stood solemnly at the 2 sides, hating that they had 2 ears to hear so much. At this moment, everyone hated that they couldn't just be a block of wood. His Highness the Crown Prince could even discipline the Crown Prince of Xianxia without any explanation, let alone these small fries. Who dared to be the bird that stuck its head out and provoke this fiendish couple? Ha ha ha. The sect master of the Six Sun Sect, Qing Guang, walked over with a few Six Sun Sect disciples. When he saw Prince Mo from afar, he hurriedly went forward to greet him. "Your Highness, it's an honor to meet you." Prince Mo nodded at him indifferently. Sect Master Qing Guang's bald head was extremely dazzling under the setting sun, The middle-aged man who was a few steps away from him had an ordinary appearance, but his voice was loud and clear. I'm Wu Nyozi from the Heavenly Fortune sect. Greetings, Your Highness. Wu Jin followed behind his father with a complicated expression. He looked at Mo Lian and Arbor with a strange expression. These two people had left a deep impression on him in Liangyuan medicine store. Those people from Hongyuan Island had suffered greatly in the hands of this couple. He would never forget Madame Zhang's strange expression before she died. So these two people were the Crown Prince and Crown Princess from the Divine Land. It was no wonder that people with such prominent identities were so ruthless and weren't afraid of causing trouble at all. Wu Jin also abruptly turned his head. Sure enough, he saw Zhang Wuxiang, who was standing half a step behind him, glaring furiously at Xiao Mu. Wu Jin was about to remind young Mistress Zhang when he saw the scene in the pigsty. His eyes widened, and the hair on his head almost exploded. Oh, Master Tian, the one who was locked in the pigsty and running around in circles, wasn't that the unlucky Prince of Jianping himself? Everyone's eyes couldn't help but twitch. The Crown Prince of the Jianping Wang family was so unlucky. At this moment, he was running back and forth in the inner circle like a madman, gasping for breath. The scariest thing was that there were 10 running pigs behind him. Everyone looked at each other in silence with a strange expression. They were all stunned. What was going on with the Crown Prince of Jianping? Mo Kuan ran until he was half dead. He only felt that the herd of pigs running behind him was very scary. He felt that if he dared to stop, he would probably be torn apart by the pigs in the next second. Your Highness, Your Highness. Qing Guang hastily walked forward and called out loudly. He looked on helplessly as the Crown Prince of Jianping ran past in front of him. The head of the Heavenly Fortune sect, Wu Nyozi, hurriedly turned around and hurriedly bowed towards Mo Lian. Your Highness, I don't know if there's some misunderstanding between the heir and myself. What are you doing? Prince Mo glanced at him indifferently. What do you know? The Crown Princess is giving you a gift in return. Mo Lian swept a glance at Wu Nyozi, who was making a fuss over nothing and hadn't seen the world. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Ah. The Crown Prince of Jianping was scared out of his wits by the herd of pigs. He leaped up, wanting to leap up. Unexpectedly, his body was just suspended in midair when he was struck down by a tyrannical air current. He almost slipped into the herd of pigs. He hastily used his 2 hands to cling onto the fence, hanging onto it. He shrieked, No, don't. Let me out. Little cousin-in-law, hurry and let me out. Cousin. Xiaomu walked up a few steps and icily said with a stoic face, What? You don't like the gift I'm giving you in return? Who the hell would like this kind of gift? Mo Kuan was ravaged to the point of tears and snot overflowing. His hands clung onto the fence tightly, refusing to let go. He didn't want to talk about his image anymore. His entire body was hanging from the door, and his 2 legs couldn't help but curl upwards. At this moment, he could only feel the herd of pigs circling around his feet, as if he lowered his feet by half an inch, those pigs would gnaw on both his legs. It was too terrifying. Mo Kuan kept crying as he said, Let me out, little cousin-in-law. What did I do wrong for you to treat me like this? Let me out. Arbor couldn't help but be enraged when he heard that. You don't like my return gift? Mo Kuan was just about to nod when he caught sight of Arbor's icy gaze. His heart trembled, and he hurriedly shook his head. I like it. Ah, no. It's me, little cousin-in-law. What? Mo Kuan was in tears. His legs that were hanging from the door kept kicking upwards, and he was so scared that he pissed his pants, his face drained of color. Arbor glanced at him coldly and asked leisurely, Are you still going to give the Crown Prince a gift later? No, I won't. Mo Kuan had already pissed his pants. Don't freaking talk about giving a gift. He wouldn't give anything. Would he still dare to give a gift? Didn't he just give His Highness the Crown Prince a bunch of flirtatious beauties? In the end, the Crown Princess gave him a bunch of old sows as a return gift. This gift was really unique. It was completely different from anyone else's return gift. Arbor nodded when he heard that. He glanced at a guard beside him and took out a thin piece of paper from his inner world. Sign it for him. That guard's mouth twitched, and he hurriedly took the pen and paper with both hands. He turned and walked quickly to Imo-kun, who was still clinging to the door. He handed the pen and paper to Imo-kun. Imo-kun wasn't in the mood to read at this moment. He hurriedly reached out to sign it after receiving it, and he cried out tearfully, "Little cousin-in-law, Crown Princess, hurry and let me go Crown Princess." He had agreed to everything, signed the paper, and even apologized repeatedly. What was this devilish Crown Princess waiting for? Why didn't they let him go? Arbor reached out and took the thing he signed. After looking at it, he nodded and raised his hand to shake the thin piece of paper in his hand. "Remember what you've signed." Xiaomu stated coldly, "In the future, if there are still people who want to gift this and that to the Crown Prince, this Crown Prince consort guarantees that the return gift I will give you will definitely satisfy all of you and satisfy all of you." Everyone! Was the Crown Princess venting her anger on the Crown Prince of Giant Pain? Arbor then turned around and stomped back to Imo-lien's side. Imo-lien smiled and reached out to hold her little hand. She turned around and led her out. "Are you happy now, Jojo?" If he did not let the little guy vent his anger, the one who would be in trouble would be him. Thank the heavens, thank the Crown Prince of Giant Pain. This time, the little fellow should be able to calm down. As expected, the expression on Miss Chiao's face eased a little, and she nodded reluctantly. "Weakling, I don't even have the desire to teach him a lesson." The Crown Prince, seeing the two of them walk out hand in hand, the steward and the others didn't dare to stop them. After the two of them walked a little further away, the steward hurriedly called Ah Biao to come forward and rescue his master from the gate with tears in his eyes. At this moment, the Crown Prince of Giant Pain was already paralyzed on the ground. His legs were trembling non-stop, and he even wet his pants from fright. Classmate Dun Zong, who had been watching the show the entire time, was speechless. The little girl was indeed incomparably ferocious. Seeing how she scared the Crown Prince of Giant Pain into a dog, as a bystander, he felt a little satisfied. "I'm going to sleep, and everything will return to normal tomorrow." Dunju pretended to show concern. "How are you feeling?" "Crown Prince Giant Pain." "Cough, if you're not feeling well, don't force yourself. Quickly help the Crown Prince back to his room." Sect Master Qingguang of Six Suns Sect turned back to look at the Crown Prince's back with a complicated expression. This Crown Prince actually did such a thing to his own cousin in front of so many family heads. He didn't give them any face at all. It was obvious that he wasn't someone who was easy to get along with. However, it made sense. The Crown Prince of the Divine Province was there. Crown Prince Giant Pain must have had nothing better to do to go against him. In the end, not only did he almost lose his life, he also lost all his face in front of everyone. All the family heads stood there awkwardly. They didn't know if they should escape immediately or continue to be a part of the background. Dunju still went forward and reached out with a smile to help the embarrassed Crown Prince Giant Pain up. "Crown Prince Giant Pain, are you alright? Do I look like I'm alright?" Crown Prince Giant Pain suddenly roared. He was in a crazy state now, and he didn't even care about Dunju and the others. He just wanted to shout out all the anger in his chest. The volume of his voice was so loud that it scared the surrounding family heads, and they all frowned and took a few steps back. Crown Prince Giant Pain supported his manservant, Ah Biao, and stood up shakily. He felt that his legs were still trembling uncontrollably. Imo-kun shouted sternly, "Imo-lien, Arbor, I won't let you off. This matter couldn't end like this. Imo-lien, that fellow, condoned his wife to treat him like this. He must report him to royal father. Damn Imo-lien, damn Arbor, this black-hearted couple. He definitely wouldn't let them off." Crown Prince Giant Pain. Ah Biao said with a mournful face. "His Highness the Crown Prince isn't easy to deal with. Let's return to the Divine Province first." The Crown Prince of Giant Pain retracted his hand and gave him a slap. He shrieked in exasperation, "Shut up!" Ah Biao covered his face and took a few steps back in fear. The Crown Prince of Giant Pain pointed at the sky and cursed, "You will pay the price for this." "Oh, what's the price?" A cold voice came from outside the crowd. Imo-kun simply didn't expect that Imo-lien and Xiaomu, this black-hearted pair, would actually return and appear before them again at this time. Imo-kun was so scared that he pissed his pants on the spot. He quickly pushed the butler and Ah Biao in front of him as a shield. He shrunk behind the butler and Ah Biao, only popping out half of his head as he screamed, You guys, what else do you want? I'm warning you, don't do anything stupid. Don't act recklessly. Mo Kuan raised his voice and let out a series of dying duck cries. Arbor walked up to Mo Kuan expressionlessly and hooked his little finger at him. What are you doing? Mo Kuan's nerves tensed up. He hugged the butler's waist tightly and refused to let go. The old housekeeper's face turned a little green. His waist was in pain from the crown prince's tight grip. Bring him here. At Xiao Mu's command, several royal guards immediately swarmed forward and pinned Mo Kuan's hands behind his back without a care, escorting him to Xiao Mu. Mo Kuan's eyes widened in horror. Which, what did you do to me? From the moment he entered the pigsty just now, he already realized that he could not muster any spiritual energy in his body, much less leap up. Even escaping seemed so difficult. Mo Kuan was too scared. At that moment, he only felt that he was so insignificant in this world, so weak that he was comparable to a tiny ant. It was as if the other party only needed to stomp on him and flatten him. Little cousin-in-law, I was wrong. I know that I was wrong. Don't make things difficult for me, alright? I will definitely not send beautiful women to cousin-in-law in the future. Mo Kuan's tears streamed down his face as he looked at Arbor with a frightened expression. Whoever sent beautiful women to the crown prince would be a big idiot. What kind of Hedong lioness did the crown prince marry? Look, he only sent over a dozen beautiful women, and she could not even tolerate it. Shut up. Arbor angrily slapped him heavily on the shoulder. That lad immediately fell to the ground with a plop like a soft-footed prawn. Arbor forcefully grabbed one of his arms and pulled with all her might. Mo Kuan screamed like a pig being slaughtered. He only felt that his entire arm was being pinched in someone's palm and was being held behind his back. It was extremely painful. What are you screaming for? Arbor impatiently slapped the back of his neck forcefully. Shut up. Mo Kuan's voice became softer, and he sobbed. He only wanted to go home and hug his father to cry properly. The crown prince's wife was too fierce. With this kind of personality, which man could stand it? Break, crown princess, break, sob. Mo Kuan only felt that his entire arm did not seem to belong to him anymore. The pain of being held behind his back kept surging in his heart. Arbor forcefully shook the arm that was holding Mo Kuan. Gulp. A small box suddenly rolled out of Mo Kuan's sleeve and landed on the ground. Arbor stretched out her leg and kicked the box, causing it to fly up and land in her hands. Ah, this is. Crown princess, you can't snatch mine? Pa. Without another word, Arbor swept his sleeve across Mo Kuan's face. Mo Kuan's head fell to the ground with a thud. Arbor tossed the box in his hand and glanced at the person lying on the ground with disdain. You can find trouble with me at any time. But, it's best to be prepared for a short life. The little fellow threw the box into his inner world, snorted, and walked to the crown prince's side without looking back. Mo Lian helplessly reached out to hold her little hand. What's in that box? It turned out that the reason why the little fellow had dragged him back was because of this box in Mo Kuan's sleeve. Xiao said this is a snow ginseng fruit seed. The little fellow cast a glance at Mo Lian, who was lying on the ground, then looked up at Mo Lian and said, I'll plant it for you to eat. Mo Lian nodded. Is it delicious? Yes. Miss Chow nodded her small head. It's even more delicious than the winter fruit. If ordinary people eat it regularly, it can also prolong their life. When it's grandmother's birthday, we can go home and give it to her. Okay. Mo Lian grinned and patted her little head. The young couple held hands and were really going to leave this time. Zhang Wuxiang, who was standing at the side, looked slightly agitated. Just as she was about to move, Wu Jini, who was paying close attention to her movements, reached out and pulled her back. Wu Jini also lowered his voice and asked Zhang Wuxiang, What are you doing? This slut killed my mother. Shouldn't I kill her for revenge? Why don't you wait 2 more days until the people from Great Source Island arrive? Wu Jini frowned. You'll only be humiliating yourself if you rush up now. Zhang Wuxiang recalled Arbor and Mo Lian's skills and couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. Although Wu Jini was a useless coward, he was still quite smart. What he said wasn't wrong. If she rushed out to settle the score with Arbor and his wife now, she definitely wouldn't be able to get anything out of it. Zhang Wuxiang stopped in her tracks indignantly. She glared hatefully at Arbor and his wife's backs as she reluctantly watched them leave. The Crown Prince of Jianping, who had been ravaged, once again lost all the strength in his body and collapsed on the ground. Biao hurriedly crawled forward and reached out to help him up. Prince? Prince? Return to the Divine Prefecture. Return to the Divine Prefecture immediately. Prince of Jianping was so angry that his lips trembled and his entire body trembled. He wanted to return to the Divine Prefecture immediately to find his biological father. He didn't want to continue staying in this damned place any longer. He wanted to find his father. He wanted to return to the Divine Prefecture. Biao nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. It's just that we have to wait 2 more days before we can leave through that special passage. Return immediately. Prince of Jianping screamed. The Heavenly Fortune sect master, Wu Niuzi, twitched his eyes and couldn't help but say, Prince is tired. You'd better help him back to his room to rest. The Crown Prince of Jianping's eyes suddenly widened as if he wanted to eat someone. His gaze circled Wu Niuzi, Qing Guang, and the others, and he shrieked, You, why are you all here? His disgraceful appearance just now and when he was forced to kneel on the ground by the Crown Princess, they saw all of it. Only then did Prince of Jianping come back to his senses and realize that the patriarchs and elite disciples of Shuntian Prefecture's aristocratic families were all gathered here. Qing Guang hurriedly cupped his hands and smiled apologetically. Prince, Qing Guang will take his leave first. Farewell. Farewell. The patriarchs cupped their hands and bowed. Then, they hurriedly led their disciples out of the hall. The Crown Prince of Jianping's furious roar came from behind. Who is it? Who brought them all here? Who is it? Regardless of how hysterical the Crown Prince of Jianping was, Arbor and Mo Lian walked out of the residence hand in hand, heading towards the inn they were staying at. Let's go buy a house. Arbor suddenly said, I think we should stay here for a few more days. It's not convenient to do things in the inn. Mo Lian's eyes lit up. She grabbed Arbor's hand and pressed it against her chest. Jojo, do you want to spend some time alone with me? You think too much. Arbor looked up at him and suddenly remembered what Fan Meng and Fan Yu had said that day. He tilted his head and thought for a while. Then, he flipped his hand and took out a pot of blooming ink-colored lotus from his inner world. You can have it. I planted it myself. Arbor said expressionlessly. Mo Lian reached out and took the lotus from her. He hugged it in his arms and looked at it again and again. He held it lovingly. Jojo, you're giving it to me? Arbor nodded. I planted it myself. There's only one of its kind in the world. Do you like it? Mo Lian nodded vigorously. I like it, I like it. Of course I like it very much. Xiaomu beckoned at him with her small hand, indicating for him to bend down. Mo Lian blinked and leaned closer to her. What's wrong? Miss Chow suddenly reached out her hands and circled them around his neck. She pulled him down and kissed him hard on the cheek. Mo Lian, I like you. Alright, the confession was over, the gift had been given and the confession was over. Miss Chow felt that she had completed an important task and nodded at herself satisfactorily. She then released her hand and turned around to walk away in small steps, not caring about the dazed His Highness the Crown Prince. At this moment, the two of them had just exited Prince Jianping's residence. There were quite a lot of people on the bustling street. The little fellow's voice was quite loud. So, at this moment, the passers-by on the street were all looking at the two of them with strange gazes. Miss Chow quickly squeezed into a small alley. She reached out a small fist and smashed it hard on her own head. Her brain was damaged. After the confession, she realized that she had actually made such an outlandish and bold action on a bustling street. It's over, it's over, it's over, it's all because this man was too alluring. She was so confused that she couldn't even think straight. Arbor reached out to cup her slightly hot little face and hesitated on the spot for a moment. Just as she was about to turn around and look for Mo Lian, she suddenly felt a strong gust of wind from behind her head, attacking the back of her neck with incomparable speed. Arbor's gaze turned cold. She quickly leaned to the side, her sleeves fluttering as she leaped onto the top of the wall with a whoosh. Her pair of cold eyes were suffused with a cold light as she stared coldly at the person below the wall. That person didn't manage to hit her in one strike and didn't say much to her. He directly took advantage of her and leaped up, aiming for her face. This speed, Arbor's heart slightly choked. She turned around and leaped, her long black hair gliding in a perfect arc in midair. After landing on the ground with a whoosh, Arbor rushed towards where Mo Lian was. However, two people quickly appeared in front of her and attacked her from the front and back, launching fierce attacks at her chest and back. The surging spiritual energy came straight at her. Just as the attack was about to land on her, Tong Jianjian's figure suddenly appeared beside Arbor. He crossed his arms to block the attack. Mo Lian, who had heard the news, immediately saw the strangers attacking Jojo. She narrowed her eyes and said angrily, "What are you doing?" When they saw him appear, they seemed to be slightly afraid and quickly exchanged glances with each other. Seeing that the group of people were about to retreat, Mo Lian rushed towards Jojo. He stretched out his arms but did not have time to catch his wife. Suddenly, he saw a large net being thrown down from the sky. Like catching a fish, it caught his chow in an instant. Without another word, it pulled her and quickly leaped up. A bird's cry came from the sky. Mo Lian's expression was furious. She raised her head and saw a huge strange bird dragging the net. It flapped its wings and flew up a few times before it completely disappeared. Little 7. Mo Lian shouted in exasperation. These people actually snatched away his wife right in front of his eyes. Mo Lian leaped onto the dragon's body. Taking Tong and the others, they quickly chased after the bird. After less than half an incense stick's time, the still air in the small alley once again rippled like water. The strange bird appeared in the air, and the net in its claws appeared. Qi Lianhai's expression was slightly gloomy as he appeared in the small alley again with his people. He beckoned with his hand and that strange bird dragging the net fell from the sky and landed in front of them. Qi Lianhai gazed coldly at Xiao Mu, who was inside the net, and gave her a sinister smile. It really wasn't easy to wait for you to be alone. Arbor looked at him expressionlessly. Mo Lian was so worried that she was confused, and she was tricked by the middle-aged man in front of her. In fact, Qi Lianhai had only used an invisibility talisman on them to temporarily hide everyone's presence. But with Mo Lian's intelligence, she would probably return in less than a minute. So, alright, take her away immediately. Qi Lianhai was a cautious person. Although he had tricked the crown prince of the divine province into leaving, he knew that he wouldn't be able to fool him for long. Qi Lianhai's subordinates all pointed their weapons at Arbor in the net, warning her not to act rashly. Qi Lianhai sneered. Don't worry, we don't want your life. We just want to ask the crown princess to come with us. Of course, you don't need to waste your energy trying to break this net. Qi Lianhai looked at her triumphantly. This net can not only block your spiritual energy and presence, but you should have noticed by now that you can't even use your spiritual sense. Arbor looked at him coldly. Take her away. At Qi Lianhai's order, the strange bird pulled up the net again and rushed into the sky. Qi Lianhai and the others quickly summoned their spiritual beast mounts and left with the strange bird. The group had only left for less than half a minute when Mo Lian's figure reappeared on the horizon. She returned to the alley where Arbor was taken away with Tong and the others. She stared gloomily at the empty alley and subconsciously clenched her fists. Was it Feng Su of the Greenwood Guard? Mo Lian asked angrily. Go. Gather all the hidden guards in Shuntian Prefecture and dig Feng Su out. With that, Mo Lian leaped onto Yan Qi's back again and had him chase after Arbor's presence. Lord Qi, we can't do it. She's too fast. A subordinate beside Qi Lianhai urgently reported. Qi Lianhai had also sensed Prince Mo's approach. He frowned and said, I've already blocked her presence. How did she catch up so quickly? Who are you? Arbor stood in the net, swaying left and right in the wind, but his face was still expressionless as he looked at Qi Lianhai. Qi Lianhai sneered, Crown Princess doesn't need to know who I am. All you need to know is that from today onwards, your good days are over. Really? Qi Lianhai smiled and opened a bottle of medicinal liquid in his hand. He quickly rushed to the red-beaked bird's side and fed it the entire bottle of medicinal liquid. The strange bird immediately let out a cry and flapped its wings even more vigorously. Its speed seemed to have more than doubled as it flew forward. Arbor looked at them coldly and sized up Qi Lianhai. I've never seen you before. You don't have to try to get information out of me. Qi Lianhai said with a smile, I was only ordered to bring you back. As for what will happen in the future, you'll have to pray for yourself. Xiaomu leisurely swallowed a pill and stared at Qi Lianhai with a cold glint in her eyes. You think that victory is already in your grasp? What? Could it be that Crown Princess still has the strength to resist? Qi Lianhai smiled proudly at her. This sky cicada net of mine isn't some ordinary item. It's more than enough to trap a great spirit master, let alone a little spirit master like you. Arbor glanced at him. A pair of claws were suddenly covered with a Vajra talisman. Like cutting vegetables and tofu, she stretched out her fingers and gently swiped at the net. Qi La, the originally smug Qi Lianhai couldn't help but frown slightly. Qi La, after another tearing sound, Arbor directly drilled out of the net. She flipped over and landed on the back of the strange bird. Then, she slammed her fist down on its big head. Her punch, which was imbued with the Vajra talisman, immediately caused the strange bird to shriek. Its body plummeted to the ground like a cannonball, with its head facing down and its legs facing up. When it was 1 foot from the ground, Arbor's figure suddenly spun in a parabolic arc in the air and rushed up again with a whoosh. However, the strange bird landed heavily on the ground with a howl. Its skull came into close contact with the ground and smashed its skull into pieces on the spot. There was no possibility of treatment at all. Xiaomu hovered in the air and coldly gazed at that large bird that had already died. She then turned around and looked at the dumbfounded Qi Lianhai with a spurious smile. Qi Lianhai! Exclamation point. He didn't expect the crown princess to come out so easily. That heavenly cicada net, was actually completely destroyed by this destructive woman in front of him. Ah. Qi Lianhai only felt like he was holding a breath in his heart. It was as if he couldn't spit it all out, and his entire chest felt uncomfortable. However, Arbor didn't wait for him to react and punched him hard in the stomach. Qi Lianhai couldn't resist this force. His whole body was beaten into the air, and his back hit several subordinates. Qi Lianhai's subordinates really exerted a Herculean effort to catch Qi Lianhai. Even so, they still carried Qi Lianhai's body and staggered back a few steps. After stabilizing his body with great difficulty, Qi Lianhai looked at Arbor angrily. He covered his painful stomach with one hand and shouted in a trembling voice, You. This damn little girl was trapped in the sky cicada net, and she actually had the strength to retaliate. He had really underestimated her. Arbor stretched out a small hand and waved a bronze plate in front of him. Qi Lianhai's expression changed, and he stretched out his hand to touch his waist. Sure enough, the copper plate that he had stuffed into his waist had actually disappeared at some unknown time. Arbor looked at the waist token over and over again, then raised his head to glance at Qi Lianhai. A cold smile faintly appeared on his lips. So, it's Ani Prefecture's personal attendant. I didn't expect you all to be in such a good mood, coming all the way from Ani Prefecture to Shuntian Prefecture to catch me? Arbor swung his hand and threw Qi Lianhai's waist token back to him. Here you go. In any case, she had no use for it. Only Qi Lianhai and his group took this small token seriously. Jojo. When Arbor heard the crown prince's voice from afar, his eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. He turned his head and looked toward the sky. In the clear blue sky, the crown prince was moving over like a bolt of lightning. In no more than a moment, he suddenly stopped beside Arbor and reached out to pull her into a tight embrace. His heart finally settled down. He reached out to hug her and sighed softly. Jojo. Arbor reflexively reached out to stroke his chest. It's fine. Mo Lian was truly a bit too horrified. It had only been a blink of an eye, yet his wife was almost kidnapped on the streets. No one would be able to bear this matter. A second ago, Jojo was still happily confessing to him with flowers, but the next second, she was almost kidnapped. It was already fortunate that the crown prince didn't lose his cool on the spot when he saw the little fellow being dragged away by that strange bird. Fortunately, he reacted in time and rushed back, allowing him to catch up with this group of people. Emolienne raised her hand to rub Arbor's head. At this moment, she could still feel her heart thumping wildly. Husband, these people were sent by Ani Prefecture. Arbor glowered at Qi Lianhai. Ani Prefecture's people had also interfered in the destruction of the Holy Water sect. She hadn't even found the time to deal with them, but she didn't expect this group of people to deliver themselves to death first. Emolienne flicked her sleeve and shot out a fire spirit, which heavily crashed into a man behind Qi Lianhai. Just now, it was that person who dragged the net and aimed a sharp blade at his Jojo's back. That man was caught off guard and was hit by the fire spirit. He flew several meters away and rolled twice when he landed with a bang. Qi Lianhai looked back and couldn't help but be secretly shocked by the crown prince's cultivation. The subordinates he brought were all spiritual cultivators level 7 and above, but they were like toys in the crown prince's hands. They didn't have the slightest ability to resist. You? Qi Lianhai's pupils contracted as he watched a stream of fire flash in front of him as fast as a gust of wind. Qi Lianhai shouted and activated his defensive barrier to block it. Unexpectedly, the crown prince's purple flame had an extremely strong impact. When it crashed into his chest, it was as if he had been struck by thousands of streaks of light, causing him to explode in pain. The defensive barrier simply couldn't withstand this flame and shattered on the spot. Qi Lianhai was also sent flying backward by this ferocious force. He crashed into the alley's wall behind him with a boom. How could that wall withstand this kind of force? It instantly shattered into pieces. Half of Qi Lianhai's body was buried in the ruins. He barely managed to prop himself up. His eyes were slightly frightened as he looked at the crown prince. This crown prince was actually able to insta-kill him, a grade 13 spirit master. Qi Lianhai hurriedly summoned his spirit beast, the spirit magpie, and struggled to jump onto the back of the spirit magpie. With a shout, he turned around and fled in panic. Roar! Unexpectedly, a dragon's roar came from the sky. Before Qi Lianhai could react, he felt an impact flying towards his face. How could he dodge in time? He was hit head-on in an instant. To be more precise, it was Little Seven's tail flick that sent it flying off the spirit magpie. As for the unlucky magpie, how could it dare to resist in front of the ancient golden dragon? It trembled for a long time before it was frightened by Xiaoqi's roar. It folded its wings, closed its eyes, and fell to the ground with a thud, pretending to be dead. Little Seven circled around in the air. His body seemed to be covered in a layer of gold powder. Everywhere he went, there wasn't a lack of glittering gold folds. Qi Lianhai fell from the sky and landed headfirst on the ground with a paw sound. He landed headfirst on the broken mud wall of the small alley. His head was full of rubble and rubble. Xiao Mu calmly swept him a glance before tilting her small head and humping. Serves you right, you dared to catch Jojo and even said that Jojo wouldn't have a good life in the future. You're the one who won't have a good life. From now on, you'll be unlucky every minute. Qi Lianhai struggled to crawl out of the mound and spat out a few mouthfuls of debris. His face contained traces of shame and anger as he stared at Emolienne and Arbor. This was simply intolerable bullying. Qi Lianhai stumbled out of the ruins and glared hatefully at Emolienne. You. Bang. Without waiting for him to finish, Emolienne flicked her sleeve again and sent him flying, plunging headfirst into the mound of ruins. Qi Lianhai, who ate a big mouthful of dirt, was speechless. The heavens took pity on him. Why did he encounter this fiend? A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. Qi Lianhai struggled to crawl out of the mound of ruins again and roared angrily, Prince Mo, you. Bang. Bang. Slap. Qi Lianhai, who had crawled out of the mound 7 or 8 times in a row, was thrown back in again by Prince Mo with a flick of his sleeve. After falling into the mound of dirt for the last time and eating a mouthful of debris, he no longer had the strength to struggle to get up. He simply lay in the mound of dirt and coughed a few times, choking his head, face, and mouth full of dirt. That taste was indescribably unpleasant. He had underestimated his opponent. Qi Lianhai clenched his fists tightly, unable to conceal the grief and shame in his heart. It was because he was overconfident that he faced this situation. However, at this moment, Qi Lianhai didn't even have the courage to crawl up again. He knew that at this moment, his courage had already been smashed away by Crown Prince Mo's successive strikes. The last bit of willpower he had left to struggle out had also been smashed away cleanly. He wanted to lie down like this until the end of time. Unfortunately, he didn't lie like this for long before his head was dragged out of the mound of ruins. Qi Lianhai felt like he was a chicken or duck waiting to be slaughtered, being dragged out and thrown heavily onto the ground. Tong Yi held his sword in one hand and stepped on his back. He squatted down and turned to ask the Crown Prince and Arbor, "Your Highness, should we take care of him immediately?" Mo Lian glanced at Qi Lianhai and shook her head. "Bring him here." Tong immediately dragged Qi Lianhai in front of the Crown Prince and unceremoniously threw Qi Lianhai on the ground like he was throwing trash. Mo Lian coldly glanced at Qi Lianhai. She suddenly reached out and sucked his head into her hand. Qi Lianhai's entire body trembled in fear. He already knew what this terrifying man in front of him wanted to do to him. Soul search. He wanted to search Qi Lianhai's soul. How could this be? "No, don't, Your Highness, please spare me. Your Highness, Does your master think that this prince is easy to bully?" Prince Mo slightly lowered his head and coldly looked at Qi Lianhai. "In your eyes, is this prince that easy to deal with?" No. Qi Lianhai was so terrified that he couldn't speak properly. His mind was so nervous that it was almost blank. How could he have the energy to think about what the Crown Prince was saying right now? He struggled strenuously in Prince Mo's hands and repeatedly shouted, "Your Highness, please calm your anger. Your Highness, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. This lowly one will definitely tell you everything I know and absolutely won't hide anything from you." Mo Lian coldly swept a glance over him. "Who are you to the Ani Prefecture's Prefecture Lord's Hall of Care? This lowly one is the Prefecture Lord's personal attendant. I've already followed him for many years." "That means you know him very well?" Yes. Mo Lian nodded at him with a smile that wasn't a smile, then glanced at Arbor, who was leaning against her. The latter nodded in understanding and took out a puppet charm. Without another word, he inserted it between Qi Lianhai's eyebrows. Originally, with Arbor's current cultivation level, the puppet charm he made was ineffective against Qi Lianhai. However, Qi Lianhai was now under Mo Lian's control, so it couldn't be easier to make him fall for the charm. Qi Lianhai only felt pain in his conscience before he seemed to lose consciousness. His consciousness was completely blurred. "What's your name?" Arbor asked coldly. "Qi Lianhai." "Kneel." Qi Lianhai obediently knelt down and pressed his head against the ground in front of the two people, lying there piously. The dozen or so Ani Prefecture disciples who were originally kneeling on the ground all shrank back in fright when they saw this. What was going on? Steward Qi actually knelt down so obediently. Tong led a group of people to surround them with swords raised. One of the men suddenly broke into a run and rushed toward an opening. This person's face was deathly pale with fright. While he was madly running for his life, Tong didn't even look at him. He directly raised a sword and pierced through his back, piercing through his heart. With a plop, that person fell to the ground. How could a 7th-rank spiritual master die so easily? Tong sneered and directly pierced through the back of that person's head with his sword. The person lying on the ground shuddered and screamed. This time, the sword pierced through his head, so he naturally couldn't be any more dead. One had to know that he originally wanted to play dead and look for a chance to escape. He didn't expect that playing dead would fail and that he would really become a corpse. When the others saw Qi Lianhai's pious and obedient appearance, they were all bewildered. They were very clear that the Crown Princess and Crown Prince definitely had some strange methods. However, their thoughts of escaping all disappeared without a trace when they saw their companions die tragically. "Qi Lianhai." Arbor coldly called out his name. His small expressionless face was cold and indifferent. "Do you know why I want you to go back?" Qi Lianhai bowed his head and kowtowed to the ground, his face filled with a respectful expression. Arbor came to Qi Lianhai like a nimble cat and looked at him coldly. He leaned over and whispered, "I want you to go back. Kill. Caretaker Hall. Ani Prefecture's Prefecture Lord's residence." Guanisang was stopped by two guards. Her pretty face was filled with anger. I want to see my father. I want to see my father. Sixth young mistress, I'm really sorry. The manor head is currently with Madame Hua. The manor head has ordered that no one is to disturb them. Guanisang's pretty face was flushed purple, and her eyes were misty. If you let me in, I'll take responsibility for anything that happens. I want to see my father. I want. The two guards impatiently extended their arms to stop Guaniba. Sixth miss, please behave yourself. You. Guanisang pointed at the two snobbish guards and shouted hysterically, get out of the way. The two guards' faces darkened, and they blocked Guanisang with their crossed blades. Sixth miss, please don't make things difficult for our subordinates. The manor head has ordered that no one is allowed to enter. My mother is about to die. I want my father to open the wonderful treasure tower and give me the blood coagulation pill to save my mother's life. One of the two guards couldn't help but snort. Aunt Jiang has always been weak and sickly. She uses pills above the profound grade to keep her life. When has she ever been well? That's right, sixth miss is overly worried. It's fine. Perhaps you'll find that Aunt Jiang has already recovered when you return. This time is different from the past. Mother's symptoms are very serious. Medicine Master Gu said that the blood coagulation pill can save my mother. The blood coagulation pill. Ah. Her body was pushed by the two guards, and she almost couldn't stand steadily as she fell down a few steps. Sixth miss. If you continue to mess around like this, the two of us will also be punished along with you. Isn't that right? Sixth miss, please go back. If there's anything you need, come early tomorrow. Guanisang charged up the steps as if she had gone mad. Two streams of fire spirit rushed towards the two guards' chests. However, she was only a small first-rank spirit master. In front of two third-rank spirit master guards, she was clearly not enough. One of the guards looked at her mockingly and sneered. He reached out his hand and blocked her fire spirit. The thin stream of fire spirit energy that Guanisang released burned for less than 3 seconds in the guard's hand before slowly extinguishing. The guard crooked his mouth and laughed mockingly. Sixth miss, you don't have to waste your energy with this little bit of spiritual power. You know you can't break through, so what are you trying to do? We don't want to fight you. If we hurt you, we won't be able to explain it to the manor head. Heh. The other guard chuckled. Sixth young miss, please. Father. 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 I beg you to see your daughter. Father. Father. Guanisang charged up the steps with all her might. She was pushed down several more steps by the two guards. After a few more times, the guards were completely impatient. They didn't control their strength. One of them gave her a hard shove and threw her onto the stairs with all his might. Guanisang rolled twice on the steps. She reached out to steady herself. When she stood up, she saw that the door to the manor head's residence was wide open. Her father, Guan Zhaotang, was wearing an unbuttoned inner garment. He walked out with a young and plump woman in his arms. He stood high up on the steps and looked down at her coldly. Guaniba, what are you doing? The Hall of Care shouted coldly. The plump woman in Guan Zhaotang's arms twisted her waist and climbed onto Guan Zhaotang's chest. She smiled as she looked at Guaniba, whose hair was messed up after she fell on the stairs. What sixth young mistress? She looked worse than a dog. The woman glanced at Guanisang mockingly before shaking her body again. Then, she snuggled into Guan Zhaotang's arms as if she had no bones. Father. Please bestow the blood coagulation elixir fruit to save concubine mother. Guanisang crawled to her feet and knelt on the ground. She crawled toward the stairs on all fours. Father. Nonsense. Guan Zhaotang glared at his youngest daughter coldly. Do you know what the blood coagulation pill fruit is? Guan Zhaotang looked at his daughter coldly and sneered from the bottom of his heart. That is a god-tier pill. Deity level. There was only one in the entire Guan family. That's a life-saving medicine. How could you use it on your useless mother? Go back. Don't talk nonsense in the future. Father. Guanisong knelt on the ground and crawled up a few more steps. Father. I can give up everything. I only ask that you bestow the blood coagulation elixir fruit to save concubine mother's life. Heh. Guan Zhaotang sneered at her. Who do you think you are? Is it your talented elder sister? What can a mere first-rank spirit master do for the family? Go back to your room and don't come out and embarrass yourself. Father. Guanisong screamed at the top of her lungs. Aya, sixth young mistress. You really don't know how to behave. Madame Hua twisted her slender waist and pointed at Guanisong. Master has been troubled by many things recently. As a daughter, it's fine if you don't share the family's burden, but why do you keep bothering him with small matters? Alright. Since you're still young, Master won't hold it against you. You should hurry back to your own court. Father. Guanisong climbed up a few steps, but was stopped by 2 guards again. Send sixth young mistress back. Guan Zhaotang flicked his sleeves and left with Madame Hua. He said coldly, no need to be polite. Throw her out. Sixth young mistress. Please. The 2 guards disrespected Guanisong even more after receiving the order. They pushed Guanisong down the stairs and looked down at her coldly. TCH, a useless concubine mother who's been sick for a long time still wants to use the blood coagulation pill? Dream on. Father, please save concubine mother's life. Father. Guanisong's eyes were filled with tears, and she could barely see the road clearly. Her gaze was fixed on Guan Zhaotang's departing figure, and her grief turned into deep hatred. Guan Zhaotang. You cruel and unscrupulous thing. If my mother hadn't led the entire Jiang family to support you and caused the Jiang family to fall apart, would you have the riches you have today? Guan Zhaotang. You're not human. Guan Zhaotang stopped in his tracks, turned his head abruptly and roared, Are you all dead? Shut her mouth and give her a good beating. It's the manor head. A few ferocious guards rushed out and dragged Guanisong away. They threw her down the stairs and began to beat her. Guanisong glared at her father, Guan Zhaotang, who was standing on the stairs. She laughed madly and said, Guan Zhaotang, you will get what you deserve. The entire Guan family will suffer retribution. You cruel and unscrupulous thing. You'll die a horrible death. Guaniba's mouth was gagged by a dirty rag. Then, a heavy stick landed on her body. After a few hits, she was covered in wounds and blood. Bo-er. A thin and weak servant girl walked over with a trembling woman who couldn't even walk properly. Bo-er. When the woman saw her daughter's situation, she let out a sorrowful cry. She struggled to let go of the young maid's hand. She didn't know where her divine strength came from, but she pounced over and hugged her daughter tightly. The few crazy guards didn't care and smashed their sticks straight at the mother and daughter. Oh. Guaniba shook her blood-soaked hair and flipped her body around. She tried her best to protect her mother and withstand the blows from the batons. Bo-er, don't hit my bo-er. The woman tried her best to protect her daughter, but her cultivation was too low. In the end, she was still protected by Guanisong. Guan Zhaotang only looked coldly at the mother and daughter before leaving with his arm around Madame Hua's waist. He didn't care about the mother and daughter's pitiful cries. Guan Zhaotang had many children, and many of them were talented geniuses. He didn't care about a mediocre woman like Guanisong. 7 days later at the beginning of January, in the depths of winter. The entire Anyi prefecture's capital was enveloped in a vast expanse of white cold air. On the bustling main street, an inconspicuous carriage with a black awning appeared. It followed the bustling main street and headed in the direction of the main mansion. When it passed the end of the main street, the curtain of the black awning carriage was gently lifted by a small white hand. Shui's gaze followed the endless stream of people and landed in front of a pharmacy. There were more than a dozen people watching the show there. They were pointing at a woman in thin clothes kneeling on the ground and whispering to each other. What's going on? This woman came before dawn. She wants to buy medicine on credit from Liangyuan medicine shop. It's a pity that the medicine shop isn't a charity hall. Shopkeeper. Please give me a blood coagulation pill fruit. I can work for the medicine shop to pay off my debt. I can be an ox or a horse for the rest of my life. The woman knelt on the ground and took a few steps forward, calling out to the people in the shop. There were scars on her head and arms, and her face was very pale. It was as if she had been beaten up, and her body was covered in wounds. The medicine shop opened a small door, and an old shopkeeper in his 50s walked out. He sighed at her and said, "Miss, please go back. Our medicine shop doesn't need help at the moment." "Shopkeeper, I beg you to show some mercy. My mother is waiting for the medicine to save her life." "My mother?" "Miss, please don't force me. The blood coagulation pill fruit you mentioned is a divine-level medicine. Not to mention that our medicine shop doesn't have it at all. Even if you search the entire Ni prefecture's capital, even the pill shop might not be able to find it. Moreover, the blood coagulation pill fruit is priceless. If our Liangyuan medicine shop has this divine medicine, it will naturally be the treasure of the shop. How can we give it to you so easily?" "Mississippi. Please go back. Shopkeeper. Please save my mother." The woman cowed out heavily on the ground and sobbed. "I beg you, shopkeeper, I beg you." In the shop, a young master wearing a pure white fox fur coat slowly walked out. As soon as this person appeared in front of people, they felt that their eyes were shining. They only felt that he was graceful and elegant, and his peerless talent was indescribable. "Young master." The young master raised his hand slightly to stop the shopkeeper from speaking. He glanced at the girl and said coldly, "There's nothing here that you want. You don't have to kneel here and waste your time." The shopkeeper couldn't bear to see her like this. He sighed and glanced at her. "Miss, my family's young master is right. Instead of continuing to waste time here, why don't you hurry back? Perhaps you can still see your mother again." The person kneeling in front of Liangyuan medicine shop was naturally Guani Song. At this moment, she raised her head. Her eyes were filled with tears as she looked at the handsome young man and then at the shopkeeper. Grief welled up in his heart, and he fell to the ground in a daze. Could it be that her mother was really going to leave her? From today onwards, she would be alone in this world, and she would have no more relatives. "Stop the car." The cold voice frightened the coachman. His arm trembled slightly, and he quickly pulled the reins to stop the horse. After a series of rustling sounds, a little girl wrapped in a fiery red cloak walked down from the carriage. She stood in the distance, and her gaze fell indifferently on Guani Song. At some point in time, small pieces of snow had begun to fall. The little girl stared deeply at the woman kneeling on the ground through the thin layer of snow. Mo Lian got out of the car and reached out to hold her cold little hand. He asked softly, "Jojo, what's wrong?" Arbor's gaze fell on the girl for a long time. It was so long that her mind was almost blank. It was so long that she felt like she was about to become a beautiful snow sculpture. It was as if she was the only one left in the entire world. She stood there helplessly. Fine snow fell coldly on her body, face, hair, and neck. Ripples seemed to appear in front of her eyes, floating slowly. It made her see the past, the past, the past, the past. That small figure was also like this, kneeling in front of the pharmacy, begging the shopkeeper to give her a stock of spirit medicine, begging him to go home with her to see her mother who was on the verge of death after giving birth. Back then, she was so small, so pitiful, so insignificant. She was like a speck of dust between heaven and earth. She was so weak that it made people's hearts tremble. She was so fragile that it made people scared. With one touch, the bubbles in front of her would all shatter into dust and be blown away by the wind. "Are you cold?" Mo Lian realized that there was something wrong with her emotions. He suddenly reached out and pulled her into his arms. He held her little hands and rubbed them gently. He exhaled a breath of hot air. "Are you feeling stuffy?" Arbor's dark eyes moved slightly in their sockets. Her gaze fell on Mo Lian's face. She reached out and touched his face with her cold little hands. "Are you cold?" "Yes." He held her little hands tightly and blew on them. "No matter how cold it is, I can warm them up. Even if it's winter or frost, and all things wither. As long as I'm here, Jojo will never be afraid of the cold." Arbor laughed from the bottom of her heart. She pursed her lips and glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. "Poor. How am I poor?" Mo Lian reached out and hugged her. Do you want to get in the car? Alright, Arbor said with a flick of his finger. 2 dots of light flew out and landed in Guaniba's palm. The young master's gaze fell deeply on her departing figure, and his left hand involuntarily clenched slightly. Actually, he had already noticed her from the moment she got out of the car. He watched as her gaze landed on Guaniba. He watched as the two of them shook hands as if no one else was around. He watched as they hugged and whispered their feelings to each other. She did not notice his presence at all. He watched as she turned around and left after giving him the medicine. She didn't even spare him a glance. It was as if Ding Yun did not exist in this world at all. Several shouts rose and fell from the crowd. While everyone's gazes fell on the medicine bottle in Guaniba's hand, only young Master Ding's gaze remained focused on the girl's slender figure as she was helped into the carriage. Young lady, this is the blood coagulation pill fruit. The shopkeeper excitedly pointed at the small, dark red fruit in Guaniba's hand and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. This is a gift from an expert? The shopkeeper hurriedly looked around. At this moment, everyone's gazes followed the shopkeeper's gaze and landed on the inconspicuous carriage with a black awning around the corner. Benefactor, please wait. Benefactor, please tell me your name. Iba will repay you in the future. Guaniba excitedly chased a few steps forward. However, she only saw the corner of a red robe flash before her eyes. The black canopied carriage quickly moved and sped away. The shopkeeper chased after them and stroked his beard as he looked at the blood coagulation pill in Guaniba's hand. He praised, as expected of a divine medicine. Miss, quickly put it in my jade box. Don't let its medicinal properties dissipate. Thank you, shopkeeper. Guaniba gratefully bowed to the shopkeeper and took a small jade box. She put the blood coagulation pill, which was still warm and had a trace of earthy smell, into the jade box. Miss, what kind of spirit medicine is in this small porcelain bottle? Can this old man take a look? Shopkeeper, please. Guaniba handed the bottle to the old shopkeeper, who reached out to take it with both hands. The shopkeeper uncorked the bottle, and everyone smelled a refreshing medicinal fragrance in the air. The shopkeeper's expression became serious. He hurriedly and carefully poured out a pill. As he examined it, he nodded and said, "This is a healing medicine that can heal both internal and external injuries. Take one orally and apply it to external injuries. It will form a scab and heal in a day. Although it is only a profound-grade medicinal pill, its effects are hundreds or even thousands of times better than normal profound-grade medicinal pills. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it is a sky-grade medicinal pill. Miss, quickly put it away and go home to treat your mother's injuries." The shopkeeper hurriedly put the medicine back into the bottle and urged her to leave. Guaniba nodded with a slightly excited expression. After thanking the shopkeeper, she hurriedly flew back home. This girl's luck is truly extraordinary. The shopkeeper nodded with a smile. When he turned around, he saw his young master's frosty gaze in the distance. He couldn't help but feel shocked. His young master was fine just now. Why is he like this now? Young Master Ding didn't say anything. He turned around and walked into the medicine shop. His slender figure seemed somewhat lonely and indifferent. The shopkeeper saw that his young master was in a bad mood, so he didn't dare to say anything. He hurriedly followed him in and took care of business. In the distance, the shopkeeper heard a muffled sound from the other side of the corridor. He was inwardly shocked. He could only faintly hear his young master let out a broken murmur. Is he that good? Him? The shopkeeper didn't dare to ask any more questions. He just buried his head and ordered the workers to work. Inside the carriage, Arbor was half leaning against the window, holding his chin as he looked at the falling snow outside. One of his small hands slipped out and caught a sparkling snowflake outside. When she retracted her hand, the snowflake melted into a sparkling and translucent six-chested ice crystal. All right, stop playing. Come and have some hot tea. Mo Lian looked at her helplessly. He pulled her into his arms and gave her a cup of tea with a moderate temperature. Jojo, did you remember your bad nightmare just now? Arbor held the warm teacup and nodded slowly. At that time, I really wanted a benefactor to appear in my life and give me a hand. Unfortunately, until the day he died, he still had nothing. Mo Lian looked at her deeply and smiled. I don't need it now. Our future is in our hands, isn't it? Yes. Xiaomu placed her small, warm hand on his face and said with a wink, Mo Lian, when I said that I liked you that day, it was from the bottom of my heart, from the bottom of my heart. I definitely wasn't lying. I know. Mo Lian chuckled. He reached out and gently pulled her little hand away. He pressed it to his lips and kissed it slowly. Jojo, I like you too. This feeling and this heart will never change. I wish everyone a happy Mid-Autumn festival and a reunion. 6ve been writing from morning till night. It's so hard. Song Prefecture, Phoenix Emperor City. Snowflakes fluttered down like goose feathers. Inside the spacious and deserted Taiji Palace, Duanyu was dressed plainly as he leaned against the window for a long time. His gaze was fixed on the distant horizon, and no one knew what he was thinking about. The junior eunuch who was accompanying him quickly entered, but he was slightly startled. Your Highness, you've been standing by the window in the wind for nearly 2 hours. The junior eunuch quickly said, how about having Xiaoxia serve your meal? Duanyu faintly glanced at him and waved his hand. I'm not hungry. Don't be busy. Withdraw. He only wanted to quietly be alone for a while. The junior eunuch quickly said, Your Highness, you haven't eaten any tea or rice for most of the day. Do you have any requests? Feel free to instruct Xiaoxia. Duanyu was fed up with his nagging and turned to retreat from the window to the table. Alright, bring some tea over. Your Highness. Why are you so long-winded? Duanyu irritably glared at him. With my cultivation, I won't starve to death even if I don't eat a single grain of rice for half a month, right? What are you worrying about? Xiaoxia pursed his lips and pitifully retreated. Before he could retreat out of the hall, he saw a dignified and solemn maidservant jogging inside. That maidservant glanced at Xiaoxia from the corner of her eye, but she didn't ask anything when she saw his listless appearance. She then bowed and saluted, Your Highness, the list for the winter hunt has been announced, and Your Highness also needs to accompany His Highness. There are less than 20 days left before the departure date, so everything needs to be prepared quickly. Xiaoxia pursed his lips and rolled his eyes. Anti-Yuan Zhen, with His Highness cultivation, what doesn't he have in his inner world? What does he need to prepare? The maidservant fiercely glared at Xiaoxia. Nonsense. How can you speak to His Highness like that? Duanyu looked up at that junior eunuch who was pursing his lips and couldn't help but chuckle. He threw down the book in his hand and said, all right. Go prepare the meal. This punk was quite gutsy to even dare to tease master. Lil Kazi giggled and hurriedly responded. He got up and ran out to find someone to serve the meal. Your Highness, it's still quite far away from the winter hunt. Yuanjin bowed his head and said, now that midwinter has arrived, there is a lot of snow and rain, and the road is not easy to travel. There are not many considerate people around His Highness. This servant will draw up a list of names for the trip tomorrow. Your Highness can see who you like to bring, or who you need to add. Alright, there's no need to trouble yourself. Duanyu waved his hand disinterestedly and shook his head. Just you and Xiaoxia will be fine. That won't do. Yuanjin said with disapproval, since Your Highness doesn't care about this matter, then this servant will make the decision on the manpower. If you're going out, you should at least bring more guards and servants with you. Duanyu couldn't even listen to Yuanjin's rambling. He merely propped up his chin with one hand as he gazed at the balls of snow outside the window, his gaze slightly dazed. How long will it snow in Songzhou? Duanyu raved. Auntie Yuanjin couldn't help but be startled. She turned to look outside the window and said softly, it snows heavily in Songzhou for 7 to 8 days every time. It really is quite long. When I was on Seikong Planet, I heard about it before. The Divine Province's Phoenix Wood, Songzhou Snowfield Flower, and Underworld Province's remote Ghost Grass grow in the hottest, coldest, and most poisonous places respectively. According to legend, gathering these 3 divine herbs and adding a sacred rank spirit fruit, the bloodshed vermilion fruit, can create a soul-returning pill that reverses yin and yang. Duanyu propped up his chin with one hand and looked up at Yuanjin. Is that true? Yuan Zhen was taken aback and pondered for a few seconds before replying, I have indeed heard of these herbs, but it's only been a legend after so many years. This prince heard that the place we're going to hunt this time is an extremely cold place, the heavenly ice and snow region. If we can find that snowfield divine flower while we're at it, then everything will be perfect. Yuan Zhen couldn't help but sigh when he saw his master's distracted appearance. This servant heard that the snowfield divine flower only grows in extremely cold places. It's fine to touch it once in a while, but after repeated touches, it will open all of its petals and spit out all of the icicles inside. It will envelop a person and devour their bones without leaving a trace. Therefore, it's extremely difficult to pluck the snowfield divine flower. Moreover, this kind of divine herb has always been a fantastic story passed down by word of mouth. In reality, no one has ever obtained it before. Duan Yu exhaled softly and muttered with a spurious smile, it's really too similar. A body full of icicles that can take a person's life without warning. As he spoke, Duan Yu seemed to have thought of something and chuckled to himself. Yuan Zhen didn't understand what His Highness was saying, but his gaze lingered on him for a moment. Seeing that Duan Yu didn't say anything else, he bowed and slowly retreated. The sky had already completely darkened. Inside Taiji Palace, there were various kinds of candlesticks and palace lanterns that illuminated the entire palace pavilion under the night sky, green tiles and vermilion buildings, exquisite jade pavilions. Layer upon layer, arranged in picturesque disorder. The lit palace lanterns were set off by the winter lake's setting sun. The curtain of night was reflected on the pavilions, and the dark sky was like a painting. Maiqiao section Breakyo, Ani Prefecture's Prefecture Lord's residence. After dismissing the clingy Madame Hua, Ani Prefecture's Prefecture Lord, Guan Zhaotang, sat in the main hall with a gloomy expression. He coldly gazed at the middle-aged man kneeling in front of him with his head bowed. Why aren't you speaking? This subordinate has failed in his task, please punish me, my lord. Guan Zhaotang glanced at him coldly. Forget it. I've underestimated my opponent this time. Get up first. Thank you, manor head. Qi Lianhai lowered his head and stood up. I recently obtained a spirit breakthrough pill that can increase my cultivation. Guan Zhaotang flipped his hand and took out a porcelain bottle from his inner world. With a face full of joy, he said, let's put the previous matters aside for now. We'll talk about it again when I become a level 14 spirit master. Congratulations, manor head. Qi Lianhai congratulated him expressionlessly. Unfortunately, Guan Zhaotang was so immersed in his own joy that he didn't notice anything wrong with Qi Lianhai's expression. You stand guard outside. Yes. Qi Lianhai walked out and reached out to close the door. He turned his head and looked coldly at Guan Zhaotang through the shadowy door and window. At the same time, in the courtyard of Ani Prefecture, Guan Yiba ran back excitedly and hurriedly helped her dying mother up from the bed. While instructing a servant girl to support her mother, she took out a small dark red fruit from her inner world. Guan Yiba's eyes were filled with excitement. She hurriedly reached out and stuffed the fruit into Aunt Zhang's mouth. Mother! Quickly swallow it, mother! Guan Yiba hurriedly shouted in her heart. In just a few moments, concubine Jiang, who was on the brink of death, felt much better. Even her heartbeat became stronger. Seeing this, Guan Yisang laughed from the bottom of her heart. She hugged her mother tightly and cried, Mother, mother, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, mother. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Concubine Jiang slowly woke up. When she saw her daughter's face in front of her, she couldn't help but be slightly shocked. She almost cried out immediately, my poor child, are we mother and daughter both already dead? Don't speak nonsense, mother. Guan Yisang hastily patted her hand, a hint of a smile in her eyes. Are you feeling better now? I'll help you apply some medicine to your wounds. You'll recover soon. Concubine Jiang couldn't help but reveal a pleasantly surprised expression. I do feel much better now. What medicine did you give mother? It's the blood coagulation pill. What? Concubine Jiang couldn't help but be shocked. She hurriedly grabbed Guan Yiba's arm and asked, don't do anything stupid. Don't steal the divine medicine from the strange treasure pavilion for my illness. Guan Yisang quickly said, Mother, don't worry about it. This medicine has nothing to do with the Tower of Wonders, Guanisong said coldly. When she thought about how cruel Guan Zhaotang had been to her, she couldn't help but laugh. We have nothing to say to the Guan family in the future. Before concubine Jiang could ask her daughter what had happened, she saw Guanisong stand up. She quickly moved to the door and pressed her hand on the windowsill. She looked outside cautiously. What's wrong? I think there's a fire outside. Guanisong's eyes were slightly suspicious. She moved closer to the window and looked outside a few more times. When she looked, she saw that there was indeed a raging fire in the direction of the Tower of Wonders. Guanisong didn't have the slightest sympathy. She looked outside for a long time before retracting her gaze and walking quickly to her mother. Mother, it's not peaceful outside. Let's turn off the lights and sleep. No matter what happens later, don't get up. The young maidservant serving concubine Jiang was so scared that she was trembling. Guanisong didn't have the time to care about the servant girl's feelings. She waved her hand and extinguished the lights in the room. The master and servant found a place to rest. However, in this small room, the bed under her mother was the only bed. The servant girl was curled up on the edge of the bed. Guanisong's eyes closed. In the latter half of the night, the entire Guan family was in an uproar as if they had been ignited by firecrackers. The footsteps of people coming and going could be heard from both inside and outside, and the sound spread all the way to their courtyard. Bang! 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 Someone knocked on the door. Bam! Guanisong's heart. He got up and opened the door. The door creaked, and it sounded particularly ear-piercing in the silent night. The housekeeper frowned and looked at her from head to toe. Her gaze paused on Guaniba's bruised arm. Where is concubine Jiang? What else do you want? Guanisong asked coldly. Concubine Jiang just fell asleep. Do you want a dying patient to wake up and greet her? The housekeeper raised the candlestick in his hand and shone it into the room. She saw concubine Jiang wrapped in a thin blanket, only revealing half of her pale and bloodless face. Humph! The steward snorted heavily, his eyebrows arched as he rudely said, a thief broke into the Tower of Wonders just now. If sixth young miss discovers anything amiss, remember to report it immediately. Don't act alone. The thief's cultivation is quite high this time. Guanisong coldly looked at the snobbish steward and didn't say a word to him. When the steward turned around, Guanisong unceremoniously slammed the door shut with a bang. The steward was so angry that he turned around and glared at the door. He had the urge to smash it open again. An unfavored sixth young miss dared to throw a tantrum in front of him. She must be tired of living. She'll suffer in the future. Steward Hu, where do you think we should go now? Go back. Steward Hu angrily scolded, go back to the Tower of Wonders. Steward. As soon as he said that, he heard a panic-stricken cry coming from the winding path. Soon, an Ani prefecture servant hurriedly arrived in front of Chief Steward Hu and almost fell to the ground with a grunt. Steward, it's bad. You're the one who's in trouble. Steward Hu angrily kicked the servant. If you have something to say, say it quickly. Don't talk nonsense all day long. The servant's waist hurt from the kick, but he didn't dare to resist. He hurriedly nodded and bowed. Steward Hu, you had this lowly one take the guards to inventory the items in the Tower of Wonders. Our subordinates have discovered something. Above the third floor of the strange treasure tower, everything was there. It's all gone. What? Most of the items stored on the third floor up were mystic grade and above treasures. Forging materials, medicinal pills, all kinds of spirit tools and treasures, spiritual techniques, and cultivation methods. Basically, all of the Guan family's wealth was there. Steward Hu jumped up and hurriedly rushed in the direction of the Tower of Wonders. As he ran, he cursed loudly, didn't I tell you to stay there and watch? What's going on? Have you informed the manor head? Guaniba listened as the sounds from the small courtyard grew further and further away. After a long while, she opened the door again and looked coldly at the lonely and dilapidated courtyard. Concubine Jiang was now able to get out of bed. She hurriedly got off the bed and went to Guaniba's side. She grabbed her arm and asked, Bower, what happened? Something really happened to the strange treasure tower. Guanisong couldn't help but sneer in her heart. Just now, she deliberately did not use the healing medicine to show the wound on her arm to Chief Hu. It was not a peaceful day in the Guan family. It seemed that someone had sneaked into the strange treasure tower. If the injuries on his body disappeared at this moment, he would definitely become the focus of Supervisor Hu's investigation. Mother. Guanisang quickly walked to the bedside and looked at the scars on her body. She hurriedly said, I won't remove these for now. Something happened to the Guan family, but that has nothing to do with us. Guanisang sneered and said, we just need to remember to try our best not to get into trouble. At the same time, Xiao Mu, who had put on an invisibility talisman and was holding Mo Lian's hand, ostentatiously wandered around the lofty treasures pavilion, suddenly came to a halt. I'm so sleepy, I need to catch up on my sleep. Jojo? Mo Lian leaned close to her and asked in a low voice, what did you see? Arbor raised his small hand and covered his mouth. He whispered, keep your voice down. Mo Lian blinked and pulled her hand away from his mouth. He held it in his hand and whispered, let's call this a thief. Xiaomu nodded and dragged her husband upstairs for a stroll. At this time, the fire outside the building was already burning fiercely. There were dozens of people inside and outside the building. Some were putting out the fire, and some were saving things. It was very noisy. A servant with a drooping old face ran in from the outside crying. He slapped his thigh and wailed, it's over, it's over, it's over, it's over, it's over, it's over, it's over. Looking at the emptiness of the second floor, the old servant collapsed to the ground. Oh, my mother! This great bandit was truly hateful. They actually emptied the entire floor. This damned thief. Ah! How am I supposed to explain this? Chief Hu, what do we do now, Chief Hu? Scram. Roll. Hurry up and report to the manor head. What are you guys still doing here? Scram. Head steward who kicked the manservants' buttocks twice, and told them to hurry out and report to the manor head. But at this critical juncture, if he really went to report to the manor head, he would only be waiting for death. None of the servants were truly stupid. None of them moved when they heard her words. They all pretended to fall to the ground and groaned. Head steward who was so angry that he was about to ascend to the heavens. He forcefully stepped on a manservant's foot and said, quickly go and inform the manor head. Arbor was standing beside the servant. Just as he was about to walk over, Mo Lian reached out and pulled him to her side, giving him a comforting rub. Don't go there. He whispered in her ear. His voice seemed to float on her face, bringing with it a warm breath, as if there was a trace of electric current flowing through her body. Xiaomu's petite body was turned around by him, and she inexplicably felt that her face was a bit hot. She raised her petite hand and pressed it against his chin, forcefully pushing away his handsome face that was closing in on her. Why are you pushing me? He couldn't help but chuckle. The more she pushed him, the closer this guy got to her. He pulled her into his arms and hugged her tightly. Hot. The little fellow angrily reached out a small paw from his chest and pulled his hair. Don't mess around. Mo Lian pulled her hand down and pinched it. She laughed softly and said, you won't be pretty if you pull your husband bald. Arbor's mouth twitched. He moved his little body in his arms. Keep your voice down. They're about to discover us. So what if they discover us? Mo Lian said nonchalantly. You wanted to walk over just now. Arbor snorted. She looked at the butler's ugly face and really wanted to go over and kick him. If you kick him, we'll be exposed. He used his finger to lift a strand of hair by her ear and laughed in a low voice. Chocho said that there's something strange about this place. Do you want all our efforts to go to waste? This guy was so annoying today. Why did she feel that Jojo's face was steaming? Arbor huffed and rubbed against his chest. If you continue to make a fuss, I'll throw you to Paradise Planet. Prince Mo blinked pitifully and whispered in her ear, Jojo, are you really going to throw me away? Arbor! Exclamation point. This peerless demon was so annoying. Mo Lian held back her laughter and pulled her to the side to avoid the noisy crowd of Ani Prefecture's people. At this moment, the strange treasure tower was bustling with people coming and going. The two of them were talking in a low voice while hiding from others, so they naturally wouldn't attract anyone's attention. Manager Hu, we've checked the floors upstairs. They're all empty. Aside from the first floor, the top 5 floors have all been emptied, Manager Hu. Arbor felt a little funny when she saw a group of people coming and going like headless flies. When she looked up at Mo Lian, Crown Prince Mo was currently gazing down at her with a grin. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, "The old man will definitely personally invite the caretaker hall later. We just have to wait." Sure enough, Manager Hu dawdled for a while before he couldn't hold himself back and ran out. He hurriedly rushed to Shuntian Prefecture's Prefecture Lord's residence to report the situation. Manager Hu had just arrived at the Prefecture Lord's residence, but before he could send someone in to report, he heard a woman's shrill cry for help from inside. Madame Hua ran out of the bedroom with her hair disheveled and her clothes disheveled. She screamed, "Someone come! Someone come! Someone come!" Manager Hu and a few imperial bodyguards went forward at the same time and hastily stopped the madly screaming Madame Hua. "Madam, what's going on?" Madame Hua said with a frightened expression, "Quick, quick! Prefecture Lord!" Bang! The door to the Prefecture Lord's bedroom was suddenly kicked open from the inside. The door was wide open, and a figure stumbled out from inside. He held his head and held a few times. "Prefecture? Prefecture Lord." Manager Whose eyes were sharp. He immediately saw the person who rushed out from inside and was covered in blood. It was Ani Prefecture's Prefecture Lord, Guan Zhaotang. Guan Zhaotang was currently in a very sorry state. Not only was he covered in blood, but his eyes also seemed to have been pierced by something sharp. His eyes were bloodshot. His hair was disheveled as he howled like a madman. He held onto the wall with one hand and stumbled everywhere. A few imperial bodyguards were so frightened that they retreated a few steps, not daring to go forward to help him. Ah! Guan Zhaotang clasped his hands together, and the spiritual energy in his body rushed out like a tsunami. The surging spiritual power sent several guards flying, one by one, to the ground, vomiting blood and fainting. Guan Zhaotang's eyes were filled with blood and he could no longer see. He supported his head with one hand and looked at Chief Hu with a twisted expression. Chief Hu was so frightened that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Although she knew that Guan Zhaotang couldn't see her at all, she still felt very scared when those bloodshot eyes stared straight at her. Manor Lord, how are you?" How could Director Hu know what had happened? He resisted the numbness in his scalp and reached out to support Guan Zhaotang with trembling hands. "Ah!" Guan Zhaotang roared angrily. He shook off Chief Hu's arm forcefully and roared into the sky. "I'll kill you! I'll kill you! Manor head! Chief Steward Hu looked in the direction that Guan Zhaotang was pointing at. Moments later. "Quick, quick, quick!" Chief Hu urged a row of imperial bodyguards who had rushed over to search the Prefecture Lord's room. Soon, the imperial bodyguards carried out a lifeless corpse from the room. Chief Hu took a look and couldn't help but be shocked. Wasn't this Qi Lianhai? Chief Hu braced himself and trembled with fear as he said, "Manor head, Bao Qi Lu was stolen. Make up for yesterday's 2 chapters. A quarter of an hour ago." Ani Prefecture's Prefecture Lord, Guan Zhaotang, was in his residence, seizing the time to break through to level 14. But at the critical moment of his cultivation, he was bitten by the watchdog that he had raised himself. Guan Zhaotang really didn't expect that Qi Lianhai would stab him in the back. That stab didn't hit his vital parts, and Qi Lianhai's blade was even flung away by the cyclone around him. However, due to this shock, his spiritual aura suddenly diverged in his body. Guan Zhaotang was unlucky enough to enter Qi deviation. His spiritual aura was in a mess, and his 7 orifices were bleeding at the same time. Just as he was struggling with all his might, desperately trying to suppress the chaotic spiritual energy, that damnable Qi Lianhai actually stabbed him in the back again. When Guan Zhaotang turned around, he felt 2 cold lights fly into his eyes. He subconsciously roared and struck out several palms in the dark. One of his palms landed on Qi Lianhai's body and sent him flying. Guan Zhaotang couldn't see with his eyes, but he could still use his spiritual sense. Therefore, he flew over and killed Qi Lianhai with a single sword strike without saying a word. At this moment, Guan Zhaotang's eyes were blurred with blood. He was secretly anxious and suspected that his eyes were most likely going to be ruined. Head steward who was trembling with fear as he braced himself and said, "Manor Lord, Baoqi Lu was stolen, ah." Guan Zhaotang was so angry that he immediately shook Manager Hu out. He turned around with disheveled hair and glared at Manager Hu with bloodshot eyes. Head steward who was shocked. It took him a Herculean effort to get up from the ground. He scrambled to the foot of the Hall of Care and cried out in a tearful voice, "Manor Lord, there's something fishy about this matter. We've searched the outside of Treasure House several times, but we didn't even find a ghost. However, everything in the strange treasure tower has actually disappeared without a trace." Guan Zhaotang kicked Manager Hu's back, causing him to roll on the ground. Ah. Guan Zhaotang was both anxious and angry. He strode forward a few steps before suddenly stopping. His figure quickly retreated to Qi Lianhai's side. Guan Zhaotang picked up Qi Lianhai and used his spiritual sense to examine Qi Lianhai's body. If he didn't look, he wouldn't have known, but the moment he did, his body trembled violently for a moment. It turned out that Qi Lianhai's body had already been corroded by the poison and was decaying. No wonder he didn't have the slightest strength to resist after being hit by his palms. Who was controlling Qi Lianhai from behind? Manor Lord. Chief Steward who called out to him while trembling with fear. "Old master, are you all right? You really scared me to death just now." Madame Hua originally wanted to come forward and comfort Zhaotang at this time. Unexpectedly, Guan Zhaotang was not in the mood to tease her. He pushed Madame Hua to the ground and did not even look at her. Guan Zhaotang led Chief Hu and the others to the Tower of Strange Treasures. He turned a deaf ear to Madame Hua's repeated calls of master behind him. Guan Zhaotang looked back and forth with a twisted expression. He then hurried to the entrance of the Tower of Strange Treasures with Chief Hu and the others. Chief Hu looked up and saw that the Tower of Strange Treasures had turned black. He secretly glanced at his master, Guan Zhaotang, in shock and fear. Guan Zhaotang didn't say much to him and directly walked into the Tower of Strange Treasures. Guan Zhaotang's spiritual power was exhausted by using his spiritual sense to check the place. Moreover, when he was running back from the spiritual energy fork, he had been trying his best to suppress the scattered spiritual energy in his body. Now that he finally managed to suppress the spiritual energy, he was almost at his limit. Guan Zhaotang was now full of thoughts about his Strange Treasures tower. He didn't even have time to sit down and regulate his breath before he directly ran to the second floor of the Strange Treasures tower. When he reached the second floor and looked at the empty floor, Guan Zhaotang's heart sank. Then he went to the third floor, the fourth floor, the fifth floor, and the sixth floor. Except for the first floor that originally didn't have anything, he could still see a few mystic energy beads and the like on the shelves. The other floors from the second floor to the sixth floor were all visited by the thief. He even stole the 100 treasure compartments that were used to store items. Guan Zhaotang roared sorrowfully. Because he used too much strength, his eyes began to bleed again. Manager Hu didn't even dare to fart. He shrank to the side and timidly followed Guan Zhaotang more than 10 steps away. Guan Zhaotang suddenly thought of something and quickly ran to the sixth floor. Manager Hu led a few bodyguards to follow him all the way to the sixth floor. Because they ran too fast, they all appeared to be a little out of breath. Guan Zhaotang went straight to the center of the empty sixth floor. The ring on his left hand suddenly lit up. Arbor, who had followed them all the way up, couldn't help but feel a little excited. He subconsciously held Mo Lian's hand. Finally, she didn't waste her time waiting here for this old guy. He's finally here. He finally came to open the secret room in the Strange Treasures tower. Arbor's eyes lit up as he watched Guan Zhaotang's every move from afar. When he saw a beam of light fall on Guan Zhaotang's body in the middle, the beam enveloped Guan Zhaotang and floated up. Arbor quickly pulled Mo Lian's hand. The young couple hurriedly jumped into the beam of light. At the same time, they felt their bodies being pulled up slowly by a suction force. Guan Zhaotang's eyelids suddenly trembled, but on the surface, he continued to be pulled up by the beam of light. Arbor and Mo Lian held hands and were pulled to the 7th floor by the light beam. The two of them looked at each other and understood. From the outside, one would not be able to tell that there were 7 floors. But in fact, this hidden floor was very well concealed by the array glyphs. Arbor and Mo Lian had just stood on the 7th floor of Baoqi Lu. Before they could even take a step forward, they heard the sound of locks being locked. Xiaomu surveyed her surroundings and saw rows of iron bars descending from the 4 walls, trapping her and Mo Lian on the spot on the 7th floor. The two of them immediately appeared in front of the care hall. Arbor sized him up and sneered, "You're quite sharp." At this time, Guan Zhaotang was trembling with anger. Through his soul sense, he could vaguely see Arbor's appearance and expression. Guan Zhaotang anxiously shouted, Who are you? You've already sent your most trusted subordinate to kidnap me, yet you don't know who I am?" Xiaomu scoffed as she sized up the caretaker hall. "It's you." Guan Zhaotang immediately reacted. "Arbor?" He really didn't expect Miss Qiao to be so bold as to directly barge into his lair. "Qi Lianhai became like that because of you, which?" Guan Zhaotang asked angrily. Arbor looked at him coldly. The 7th floor of the Tower of Strange Treasures was very empty. Only a crooked old tree was planted in the middle, and it looked half dead. So what? So what if I'm not? What's the point of asking this now? Guan Zhaotang looked like a lamp that had run out of oil. Arbor was too lazy to talk to him. She took out her ruler and injected spiritual energy into it. Then, she waved a line of fire at Guan Zhaotang. "When you sent people to kidnap me, you should have thought that there are some people you can't touch as you wish." Bang! A transparent defensive boundary rose in front of Guan Zhaotang and blocked all of Arbor's attacks. Arbor frowned and looked over. It was strange that the spiritual energy she injected into the boundary disappeared without a trace. After the line of fire was sent out, it should have been able to break through the defensive barrier, but it actually disappeared. Guan Zhaotang's sneer suddenly turned into a wild laugh. "Do you think you can touch me on the 7th floor of the Tower of Strange Treasures? Little girl, you're still too naive." Guan Zhaotang walked to the old tree in the middle with a cold expression. He looked up and pointed at the tree behind him. "Do you see this? I asked someone to plant the shielding tree here. Usually, its aura is hidden by the talisman array, so it won't affect people. But now, ha 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 ha. Don't you feel panic and fear? Do you feel that your spiritual power and spiritual sense have disappeared?" Guan Zhaotang sneered at the two of them mockingly. "Your time of death is coming soon. The shielding tree doesn't just block people's spiritual sense?" Arbor was curious. She thought of the trees in Daizong Mountain in Poland Prefecture that blocked people's spiritual sense. Then, she looked at the crooked old tree in front of her. Does it look like this? Ordinary shielding trees can only block people's spiritual sense. But the tree I transplanted is different. Guan Zhaotang laughed wildly. The blood vessels in his eyes fell again, and his face was distorted. "Ha ha ha. Are you afraid?" Guan Zhaotang sneered. "If you're afraid, you can kneel and beg me." Arbor looked at him expressionlessly. The next moment, his fingertips moved, and dozens of explosion talismans flew out, encircling the Hall of Care. "What are you doing?" Guan Zhaotang's expression changed. "Talisman, why did so many talismans fly out when this little girl attacked? Are you an idiot?" Arbor glanced at him coldly and didn't say anything else. He gestured with his hand and had dozens of explosion talismans fly in front of him. Boom! 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 A series of explosions shook the entire floor of the strange treasure building. The entire building was shaking. The guards on the lower floors all ran downstairs in shock, not knowing what was going on. Cough, cough, cough. Guan Zhaotang pressed his chest and took a few steps back. His face was slightly pale as he stared at the two indistinct figures in front of him. Right now, his own spiritual conscious had also been blocked, so he could only see Xiaomu and Mo Lian swaying figures when he looked at them. Xiaomu curled her lips as she gazed at the man who had revealed himself after breaking open the defensive boundary. She gave him a mocking look. "A shielding tree is useless against me." She was a talisman practitioner, all right? Even if her cultivation was shielded, she still had plenty of talismans to deal with Guan Zhaotang. Who was the naive one here? Mo Lian didn't make a move from beginning to end. She only stood on the side and watched his Jojo with a grin. Arbor's aloof face was expressionless as she coldly gazed at Guan Zhaotang. You were the one who gave the order to snatch the sacred water from the holy water sect, right? It was your decision. Arbor stared deeply at Guan Zhaotang, and a wave of coldness flashed through her eyes. It was as long as Guan Zhaotang admitted it, the abyss of hell would open its huge mouth and swallow him up in the next second. Guan Zhaotang was inexplicably alarmed. He only felt that when the little girl's pitch-black eyes stared at him, there was an inexplicably terrifying presence. Her eyes, which were like two ice pearls, seemed to carry an endless baleful aura. Guan Zhaotang inexplicably started to explain himself. I've also heard about Planet Xikong's holy water sect. This matter was entirely because Hong Jinchuan coveted the sacred water and provoked it himself. Guan Zhaotang was also furious when he mentioned this. Hong Jinchuan actually concealed such an important matter like the sacred water's appearance and didn't report it. Did he think that he could snatch another sect's treasure with the few people he had? If Hong Jinchuan hadn't acted on his own initiative, perhaps the sacred water would have already fallen into Guan Zhaotang's hands by now. His cultivation realm might have already broken through to the god realm. One talisman after another floated in Arbor's hand. Of course, you can deny it. I don't need you to admit it. Arbor's gaze hardened. 10, 20, 30, countless five-spirit talismans fluttered around her. Guan Zhaotang's expression changed drastically. What are you doing? Heavens! These five-spirit talismans, what did it feel like to have hundreds of five-spirit talismans explode at the same time? Guan Zhaotang instantly comprehended. Following a huge explosion, Manager who was originally blocked outside the iron fence, was sent flying by the explosion and tumbled down the stairs. Head steward whose head was facing down, and he almost twisted his neck. When he got up and looked again, he saw that the entire building had collapsed. Crushed stones and dust rolled toward him. Choking on the dust in his mouth, Chief Hu could not help but cough violently. When he raised his head, he couldn't help but look in front of him in shock. A huge crooked old tree appeared in front of everyone, as if it had grown out of thin air. The tree's roots were intertwined, and its canopy was very large. It was so dense that it seemed to be protruding from the center of the building. A young girl in plain clothes was standing under this ancient tree, looking up at the sky. It didn't matter if he didn't look, but when Chief Hu looked up, he was so scared that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. He saw a person hanging upside down from the old tree. Both of his hands were bound by the spirit-binding rope, and he was struggling with all his might. Who else could it be but Guan Zhaotang? The guards of Ani Prefecture had long been scared witless and fled after hearing the news. Chief Hu also hurriedly crawled out, only wanting to get as far away from this place as possible. He felt that if he continued to stay here, there might be more unlucky things waiting for him here. Arbor's eyes lit up as she stared at the old tree standing in front of her. Xianxia, why is this tree so strange? She had released so many five-spirit talismans just now, causing the entire building, oh no, the ground to collapse. But this tree was actually safe and sound. She didn't believe that there was nothing strange about it. Master, I can't tell what's wrong with this tree either. But since it can block spiritual sense and spiritual energy, then let's leave it here. If we plant it on Paradise Planet, won't it affect the spirit domain? It won't. Xianxia had a "I'm the boss, if it dares to act rashly" tone. It snorted and said, if it dares to mess around, I'll eat it. Arbor thought that its seed fragments were very powerful and naturally believed that it wasn't boasting when it said that it would eat the shielding tree. Alright then, you can transplant it in. Arbor nodded and said. Although she didn't know what use this strange shielding tree had for her, since Xianxia wanted to plant it on Paradise Planet, it should have its reasons. Arbor still didn't know that this shielding tree would help her greatly in the future. Right now, the little fellow was picking up everything as though it was picking up trash. It even instructed Xianxia to throw this tree further away so that it wouldn't affect the peach tree. Our old shielding tree is called the shielding tree. It told me just now that it's called the essence concealing tree. Xianxia's tone was slightly helpless. Master, this essence concealing tree can grow. If our spirit domain transforms into a god domain in the future, maybe the essence concealing tree can also block other people's divine power and spiritual consciousness. Arbor, what use was that? Seeing that she didn't understand, Xianxia couldn't help but cough lightly and continue, Master, you still don't understand. If we plant such a essence concealing tree in our sect in the future, Other people won't have any spiritual energy if they attack our sect. What's the point of fighting? Arbor couldn't help but snicker. Are you joking? If you plant this lousy tree in the sect, then won't Senior Sister and the others still live? Aren't their spiritual energy and spiritual consciousness also blocked? Xiao, heavens, little Masta was too stupid. Xiao's saliva was about to dry up from explaining. Masta. Since it's in our hands, it naturally has to listen to Xiao's orders. If I tell it to block it, it will block it. If I don't tell it to block it, will it dare to? Arbor finally understood, and his eyes could not help but light up slightly. He stretched out his hand and summoned the little Treant from Paradise Planet. Holding it in his hand, he looked at it with a pleasant expression and said, in that case, if this tree is placed in the sect in the future, it can be used as a divine guardian tree? Yes. Xiao nodded heavily. When the time comes, we only need to break off half of its main branch and transplant it. Once it's fully grown, it'll definitely be able to shield everything within 100 kilometers. Then how do we make it recognize friend and foe? Arbor asked suspiciously. Actually, it's quite simple. As long as you cut off a small piece of its stem, boil it in water, and drink a small cup of it, you'll be able to make the essence-concealing tree treat you as one of us within a month. Drinking a cup every month is that simple? It's that simple. Arbor nodded happily. That's great. Hurry and move it away. Xiao danced and shook in her palm before jumping down from her fingers. Its entire slender little body emitted bits of green light. It didn't take much effort at all. In just a short moment, the entire heavy crooked tree began to tremble. Whoosh! After a burst of green light flashed, the entire old tree was sucked into Paradise Planet by Xiao. All that was left was, ah. With a furious cry, Guan Zhaotang fell from the tree that had suddenly disappeared and landed heavily on the ground with his head facing down. Guan Zhaotang was truly a little dazed from the fall. His head knocked heavily on the ground, instantly leaving a bloody mark. He roared as he raised his head, his entire person in a very sorry state. His eyes, which were already severely injured, were now bleeding profusely. Arbor didn't care about Guan Zhaotang's roar at all. Her line of sight fell on a tree pit in front of her. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a windfall. After the essence-concealing tree was moved into Paradise Planet by Xiao, an extremely deep pit was revealed. A burst of glaring light dazzled Arbor's eyes. Mo Lian's figure flashed, arriving beside Arbor. The young couple looked into the tree pit at the same time, their gazes fixed on the pieces of crystal scattered in the pit. There were all kinds of crystals used for refining tools, forging stones, and so on. There were all kinds of colors and all kinds of materials. In addition, there were also many mystic beast and spirit beast cores, big and small. Every piece was thrown into the tree pit, circulating with a faint light. Whoosh! Arbor blinked and looked up. A small red copper cauldron appeared in front of them, spinning back and forth in midair without any warning, just like an excited child who had seen a lot of snacks, so happy that he was about to fall down. Arbor looked up and silently exchanged glances with Mo Lian. Prince Mo couldn't help but say, it's rare to see the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron so energetic. Looks like it's the pile of food that has piqued its interest. That's right, Arbor looked speechlessly at Mo Lian. With a wave of her small hand, she grabbed the small red copper cauldron without any explanation. At this time, the 2 stars on the cauldron's body had already lit up. The entire red copper cauldron was translucent and beautiful like colored glass. At this moment, it was spinning around Xiao Mu's palm like an impatient child, waiting for its little master to feed it. Arbor held the small red cauldron and simply jumped into the tree pit. He casually took out a red Xian beast crystal core and fed it. The cauldron fire within the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron spontaneously ignited without any wind. The faint cauldron fire instantly burned the Xian beast crystal core into liquid and absorbed it cleanly in an instant. Arbor fed the small cauldron several crystal cores and more than 10 different types of crystals and forging stones. The small cauldron absorbed it very quickly, and in less than a second, it would turn it into liquid and absorb it. Arbor couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. He muttered to himself, this glutton, I wonder how much he needs to eat to raise the 3rd star. The little fellow simply squatted down, holding the small cauldron and feeding it for several minutes. Only when the flame within the small cauldron changed from a very pure red to a faint glass color did she stop, somewhat astonished. Lien, quickly come and see. Lien simply jumped into the pit filled with all kinds of crystals and crystal cores. She came to Arbor's side and helplessly pulled him up. What's wrong, my Jojo? Did you see? The color of the flame actually changed. Lien nodded. Didn't you say that when the second star rises, this cauldron's refining speed will double? Arbor vigorously nodded. That's right. Then perhaps when the third or even fourth star is ignited, this medicine cauldron's cauldron fire will also undergo some fundamental changes. Arbor cheered and suddenly jumped onto Lien, hugging her as he exclaimed, the cauldron fire will be even purer in the future, right? In that case, I'll be able to effortlessly refine pills of exceptional quality in the future. There would be no need to constantly control the heat like when refining medicine in a small saucepan. Refining medicine in the future would only be more convenient and faster. Thinking of this, Arbor's little face was filled with excitement. He reached out to grab a handful of refining materials and threw them into the small cauldron. He looked kindly at the small cauldron and urged, hurry up and eat. Lien couldn't help but want to laugh. This little rascal had just complained that the medicine cauldron had a big appetite and ate too much. Now that he knew that the cauldron fire would improve as it rose in stars, he acted out of character and urged the medicine cauldron to eat more. What a realistic little rascal. All right. Lien helplessly picked up the little thing. Take these things back to Paradise Planet and let Xianxia slowly feed the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron. I don't think this little cauldron can eat too much at once. What if it has indigestion after eating too much? Wouldn't that still be a waste? Upon hearing this, Xiaomu instantly felt that it was reasonable. Hence, she put away all the various materials she had buried inside the tree pit. What's that? Arbor stood at the edge of the giant pit with a curious expression. He poked his head out to look at an oval-shaped bead the size of a pigeon's egg that was quietly lying at the bottom of the pit, emitting a faint purple glow. Lien reached out and sucked the oval-shaped bead into her palm. The two lowered their heads and studied it carefully. Arbor even reached out to poke the light purple bead. The surface of the bead softly caved in from her gentle poke. The two looked at each other, unable to figure out what it was. This could be an egg. Lien pondered for a long time before speaking hesitantly. Arbor's expression of "can it be eaten" made Prince Mo want to laugh. Why was this little rascal's expression so funny? We don't know anything about it, so it's better if we don't eat it. Woof 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 woof. 3 puppies suddenly jumped out of Paradise Planet and stared at the egg in Arbor's hand with drooling faces. They ran around her feet with their tails between their legs. What is this? Arbor asked expressionlessly. Woof, woof woof woof. Woof your sister. Arbor pushed aside one of the puppies that was pouncing on him. Woof woof, woof woof woof. The 3 puppies kept circling around Arbor's feet. 3 pairs of pitiful eyes looked at her pleadingly. Their drooling expressions were simply too much. Arbor squatted down again, picked up a small puppy and asked, what is this? Idiot. That's the holy beast mantis egg. Do you want to throw it to the 3 little grass dogs? What is it? Arbor heard Xianxia's exasperated yelling and couldn't help but call him out. A little fire phoenix was flapping its wings in front of her. It glared disdainfully at Prince Mo, who had been innocently attacked. Ignorant. Prince Mo, ? Jojo didn't recognize what it was either. Why was he scolding him? What egg? Arbor asked curiously. Xianxia had the urge to vomit blood. He yelled in exasperation, hurry up and look in that pit again. They should have appeared as a pair. There should be 2 eggs in this pit. Woof. It's under that woof's paw. The blazing blood fire phoenix exclaimed. Quick. Arbor's scalp went numb from the blazing blood fire phoenix's surprised cry. She hurriedly flew over and brushed aside a little puppy. Sure enough, she managed to save a black pigeon egg from its paw. The 2 eggs were placed side by side. One was light purple while the other was black. The blazing blood fire phoenix flapped its little wings and flew above the two eggs for a while before landing steadily on Arbor's shoulder. It looked at its little master with a look of disappointment. You almost lost 2 sacred beast eggs. Arbor, how would she know what sacred beast eggs these 2 pigeon egg-like things were? To be honest, she was still wondering if she should roast the light purple egg to see if it could be eaten. You want to roast the phoenix again? This heartless little fellow. When she first saw him, she also wanted to roast him. The little fire phoenix's accusatory expression made Arbor feel a little guilty for no reason. Stubbornly, he defended himself. Nonsense. When did I say I wanted to roast an egg to eat? I don't even have time to eat the eggs, duck eggs, and goose eggs in Taoyuan. Why would I eat such a small pigeon egg? Do you know that this pair is phoenix eggs? Arbor, phoenix eggs are as small as pigeon eggs? Who are you kidding? Mo Lian coughed lightly. She raised her hand and put it around Jojo's shoulder. She nodded and said, "Of course I know." The blazing blood fire phoenix threw the two of them a disdainful look. Pooh, their expressions just now clearly showed that they didn't know what these 2 eggs were. Our phoenix clan has many branches. For example, Qing Luan. You know Qing Luan, right? It's also a branch of our phoenix clan. It's just that its bloodline is a little distant. It hasn't reached the standard of a sacred beast. This pair of Taoists is also a branch of our phoenix clan. They're pure-blooded Taoists. Their bloodline is very pure. You almost fed them to the little one just now. Milk. Dog. Arbor, cough. Arbor almost couldn't look straight at the blazing blood fire phoenix's accusatory eyes. The little fellow immediately raised her head and glared at her husband angrily. Her husband is so talented and knowledgeable. How can he not recognize the phoenix eggs? Mo Lian was once again implicated innocently, and he put on an aggrieved and innocent face for his wifey to see. Please, he had only seen the beautiful figure of a fully formed phoenix in ancient books. Which ancient book would freaking draw 2 eggs? Woof, woof. Seeing that the phoenix egg in their mouths was about to fly away, the 3 puppies anxiously circled around Xiaomu's feet. Scram. Xiaomu was furious. Just now, when she saw the little puppy's watery and greedy expression, she really almost cough. Sin. But these three little puppies, previously, he had been fighting over the 2-headed flood dragon's sacred beast crystal core. Now, he actually wanted to eat the 2 sacred beast phoenixes. It really only ate holy beasts. What kind of taste is this? Isn't it a little too strong? Arbor silently put away the 2 eggs and stuffed them into his inner world. He looked back and couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah!" Guan Zhaotang ran away. Everyone's attention was on the tree pit. They were packing up the forging materials and tossing the phoenix eggs. They didn't expect Guan Zhaotang to take the opportunity to run away. Mo Lian curled her lips. Run? He doesn't know how to run. As they spoke, they heard the sound of hurried footsteps spreading over. Sleep tomorrow at 8 o'clock with disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes. Guan Zhaotang led thousands of Ani prefecture guards back and roared. Capture them alive. Guan Zhaotang's hands were still bound by the spirit-binding rope, and his old face was flushed red. He was quite angry at the moment, and he mobilized all the people he could mobilize in Ani prefecture. All the guards rushed toward the Tower of Wonders in large numbers. Their shiny blades were especially bright in the night. Young people, you'll suffer if you're so arrogant and don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Guan Zhaotang raised his hands and roared angrily. Mo Lian pulled Arbor to her side and looked at Guan Zhaotang with raised eyebrows. Aren't you overconfident? You want to keep us here with just these few people? The crown prince couldn't help but snort and wave his hand lightly. In the blink of an eye, Guan Zhaotang led thousands of people in neat attire and rushed over from all directions. The empty space was quickly filled with people, and the roof beams were also filled with archers with bows and arrows in their hands, ready for battle. Guan Zhaotang opened his mouth, but suddenly felt as if his voice was stuck in his throat. For a moment, he was speechless. You guys. These bastards who deserved to be hacked to death by 1,000 blades. Were they planning to flatten his Ani prefecture with their troops? Time was short, and Guan Zhaotang couldn't mobilize more people. In fact, if he was given enough time, not to mention a few thousand people, he could even dispatch tens of thousands of people from all over the place. But now, everything was a bit too late. Guan Zhaotang felt that he had overused his spiritual sense, and his vision started to blur. The last thing he saw seemed to be that man waving his hand with a cold expression. A group of black-clothed youths surrounded him and started fighting with the Ani prefecture guards. The clanging of swords and sabers rang in his ears. Guan Zhaotang's dizzy body swayed, then swayed again. Suddenly, he was startled to hear a beast roar. He subconsciously opened his hand and released his contract beast. Unfortunately, his spirit beast had just been released and didn't have time to see the other person's figure before it was pushed to the ground and bitten by a snow-white ball. Guan Zhaotang collapsed to the ground. The spirit beast was heavily injured, causing his body to suffer a huge backlash. At this moment, he could no longer see anything. He only felt a huge object pressing down on his body. He struggled to straighten his body and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Come quickly." Before he could say the word human, he felt his head being slapped by a powerful claw. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and his body collapsed weakly. The snow leopard on top of Guan Zhaotang rubbed its bloody claws against Guan Zhaotang's clothes in disgust to wipe away the blood on its claws. Arbor slowly walked over. Tong and his men, who were fighting fiercely, couldn't help but pick up their opponents and spread out to the sides, making a path for her to pass through. The guards of Ani Prefecture felt more and more apprehensive as they fought. These black-clothed youths, who looked like heavenly soldiers, were all agile and vigorous. The more they fought, the braver they became. Most of the contracted beasts they summoned were also spirit beasts. Many of them were even better equipped than the people of Ani Prefecture. How could they continue fighting like this? Those who surrender will have a way to live. Anyone who resists will be executed on the spot, Tong ordered coldly. The group of black-clothed youths raised their weapons and carried out the purge with grim expressions. As more and more people died in Ani Prefecture, more and more guards chose to put down the butcher's knife in their hands and submit like shrimps. Guan Song, who was hiding behind a pillar at the corner of the corridor, covered her mouth with her hands. She leaned back slightly and took a few quiet breaths. Then, she hurriedly turned around and ran back to her courtyard. Guan Song ran back to her courtyard and suddenly raised her head to the sky and laughed. Concubine Jiang walked out. When she saw her daughter like this, she couldn't help but ask in surprise, "What's going on outside, Boer?" "Mother. Let's go. We're leaving right now." Guan Song helped her mother up and walked outside. "Don't worry about it. This family offended a powerful faction. It's completely over." "What?" Concubine Jiang was shocked. She quickly grabbed her daughter's arm. "What's going on?" "Boer, hurry and tell mother." "There's no time, mother. We have to leave this damned place first." Guan Song was completely disappointed in this family. Even if she had to give up everything and leave with her mother, she wouldn't hesitate. In any case, everyone in this family was a stranger. Other than her mother, no one treated her sincerely. Since that was the case, bang! A stumbling figure slammed open the door of their house. Madame Hua's tear-stained face appeared in front of them. Sixth miss. Take me with you, sixth miss." The outside world was in a state of chaos. The concubines of Ani Prefecture, who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken, usually lived like princes. When had they ever encountered such a situation, every one of them only knew how to cry and yell whenever they encountered trouble. The servants and maidservants took the opportunity to steal a lot of wealth. They didn't care if their masters lived or died. They only cared about finding a place to escape. Madame Hua's 2 personal maidservants also took their things and ran away. Madame Hua, this delicate beauty, immediately became flustered and didn't know what to do. "Big sister Lei Feng, please take me with you, I beg you." Madame Hua held a bundle in her hands and ran to their side with a face full of panic as she cried out. Guan Song glanced at Madame Hua, then suddenly chopped at the back of her neck with a karate chop. Madame Hua's eyes widened in shock, and she fell down along the wall. Guan Song forcefully snatched the cloth bag from her arms and opened it. Seeing that there were quite a few crystal cores and spirit coins inside, she hurriedly put them into her inner world. "Bofuer. Concubine Jiang trembled as she asked, You doing this, isn't it not too good? The strong prey on the weak, and the fittest survive. This is the truth. Guaniba raised her fist and coldly glanced at Madame Hua on the ground. This woman took advantage of the caretaker hall's favor and gave you a lot of trouble. Now, she's just retribution for her actions. Mother, don't be soft-hearted. Let's go. Concubine Jiang sighed, then nodded and followed her daughter out. She subconsciously looked back at Madame Hua, who had collapsed inside the door. A person's fate really wasn't up to them at all. Mother, don't worry. We'll definitely live a better life after leaving the Guan family. Guanisong stared into the distance with a determined gaze. She supported her mother, and the two of them took advantage of the chaos to escape through the back door. When they turned back, the entire Guan family was shrouded in the darkness of night. Terrified screams could be heard from time to time. Good and evil will be repaid in the end, it's not that they won't. It's not time yet, Guanisong looked back coldly. She supported her mother and quickly disappeared into the night. The Guan family in Ani Prefecture started a fire that burned for most of the night. It was only after midnight that the fire was extinguished by a heavy downpour. Arbor held her husband's hand as they walked into Peach Garden. She couldn't help but frown. Do you still smell blood? Mo Lian naturally noticed this subtle change in her expression, and he quickly pulled her into his arms and fanned the tip of her nose. Miss Chow puffed her cheeks in displeasure. We shouldn't have let that stinking rat into Peach Garden. Fish Orchid Star was a vast ocean, and time flowed 12 times faster than the outside world. Naturally, it couldn't contain scum. As for Chu Yunqing, it was Long Chuyun's last piece of pure land. Arbor was even more unwilling to dirty it. Thus, she could only temporarily imprison Guan Zhaotang and the others on Peach Garden. Fortunately, Qiuqiu had tactfully built a 12-story prison in the most remote corner of Paradise Planet for her. Naturally, it was more than enough to fit all these people inside. Guan Zhaotang and the others would only think that they were imprisoned in a dungeon. They would have no idea that they were in Miss Chiao's personal spirit domain. The prison was extremely tall, and green murderous vines crawled all over it. The soil structure had also been reinforced by Little Earth countless times. It was extremely sturdy. Even a few early-stage God Realm cultivators wouldn't be able to escape, much less a mere rank 14 Spirit Realm cultivator like Guan Zhaotang. Moreover, on Paradise Planet, Qiuqiu was essentially the god of this place. It only needed a strand of divine sense to annihilate all of them without leaving a single trace behind. When Qiaomu entered, Big Treasure was currently leading 2 golems and whipping the already unconscious Guan Zhaotang with force. Oh, my beautiful little master. You are the sun and clouds in the sky, my goddess. Arbor, Mo Lian couldn't help but burst out laughing. Was it so talkative when you made it? Yes, as long as it has spirit stones, it can continue to speak like this. The words of praise can't be repeated. Mo Lian nodded with a smile. Right now, Qiaomu seriously suspected that Crown Prince Mo had most likely taught this golem how to say these mushy praises when he was creating it. The two of them were standing on the first floor of the pagoda. As soon as they walked in, they felt a wave of yin qi rush towards them. A shadow of the small tree appeared on the opposite prison wall and let out a burst of weird laughter. Accompanied by the shaking branches, it waved vigorously on the wall, creating an inexplicable and terrifying atmosphere. Welcome to the Tower of Punishment. Ha 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 ha. Once you enter the Tower of Punishment, you can only obtain your freedom through continuous labor and reform. Mo Lian felt as if a bunch of crows were flying past her head. Arbor, from the 1st to the 12th floor of the Tower of Punishment, the punishments are heavier with every floor. If you reach the 12th floor, then congratulations. You'll be thrown into a pot of boiling oil and climb a mountain of blades. All the punishments that you've memorized in your heart will serve you once. No need to thank me. Arbor, Mo Lian couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. She looked at Arbor meaningfully. My Joe, I didn't expect you to have such a bad taste. Did you do this? Tower of Punishment? It's the same name as the Tower of Punishment set up by the Heavenly Tao. The whole thing was a knockoff. Arbor, thank you, but I don't have the time to do this nonsense. This Qiuqiu really has nothing better to do. Wake him up. Looking at Guan Zhaotang, who didn't have a single good piece of flesh on his body, Arbor inexplicably sympathized with this guy. Okay, my beautiful little master. As you wish. A big smile appeared on Debao's metal-black face. Splash. That guy casually picked up a ladle of salt water and poured it over him. Judging from his skillful movements and style, this wasn't the first time he had done something like this. Guan Zhaotang woke up with a shrill scream. The wounds all over his body were soaked in salt water, and his muscles were trembling. He clenched his teeth and endured great pain. Arbor shrunk his body. Mo Lian glared at the golem in annoyance. You scared my Jojo. Debao listlessly took 2 steps back. He twiddled his fingers and said timidly, Master, I'll be gentler next time. After Guan Zhaotang stopped trembling for a while, he finally calmed down. Arbor then stretched out his hand, and a small purple medicine bottle appeared on his palm. Hand over a strand of your spiritual consciousness. Take this medicine and become my servant. Don't even think about it. Guan Zhaotang clenched his teeth and said with a trembling body. Don't even think about it? Arbor glanced at him coldly. Do you know what's more terrifying than death? Guan Zhaotang's heart trembled for some reason, and he stood there in a daze. It's the painful feeling of not being able to die even if you want to. Arbor said coldly. His dark eyes looked at Guan Zhaotang faintly. I'll give you another chance to choose. Guan Zhaotang was not the kind of iron-blooded man he thought he was. In fact, he had already admitted defeat in his heart. Now that he was frightened by Arbor, he hurriedly lowered his head and quickly took out a strand of spiritual sense from his conscious and handed it to Arbor. Arbor stored it in a storage talisman. He then asked Debao to take out a poison pill from the medicine bottle and stuffed it into the caretaker Hall's mouth. Only then did he nod in relief. Mo Lian looked down at her and couldn't help but reach out to pat her little head. His little fellow was so cautious. She didn't think it was safe to just take the person's spiritual sense. In addition, she added a layer of poison to control the person's body. He really appreciated her approach. She was indeed his wife. This level of black-bellied was a tradition of the Mo family. Within 10 days, report all the forces in Anid Prefecture to the Shuntian Prefecture's Prefecture Lord. After throwing down this sentence, Xiaomu left on her own. There were no less than 3,000 Anid Prefecture guards on the 2nd floor. There was no need to go through so much trouble for them. He could just ask each of them to hand over a strand of spiritual sense. Arbor went down to the 1st floor and threw the storage talisman containing the spiritual sense of the 3,000 Anid Prefecture guards to Guan Zhaotang. Give this to the Shuntian Prefecture's Prefecture Lord for safekeeping. In the future, just listen to his orders and do as he says. Dun Zhong, this guy, you have to take good care of the 6 prefectures. Don't let me down. Arbor muttered to himself. The two plucked some fresh oranges, pears, and other fruits and left Paradise Planet. Arbor patted her little head. Wait for me. She entered Paradise Planet again and handed a pair of Bion eggs to little Water Child. She stroked its head and said, help me find a good place with dense spiritual energy and take good care of them. Okay. Little Water Child wrapped the 2 phoenix eggs in a mist and nodded repeatedly. Ignoring the 3 puppies who were pouncing and barking, Arbor roared at the 3 puppies, you're not allowed to eat. Woo, woo, woo. The 3 puppies actually rolled around on the ground. This was too human-like. Arbor didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she looked at them. With a flip of her hand, she took out 3 bottles of shining medicinal liquid from her inner world and waved them in front of the 3 puppies. You're not allowed to have any ideas about the sacred beast eggs. This is for you to eat. Woof 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 woof. The 3 puppies rubbed against her feet and circled back and forth a few times. Each of them used their little paws to grab a bottle of medicinal liquid and frolicked to the side. Arbor shook her head speechlessly. She called Chocho over and instructed it, mainly to keep an eye on the puppies so they wouldn't secretly eat the phoenix eggs. When she flashed out again, she saw that Hu Jinshin, little Taisui, and the others had already returned. Dao Wuji waved his hand at Arbor and said with a smile, little sister-in-law, everyone in Ani Prefecture has either run or scattered. Most of them have fled. Arbor nodded and had Chocho knock out caretaker Tang and the 3,000 Ani Prefecture guards before throwing them out. Hmm? Little Taisui suddenly frowned and looked up at the sky. Two powerful auras are coming. Everyone's expressions became vigilant. In less than a second, two white-haired elders stepped on the black curtain and quickly moved over. In a flash, they arrived in front of Arbor and the others. Chocho waved its small branch and chuckled as it hit Caretaker Tang several times. Caretaker Tang suddenly woke up with a start. When he looked up and saw the two Ani Prefecture consecrators descending, he almost cried out for help and joy. But at that moment, he felt an inexplicable pain in his mind. When he looked up at the ebony talisman in Arbor's hand, Guan Zhaotong's mind suddenly became clear. He rushed over with tears in his eyes and cried at the feet of the two consecrators, "Seniors, you came at the right time. The powerful enemy has already been driven away by our friends. Seniors, please chase after them in that direction." The two Ani Prefecture consecrators frowned slightly and looked in the direction the caretaker hall was pointing. Why didn't he sense anyone's aura there? Their gazes swept across Arbor's group, and they were slightly shocked. The group of young men and women in front of them looked very young, but they couldn't see through the cultivation of quite a few of them. The two consecrators nodded at the Hall of Care, and without saying a word, they chased in the direction he pointed. Seeing that they had walked far away, Xiaomu and the others finally let down their guard. Xiaomu gazed coldly at Guan Zhaotang. "Do as I said just now." "Yes." Guan Zhaotang lowered his head. According to this young lady's meaning, Shuntian Prefecture's prefecture lord should also be one of her people. He really didn't expect that two of the most powerful territories among the 6 prefectures had already fallen into the hands of this unknown young lady. What a formidable character. Guan Zhaotang took a deep breath and then slowly closed his eyes. Since things had gotten to this point, he could only take things one step at a time. Euphorgia 2, Divine Prefecture in the Qin Estate's Xianxia Lake, there was a row of winding corridors that were carved with colored glass roofs and carved with crystals. Under the illumination of the sunlight, the corridors were dazzling and sparkling with rainbow-colored glaze. There were small windows in the corridors. Looking out from each window, one could see a different scenery. There was an outstandingly beautiful tree that poked out from the eaves and a mossy stone wall that was covered by the snow. There were pavilions, terraces, and pagodas, forming a moving picture scroll. At first glance, the scenery was sparse, and the pavilions, terraces, and pagodas each had their own beauty. There was a smile on the woman's lips. She held an extremely exquisite red cedar wood tray in her hands as she gracefully passed through the dazzling corridors and entered the Huiji Pavilion in the middle of the Xianxia Lake. Under the silver-pink chest wrap, her slender waist was bundled up high. Below it was a pomegranate skirt made of flowing sand. A jade gourd bell was tied to a belt of the same color. As she walked, the crisp sound of the bell rang out along with the sound of the wind. The pearl hairpin on her head swayed, and green pearls twined around it. The most conspicuous item was a 5-fortune jade hairpin inlaid with large pearls. Under the sunlight, it emitted a dazzling luster. When Xianxia entered the Huiji Pavilion, she deliberately slowed down her steps. The smile on her lips gradually deepened. Her pair of beautiful eyes lingered on the young man in the pavilion. Taking a deep breath, she walked in with her 2 maids. Inside the Huiji Pavilion, a tall and slender man in a purple robe was sitting on one side of a pillar. A book was spread out on his knees. One hand was supporting his forehead on the arched railing, and the other hand was casually swinging by his side. Even though he was asleep, this man's brows were still lightly furrowed. Xianxia walked over with small steps. Just as she reached out her hand, she wanted to soothe the melancholy between his brows. But with a flash of cold light, the man had already opened his eyes. His gaze coldly fell on her body, and a dark green light flashed in his eyes. "Ah!" Xianxia's hand trembled, and the tray she was holding immediately fell to the ground with a clang. The white jade porcelain cup on top of it shattered into pieces with a bang. "Ah, miss!" The 2 maids hurriedly ran forward and supported the falling Xianxia. The man gently retracted the dagger in his hand and returned it to its scabbard before putting it back into his wide sleeves. That pair of abnormally cold eyes swept over Xianxia without any warmth, and there was a trace of impatience between his brows. "Wang Cheng." A cold voice rang out. A black figure instantly landed beside him and knelt on one knee. Wang Cheng is here. Take those traitorous bastards out and kill them. The man said coldly, don't let me see them again. Yes. Outside Huiji Pavilion, the cries of a few men and women could be heard. Someone knelt down with a plop and shouted towards Huiji Pavilion, young master, please spare my life, please spare my life. After a few screams, the saber wind disappeared into the air. After that, there were no more piercing noises. Xianxia bit her lips, her entire body trembling. You? Second young master, you're too unreasonable. One of the maids couldn't help but cry out. Our miss was kind enough to send you lotus seed soup. It's fine if you don't appreciate it, but you even humiliated miss like this. You. Xianxia covered her face and sobbed. Xian, what's wrong with you? Ever since you came back half a year ago, to me, you. Young Master Omega Kotoku's entire body trembled. That memory appeared clearly in his mind again. Xian, you can't have really fallen in love with that woman and want to marry her, right? Xian, say something. Tisk, she's just a little pet that I'm raising. If it were you, would you marry your own pet? Don't say it. Don't call me that. Don't call me Xian. Disgusting, it's disgusting just hearing it. The second young master's picturesque features completely contorted. He suddenly reached out his hand and forcefully waved it. Slap. Xianxia's eyes widened in horror. She held her swollen left cheek with one hand and stared at the Omega Kotoku young master in front of her with an expression of disbelief. Second young master, what happened to second young master? Why did he seem like a completely different person? His vicious aura was so heavy. Scram immediately. Xianxia roared angrily and flung away the servant girl's hand that was grabbing his sleeve. When the two servant girls saw their young miss being humiliated, their hearts were about to shatter. They cried out while weeping, second young master, how can you treat our young miss like this? Have you completely forgotten that you still have an engagement with our young miss? Scram. Xianxia roared angrily. His vicious aura erupted like a tidal wave. Xianxia was flung to the ground by his vicious aura. She turned her head to look at him and cried out sorrowfully, Xian, what happened to you? You slut, it's all because of you. It's all because of you that she's been tortured so miserably. That's why she's doing everything she can to escape from me. A trace of murderous intent flashed through Xianxia's eyes. He suddenly raised his hand and purple lightning flashed between his fingers. Spirit lightning. The servant girl cried out in alarm, her complexion becoming incomparably pale. Kill her. Kill her and end everything. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a vicious light. Xianxia was scared silly by this gaze. She sat on the ground in a daze and looked up at her beloved man with tears streaming down her face. Was he going to kill her mercilessly? Stop. The Qin estate's patriarch, who had rushed over after hearing the news, hastily flew into the Huiji pavilion. He slapped his son's handsome face and cursed loudly, Bastard, what kind of madness are you having? Why aren't you collecting your thoughts and apologizing to Mishir? Omega Kotoku raised the back of his hand and touched his slightly painful face. He looked at his father coldly. Hee. A deep laugh came from outside the Huiji pavilion. Omega Kotoku looked up and saw his elder brother leaning against a pillar, looking at him with a smile. Xianxia, that fellow, had never been proper. She was only wearing a thin spring shirt in the middle of winter, revealing more than half of her chest. There was a dot of cinnabar between his eyebrows. Against his snow-white skin, it looked exceptionally beautiful. His seductive eyes were seductive as he looked seductively at Mishir, who was sitting on the ground. Aya, my younger brother, you really don't know how to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. Mishir, quickly let me see if you're injured. Eldest young Sir Qin walked over with his clothes fluttering in the wind. Along the way, his handsome appearance made the two weak servant girls swoon, their faces flushed red. Eldest young Sir bent over and smilingly helped Mishir up from the ground. Xianxia's face inexplicably reddened. She only glanced at this evildoer in front of her before hastily averting her gaze. How pitiful. Such a beautiful face has been beaten red. Eldest young sir went from bad to worse. He lifted Xianxia's face with his finger and lightly blew on it. It doesn't hurt anymore, it doesn't hurt anymore. Xianxia's heart started pounding wildly uncontrollably. Sigh. Eldest young Sir Qin released his grip on Miss Shi's chin and turned around with a grin. He muttered softly, I thought his charm had declined, but it turns out it hasn't. Look, which woman wasn't head over heels for him? Even this Xianxia, who adored second brother wholeheartedly, was bewitched to the point that her heart swayed and her mind wandered with a curl of his finger. Except for the little stoic, it seemed like other than the little stoic, she could casually snatch away second brother's things. How boring. Also, did the little stoic really belong to second brother? That didn't seem to be the case either. How vexing. Just thinking about that stoic face gave him a headache. What should he do? Eldest young sir instantly lost his playfulness and walked to the side to sit down. He folded his slender legs and watched this father-son quarrel scene with waning interest. My son has been impolite. Family head Qin cupped his hands at Xianxia. Family head Qin's 50-something-year-old face was more solemn and cold than Qin Guilu's, and his expression was very rigid. Xianxia wiped her tears and secretly peeked at the expressionless Omega Kotoku young sir. She couldn't help but feel exasperated. Although Omega Kotoku treated her very coldly before, he at least maintained his courteous appearance on the surface. Unlike now, when he viewed her as an enemy. When he flew into a rage just now, it seemed like he really wanted to kill her. Miss Shi, I'm truly sorry. My son was seriously injured half a year ago, and he hasn't fully recovered yet. Sometimes, he might not be clear-headed, so please don't blame him, Miss Shi. Xianxia wiped her tears and said delicately, Uncle Qin, I won't blame second young sir. I know that he was just momentarily distracted. Yes, he might have misunderstood me, that's why. I don't have any misunderstandings about you. Young Sir Omega Kotoku coldly interrupted her. Xianxia, you better not appear in front of me in the future. Otherwise, I really might not be able to control myself and kill you. Family head Qin, Xianxia, sob, Uncle Qin. Unfilial son. Family head Qin cursed. What are you saying? You and Xian'er have been engaged since you were young. You little bastard, apologize to Xian'er immediately. We'll get married in 3 months. Pooh. Eldest young Sir Qin laughed gracefully on the side. I say, second brother, the wedding was supposed to be half a year later, but because of your actions, it's been brought forward by 3 months. Congratulations. Congratulations to second brother for bringing home the beauty. As eldest young master spoke, he did not forget to throw a wink at his future sister-in-law. Xianxia's heart began to beat wildly as she thought to herself, could it be that the eldest young master is interested in me as well? What should he do? There was only one Xian'er, and she had already given her heart to the second young master. It was impossible for her to have any relationship with the first young master, eldest young master. That's hilarious. Ha 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 ha. Seeing his second brother suffer in pain, eldest young master felt elated. He was so happy. If eldest Qin could hear Xianxia's fluttering heart right now, he would definitely roar with laughter. Heavens, this Miss Shi was truly a drama queen and a narcissist. He was just casually teasing this woman, and he liked her. He was really laughing at her face. What a ridiculous woman. The 8th watch ended. Young Master Omega Kotoku glanced coldly at Xianxia before turning to bow to his father and walking out of the Huiji pavilion. Family head Qin looked at his unruly son's back and was so angry that his head hurt. He pointed in the direction that second young master left and roared, Unfilial son. You. Stop right there. Unfilial son. Father, second younger brother is just in a bad mood. Don't be angry with him. Eldest young master walked up with a smile and took out a small gold fan from somewhere. He fanned himself beside his father like a lackey. Family head Qin, just looking at these 2 sons made him angry. They were both so outstanding, but the older one was playing around and was always away from home. The younger one was even more outrageous now. He used to be quite steady and reliable, but he didn't expect that he would be so conflicted about his marriage with the Shi family. Family head Qin glanced at the mess on the floor and then looked at the timid Xianxia standing at the side. He said apologetically, Monsieur, I hope you don't mind. Xianxia was seriously injured half a year ago and hasn't recovered yet. I'm afraid he's not in a good mood. He didn't mean to target you. Uncle Qin, what's going on? Who injured second young master? At the mention of this, anger flashed through family head Qin's eyes. I asked him, but he didn't want to tell me. However, I won't let this matter rest. Unless that person didn't go to the divine province for the rest of his life, otherwise, there would come a day when he would meet him. Omega Kotoku returned to his own court full of viciousness. Before he entered his room, he heard a chuckle behind him. Second younger brother. Second young master turned around and looked coldly at eldest young master Qin. What do you want? Eldest young master smiled meaningfully. Why are you so angry? He heard that this fellow had just dealt with several servant girls and servants. He had to admit that his viciousness was really heavy. What's the use of keeping them? Eldest young master Omega Kotoku said coldly, they can't even do something as simple as guarding the door. A bunch of traitors. They actually let Shi Yongqian into the Huiji pavilion to get close to him. He felt annoyed whenever he saw her. Omega Kotoku turned around and walked into the house. He had no intention of continuing the conversation with his elder brother. Eldest young master didn't stop him. He just leaned against the wall and watched him leave. Naturally, he knew about Omega Kotoku's injury half a year ago. It was rumored that when he returned, the situation was extremely miserable. His clone was completely destroyed. However, for so long, Omega Kotoku did not reveal anything to anyone. He was also very curious. Logically speaking, with Qin Xian's temperament, who could get close to him and injure him to such an extent, eldest young Sir Qin rubbed his chin and glanced back at young Sir Omega Kotoku's courtyard before leaving silently. The servants in charge of cleaning the snow in the courtyard all lowered their heads, not daring to speak carelessly. What a joke! Some of their companions had already been executed by the second young master because they did not follow the 4 words, watch their words and actions. They still wanted to live well. Only by listening to the second young master's instructions and not acting on their own would they be able to live for a long time. Omega Kotoku kicked the door to his room shut and sat down in front of the table in irritation. He gripped the porcelain cup with one hand, and the scene of that icy arrow piercing his heart flashed before his eyes. The porcelain cup in his hand suddenly shattered. Nether Province. 15 kilometers outside of Great Yong City. Nightfall. The cry of an eagle filled the sky. The vigorous Eagle King flew over from afar with a group of people on its back, flying at an abnormally fast speed. After flying non-stop for a day and a night, everyone was a little tired. After discussing, they pressed down on the eagle and dismounted. 13 or 14 people filed off the eagle's back. They found a clean place, gathered in a circle, and started a small fire. So tired. After rushing all the way, Akira's small face was almost devoid of spirit. At this moment, she was half bent and lightly pounding her sore legs and shoulders with her fists. Naturally, Ollie was in the same situation as him. However, he was a man who cared a lot about his reputation. No matter how tired he was, he wouldn't be like Akira, pounding here and there as if no one else was around and constantly complaining that he was tired. Don't worry, Mississippi. We will enter the capital in about 4 to 6 hours. The one who spoke was an old man who chuckled as he poked at the fire in front of him. Let's rest here for the night and leave tomorrow morning, ACI said with a heavy expression. Yes. Everyone took out rice and vegetables from their inner worlds and started to stew dinner. ACI didn't say much and left the group alone. He walked to the side and looked up at the bright crescent moon under the night sky. Brother ACI, here. Akira walked to his side with a smile and handed him a rabbit leg. ACI glanced at it, took it, and sat down under a tree. Brother ACI, what are you thinking about? Akira asked with a smile as she sat down next to him. Nothing. ACI didn't have any intention of chatting with her. He tore into the rabbit meat in his hand and replied indifferently. Now that Brother ACI has returned to Nether Province, you can naturally get back at him for the grievances you suffered, Akira said. Akira chattered, especially, not long ago, when Big Brother ACI returned to the tribe, He was hunted down by Northern Mo's crown prince for thousands of miles and almost lost his life. Speaking of this, Akir became angry. At that time, the three of them had led hundreds of guards back to the Aikido tribe. Along the way, they encountered people sent by Northern Prince Mo, who chased and intercepted them. Akir gritted her teeth in anger at the thought that she had almost lost her life on the road. Now that we have returned to the underworld region, we can deal with that arrogant man. It's also good to send more people back and destroy his small kingdom of Northern Mo. ACI glanced at her and snorted. Northern Mo's sky is currently surrounded by talisman arrays. Ordinary people simply can't return. Then we're just going to suffer like this? Akir was so angry that she clenched her fists. Back then, Northern Prince Mo had really sent people to hunt them down. From the moment they left Northern Mo City, they chased them all the way to the Aikido tribe. This perseverance was simply amazing. What do you know? Yasi fidgeted with his hair. If it wasn't for the fact that the dual-star immortal spirit bracelets had angered Prince Mo, nothing would have happened. Northern Prince Mo isn't that simple. He's just the crown prince of a small kingdom in the lower star domain. What does he have that brother ACI is afraid of? Akir snorted. He's not the crown prince of some small Northern Mo kingdom. ACI leaned against a tree and looked up at the dark sky. He said coldly, that's the crown prince of the divine province. Akir, you are too ignorant. Akir's eyes instantly widened in disbelief. When Arbor woke up naturally, she was informed by Mo Lien that the 10,000 jade slips had arrived. The little fellow naturally went out to look at her blank jade slips happily. She took a piece and looked at it. The thin jade slips had an extremely transparent color and were just right for making jade talismans. Prince Mo stood beside her with a smile and asked, how about these blank jade slips? If they're still too thick, we can get them to work on them a little more. Very good. Arbor nodded vigorously and kept the boxes of jade slips of the same size and thickness into her inner world. I'm very satisfied. The two of them were now standing in front of the mansion they just bought. The small mansion wasn't big and only had 2 courtyards. It was more than enough for the two of them to stay here in a low-key manner for a while. It didn't take much effort to move from the inn to this small mansion. The two black-hearted fellows had a tacit understanding and directly left the group of beautiful women that Mo Kuan had sent over to the inn as cleaning maids. Putting it nicely, they had received a lot of care from the inn's owner during this period of time and left a few beauties behind as a token of respect. Those pitiful delicate beauties were left behind in the inn and had to serve tea and water every day. They had already cursed this crown prince 18 times in their hearts and regretted it so much. If they had known that this person was such a scammer, would they have fought so hard to get him? Arbor packed up dozens of boxes of blank jade slips and only took 100 of them back to her room to draw talismans. Among the talismans she had comprehended last time. Other than the doppelganger talisman that left a deep impression on her, there was also the drawing method of the ghost summon talisman. At this moment, she checked the remaining demonstration talismans. She took a talisman called the soul separation talisman and looked at it repeatedly. This was so mysterious. This soul separation talisman could extract one's soul and release it outside to speed up the cultivation of spiritual sense or divine sense. This method was simply unheard of and unseen. However, according to the talisman's explanation, this kind of external spiritual sense cultivation speed would be very fast. It was just that, she recalled that her master had said that her soul was unstable and she couldn't help but feel a little hesitant. It was best to use the soul-leaving talisman with caution. The little fellow put away the soul-departing talisman demonstration talisman, lowered his head, and drew another dozen or so clone talismans. Only then did he put away the remaining blank jade slips with satisfaction, and happily looked at the dozen or so clone talismans he had just drawn. He raised his hand and touched the runes on it. Then, he happily went out to find Mo Lien to tell her about his happiness. Now that she was a profound great talisman master, she was able to smoothly inscribe jade talismans, and the quality of the finished product looked very good. Mo Lien saw her running out with several jade talismans in her hands. She couldn't help but take one out of curiosity. After looking at it carefully, she nodded and said, how about I try it? All right. Arbor nodded and gave him a doppelganger talisman. Mo Lien skillfully opened the talisman for her own use. A stream of talisman power suddenly entered his body. Instantly, he felt his body lighten. Two illusory shadows appeared beside him. As soon as Mo Lian moved, the two afterimages also started brandishing their arms, smoothly executing a set of punches with the main body. After Mo Lian blasted a palm at the stone block in front of her, the two shadows followed suit and blasted out a palm at the same time. 3 light forces landed on that stone block at the same time. Naturally, the stone block was blasted into pieces. Mo Lian nodded and said, "How long can this doppelganger talisman last?" "Amen, it's not too long." The little fellow's head drooped as she said weakly, "Just 2 minutes." "That's already very good." Prince Mo poked her head lightly. In battle, there are many changes in the blink of an eye. Being able to create 2 doppelgangers in such a short period of time is already enough. Moreover, your doppelganger talismans should be able to be stacked, right? Arbor's eyes brightened as she looked up at him. "How did you know?" Prince Mo couldn't help but laugh as he held her hand and led her to the living room. "How could I not understand you, little thing? Drawing a bunch of doppelganger talismans and throwing them out one after another like you do. What use is a 2-minute time limit on you?" "Not at all." The little fellow who kept throwing out doppelganger talismans would probably become a magnificent sight in battle again. Arbor pursed her lips, feeling that her dear husband was really too smart. She had indeed stored a lot of doppelganger talismans in her inner world and planned to draw more in her spare time. If she drew 1,000 or 800 of them, each doppelganger talisman would have a limited time, so she would just stack a few dozen of them. "Naughty." Mo Lian patted her head and said with a smile. Arbor obediently let him hold her hand as the two entered the living room. They sat down at the table and started eating breakfast. After subduing Ani Prefecture and Shuntian Prefecture, the 6 prefectures were mostly settled. Miss Chow didn't want to care about the rest of the trivial matters and left them to Dunju to worry about. "After eating, let's go for a stroll." "Okay." Mo Lian naturally agreed. He had been in Ani Prefecture for so many days, but he hadn't been able to accompany his Jojo for a walk. The little fellow must be bored. Arbor was in a good mood. After quickly finishing the porridge and snacks in front of her, she pushed away the stool and called out, "I'm going to change." Mo Lian couldn't help but laugh as he looked at her back and nodded. "Jojo, you're already very pretty. You don't need to dress up." Miss Chow returned to her room and wiped her face before putting on a fiery red dress. When she appeared in front of Mo Lian, the little girl was as red as a ball of flame. Under the sunlight, her rosy white skin looked so delicate that it could be broken by the wind. She was extremely cute. The Crown Prince's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but reach out to pull her into his arms and kiss her tender forehead. "My baby, did you specially change into this red robe?" The Crown Prince teased, "Because your husband is wearing a set of dark red clothes today." He was just teasing her. To his surprise, Xiao Mu looked up at him and nodded with absolute certainty. "MHM. You deserve it." The Crown Prince was stunned. Then, he leaned against her forehead and chuckled deeply. What should he do? His heart was about to ripple. Looking at her like this every day, he felt that he liked her even more. The little girl was too likable. "You're really too compatible." Prince Mo raised her Jojo up high and kissed her hard in his arms. "My Jojo is so beautiful. I can't bear to let others see you." Arbor blinked. She suddenly reached out to take a small mirror from her inner world and looked at herself. She sighed with emotion. I'm really too beautiful." Pfft. Prince Mo couldn't help but laugh loudly. He held her little hand and walked out of the door. My God, his Jojo was too amusing. Every time this little guy did something soft and cute, he looked especially cute. If nothing goes wrong, Dunzong should be able to make it today. Mo Lian held the little fellow's small hand as the two strolled leisurely along the street. It was really quite cold outside. Because of the light snowfall, there were still traces of snow on the treetops. Mo Lian bent down to straighten the collar of the fire marten fur coat for her, and wrapped her cloak tighter around her. "It's not cold at all." Arbor looked up at him. However, Prince Mo felt that she was cold. When he held her small hand, he even wrapped a faint fire spirit around her to warm her. Along the way, although the cold wind whistled, the little fellow felt a little hot. She even wanted to take off her cloak. It's cold. Mo Lian reached out to help her tighten her collar, and reached out to carry her. I'd better carry you. It's very cold. Arbor's small face reddened slightly as she turned sideways to avoid his embrace. She glared at him from the corner of her eyes. Cold your head, she still felt cold at her cultivation level? You must be joking, Mo Lian blinked. He didn't feel that he was taking advantage of his wife at all. Seeing that she wouldn't let him carry her, he looked at her pitifully and held her small hand. I'm afraid that you'll catch a cold. I'm not cold. Arbor huffed and glared at him from the corner of her eyes. She was already wrapped in a thick fire marten fur cloak. How could she still feel cold? To tell the truth, even if she didn't wrap it up and only wore a thin spring shirt, with her cultivation level, she couldn't possibly feel cold. Prince Mo resentfully retracted his hand. Oh. He secretly looked at his wife. Jojo, what has Second Uncle Master been busy with these 2 days? Second Uncle Master is preparing things to go to the Divine Continent. Mo Lian, what was there to prepare? After we're done with Ani Prefecture, we still have to return to Shuntian Prefecture and take the little yellow crane with us. Arbor lowered her head in thought as she spoke. Mo Lian didn't comment. It was not a problem for Jojo to bring his family to Shenzhou. The problem was, what did Second Uncle have to prepare? Everyone had an inner world. What did the Divine Land not have? They had to replenish everything here. Second Martial Uncle heard that the prices in the Divine Land were particularly high, so he thought that if there was anything he could buy in Ani Prefecture, he would buy it first. Prince Mo looked confused. Are prices in Shenzhou very high? He didn't think so. Xiao, tell Martial Aunt not to worry about it. When she goes to the Divine Land, I guarantee that she will have nothing to worry about. She won't have to worry about anything. Arbor glanced at him. If Martial Uncle wants to prepare more, then let her be. Mo Lian nodded helplessly. While the two of them were chatting, they suddenly heard screams coming from the street in front of them. Oh my god, this ghost spirit is really fierce. How dare you show up in broad daylight? Taoist priest, be careful. Arbor and Mo Lian looked at each other and hurried over. They parted the crowd to take a look. They saw a familiar-looking Taoist priest flying to and fro in the middle of the crowd, leaping high and low. He held a peachwood sword in his hand and looked like he was going to fight ghosts. At first glance, his face was flushed red, like someone who was constipated. Arbor's mouth twitched silently. She recognized at a glance that this guy was the swindler Taoist priest she saw in Kwoto village. His life was truly a struggle. He had traveled far and wide, causing a ruckus all the way to Ani Prefecture. Arbor looked at this Taoist priest awkwardly in the middle of the crowd, speechless for a moment. It was really a small world. She met this weird Taoist priest again. Everyone, get out of the way. This ghost spirit is extremely powerful. Don't let it collide with you. The Taoist priest shouted angrily. The bright flying sword in his hand started to spin as if it had a mind of its own. It fought back and forth with a wisp of black smoke in midair. Everyone stared blankly, clapping their hands and cheering. Arbor was speechless. She had already seen clearly that the Taoist priest was holding a strand of wild silk that ordinary people couldn't see clearly. He was using it to guide and control the flying sword as it danced up and down. From the looks of it, it looked like he was controlling the sword from a distance. He was very capable. After such an awkward performance, even Mo Lian felt that the guy was so embarrassed that she couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Unexpectedly, the Taoist priest actually flew into the air at the last moment as if he was holding on to the wisp of black smoke. He shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" Arbor was speechless. She really wanted to kill this Taoist priest who lied all the time. Tut. The Taoist priest spat out saliva and shouted angrily again. He pretended to fall with a wisp of black smoke and landed heavily on the ground. He wiped away the wisp of black smoke with 2 punches. The onlookers cheered and clapped after seeing such an exciting scene of the Taoist priest taming the ghost spirit. Arbor looked at her dear husband speechlessly. Mo Lian couldn't help but laugh. He held her little hand and squeezed it. He said softly, "Life isn't easy. Let him be. This was also how other people made a living. Arbor naturally wouldn't rashly expose that person. In any case, this drama queen had been jumping up and down for so long. This kind of physical work should at least be rewarded. But in reality, there really weren't many rewards. The Taoist priest begged for a round and only received 2 spirit coins pitifully. Arbor looked at his expression. He looked like he was about to cry. Clang. Arbor threw 10 spirit coins into the Taoist priest's begging box. The Taoist priest hurriedly turned his head to look. He saw a little girl dressed in red like a dazzling pearl, a ball of the most intense flame, looking at him expressionlessly. If she had some expression, it would be even more perfect. The Taoist priest thought. He rubbed his hands together and chuckled as he approached her. He bowed repeatedly and said, little girl, is that you? A little girl from Kwoto village. The last time he saw her, it was still on the streets of Xianxia Prefecture. That little girl had such an exquisite and expressionless face, so it was naturally impossible to forget. Arbor glanced at him. How much foundation do you have in making talismans? The Taoist said with a bitter face, I don't have much of a foundation. When I was young, my master taught me for a while. But I don't know if it's because my aptitude is too low, but I can't learn most of it. Arbor shook his head. You can't learn it because your late master didn't teach you all the talismans he taught you. What you've learned are incomplete talisman techniques. I've met you 3 times since I was young. It can be considered fate. Arbor waved her hand and a thin book fell into the Taoist's hand. This is a part of the most basic talisman drawing methods for defense talismans, attack talismans, and body immobilization talismans. After you learn it, it shouldn't be much of a problem for you to deal with ordinary mid-level ghost spirits. In the future, you won't have to put on such an awkward act to make a living. The Taoist priest's mind was slightly agitated as he picked up the book and flipped through 2 pages. When he looked up again, he saw that the little stoic and the red-clothed man had walked far away, hand in hand. The Taoist priest hastily chased after them and repeatedly exclaimed, Master. Many thanks. At this time, the Taoist priest still didn't know what kind of earth-shaking changes this thin book would cause his life to undergo in the future. I'm not going to sleep until I'm full. It seems like it's snowing a little again. Arbor reached out to catch a sparkling snowflake and looked up at Emolien. He held her little hand and took out a green paper umbrella from his inner world with his other hand to cover the 2 of them. He looked down at her and asked with a smile, Are you cold? Not cold at all. Good. My Jojo's body is the best. Emolien squeezed her little hand and stopped in front of a shop. Do you want to go in and take a look? Arbor looked up. The shop had a gold-plated signboard that said Talisman Shop, and it was crowded with people inside. The little fellow's interest was piqued. She had always wanted to know what the talisman crafting standards of each realm were like. Back on Seacombe Planet, only Mu Jingrui from a talisman patrician family caught her eye when it came to talisman crafting. Forget about the others, the little fellow excitedly walked in front, her little hand tightly holding on to Emolien who was following behind her. The Crown Prince slowly caught up. He slowly turned his head and glanced at the street corner. A severe glint flitted through his phoenix eyes. People came and went in the talisman shop. The buyers who passed by Arbor and Emolien holding an exquisite little box all had joyful expressions on their faces. Emolien reached out to pull down the little fellow's hat and took off her cloak, revealing a delicate little face. A delicate little face was revealed. It was fair and tender, and a pair of round eyes were looking at him. Phew, she's getting more and more beautiful. He still remembered the first time they met. The 7-year-old child was as skinny as a 5 or 6-year-old bean sprout. Under the nurturing of the sun, this little flower was quietly blooming in a graceful manner. He caressed her little face and smiled at her with slightly curved phoenix eyes. For a moment, the buyers who came and went in the shop were all attracted by the 2's elegant demeanor. Until, a yellow-grade defensive talisman array, everyone quickly come over and take a look. A shout came down from the railing on the 2nd floor. The numerous buyers on the 1st floor raised their heads and looked over, only to see 128 yellow talisman papers arranged in front of the shop assistant, forming a defensive talisman array. This kind of defensive glyph formation can withstand attacks below the 4th level of the spirit realm for at least 5 minutes. This set of defensive array glyphs can be used more than 3 times. Until the talisman force completely disappeared. What is everyone hesitating for? The starting price is 8,000 spirit coins, and each increment is 100 spirit coins. If you want to buy it, you can start now. 8,100. 8,200. 8,500. Everyone raised their heads and pointed, whispering to each other. There was obvious excitement on their faces. Arbor was speechless as he looked at the defensive rune array made of yellow talisman paper. Was this the difference? Most of the talismans on the market were talisman papers. Even ebony talismans were rare. No, it should be said that he had never seen it before. Although jade talismans are rare, I've seen them once or twice. Could it be that the people of this world don't know about ebony when they craft talismans? Arbor felt that it was a bit laughable as he watched them fight over this set of defensive talisman arrays that were of little value. A yellow-grade defensive talisman array made of 128 yellow talismans could only defend for 5 minutes? What kind of joke was this? This set of defensive talisman arrays was made by Master Jiang Hong. That's amazing. I heard that the master worked his heart out for 3 months and finally completed the drawing of this set of talisman arrays. Xiamu only felt like a huge rock was crushing her small head to death. 3 months? They only drew a set of defensive glyph arrays, my god. Mo Lian lowered her head to look at the little girl's shocked expression and couldn't help but want to laugh. What's wrong? They drew a set of defensive glyph arrays in 3 months. She couldn't continue living like this. Jojo, you're so shocked that you're stuttering. Mo Lian's mouth twitched. You didn't eat or drink for 3 months just to draw a set of defensive glyph arrays. You. How can you talk about making money? You'll starve to death. This is the normal speed of a glyph master. Mo Lian pulled her to her side and rubbed her little hand to comfort her. She gave her a small look. Baby, you must not tell anyone about your glyph crafting speed. She was so afraid that this stupid child would blurt it out. Even if she didn't get beaten to death by the glyph masters, she would inevitably be spat to death. The most frightening thing was that glyph masters were already very few in number, and no one wished for them to be angered to death by others. Miss Chia's face was expressionless, but her heart was crumbling. Heavens, these people are dawdling. A set of 128 glyph arrays actually took 3 months. If they relied on glyph arrays to kill people, it would really be too late. 10,000 spirit coins. This sir has bid 10,000 spirit coins. Is there a higher bid? 10,000 spirit coins, currently, 10,000. Defensive glyph arrays couldn't be sold for too high a price, probably because it had a useless 5-minute defense function. Moreover, it could only be used 3 times. 3,000 spirit coins each time was really not something an ordinary person could afford. Many people retreated when they saw the high price of 10,000 spirit coins. Most of the people gathered there to watch the show, and there were only a few who would actually bid. 20,000. I request to see Grandmaster Jiang Hong. As a gust of cold air forced in, everyone looked back and saw a tall figure wearing a black cloak blocking the sunlight in front of the door. 20,000. The seller's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "You must be an instructor of Jiqing Academy's Fire Spirit Department." Noticing his clothes and the flame symbol on his chest, the shop assistant hurriedly smiled fawningly. Is there anyone who bids higher than an instructor of Jiqing Academy? 20,000 once. 20,000 going twice. 20,000 going thrice. The audience gasped. Excellent Jiqing Academy was truly powerful. One of the fire spirit instructors could take out 20,000 to buy a defensive glyph array without batting an eye. For ordinary people like them, it would be considered good if they could save up to 4,000 to 5,000 spirit coins in their lifetime. Not to mention 20,000 spirit coins, it was almost impossible. I heard that someone wants to see me. Sun Yang appeared in front of the railing on the 2nd floor. The woman smiled coquettishly and reached out to hold the railing. Are you that charm master? The sturdy man smiled and said, Master, are you interested in joining our academy? All conditions can be discussed with our dean. Oh? Is Jiaqing Academy going to establish the #1 talisman master school in the 6 prefectures continent? The instructor of the fire spirit faculty smiled and did not say anything for a few seconds. Then, he said, if you are willing to come with me, all your questions will naturally be answered. She's not a master. She's a liar. A commotion broke out at the door. The sound of footsteps was chaotic. A young boy with wounds all over his body, whose face could not be seen, staggered out from the back. You dare to run, brat? Make up for yesterday's edition. Continue at night. She's a liar. She's not a talisman master at all. She's a damned liar from head to toe. She didn't draw this talisman array at all. While the young man was yelling with all his might, several burly men chased after him and held his hands down. Get lost. The young man roared and subconsciously threw out 2 intermediate yellow attack talismans into the bodies of the burly men. 2 of the burly men were caught off guard and were hit by the yellow talismans. Their bodies swayed and they slightly retreated several steps. Damned brat. The eyes of a burly man with a black cloth wrapped around his head flashed and he pounced at the young man with all his might. You're courting death, brat. You're all accomplices. The short young man angrily roared, this master Jianghong tricked 5 or 6 young talisman masters into going to her private court. She claimed that she had a defensive talisman remnant scroll to share with us and taught us how to make yellow rank defensive talismans for free. In reality, she imprisoned us in that court. We made defensive talismans for free. She took all of the defensive talismans we drew for herself. Heh. Jianghong crossed her arms and stood in front of the railing on the 2nd floor. She looked at the young man in tattered clothes with an aloof expression. What kind of joke are you making? Just you? I need you to draw a yellow rank defensive talisman array? Ahahaha. Jianghong looked at him coldly and said word by word, you're only a small intermediate talisman master. What right do you have to accuse others that you can draw yellow rank talismans? Do you think anyone in the world can draw yellow rank defensive talismans? Ahahaha. Jianghong's tone was frivolous and she laughed very viciously. The rest of the people heard her reasonable words and nodded one after another. That's right. You can't just go around biting people like that, can you? What proof do you have for your words? The young man was in a sorry state and his face was bruised. He couldn't help but tightly clench his fists. I'm telling the truth. This woman, she used a secret technique to temporarily raise us. But that secret technique is extremely harmful to our bodies. After a month, all of us will temporarily lose the ability to draw talismans. Yes, I am an intermediate symbol master. But above the 6 prefectures, how many yellow grade symbol masters were there? This woman is also not a yellow grade symbol master. Everyone looked at each other and couldn't help but understand what the young boy was saying. Jianghong, on the other hand, was somewhat angry out of humiliation. A trace of anger flashed across her enchanting face. Nonsense. Drag this guy away. If you have the guts, then craft a yellow talisman in front of me. Don't pull me. You evil people will get your retribution. The instructor from Ani Prefecture's Jiaqing Academy couldn't help but frown. Seeing that the young man was about to be dragged out of the door by a few burly men, the young man suddenly stopped. Xiaomu stretched out her calf and kicked forcefully from behind a burly man. Everyone watched as the man flew out of the door like a ball. The remaining men suddenly turned their heads. When their gazes fell on Arbor, they couldn't help but be startled. Young miss, what are you doing? Before he could finish speaking, he saw the young girl lift her leg and kick another man's leg. Everyone only heard a crisp kacha sound. The iron tower-like man's leg was broken by the little girl's kick. Aoo! The man let out a roar and fell to the ground. The little girl glanced at him expressionlessly and frowned. She stretched out her little hand and grabbed at the air, pulling the confused and nervous little boy in front of her. You, what are you doing? The boy looked to be only 13 or 14 years old. His face was bruised. Previously, she couldn't distinguish his face from a distance and didn't know he was so young. A 13 or 14-year-old intermediate talisman master, Arbor thought this boy had a promising future. Talisman masters mainly relied on their own talisman power to make talismans. The level of talisman power affected the level of the talisman drawn. For example, Arbor could see that at least intermediate talisman power flowed in the boy's body. He was indeed an intermediate talisman master. However, at this moment, Arbor looked at the black gas between the boy's eyebrows and couldn't help but frown. Could it be that this Grandmaster Jianghong used a forbidden talisman spell to forcibly raise the level of their talisman power? Now that the power of the forbidden talisman had disappeared, the remaining trace was harmful to the body. If it wasn't removed as soon as possible, it would greatly affect the development of their own talisman power in the future. A group of ignorant fools, thinking that someone used a secret technique to help them raise their level. In the end, it was only a talisman spell. Arbor secretly took out a purifying talisman and gently waved it between his fingers. A stream of light, carrying the purifying talisman power, instantly drilled into the boy's forehead and completely swallowed the black gas. The boy was startled. Although he didn't know what had happened, his spiritual sense was clear in an instant. It seemed like there was a bit of talisman power wandering in his body. He suddenly felt it. "Hey, what are you waiting for?" Arbor tilted his head and looked at the boy. "Draw an intermediate defensive talisman for me to see." Jianghong was so angry that her face turned green. She pointed at Arbor and said angrily, "What are you waiting for? Drive them out together." Could anyone really behave atrociously in front of her, Jianghong? She was a rarely seen yellow-grade great symbol master. He should be respected by everyone, not criticized and cursed. Under Jianghong's instructions, several of the shop's employees also fiercely ran towards Arbor's group. However, before he could get close to Arbor, Mo Lian flicked her finger and shot out a few streams of energy. The few workers rolled on the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. Arbor leisurely looked at the surprised youth. "Hey, what are you waiting for? Hurry up." "Oh, yes, yes." The young boy nodded hurriedly. Then, he turned his gaze and fell on the short table beside the staircase on the first floor. He hurriedly ran a few steps forward to the short table, took the ready-made blank talisman paper and talisman brush, and began to draw with a devout expression. Based on his posture, it was obvious that he knew how to draw talismans. After a quarter of an hour, the store was completely silent. Arbor was speechless as he looked at the young man who was still concentrating on drawing talismans. Another half an hour passed. That guy actually hadn't finished drawing a simple intermediate defensive talisman. Arbor only felt black lines on his forehead. He was thunderstruck. With his speed, not to mention going out to fight, even if he was given 3 days to prepare, he wouldn't be able to prepare more than a few attack talismans. With such a lousy speed, not to mention that Miss Chiao wouldn't fancy him, any random person probably wouldn't fancy him either. Ah! A round of applause suddenly sounded in the main hall. "This little brother is too amazing. He can actually concentrate on drawing talismans in front of us. My heavens, look at how steady this little brother's hands are. I'm guessing that he'll finish drawing talismans in a while. Amazing, amazing, his talisman success rate is really high. It's said that it's very rare to succeed in one try." Everyone's praises fell into Arbor's ears, causing her to have a strange expression, not knowing what to say. Wasn't this a very normal talisman drawing? What was there to praise? Mo Lian lowered his head to look at his little wife's stupefied expression and couldn't help but secretly find it funny. He raised his hand to squeeze her little hand and whispered into her ear, "Jojo thinks that this talisman drawing fellow is pretty good?" Arbor nodded. If he's properly groomed in the future, he'll definitely become a capable person. Most importantly, she had never seen a talisman master who could draw talismans properly in all her life. When she grew up in the future, she would also need someone to support her. For example, a group of apothecaries and talisman masters, so that everyone could fight together, right? How tiring it would be for her to do it all by herself. Prince Mo instantly understood the little fellow's meaning. Smiling at her with his phoenix eyes, he nodded and stroked her head. "My Jojo is starting to grow quickly." This little fellow had the intention to nurture her own power. How great was that? Miss Chiao's eyes brightened. "You also think that it's good to keep this fellow?" Prince Mo looked at the youth with disdain and nodded reluctantly. "Although he's a rookie, if he's properly groomed, it's not like he can't be used." Arbor nodded her little head and turned to look at the youth who was still drawing talismans in front of the table. Although this fellow's talisman drawing speed wasn't on the same level as hers, his attitude when drawing talismans was rather strict and serious. He was a talent worth grooming. Arbor, with his two small hands behind his back, trotted all the way to the young boy's side and carefully watched him draw the talisman there. Jiang Hong, who was standing on the second floor, was so angry that she was about to explode. She turned her head and pressured the shopkeeper of the talisman shop. "Are you going to allow these people to behave atrociously here? If you don't chase them out, I'll cut off your stock." When the shopkeeper of the talisman shop heard this, he immediately became anxious. How could he let Jiang Hong run out of stock? The defensive talismans and offensive talismans that Jiang Hong made were all high level and above. Even the yellow level talismans were usually sold very well. If he really angered Jiang Hong, she would no longer sell here in the future. That would be a huge loss. Thinking of this, the shopkeeper hurriedly waved his hand and shouted, "Hurry up and kick out those irrelevant people. Who allowed them to wantonly use my blank talisman paper and talisman brush to draw talismans on the spot? Throw out that brat who doesn't know how high the heavens are. And them." When the shopkeeper pointed at Arbor and Mo Lian, he looked at their outstanding appearances and was clearly stunned. Then he clenched his teeth and steeled his heart. "Kick out those troublemakers as well." The shopkeeper gave the order, but the shop assistants didn't move at all. Instead, there were people lying on the ground, groaning, holding their waists and touching their backs as they rolled back and forth on the ground. The shopkeeper's eyes were about to pop out. This? Who the hell was going to kick out who? The shop assistants who could still fight and move were all lying on the ground at this time. Not to mention kicking people out, even their ability to take care of themselves was questionable. The shopkeeper looked at the shop assistants lying on the ground and secretly cursed. His heart was about to explode. Who was the unluckiest when the shop assistants were injured? Wasn't it him, the shopkeeper? When the time came, he would have to fork out money and effort. If he didn't handle it well, the shop assistants' families might come and make trouble. Just thinking about it gave the shopkeeper a headache. However, he couldn't not provide for Jiang Hong, that great aunt. The shopkeeper hurriedly walked down from the second floor in 3 steps. With a drooling face, he arrived in front of Arbor and Mo Lian. He rubbed his hands and smiled obsequiously. "The two of you, how should I address the two of you?" Mo Lian proudly raised her head. Arbor naturally wouldn't pay attention to his nonsense. Seeing that the two of them ignored him, the shopkeeper could only continue to smile obsequiously. "This small shop only does small business. We can't afford a disturbance. If the two of you aren't sincerely here to buy talismans, please." Slap. Arbor took out a blue talisman and threw it at the old man's face. This was outrageous. This ignorant old man actually dared to drive her husband away. He really ate a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. Originally, she only came to watch the fun and didn't want to sell talismans. However, she changed her mind now. What right did this group of people have to be so arrogant in front of her? Wasn't it just a yellow-level defense-breaking talisman array? What was there to be fussy about? Nowadays, she directly used jade talismans to make defensive talisman arrays, not talisman paper. The shopkeeper was dumbfounded as he held the blue defensive talisman fluttering down. His hands couldn't help but slightly tremble. It was a yellow-level talisman. The quality was actually fine. A fine blue talisman. She had guarded this shop for so many years, but rarely had she seen such a rare fine blue talisman. Generally, if a great talisman master made a fine blue talisman, they would first use it for themselves or their family. Why would they take it out to sell? Talisman making was very taxing on one's mind, and the success rate was so low that it made one's hair stand on end. Without spending a few days, how could he successfully craft a blue talisman? "Auntie, may I know what this blue defensive talisman is for?" The shopkeeper's voice was trembling with excitement. "Sell." Arbor took out 2 more blue storage talismans and slapped them onto the shopkeeper's face. 2 storage talismans for sale. 10,000 spirit coins for one. There's no upper limit. Let's bid. Mo Lian grinned as he leaned closer to his wifey. Jojo was awesome. It was obvious that she was standing up for her husband. The talisman store that had been silent for a while suddenly emitted waves of gasps, and everyone was excited to the point of being unable to control themselves. Everyone started screaming at the same time. Storage talisman? Is that really the legendary storage talisman? Oh my god, this is the first time I've seen a storage talisman on the market. Ah, this lady, what girl? She's a master. Ah, right, right. Master, can you tell us how big the storage space is in this talisman? Everyone stared at the talisman with excitement, and their eyes eagerly looked at Arbor. Arbor said expressionlessly, a yellow-level blue storage talisman can store 30 cubic meters of things, including living things. It can be stored and unloaded 1,000 times. At the same time, everyone revealed a frightened expression. I'm sleeping soundly. I'll wake up early tomorrow to catch up on you guys. 30 to 30 cubic meters, and it could store living things? 1,000 uses, this was too much. Such a practical storage glyph naturally made everyone's eyes light up, and they couldn't help but be eager to give it a try. If the defensive glyph formation just now was said to be of little value, then the storage glyph that the little girl had taken out was simply too delightful. The fire spirit instructor from Jiqing Academy also couldn't help but be moved. He stepped forward and said, 11,000, I want a storage glyph. The shopkeeper couldn't help but feel excited as he hurriedly said to Miss Chiao, Little Master, may I ask what the effects of this defensive glyph are? It can withstand the full force attacks of 2 spirit masters below the 7th level for an hour. It can be used more than 10 times. Arbor said faintly. Everyone was immediately dumbfounded. In particular, the fire spirit instructor from Jiqing Academy who'd just spent a large sum of 20,000 to purchase the defensive glyph formation couldn't help but feel awkward. He'd forked out a large sum of money and wanted to recruit Master Jianhong for the academy, but it couldn't even compare to a single hair on the little master's head. She only had a yellow rank defensive glyph, but its effects could last for an hour, and the glyph formation formed from the 128 defensive glyph formations he'd purchased earlier could only hold out for 5 minutes, and it could only withstand attacks from those below the 4th level of the spirit realm. The other person could use it 3 times more than her. This was truly the case. Comparisons were odious, and comparisons were odious. This little girl whose strength was comparable to a glyph master at such a young age was truly too astounding. Arbor flicked a glance at the dumbfounded shopkeeper and roared impatiently, Are you bidding or not? The shopkeeper immediately came back to his senses and nodded repeatedly, Yes, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Everyone heard that, right? The starting price of these 3 glyph formations is 10,000 each. Let's all make our bids. The shopkeeper was stuttering, and it was obvious how agitated he was. What didn't disappoint him was that after he'd spoken, everyone indeed began to raise the price in a frenzy. The first bid was for the blue storage glyph. The fire spirit instructor from Jiqing Academy finally managed to snatch one up at a price of 100,000 spirit coins. The fight for the second storage talisman was even more intense. In the end, a wealthy family bought it for 150,000 spirit coins. The defensive talisman was sold for a high price of 90,000. According to the rules, the talisman shop would take a 2% commission. The shopkeeper's income from the commission alone was several thousand spirit coins. Furthermore, after the news of the storage talisman spread, the reputation of this talisman store naturally rose steadily. At this moment, the shopkeeper's expression had completely changed. He gazed amiably at Xiao Mu and asked in a fawning manner, Little Master, may I ask if you are interested in discussing business with me? Arbor glanced at him and reached out to take the spirit coin card from him, stuffing it into his inner world. I'm just passing by. Don't think too much. It was just that when they saw this fellow's attitude towards them earlier, they wanted to take him down a notch. Don't think that I don't have a temper. The shopkeeper's elderly face immediately crumbled, and he followed Xiao Mu blindly, repeatedly saying, Just now, this one was blind and didn't recognize the little master. If the young master is willing to give us a blue storage glyph every 3 months, the price is negotiable. Feel free to ask for whatever treatment you want. Arbor held Prince Mo's hand and walked towards the young boy. At this moment, the young boy finally finished drawing a mid-level defensive talisman. Arbor took it and looked at it. She felt that this child's basic skills were a bit good, but his talisman drawing technique was too stiff. His fatal flaw was his speed, which was too slow. In a battle, he had no chance of winning at this speed. Arbor glanced at him. What's your name? By now, the young boy already knew that Arbor had just sold storage talismans. He stared at her with eyes full of worship and stammered, My name is Zhou Huan. Arbor nodded and asked bluntly, your foundation in talisman techniques is pretty good. With proper training, you should be able to become a true yellow-level talisman master. Are you willing to? Yes, yes, yes. I'm willing. Arbor couldn't help but be speechless. She hadn't finished speaking when the young boy couldn't wait to agree to her request. How could she endure this? Mo Lian glanced at the child and snorted, young boy, where's your modesty? Zhou Huan, can modesty be eaten? Now there was a great opportunity in front of him to learn from a true yellow-level great talisman master. Why wouldn't he agree? Great master. Zhou Huan stammered. Why you're a yellow-level great talisman master? Arbor shook her head. A mocking laugh immediately came from the railing on the second floor. Ha ha ha, she's the liar. She casually took out her master's talismans to sell. How could she be a yellow-level talisman master at this age? At most, she's just a mid-level talisman master like you. Zhou Huan stared blankly. Was it like this? Arbor expressionlessly looked at Jiang Hong, who was standing in front of the railing on the second floor. Her face was a bit distorted as she spoke. She calmly said, I'm indeed not a yellow-level talisman master. Jiang Hong's face showed a trace of a mocking smile. I'm a black-level talisman master. Jiang Hong's smile froze on her face. She almost reflexively screamed, impossible. What's impossible? Arbor glanced at her indifferently. You're not me, how would you know that I don't meet the requirements to be a black grade symbol master? Zhou Huan's heart leaped with joy. She cried out in surprise, Master, you're a black grade talisman master. Therefore, the yellow-level talismans that this master took out to sell were just things that she didn't want. Everyone else could make black grade storage talismans now. Alright, that yellow-level talisman was basically useless to her. Jiang Hong's face suddenly turned green, red, and white. She felt that her heart was about to be unable to bear it and started to twitch. She had worked hard for 44 years, but in the end, she had only just stepped into the advanced talisman master proficiency realm. He would need to use talismans that increased talisman power to forcefully make a few yellow-level talismans. However, this little girl in front of him actually boasted shamelessly that she was a black-level symbol master. Ha ha. Wasn't this the biggest joke in the world? She was so good at boasting at such a young age. Jiang Hong's expression contained traces of ridicule and harshness. Will you die if you don't boast? Jiang Hong sneered. You say that you're a black great talisman master, but what proof do you have? Unless you can draw a black grade talisman on the spot, don't boast as if you're above heaven and earth. Arbor looked at the girl whose expression changed drastically and said indifferently, I don't need to prove anything to you. The truth was as such. Miss Chow was merely calmly stating a fact. As for whether others believed it or not, that was completely unrelated to her. She also didn't need to craft a black grade talisman in front of others just to prove herself. Stop right there. Seeing the little girl ignoring her like this, Jiang Hong's pretty face flushed red with anger. You don't dare to accept the challenge? Or perhaps you're simply a liar. Jiang Hong sneered and said, seeing that you're still young, I might as well give you a piece of advice. Don't boast too much in front of others in the future, so as to avoid embarrassing yourself. Arbor swept a glance at her and asked expressionlessly, What, you want to challenge me? Jiang Hong was naturally unwilling to challenge an opponent whose strength was unknown. But for some reason, when she saw the girl's stoic face and calm expression, she felt a burst of anger in her heart, and for no reason at all, she felt the anger in her heart rush up for no reason. So what if I challenge you? Jiang Hong said angrily, do you dare to accept the challenge? Accept the challenge? Arbor shook her head. You don't have the qualifications to challenge me. If you really want to compete, I'll give you a few pointers. Everyone, Prince Mo, whose hand was held by the little fellow, couldn't help but curl his lips when he heard this. He knew the little fellow's talisman crafting ability, so in his eyes, his chow was extremely interesting. However, in Jiang Hong's opinion, Arbor's attitude could simply be described as domineering. Such a young girl actually said that she didn't have the qualifications to challenge her and even wanted to give her a few pointers. Ha ha ha, Jiang Hong's eyes darkened as she sneered. Fine, fine, fine. I'll give you a chance to give me some pointers. At that time, who knew who would be giving pointers? Arbor glanced at her. Seeing that she was suppressing a trace of anger, she couldn't help but frown and look at her. How do you want to compete? This woman was super strange. She was clearly speaking the truth, but in that woman's ears, it sounded like she was lying. With her talisman crafting ability, why would she need to lie? Arbor was a little angry. He lowered his eyebrows, and when he raised his head again, his eyes were calm and unperturbed. We'll set a time limit of 2 hours. Whoever is the first to craft a yellow rank body securing talisman will be the winner. Too long, Arbor said coldly. What? It's been too long. I don't have that much time to waste on you. You. Xianxia was about to explode from anger. She was so angry that she was about to collapse. She glared at Arbor as if she was looking at an enemy. This attitude was too arrogant. She actually said that making a yellow rank body securing talisman in 2 hours was a time-consuming matter. You're already very lucky to be able to craft a yellow rank body securing talisman within 2 hours. Alright, there was a success rate in drawing talismans. Normally, if a person could successfully draw 1 out of 3 talismans, they would be considered to be extremely talented. There were even those who weren't skilled enough. When they were unfamiliar with it, they might only succeed in 2 out of 10. If it was a fine-grade blue talisman, due to the difference in quality, the success rate was only about 1/10 of the yellow rank talisman. It was so low that it made one's hair stand up in anger. Arbor had a puzzled expression. I read from a book that normal people can draw about 10 fine-grade blue talismans in a day. What he meant was, why is it that when it comes to you, you can only draw 1 yellow rank talisman in 2 hours? This was too much of a scam. If you need 2 hours to make a yellow talisman, wouldn't you need a few days to make a blue talisman? Xianxia's face flushed red with anger, the expression on her face completely distorted. You. Shameless boasting. She angrily rebuked, don't tell me you've never read any proper talisman books. Let me ask you, have you ever been tested at the Talisman Master Guild? This Xiao had never even heard of the Talisman Master Guild. After the little fellow grew up, she had never even tested at the Pill House, let alone the Talisman Master Guild. Now that she heard it, it sounded like a fantasy story. She said with a blank expression, Talisman Master Guild? Ha 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 ha. Xianxia proudly laughed, then you still call yourself a black level talisman master? Your black level talisman master title is self-proclaimed, right? She pointed at the round badge she wore on her chest. Do you see it? This is the Talisman Master Guild's badge. The Talisman Master Guild uses an attack talisman and a defense talisman as its symbol. My badge has the word yellow on it, which means that I'm a yellow level talisman master. What about you? Xianxia felt that it was somewhat childish for her to be angry with a little girl at her age. But today's matter, she didn't want to let it go. It was too infuriating. She was despised by a young fellow who didn't have a talisman master rank at all, and even said that she wasn't qualified to fight with her. No one would be able to endure such words. She wanted to slap her face in front of everyone. She wanted everyone to see that this little girl in front of her was an out-and-out liar. Arbor looked at her chest suspiciously. Xianxia purposely puffed out her chest, revealing the unique round badge in front of everyone. The people in the hall also looked at each other suspiciously, their gazes converging on Arbor. That's right, this Grandmaster Xianxia was indeed a yellow-level talisman master. This badge was guaranteed to be genuine, it was produced by the Talisman Master Guild, so it definitely couldn't be wrong. On the contrary, this little girl claimed to be a black-level talisman master, but she didn't have any proof, not even a single badge of the Talisman Master Guild. So much so that, he might not even have heard of the 3-word symbol Master Guild. Where did this little girl come from? According to the Golden Talisman Jade Tome, an ordinary person could make about 10 blue talismans in a day. Therefore, she felt that being able to draw more than 400 blue talismans in one night was already very outstanding. Could it be that the ordinary person mentioned in the Golden Talisman Jade Tome wasn't an ordinary person, but a talisman master whose talent surpassed others by more than 95%, less than 8 hours a night? In other words, when Miss Xiao's hand speed was still decent, she could probably draw 100 talismans in 2 hours. This was a very normal speed for her. If she hit on the fish orchid planet, the time flow there was 12 times faster, and she could summon 2 clones to slack off. The number of talismans drawn in 2 hours would reach a terrifying amount of 4,000, therefore, Miss Chiao felt that it was better to draw talismans by hand to cultivate one's sentiments. If he wasn't in combat mode, there was no need to summon his doppelgangers. If he were to draw 10 to 20 pieces every day, he would inevitably become rusty in the future. If he freaking finished drawing 10,000 jade talismans in one go, what business would she have in the future? No wonder her husband kept nagging her not to tell others about her talisman crafting speed. Work report. I finished yesterday's report, see you tonight. Try to be early today. Oh, happy National Day. Xiamu glanced at Jiang Hong, who was seething with anger, and could not figure out what the other party was angry about. Didn't she just say that drawing a yellow talisman in 2 hours was too time-consuming? She probably hit a sore spot in this Master Jiang Hong, didn't she? Alright, Arbor nodded reluctantly. 2 hours it is. When the time came, she would quickly draw it, and the winner would be decided after she finished drawing it. There was no need to argue with others now, it was too troublesome to even say a few words. Jiang Hong said with a sullen face, since it's a competition, we naturally have to bring out some prizes. With that, she took out 24 jade talismans from her sleeve and suddenly injected spiritual energy into them, causing them to light up. Everyone let out an uproar. Jiang Hong ignored everyone's scorching gazes and said indifferently, this set of 24 jade talismans forms a yellow-rank defensive talisman array, which is completely different from the talisman paper defensive talisman array from before. It's a jade talisman. Everyone's gazes fell on the jade talisman array, almost burning up. The jade talisman array can be used for a lifetime. As long as the set of jade talisman arrays is not destroyed, you only need to go to the Talisman Master Association and let the Talisman Masters inject their talisman energy regularly, and it can be used for a long time. When this was said, the whole place was filled with gasps of surprise. The Jiaoqing Academy's Fire Spirit Major Instructor's gaze also burned. Is this set of jade talisman arrays for sale? This is my prize. Jiang Hong said with a proud expression. Unexpectedly, Arbor's face was full of disdain, and he waved his little hand forcefully. No, change the prize. Everyone, why did they suddenly want to beat this little girl to death? Mo Lian chuckled softly, his gaze only landing on his little wife. He looked at her with a smile, so focused that it seemed as if time would stop for her. The Fire Spirit Major Instructor suddenly took out a pair of fiery red stones from his inner world and waved them in front of Arbor. How about this set of talisman arrays for my pair of Dragon Tooth souls? Although the Dragon Tooth soul is a divine level material that can greatly improve the speed of a divine artifact's attack, 2 Dragon Tooth souls can't do much. Mo Lian shook his head and said seriously, your overall value is not as good as their jade talisman arrays, it's a loss. Add something else. The instructor of the Fire Spirit faculty was obviously stunned. Naturally, he didn't expect that there would be someone who knew the ropes here. He really coveted that set of jade talisman arrays. After thinking about it, he could only grit his teeth and say, alright, then I'll add 2 more of these. What do you think? The instructor then took out 2 palm-sized jades that were overflowing with light. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what it was. Mo Lian raised his eyebrows slightly, his handsome face indifferent as he said, these 2 pieces of broken jade don't look too bad. It's just that I don't know what it is. I'll only know after I use it. I'll reluctantly accept it. When the instructor took out the 2 pieces of jade, he had been paying attention to Mo Lian's expression. Seeing that his expression didn't change and his mouth spat out such words, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He had found these 2 items many years ago when he was training in the depths of the nameless mountain range. The danger level had caused the entire training team to be wiped out except for him. But all these years, these 2 items had always been in his hands, and he couldn't sell them at all. Those who saw these 2 pieces of jade would be mesmerized by their appearance at first, but after the brilliance on the jade quickly faded, no one knew what these 2 items were. So no one had ever taken them. The excellent Qing Academy's Fire Spirit Instructor hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't help but ask, you really don't know what this is? Mo Lian examined it for a while with a face full of confusion. It looks like a high-grade material, but it doesn't look like one when you look at it carefully. Hey, the light on it has faded. Someone beside them couldn't help but cry out. After the light faded, these two pieces of jade looked no different from the most ordinary jade on the market. They looked just like goods from a street stall. Everyone shook their heads, pointing at the two pieces of jade and whispering. Emolian frowned and asked, "Are there any other substitutes? These two broken stones of yours probably aren't high-grade materials at all." "Nonsense." The fire spirit instructor couldn't help but say angrily, these two pieces of jade were clearly dug out from the depths of the nameless mountain range. "That won't do. You don't even know what these stones are." Emolian shook her head and said, "It's too much of a loss to exchange them like this. You have to add something else." The fire spirit instructor couldn't help but feel a bit stifled, but that jade talisman array was really too attractive to him. Gritting his teeth, he could only take out a black stone from his inner world. "Then how about this limitless glass stone?" Emolian nodded and said with a slight frown, "The limitless glass stone is only a heaven-grade material. After polishing it and embedding it into a spirit artifact, it's not bad. It can speed up the absorption of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. But if it's used to forge a divine artifact, it's a bit lacking. Forget it, we'll just exchange it like this." Prince Mo's expression of "you've really gotten off too easy" really made the fire spirit instructor a bit depressed. On the other hand, Jiang Hong, who was standing on the side, couldn't resist laughing out of anger. She eyed Emolian and Xiamu covetously, and the first thing she said was sharp and sarcastic, "It's as if you'll definitely win this wager." They actually immediately took out the prize she took out in front of the original owner and decided to exchange it with someone else. Wasn't this a joke? This couple. Emolian glanced at Jiang Hong unconcernedly and said with a confident expression, "If you were as good at talisman crafting as my wife, you would also be so confident." Jiang Hong hated that she couldn't open her mouth and curse this couple to death. Both of them were so hateful. However, while Jiang Hong was fuming, someone with a keen sense of smell was already staring at Prince Mo with burning gazes. This little big brother, opening his mouth and saying that he's so knowledgeable about artifact refinement, one look and I can tell he's an understanding person. TSSSSSSSSS. Some people wanted to make a move, they wanted to go to the couple's side, they wanted to get close to the couple's S's rights. Were there SSSSTSS long T's A's a moment, TTTT have A's? Teet. Teet us anyway, it won't take much time. It's really troublesome to go up and down the stairs. Arbor's disdainful attitude completely angered Jiang Hong. Blood rushed to her head and she furiously stormed down the first floor's lobby. She opened her hand and said to the surrounding buyers who were watching the show, "Everyone. Today, I, Jiang Hong, am here with this little Grand Master. Please be my witness for the competition." Jiang Hong purposely emphasized the little master. Even a fool could feel the sarcasm in her tone. The young master, Miss Chiao, stood in front of Jiang Hong with her hands clasped behind her back. She expressionlessly looked at the angry woman. "Allow me to be the judge for the two of you." At this moment, an old man with white hair and a beard walked forward with a smile and cupped his hands in salute. "Oh, isn't this the famous Elder Song of Ani Prefecture?" Yes. Elder Song is over 70 years old, but his talisman crafting skills are second to none in our Ani Prefecture. I heard that Elder Song is already a peak black level talisman master. He's only a small step away from breaking through to talisman master? Earth level? Yes, he's about to break through to earth level. Everyone looked at the old talisman master with reverence. The old man was also very benevolent. He nodded to everyone who saluted him with a kind smile. When Jiang Hong saw the old talisman master, she didn't dare to act rashly. She respectfully saluted the old talisman master. "Thank you for your trouble, Elder Song." Xiamu thanked him and then sat down at two small tables with Jiang Hong, one on the left and one on the right. Talisman masters brought their own talisman brushes and cinnabar. Arbor and Jiang Hong were no exception. They each took out their own talisman brushes, picked up a piece of talisman paper from the table, and started to draw. In order to appear less special, Arbor specially prepared a cinnabar and pretended to dip it in. In fact, her talisman brushes never needed cinnabar. When the talisman drawing began, everyone held their breaths and looked at the two talisman masters in front of them with shining eyes. Jianghong was over 40 years old and had drawn countless talismans. There was no doubt about her proficiency in talisman drawing. However, the red-clothed little girl sitting on the left was even more extraordinary. She was so young, but she was calm from beginning to end. She didn't even care that she was drawing talismans in front of everyone. When she picked up the talisman brush to draw talismans, her hand speed was so smooth that it was done in one stroke. Everyone stared blankly at the young master as she put away her talisman brush. They looked at each other and saw the stupefied expression on each other's faces. What was going on? Is the little master done drawing? From the moment the young master sat down to the moment he started writing, to the moment he finished writing, did it even take 3 minutes? For Arbor, there was no need to pay attention to the quality of the talisman. The material was neither jade talisman nor ebony talisman. It was just a paper talisman. How much time could it take? She had already dipped the brush in cinnabar and rubbed it for a while. Once she moved the talisman brush, needless to say, even she herself couldn't control her speed. From the moment he started drawing the talisman to the moment he finished, it probably didn't even take a minute. Old Talisman Master Song was also completely stunned on the spot. He hurriedly walked over shakily and picked up the yellow level body securing talisman that Arbor had drawn. After carefully examining it, he excitedly cried out, "Yellow level! One body securing talisman!" Hua! The whole place was in an uproar. On the other side, Jiang Hong, who had just sat down, dipped the brush in cinnabar, and started to draw the first rune line, clenched the hand holding the brush tightly. She raised her head with a twisted expression and exclaimed, "Impossible! How was this possible?" Mo Lian could not help but put her hand to her forehead. See, this matter was guaranteed to blow up. In less than half a day, it was estimated that the entire Ani prefecture would spread the news that a great talisman master with a hand speed of 3 minutes had appeared out of nowhere. Arbor had already stood up and glanced indifferently in Jiang Hong's direction. "I won. Put up your prize." This person was probably rushing to give her some good luck. "Impossible!" Jiang Hong shrieked. For a moment, her voice drowned out the excited shouts of everyone in the hall, causing the air to quieten down. Jiang Hong rushed in front of the old talisman master in 3 steps and snatched the yellow level body securing talisman from his hands. She raised it high and roared, "Everyone, you have to take a good look. Look carefully. In my 44 years, I've never seen a talisman master who could create a yellow level immobilization talisman in 3 minutes. Everyone, use your brain and think carefully. Is this possible or not?" Jiang Hong said harshly, looking like she wanted to wake everyone up. She yelled at the top of her lungs, "She clearly cheated. She cheated." Jiang Hong shouted, "She definitely drew a talisman in advance and stuffed it in her sleeve to replace it." Qiaomu looked at her blankly, and it was quite a while before she said, "So many people are watching me draw talismans. How am I supposed to put on the talismans in my sleeve under everyone's watchful eyes?" "Don't tell me you're joking," Jiang Hong looked at her coldly. "Don't pretend. Everyone can search her sleeve. There's definitely a lot of immobilization talismans and defensive talismans hidden inside." Impudent. When Crown Prince Mo saw that there really were people approaching Qiaomu wretchedly to conduct a body search, he angrily rebuked them and sent those 2 men harboring malicious intentions flying with a flick of his sleeve. Arbor raised her hand to stroke him to comfort him. She looked at Jiang Hong very calmly and said, "Just because you can't do it in this lifetime doesn't mean others can't." The young Zhou Huan heard this and nodded vigorously. "That's right. Just now, I didn't even blink. I was staring at the young master and watching her create talismans. She simply completed it in one go from starting to finishing. She didn't pause at all. She didn't even pull out her sleeve. You're clearly slandering her. You're jealous of her speed in creating talismans, so you're framing her for cheating." Zhou Huan's words were orderly and reasonable. Not only did the surrounding people agree, even the referee, old talisman master Song, couldn't help but nod. Zhou Huan looked very excited. In his 14 years of life, he'd really never seen someone who could actually draw talismans so smoothly and without the slightest pause. As expected, this black-grade great talisman master was extremely formidable. He, Zhou Huan, must learn from her. After making up her mind, Zhou Huan did not take advantage of the chaos to speak. She just stood beside Mo Lian and Arbor and angrily reprimanded Jiang Hong. Look at this. Arbor took out a blank talisman and waved it in front of her. He took out a talisman pen and stood there, casually writing and drawing a few times. This time, it really didn't even take 3 minutes before a yellow rank body securing talisman appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The old talisman master excitedly took it over and looked at it over and over as if he had found a treasure. He shouted, "Yellow grade! Body securing talisman!" Jiang Hong's eyes widened instantly. She felt that her head was probably going to smoke. Her entire person was somewhat delirious as she froze on the spot. She could only keep shouting, "Impossible, this is impossible." Jiang Hong felt that she was about to go crazy. This time, she had personally witnessed the little girl draw a yellow rank body securing talisman in a matter of minutes. Her brush strokes were as smooth as the clouds and her free and easy appearance made her feel as if a venomous snake had coiled up in her heart, making her extremely jealous. She could only mutter the word impossible. No way, no way, no way. How could this young lady have such an abnormal speed to complete a yellow grade body securing talisman? Her gaze fell on her hand, and she shrieked in shock, her brush. Talisman brush. There's something wrong with the talisman brush. This talisman brush can definitely speed up the rate of talisman formation. Arbor had already stored the talisman brush into his inner world. Hearing that, he raised his head and glanced at her indifferently. What a joke, before the competition, you didn't say that good equipment can't participate in the competition. Jiang Hong only felt waves of dizziness in her head, and she looked like she was about to faint. Why you cheated, your talisman brush is cheating. Is there something wrong with your head? Arbor swept a glance at her. Good equipment is cheating? Don't talk nonsense with me, the prize is here, you can scram now. After a series of nagging, Miss Chiao was already very impatient. She scolded him and gave the shopkeeper a look. The latter immediately understood and went forward to pick up the jade talisman array brocade box that Jiang Hong put aside, and quickly walked to Arbor's side. When Arbor reached out to take it, Jiang Hong pounced on him like a madwoman, muttering, "No, no way. You can't take my jade talisman array. I won't use this jade talisman array as a prize." Scram. Arbor was instantly enraged, and he kicked the madly pouncing Jiang Hong out. Jiang Hong rolled twice on the ground, and her head knocked against a nearby cabinet. She lay there miserably, pounding the ground as she roared, "Slut, you dare to steal my jade talisman array. My Jiang family won't let you off. I'll even report to the Talisman Master Association, and tell the president about your various misdeeds." Ah! Before she could finish her sentence, her entire person was swept out of the door by a speeding line of fire. Jiang Hong landed heavily on the ground outside, her internal organs jolted, and she spat out a mouthful of old blood. Who knew if it was because she was swept by Mo Lian, or because she was so angry that she spat out blood? Mo Lian disdainfully swept a glance at the woman who was thrown out of the door by her fire spirit, and shook her head. You're already so old, yet you still don't understand the principle of accepting defeat. How stupid and petty. As for her, she thought she would win, but she didn't expect to lose it so easily. She's just not convinced. Just ignore her. No one had the guts to not admit defeat after losing to a lady. Arbor pursed his small lips and took the brocade box over. He turned his head to look at the fire spirit instructor of Jiaqing Academy, who was beaming with joy. Here. Thank you. The fire spirit instructor smiled as he handed over the 2 pieces of dragon tooth soul, the nameless jade, and the limitless glass stone that he had prepared earlier to Arbor. Arbor nodded and handed the items to Mo Lian. Then, he turned around and prepared to leave with Mo Lian. Old Talisman Master Song hurriedly stopped her and asked with a smile, Little Master, please stay. I wonder if Little Grandmaster has joined the Symbol Master Guild? Although our Ani Prefecture's Talisman Master Guild is only a small branch. However, as long as you join the Talisman Master Guild, you can systematically learn talisman techniques. This is a rare and precious opportunity. Moreover, after joining the Talisman Master Guild, you can buy blank talisman papers at talisman shops with a discount. If you're interested, Little Master. Arbor raised her hand and waved it. Not for the time being. Thank you for your kindness. A group of people swarmed up and surrounded the young couple. Everyone was talking at once. Everyone was talking at once. Some asked Little Master when he would come back to sell talismans again, some asked if the young master beside him was a spirit weapon master. Some asked if he could make a weapon for him, and so on. Arbor's head hurt from all the chatter. Zhou Huan, who finally squeezed to the side of the two, cried out excitedly, Master. W what we said before, W what I said about following you, W is it still in effect? This lowly one is willing to follow Master. Master, please give me some pointers. Do you still have companions in that woman's private court? Let's get them out together later. Arbor waved his hand at him. Go out first, I'll find you later. The two were surrounded by a group of people. Mo Lian hastily pulled her into his embrace to protect her, fending off the swarming crowd. Master, when will you come back to sell storage talismans? Master, I'm willing to buy another storage talisman at a high price, please promise me. Young master, are you a spirit weapon master? What you said makes sense, can you make a weapon for this lowly one? I'm willing to pay a high price. Master. Young master, Mo Lian, this fellow's movements were extremely swift. While everyone was clamoring, he picked up his wifey and leaped onto the roof in quick strides. After a few leaps, he left behind a handsome and otherworldly back view to the clamoring crowd. Everyone looked in the direction they left, wringing their hands and calling out, young master, please wait. Master, when will you come back to sell your storage talisman? This person must be a spirit weapon master. Everyone sighed and looked up at the direction of the two people on the roof. One by one, they lowered their heads. Arbor was carried around by Mo Lian, then turned back to find the young boy, Zhou Huan. When Zhou Huan saw that they had indeed come to find her, she immediately grinned from ear to ear. Her small face was filled with joy. Great master! You really have to come to find me? Come to this mansion tonight to find me, we'll go save your companions together. Okay. Zhou Huan nodded excitedly. Anyway, the house was only locked up, so it shouldn't be too dangerous. That woman, Jiang Hong, had been beaten to the ground. For the time being, she would not be able to cause any trouble. After Arbor bid farewell to the young boy, he returned to his small residence with Mo Lian. As soon as he entered the room, the little guy turned around and started to dig at Mo Lian. Lian, what are those two nameless jade stones? It must be something good, right? Seeing Mo Lian raise her eyebrows, Arbor knew that the two nameless stones must be very rare objects. Looking at how he was seriously tricking that fire spirit major instructor from Jiaqing Academy, the little fellow couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Mo Lian lowered his head and glanced at her. He lifted her up and kissed her. Do you want to know? Then, kiss me. Xiaomu glanced around with a guilty conscience before hastily stamping his face with her lipstick. Hurry and speak. Perfunctory little fellow, this kiss was a bit of a stopgap. Although the crown prince was not satisfied, he still took out the two ordinary-looking jade stones with a flip of his hand. He pulled her little hand and placed it on one of them. Try to send a bit of your spiritual awareness in. Whoosh, one of the jade stones suddenly exploded with a fiery red glow of spiritual power. A ball of flame directly rushed up from the stone, instantly enveloping the two of them. This is heavenly fire mithril, an extremely rare saint-grade forging material. Mo Lian smiled as he whispered into her ear. Jojo, what are we going to do? You're rich. Sure enough, when the little fellow heard the word rich, her eyes lit up slightly. Originally, I had been looking for a material that could upgrade the ferrule to a divine weapon for you. This heavenly fire mithril really exceeded my expectations. It's pretty good. Arbor understood. She hugged his slender neck and asked happily, my MO can be upgraded, right? Mo Lian nodded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. But can we give it another name? We can call it Heavenly Fire Ruler in the future. Mo. If he wasn't careful, Mo Lian would think that she was calling him. Mo is so affectionate. The little fellow blinked and said. Mo Lian pressed down on the back of her little head and suddenly covered her little mouth. Miss Chow was caught off guard. She only felt a touch of gentleness covering her and kissing her. For some reason, she almost couldn't control her heartbeat. Thump thump. Thump thump, she could almost clearly hear her own drumming heartbeat, as if it was going to jump out of her chest. This guy actually launched a surprise attack. Miss Chow bit him hard. The man chuckled softly and murmured, "Jojo, it hurts." Then, he deepened the sudden kiss. Arbor felt as if the depths of her soul were being pulled by something, and she was about to sink into it bit by bit. She opened her eyes and looked at his blurred eyes that were so close to her. Her heart skipped a beat. This person's phoenix eyes were too beautiful. There seemed to be broken starlight in them. When he looked at her in a daze, it was as if he wanted to pull her in bit by bit. A strand of his black hair flowed down, fluttering by her ear. She only heard him murmuring beside her lips, "I'm punishing you for being perfunctory just now. If you're disobedient, you have to be punished." Miss Chow blinked. Suddenly, she exerted force with her hand and pulled him down. Not to be outdone, she kissed him forcefully with a fierce look on her face. Prince Emo chuckled. With a flick of his sleeve, he picked her up. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had already sat down by the bed. Arbor tilted his head and looked at him. His little hands struggled hard, but he couldn't break free. "Don't even think about running." The man hugged her and sat her on his lap. He stretched out his arms and hugged her slender waist. He rubbed her hair. "You want to run away after kissing me?" "No way." "Who ran away?" His little face was so hot that it was about to boil, but the little guy still had a stubborn look on his face as he raised his chin and shouted. "What? You don't want to admit it?" he said with a smile. His fingers twirled a strand of hair by her cheek, and he whispered into her ear, "If I didn't catch you just now, you would have run away by now. Do you think I don't understand your personality of running away after flirting?" Arbor couldn't help but want to laugh. She tried her best to keep a straight face as she turned back to look at him expressionlessly. But when she met his half-smile, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. She angrily punched him. "You've gotten yourself into trouble. You've offended the little emperor." The smile in the crown prince's eyes deepened. He hugged her and shook her. Okay. I won't tease you anymore. Look, these 2 pieces of heavenly fire secret silver are quite big. After you finish making your ruler, there should be some left. When the time comes, this husband will help you improve Dabao." Miss Chow reached out and touched the 2 ice-cold stones. She stroked them with her small hand and transmitted a wisp of spiritual awareness. She watched as a layer of fire appeared on the stones, instantly enveloping the 2 of them in a fire barrier. Why would such a change happen when I transmitted a wisp of spiritual awareness? Do you know of a secret cultivation method in the upper 3 provinces? Some large clans use coiling dragon stones to test their children's aptitude when they are born. They select extremely talented disciples and let them cultivate freely in the early stages to nurture their spirit meridians and accumulate strength. When they reach adulthood, they use a secret method to directly help them advance to the entry level of the God realm. In the future, their cultivation speed will be much faster than ordinary people. Mo Lian pulled down her small hand and rubbed it in her own. As everyone knows, only those who comprehend a trace of the origin power of the 5 spirits of heaven and earth can successfully advance to the spiritual realm. On our Seacone planet, it's precisely because the spiritual energy is weak and unable to comprehend the power of the 5 spirits that a large number of people are prevented from advancing to the spiritual realm. Arbor nodded, thinking inwardly, when I gain a firm foothold in the divine continent, I'll bring Shaolin and the others over. Her younger brother and sister's aptitudes are quite good. Wouldn't it be a waste of talent to leave him on Seacone planet? This secret method must be carried out in conjunction with the 5 spirits' secret silver. That's it? Arbor looked surprised. Her small mouth opened slightly, and a thought flashed through her mind. Oh, I understand. Those who use the secret method to advance use this kind of heavenly fire secret silver to replace the comprehension of the 5 spirits' origin power, right? Mo Lian nodded, smiling as she lowered her head and lightly pecked her small mouth. Because they themselves have skipped the spiritual realm, but the comprehension of the 5 spirits is indispensable. If they want to quickly proceed with the comprehension of the five spirits, they have to take a shortcut. The aristocratic families of the upper three provinces are just this rich and overbearing. Actually, this kind of stone is very useful when added to divine artifacts or even sacred artifacts. It's too low-end to just use it to replace the comprehension of the five spirits. After all, in my opinion, people who can't even comprehend the five spirits' origin power can't be considered to have good aptitudes. Mo Lian's eyes were indifferent, and her tone was slightly mocking. Good aptitude from birth? But it doesn't mean that their aptitudes are still good in the next 10 years or so. Idiots will always be idiots. He smiled and lowered his head to look at Arbor. His gaze was very gentle. Unlike my Jojo, who was able to sense the origins of the five spirits in the lower realm. He even sensed the holy water, holy wood, and holy earth. Arbor was a little excited by her praise, but he was still a little embarrassed. Actually, the holy water was a legacy item of the sect, so it was best not to mention it for now. That holy wood, this thing, she still didn't know why it had been in her body since she was young. As for the holy land, it was quite funny. It had come knocking on his door. Jojo, why are you so smart? Mo Lian leaned closer to her and rubbed her cheeks with a smile. Arbor blushed at his compliment. Actually, it's not that great. Nonsense, it's amazing. Mo Lian reached out and threw the 2 pieces of mithril into her inner world. She stretched out her hand and said, "Give me the ferrule and debeo first. This time, the forging will take about half a month. Is there any problem?" Arbor shook her head. What problem could there be? Anyway, she had her husband by her side. She didn't even need to fight by herself. Okay, then leave it with me for a while. Ah. My beautiful little master, do you have any orders for me? The little golem jumped out and flattered as usual. Mo Lian put away the ferrule that Arbor handed over, and also put away the muttering golem debeo. Can you make debeo stop being so noisy after the modification? That won't do. Being noisy is his specialty. Mo Lian smiled and tapped her forehead lightly. Imitating debeo's tone, he said, "Ah, my beautiful little master." Arbor rolled her eyes at him. She was 200% sure that Mo Lian had taught him that. Mo Lian smiled and hugged her waist tightly. Jojo, this heavenly fire ruler will grow into a divine weapon in the future. You and the ruler have always been telepathically connected. During battle, you can merge it into your body and become one with it. Mo Lian paused and said, when the time comes, you will be able to use the fire spirit on this piece of heavenly fire secret silver. I checked just now. After the ruler merges with this heavenly fire secret silver, it should be able to produce a spiritual fire of 7th level and above. Arbor was really energized now. She turned her little face to look at him and said, you mean, as long as I merge the weapon into my body, I will be able to control this 7th level spiritual fire? Mo Lian nodded. Yes. Heavens, she could merge the weapon into her body and use the spiritual fire. When Arbor heard this, she immediately revealed an excited expression. The biggest difference between a divine weapon and a spiritual weapon is that after the user and the weapon become one, the divine weapon will be more effective. But merging the weapon isn't that easy. Mo Lian looked at her with a smile. But I believe that Jojo will be fine. What happens if the merging fails? The user will be injured, and the divine weapon will be destroyed. Arbor was stunned. It has such a big impact? Mo Lian nodded. Divine weapons all have their own senses. If it is unwilling to become one with the weapon, it will explode on its own in most cases, harming others and itself. But Jojo doesn't need to worry at all. You and the ruler have been together for so many years, your hearts are already connected. There is no chance of it exploding on its own if it injures you. Arbor nodded her little head. She naturally knew that her Momo was the best. This level 7 spiritual fire cannot be mentioned in the same breath as your holy water and holy wood. Its level is indeed a little low. When we find heavenly fire mithril that is of a higher level, I will reforge it for you and you will be able to upgrade your fire spirit. Arbor, on the other hand, was very satisfied. She was a person who couldn't comprehend the power of the fire spirit. Being able to use the 7th rank fire spirit through the man-weapon unite was already a stroke of luck, How could she be picky? Alright, go to bed early. I'll go and forge it for you tomorrow morning. Lian hugged her and reached out to undo her belt. The little fellow immediately jumped down from his lap and ran into the inner room. He couldn't help but stutter, I took a bath. Don't follow me. Lian sat on the edge of the bed obediently. Jojo, do you want some hot water? That night, Zhou came to meet the two of them as scheduled. After a few words, Arbor summoned Qing and had this dumbfounded little boy sit on it together. They headed towards Jianghong's private residence. When they arrived at Jianghong's residence, the large courtyard door was tightly locked. Arbor and Lian brought Zhou in through the back door. Under Zhou guidance, they directly went to the woodshed in the backyard. That woodshed door had 2 defensive restrictions added, but in Arbor's view, it was completely useless. Lian stepped forward and struck out a spiritual fire, immediately shaking open the woodshed's restriction. The 3 of them kicked open the woodshed door and saw 6 or 7 young people around the age of 20 sitting against the wall. Zhou. One of them involuntarily cried out in alarm when he saw the person who barged into the woodshed. MHM, quickly get up and follow. Zhou, you're here to save us, another person said agitatedly. These 2 are. Aya, don't ask so many questions first. Let's leave this place first. Someone's coming, Arbor said with a frown. The young man at the front named Zhou involuntarily shuddered and took a step back. There are more than a dozen guards and retainers in this residence. Arbor glanced askance at that person. Aren't you talisman practitioners? Why do all of you look like cowards? That woman took away all the protective talismans on us. At the mention of this, the group of young men couldn't help but feel indignant. They were all tricked into making talismans for that woman. Every talisman they made was plundered by that greedy woman, Jianghong, and sold to talisman shops. You have so many level 13 and level 14 mystic cultivators, but why are you all like weak chickens without any resistance? Arbor swept them a glance. The young man who spoke first couldn't help but say indignantly, Who's a weak chicken? It's just that the enemy is strong and we're weak. The other party is a level 3 spiritual cultivator, so how can we be their match? Don't deny it when I say you're weak chickens. Arbor glanced at them irritably and said to Zhou, if these little brothers of yours are all like this, then don't follow me. Sorry, her money didn't come from the wind, and she didn't raise weak-willed good-for-nothings. After saying that, she held Lian's hand and walked out the door without looking back. Those young men couldn't help but feel a bit angry. They looked up at Zhou and asked, Who is she, Zhou? Aya, Qihua, don't say any more. Zhou rushed out the door with her group of companions and saw more than a dozen guards surrounding them, shouting to kill. It doesn't matter if your cultivation isn't good. Remember that you're talisman practitioners, Arbor said coldly. The greatest effect of talisman practitioners is to use talismans to win and kill enemies. I have to make sure that I have talismans that I can use and draw at all times. If your hand speed isn't good, then practice. Don't dawdle all day long. You can't even draw a single talisman in an hour. Arbor narrowed his cold eyes and stared at the dozen or so servants rushing over. She waved her hand, and a dozen or so paper charms floated out. They looked like a butterfly with wings, and approached the group of servants with whooshing sounds. All the talismans were activated at the same time. Streams of light poured out from the talismans and rushed to the front of the group of servants. Immediately, they turned into circles of 8 trigrams and bound everyone. The circles of 8 trigrams talismans were like a spider web, tightly controlling each and every one of the servants within. Group bind. Zhou, Qihua, and the others widened their eyes and stared at the great talisman master in front of them in disbelief. Was this really a binding talisman? How could the binding talisman be so powerful? Talisman masters aren't static. They can master all talismans through a comprehensive study. While immobilizing, you can also bind, stun, or do something else. Do you think a talisman can only be used for one purpose? Mine is a 8 trigrams binding talisman that combines the effects of immobilizing and binding. Arbor still felt that it wasn't enough to shock people. She said coldly, No one taught me to draw like this. It's just that after drawing more and more, you'll know that everything is possible. This kind of mixed talisman was indeed something that she accidentally comprehended. Moreover, drawing mixed talismans on talisman paper was easy to fail. Because the material of the talisman paper was too light and thin, it could not bear the power of two kinds of talismans. Therefore, she was so eager to ask Mo Lian to get her 10,000 blank jade talismans. The talisman power in the jade talisman was naturally not the same as that of the talisman paper. The 8 trigrams binding talisman used by Arbor now was a combination of the effects of fixing and binding. It could be said to be the first talisman to transform it into the shape of the 8 trigrams. Chi Hua's face was full of excitement, his eyes fixed on the field, unable to turn away. Zhou Huan on the side was even more excited than him. She clenched her fists tightly and couldn't restrain the trembling of her body. There was a feeling of finding an organization in an instant. How to break it? In the past, it was not easy for him to find a basic talisman book when he fumbled about making talismans alone. It was very difficult for a talisman master like them, who did not belong to a talisman family, to learn and live. Talisman masters were passed down by word of mouth and passed down from generation to generation. Zhou Huan's father was also a talisman master, so she could learn a little from her father's generation. The difficulty of becoming a talisman master like Chi Hua and the others could be imagined. The little girl was too powerful. All the talisman masters present thought so in their hearts, and it was difficult to hide their excitement. If you want to learn from me, at least you must first learn to be tenacious and never shrink back. Arbor said coldly, and her eyes fell on Zhou Huan and the others. What are you waiting for? Go up and fight. Okay. Zhou Huan was the first to react. She rolled up her sleeves and rushed forward. Regardless of the weapon, she directly picked up a black brick from the side and smashed it on the head of a bound servant. Arbor's expression was slightly relaxed. If these guys didn't even have the courage to fight back against the people she had bound, then there was no need to follow her. This young man had no blood at all. What could he do with such a coward? I let you guys lock us up and bully us. I let you rob our talismans to sell. I let you help the evildoers. I'll beat you to death. 8 talisman masters swarmed up and beat more than a dozen servants until their heads were full of blood. One by one, they lay on the ground on the verge of death. Their bodies were still covered by the 8 trigrams binding talismans. It was as if their bodies were covered by the 8 trigrams diagram. They couldn't move at all. All they could do was worry helplessly. They couldn't even open their eyes. Arbor glanced at the crowd and flicked his hand, removing the 8 trigrams binding talismans from their bodies. The leading servant let out a loud roar and summoned a long sword from his conscience, accompanied by a tiger's roar. 1 man and 1 Xian beast charged towards Arbor, biting and slashing with all their might. Arbor didn't even look at them. He just said to the youths present, "Talisman masters don't need you to waste your energy fighting with others. As long as the right talisman was used at the right time, it would be fine. You can easily win. I don't understand what you people are thinking. 6 or 7 symbol masters have actually been bullied to this extent." As he spoke, a talisman appeared in front of Arbor. Defense talisman. Open. The big tiger that had rushed over crashed heavily into her defensive talisman circle with a loud bang. It howled and shook its big head. Arbor instantly applied a layer of Vajra talisman on his hand and stretched out an arm from the defensive talisman circle. A heavy punch landed on the big tiger's left eye that was close at hand. Ah! The stupid tiger let out a mournful roar. To everyone's annoyance, the tiger's head tilted back and drooled from the little fellow's punch. That string of drool drifted out with the wind. Huzi's expression was also very coquettish, and its furry face twisted. Everyone watched as the stupid tiger was punched out by the ferocious little girl. That was not the end of it. Everyone discovered with lingering fear. That tiger was punched out by the little girl, right? Unexpectedly, the little girl released an absorption talisman, and the force sucked the stupid tiger back to the defensive talisman circle. Another punch landed heavily on the stupid tiger's other eye. The same expression, the same drool, the same movement, and the same speed. Everyone felt as if the scene just now was replayed, and they watched as the little girl punched the tiger in the eye and punched it out again. Everyone silently lit a candle for the stupid tiger in their hearts and mourned in unison, "Big brother, rest in peace." Woo-woo, woo-woo. Huzi squirmed with the tiger's head and quickly fled the scene with its tail between its legs, not even caring about its owner. Everyone, are you still AF * King Tiger? You're not even as good as a cat. A talisman master only needs to draw talismans fast, cast talismans fast, have a flexible mind, and change talismans fast. You can easily defeat the opponent in seconds. Arbor expressionlessly sent the leader of the guards who rushed in front of her with a sword flying. Of course, you don't have many types of talismans in your heads, so you won't know how to change talismans in battle. You just need to study hard in the future. Arbor used an 8 trigrams binding talisman on him again, causing him to fly out and crash into a tree in the backyard. He was completely confined to the tree, and his neck and mouth were crooked, unable to move at all. A talisman master should be an elegant profession. Xiaomu withdrew the defensive barrier around her and glanced indifferently at the dumbfounded Zhou Huan and company. You can turn a city into ashes with a snap of your fingers, kill one person in 10 steps while joking, and kill 100 people in 100 steps. Isn't that right? If you want to learn from me, you have to listen to me in the future. If you can't bear the hardships and fatigue, you can get out now. Eldest Miss. Zhou Huan was the first to kneel on one knee in agitation. He cupped his hands towards the heavenly Dao and said, Zhou Huan is willing to follow Eldest Miss. Qihua is also willing to follow Eldest Miss to death. Fang Wenyao. Fang Wendong. Follow Eldest Miss. Arbor looked at them expressionlessly and nodded. Oh, if you want to follow me, everyone has to follow my rules. I only have one rule. Since we're teammates, we have to support each other in the future. Remember, don't stab each other in the back. I don't think any of you want to experience the way I treat traitors. Arbor said coldly. His voice was cold. Yes. We will follow Eldest Miss's orders. Arbor glanced at them and said, all right, get up. Go and tidy up the things in this private residence. Take away all the valuable things. Consider this your first bucket of gold in life. Don't be so stupid in the future. Don't count your money after being sold. You can't even protect your own talisman. Yes. Mo Lian's lips curved slightly. He stood behind Jojo and looked at her, his eyes full of pampering. The little fellow turned around and bounced to his side, muttering unhappily, I took a bath for nothing. It's hot again. Mo Lian could not help but laugh out loud. He hugged his little wife and whispered in her ear, it's all right. I'll wash it for you when we get back. A guy with evil intentions but no guts. Xiaomu cast him a glance before proudly lifting her small chin. Then come. If you don't come, you're a puppy. Mo Lian was speechless. The little fellow was getting naughtier. She would tease him from time to time. He almost could not handle it. When I'm done forging your MOMO, we'll return to the Divine Continent immediately. Arbor wanted to laugh, but she said expressionlessly, yes. Then you might as well go to Fish Orchid Planet to forge. Find a secluded place and don't disturb the senior sister's cultivation. Mo Lian was stunned and then laughed. That's right. In that case, I don't need to be in such a hurry. I can also study it carefully and see if I can improve the quality of this heavenly fire secret silver first. Who knows, we might be able to forge it into an 8th grade fire spirit before embedding it. The difference of 1 grade was thousands of miles. The little fellow's eyes lit up. Alright, you go forge. I'll go back to Shuntian Prefecture. We'll split up. Mo Lian replied with a MHM. Don't forget to inform the Dunstock side. After the group finished ransacking Jiang Hong's house, they returned to their own little house. The sky was almost bright. Arbor let Zhou Huan, Qihua, and the rest for 4 hours. She had just settled them down when there was a series of knocks on the door. She opened the door and saw Dun Zhong leaning against the door. He wiped his sweat and panted. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Do you need to use the 800 miles express communication jade talisman to call nonstop? As he spoke, he walked into the court mindlessly. Is there tea? I'm dying of thirst. Arbor raised her little fist and gestured behind his head. He didn't know why, but when he saw that Gung Pengcheng's face, he wanted to beat him up, Lien couldn't help but laugh and pull down her little hand. She turned around and glanced at Guan Zhaotang, who had followed her in timidly. The moment his gaze fell on the door, he saw a black shadow flash from the corner of the wall. Lien retracted his awe-inspiring gaze and revealed a mocking sneer. Arbor kicked the door open, took her husband's hand, and strode towards the stone table. "You'll be in charge of the care hall from now on." Arbor glared at Dunzing when he saw Dunzing grabbing the kettle and drinking several cups of tea. "Did you hear that?" I heard it. Dun Julian nodded repeatedly and approached the two with a grin. "Little master, then do I have to stay here for a while to sort out the affairs of an prefecture?" "Of course." Arbor rolled his eyes at him. "We're leaving for Shuntian Prefecture in the afternoon. When we pick up the little yellow crane, we'll set off for the Divine Continent." "Ah, so fast," Dunzing said with a frown. "Little master, are you going to be a hands-off shopkeeper?" Arbor snorted and patted Dunzing's shoulder hard. She turned to look at Lien and called, "Husband." Lien couldn't help but laugh. He knew that the little fellow didn't have the patience to talk to Dunzhu anymore, so he beckoned to Dunzhu. "Come here, I have a few instructions for you. Keep the storage talisman well." Lien handed him a blue talisman. "You'll stay here in the future and look after the affairs of the 6 prefectures. You, all of you, leave." Dunge's face fell. "Are Peony, Little Taisway, and Shurchen all leaving?" Lien nodded and patted him on the shoulder. "Thank you for your hard work. If I see a more suitable body in the Divine Land, I'll keep an eye out for you." Really? Dunge's face lit up with excitement. "Of course." Lien nodded. "I'll leave the 6 prefectures' affairs to you. Although Guan Zhaotang is under Jojo's control now, there are many things, you still can't trust him too much. There's an antidote for Guan Zhaotang in the storage talisman I gave you. Just give him one every Lunar New Year. Keep him under your control and use him for you." Lien looked at him deeply. "Do you understand?" Yes, I understand." Dunja nodded. "Select the elite disciples and train them. This matter must continue. Don't slack off." Okay. I'll train the Shuntian guards well." Lien gave him a few more instructions, then led him back to Arbor and Guan Zhaotang. When Guan Zhaotang saw Lien, he felt a bit fearful and took 2 steps back. "Alright, there's nothing else. You can leave." Dunja stood up and cupped his hands. "Then we'll take our leave. Little master, I wish you a safe journey." Arbor nodded and looked coldly at Guan Zhaotang. "If I find out that you're disloyal and unwilling to follow Prefectural Lord Gung's management, I'll punish you like this." Suddenly, a huge wave surged out from her palm. With a bang, it smashed a stone block beside the Hall of Caregiving's feet into pieces. The pieces fell to the ground and rolled down. Guan Zhaotang's heart skipped a beat. He turned and bowed to Arbor. "I wouldn't dare," he replied, then quickly left with Dunja. Arbor looked coldly at his back. "When Dunja takes over Ani Prefecture, Guan Zhaotang won't need to exist anymore," the little guy said coldly. "I'm afraid it's not that easy." Lien chuckled. "Guan Zhaotang isn't a fool. He should be able to understand what you mean and take precautions." Arbor held her husband's hand. "I can't be bothered. The 6 prefectures aren't my goal at all." She was going to the Divine Land, what she wanted to flatten was also the Divine Land. "I wonder if those people who owe me, who have tried every means to stop me from setting foot on the Divine Land, are ready." Lien chuckled softly. "I'm guessing that they're ready." He had probably washed his neck clean and was waiting to be slaughtered. "Jojo, go take a shower and rest for a while. I'll ask Little Tree to bring me to Fish Orchid Planet later." On the surface, Arbor nodded his little head, but he didn't let go of his waist. His pair of big eyes looked left and right at him, refusing to let go. The Crown Prince's heart almost melted from her gaze. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead. "Jojo, look, I'm not going anywhere. I'm with you," he said gently. "If you miss me, you'll be able to see me once you reach Fish Orchid Planet." Arbor thought that he was right. She nodded her little head hard and let go of his little hands. "Alright, go take a shower." Isn't it hot? Emolienne smiled and rubbed her little head. Then, he hurried her back to her room. After her figure disappeared from his sight, his gentle and elegant expression gradually turned cold. His handsome face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. Tong. Yes. Are you ready? Emolienne asked coldly. Yes. Everything is ready. With a creak, the door of the small mansion was slammed open from the inside by a gust of air. Tong flew out with a group of people, and in a moment, he used arrows and spirit power to force out the people hiding in the corner. After those people appeared, they threw out several talismans under their sleeves. Xianxia immediately approached. Emolienne stood at the side and watched coldly. Tong rushed forward with a group of black-clothed youths. A large net filled with flickering electric currents appeared in his hands. Each of them held a corner of the net and covered the group of people along with the talismans they had cast, sealing them in the net. After a few bangs, several talismans flew out and exploded beside the talisman caster. A layer of black chi suddenly attacked the bodies of the people in the net, causing them to cry out and fall to the ground. Their bodies were covered in a layer of black cold death chi, and it was obvious that they couldn't live. Emolienne raised a pair of cold eyes, and coldly stared at the fleeing figure in the distance. With a wave of his hand, Tong led a group of agile youths and immediately chased after them. Emolienne waved her hand again to seal the door of the mansion, and then her figure disappeared. When she appeared again, she was already 100 miles away, and her cold gaze fell on the thin black figure that was caught in the net by Tong and the others. Where do you think you're going? Emolienne said coldly, and raised her hand. The net that was wrapped around the person instantly flew up. When the thin man found that the net on his body was gone, he immediately wanted to run away. Unexpectedly, his whole body was controlled by a huge force, and he couldn't move at all, and stiffened on the spot. What are you doing? He angrily scolded. You're winning with numbers, it's an unfair victory. Emolienne sneered, and withdrew the huge force on him, and a trace of ridicule appeared on her cold face. You don't accept it? Of course, I'm not convinced. You have the advantage in numbers, so it's not a big deal even if you win. The skinny man turned his head. His eyes were squeezed to the side of his nose. The distance between his eyes was very short, making his face look very strange. Emolienne threw him a cold smile. With a wave of his hand, a mechanical puppet was released by him. With a bang, it fell to the ground, creating a small cloud of dust. If you beat me, I'll let you go. But if you lose, you have to obediently take us to see your master. The skinny man stared blankly for a moment. Then, he stared at the golem that had suddenly appeared with all his might. He muttered something under his breath and a rune appeared between his fingers. He immediately threw it out. Bang! 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 A few Xianxia talismans cracked beside the golem at the same time. However, the tragedy was that the Xianxia talisman was completely useless against the golem. The golem was 3 times the size of the skinny man. With a stomp of its foot, a shallow pit appeared on the ground. Although the golem was tall, its agility was shocking. It leapt and jumped, and occasionally turned around to give a roundhouse kick. It heavily kicked the skinny man's stomach, and sent him flying. Bang! The strange-looking man clutched the wound on his chest, and struggled to stand up. He didn't have any intention to continue fighting, and hurriedly turned around to escape. But just as his body moved, he heard a gust of wind above his head. When he raised his eyes to look, his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. He saw that mechanical puppet called Number 1 descend from the sky and swiftly pressed down on his head. If this were to happen, even if he didn't die, he would lose half his life. The skinny man screamed and rolled on the ground to avoid the attack. Bam! The mechanical puppet landed heavily on the ground. When the sun shone on his black, wood-carved face, it emitted a cold metallic light. It stretched out its arm and slapped towards his face. The skinny man quivered and hurriedly rolled one round on the ground. Only this time, he wasn't so lucky. The mechanical puppet's speed was actually very fast, and in a leap, it was already in front of him and lifted its leg to step on his left thigh. He clearly heard a crisp caw sound, and it was so painful that tears came out. Stop it. A malicious glint floated in the depths of his eyes, and he abruptly flung out 2 talismans from his sleeves. The talismans flew towards Mo Lian at an extremely tricky angle. Damn it, as long as he got rid of this man who was controlling the mechanical puppet, he would definitely be able to turn defeat into victory. Mo Lian coldly watched from the sidelines for a while, and seeing the 2 talismans flying towards him, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Just a little profounding talisman, and he dared to display his slight skill in front of an expert. A pitch-black lotus seal appeared in front of him, and with a speed that surpassed the speed of light, it fiercely slapped down the 2 profounding talismans. At the same time, a purple flame suddenly appeared and smashed into that person's chest. This flame's power was very terrifying, and it knocked him backwards and rolled twice. His head heavily hit the ground, and with a wah sound, blood spurted out from his mouth. "If you don't speak, I will search your soul." Mo Lian, who had lost his patience, stretched out 5 slender fingers from his sleeves and was about to suck that man into his palm. The skinny man was the first to give in to the pressure and softened. "Your Highness, please spare me. I will speak. I will tell you everything I know. Lead the way to your master." After a while, the skinny man pointed at an independent wooden house on the hillside not far away and screamed, "It's there." Master's father? The entire house was burned down. "Burn it." Mo Lian sneered and ordered number 1, who was following closely beside her, "Let's go and take a look." Golem 1 accepted the order and rushed into the burning hut on the hillside. However, a few minutes later, another earth-shattering sound came from the hillside. The entire house collapsed in the flames. Golem 1 was also covered in flames as he rushed over from the burning hill. He rolled all the way and rubbed himself against the tree bark. "Useless thing." Mo Lian cursed with an icy expression. With a flip of his hand, a black flame shot out, completely absorbing all the flames on the golem's body. At this moment, the metal on the mechanical puppet's face seemed to have been melted by the flames, and there were streaks here and there. Mo Lian's cold gaze turned from its face to the skinny man, who was trembling in fear. "You dare to trick me?" The skinny man's eyes narrowed, and he hurriedly waved his hands and shouted with difficulty, "No, no, no. My master, Master Chu, really lives here. He. Mo Lian waved her hand, and the skinny man flew over uncontrollably, his head landing in her palm. "No, don't. Every word I said is the truth. I'm not lying." The man in front of him was truly terrifying. How could he dare to hide anything from him? "No, don't search my soul. I can tell you everything I know, Your Highness. Master Chu, and I have been staying here for almost 7 days. Under my master's instructions, I have been carefully monitoring that Miss Xiao." He really didn't know whether this terrifying young master had known from the start that they were following him, or if he only found out now. Thinking about it, it was impossible for him to find out now. The small and skinny man shook his head in panic. I also know some things about Master. When Master was at Shuntian Prefecture, he schemed against that Miss Xiao." Mo Lian raised her brows slightly, indicating for him to continue. The small and skinny man hurriedly revealed everything he knew. Before the academy competition, Master found a few students from Hippo Academy and poisoned them with forbidden curses. Originally, he wanted them to kill Miss Xiao during the competition, but who would have thought that they would be saved instead? After that, Master sent a few people to investigate the situation, but none of them returned. So Master stopped for a long time until you came to Ani Prefecture. Master then brought me to investigate and waited for an opportunity to make a move. Your master is from Clear Sky Sect? He didn't expect that even after Clear Sky Sect had been eradicated, there were still remnants of evil that traveled thousands of miles to make trouble for his Jojo. The small and skinny man hurriedly shook his head and said, I don't know Master's specific identity. But everyone calls him Master Chu. His use of poison has reached perfection, and his forbidden talisman arts have already reached the black level perfection stage. Seeing Mo Lian's expression turn cold, the small and skinny man hurriedly shrieked, I am telling the truth. I really don't know Master's identity. I am just a little apprentice that's learning from him. Look, I'm not even that skilled in using talismans. Mo Lian sneered at him. 1. Kill him. After the order was given, the skinny man immediately realized that his neck had fallen into the golem's icy hand. He wanted to beg for mercy again, but the cold hand didn't give him the chance. Crack! His neck was broken by someone. Emo Lian's cold gaze fell on the golem. She reached out and put it away without saying a word. Tong raised his head to look at the crown prince, who was shrouded in a layer of pressure. He knelt on one knee and lowered his head. This subordinate was incompetent and actually let that master Chu escape. A black lotus flower ignited in Emo Lian's hand, and with a flick of his finger, that lotus-shaped black flame burned the petite man's corpse cleanly without leaving behind a trace of flesh or skin. Since someone wants to play, I'll accompany him to the end. What are you doing? What are you doing? A loud voice came from behind Tong's group. Emo Lian turned her head and looked coldly at the group of guards who were being escorted over. The leader had a square face, and his expression was very serious and old-fashioned. Kneel. Bam. The leader with a square face was kicked to the ground, and one of his knees landed heavily on the ground. What the F***ck? The bodyguards beside him were also kicked to the ground one after another, and they started cursing. You're the captain of the forest guards, Feng Su? Emo Lian looked coldly at the person kneeling in front of her. Yes. Feng Su stiffened his neck and answered in a low voice. You're not convinced? Emo Lian glanced at him and waved her hand, releasing the two black-clothed youths holding him down. I'm not convinced. Feng Su said angrily and struggled to stand up. This subordinate is here on the Emperor's orders to ask your highness to return, kneel. Tong kicked him again, but was stopped by Emo Lian. Who is this prince? Feng Su froze, then stiffened his neck and said, You're the Emperor's son, the crown prince of the divine province personally conferred by his majesty. Who are you? This subordinate is the captain of the forest guards, Feng Su. A mere captain of the forest guards dares to disrespect your superior. Drag him away and give him 30 lashes before you talk. Two black-clothed youths walked out from beside Tong and dragged Feng Su away to give him a beating without another word. Feng Su's subordinates immediately wilted when they saw this, shrinking back and not daring to say a word. Their captain had been dragged away by the crown prince for a beating, so if they didn't know their limits, they wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being beaten. A moment later, the blockhead who had suffered 30 lashes was dragged back by the two black-clothed youths and thrown in front of Emo Lian. Do you know why this prince wants to beat you? You don't like me. Tong's mouth twitched. Emo Lian couldn't help but snicker. Since you don't understand, then drag it on for another 30 lashes. Everyone, after another 30 lashes, even the thick-skinned blockhead felt that he couldn't take it anymore. The two black-clothed youths who beat him were also bad guys. Their subordinates were light as a feather, but when the lashes landed, there was blood under the skin and blood on the buttocks. They were clearly black-clothed goods who used hidden strength. Do you know why this prince wants to beat you now? Feng Su gritted his teeth and didn't say a word. You still don't understand? Then I'll give you another 30 lashes. Everyone, exclamation point. Your Highness, you're so willful. Please, not everyone is as smart as you, Feng Su, this blockhead, how could he understand your meaning? Cough. A young man dressed in black walked out from Tong's side. He had a pale and handsome face, but his expression was somewhat lazy. He couldn't stand it anymore and said, Your Highness, if you continue beating him like this, even if you beat him 300 times, he might not understand what you mean. His IQ, cough, compared to yours, there's a huge gap. What a good bootlicker. Everyone applauded in their hearts. The crown prince's cold expression was clearly showing signs of easing up. Third Fu, when did you come back? Today. The lazy youth chuckled and walked to his side. He bowed and said, Your Highness, for such an honest person, it's better for us to get straight to the point so that he can understand. Feng Su straightened his neck and said loudly, His Highness the Crown Prince does not want to see Feng Su. The lazy young man couldn't help but raise his hand to support his forehead, and he glanced at Feng Su and said, Wrong, wrong, all wrong. It's not that His Highness doesn't like you. He doesn't like your master. Feng Su was stunned, and a trace of bewilderment appeared on his old-fashioned face. Big? Big? Emperor? That's right. His Highness just doesn't like Emperor. You rascal, if you had changed the words "I'm an eyesore" to "I'm an eyesore," His Highness might have been in a better mood and not hit you. You don't like the Emperor? Fong Su's mouth dropped open in shock. Even the Lu Lin guards behind him couldn't bear to look at his foolish expression. Fong Su. Mo Lian raised his hand, and the two black-clothed youths who had been pressing down on Fong Su's shoulders retracted their hands and released him. Fong Su hurriedly lowered his head and asked in a deep voice, "Fong Su is only here on orders and can't invite your highness back. Fong Su can only return to report to the Emperor and ask the Emperor to send." "Shut up." A cold light flashed through Mo Lian's eyes. Fu San suddenly pressed down his raised hand. "Your Highness." Fu San shook his head at him, stopping his sudden murderous intent. Mo Lian's expression turned cold as he stopped his hand and casually swept a glance over Fong Su. "Go back and tell your master that this crown prince will return within 10 days. Fong Su's stern and old-fashioned face suddenly revealed a trace of pleasant surprise. He even suspected that he was going to fail this mission. He didn't expect that there would be a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel, since the crown prince personally made a promise, then he would naturally do as he said. Fong Su hurriedly bowed his head respectfully. "Yes. This subordinate will return to report to His Highness. Also, tell him to bring back all those random women that were stuffed into the Eastern Palace. Let them go back to wherever they came from. Otherwise, this crown prince doesn't mind adding a few corpses to the civil and military officials' houses to celebrate." Fong Su, His Highness the Crown Prince actually knew, looking at His Highness the Crown Prince's appearance, he seemed to dislike those women in the Eastern Palace. Kiki was one of those women. It was specially selected by Madame Goen. Don't wait until the situation is out of control before you regret it. Mo Lian glared at Fong Su warningly. "This crown prince will leave my words here today. If you return and find that there is a random woman in my Eastern Palace, kill one. If there are two, kill a pair." His expression was cold as he said, "If you don't bring them back first, then wait to collect their corpses. Also, tell that old woman from Goen to stop. If I find out what kind of trouble she's up to again, don't blame me for not leaving her any face. Don't think that this old man can protect her. If I were to go crazy, even I would be afraid." Scram. The more she spoke, the angrier she became. Mo Lian's cold voice turned into an explosive shout. A gust of wind landed on Fong Su's body, instantly pushing him back a few steps. The group of Greenwood guards retreated in silence, not daring to provoke this temperamental crown prince again. This crown prince looked really scary. What should he do? Mo Lian bent his long fingers slightly and turned around to see Fu San shaking his head at him. Only then did he manage to suppress his murderous intent. "Damned old man." Mo Lian coldly cursed. When he returned, if they still let his wife be wronged, he would kill them all for peace and quiet. Third Fu couldn't help but sigh. He knew that the knot between this fellow and his father was difficult to untie, so he could only change the topic. "Your Highness, then should we immediately pack up and leave?" Mo Lian nodded. "You all go back first." At the same time, Miss Chiao, who had washed up and smelled good, laid back down on the bed. She hugged the quilt and rolled over, happily catching up on sleep. A night of torment had been very tiring. Jojo had planned to have a good sleep first, but the moment she closed her eyes, the entire golden talisman jade tome turned into rays of golden light, flashing in front of her eyes. What was this golden talisman jade tome up to again? It suddenly became excited and shook her so much that she felt dizzy. Arbor wanted to sit up, but she found that she couldn't even lift a finger. The golden talisman jade tome was up to something again. Arbor helplessly lay on the bed and used a wisp of her spiritual sense to control her spiritual sense to enter the depths of her conscious to investigate. She saw that one of the 12 jade slips flew out and transformed into a large golden book that was overflowing with light. Miss Chiao's heart stirred and she rushed forward with a cheer. She originally thought that the golden talisman jade tome had advanced her level again and she could now learn earthgrade talismans. Unexpectedly, the jade slip that flew out was still the original 8th one. Arbor couldn't help but roll her eyes inwardly. She had already browsed through this 8th jade slip several times from beginning to end and memorized every single word. Why was it still flying out and forcing her to flip through it, huh? Could it be that after her proficiency in talismans increased, she unlocked some hidden talismans to learn? Arbor suspiciously controlled her spiritual sense and made it climb onto the book to examine it. This little spiritual sense body was about 7 inches tall. It stood on the book with its hands on its hips and stomped back and forth in a circle. Suddenly, it flicked its finger and a series of trembling golden characters leaped into the air before her eyes, forming 3 large characters. Flying Talisman, Black Grade Talisman, Flying Talisman. Effect, assists in flight. Duration, 1 hour. There was even a series of small characters below. The Flying Talisman is the only type of Black Grade Talisman that doesn't require mystic energy or spiritual energy to be activated. With the Flying Talisman in hand, flying is no longer a dream for ordinary people. Do you want to soar in the sky? Do you want to have a pair of invisible wings? Use them to make the Flying Talisman. Arbor was speechless. She didn't expect the Golden Talisman Jade Tome to have such a funny side. Are you sure you're not teasing me with those few lines of words? Arbor controlled her spiritual sense body to sit cross-legged on the golden book. She picked up the gold-beaded talisman pen and drew the Flying Talisman over and over again. Almost an hour passed. The golden book slowly turned into golden powder and folded back into the shape of a jade slip. Arbor calmly opened her eyes. With a slight movement of her fingers, a flying talisman appeared in her palm. Now that she was a perfected Black Grade Talisman master, her talisman drawing speed had increased slightly. With a single thought, the little fellow appeared on the fish orchid star. Sensing Mo Lian's location, Miss Chiao's figure flashed, and she immediately appeared beside him. Taking a closer look, the crown prince was sitting in a secluded corner of the beach with his eyes closed. A small bronze cauldron floated in front of him. It floated in the air, guided by an air current. The man's features were exquisite, and his long hair danced in the wind. Even with his eyes closed, his handsomeness could not be concealed. Miss Chiao ran a circle around her husband and reached out to touch the boundary formed by the faint black flames in front of him. His finger was immediately sucked in by a wisp of black fire, touching his slightly cold face. The little fellow retracted her hand as if she had a guilty conscience. She stole a glance at him. Seeing that he had no reaction, she reached out to support her chin and squatted down in front of him. She stared at him in a daze for a long time through the faint barrier of fire. Was the sacred flame so cold? Miss Chiao blinked her eyes. She simply stuck her head out and crawled into the boundary of fire. When she got close to him, her heart inexplicably fluttered. So beautiful, the little fellow's eyes curved slightly, and she couldn't help but leave a watermark on his thin lips. In the future, no matter how busy she was, she would visit him every day and give him a kiss. Miss Chiao made the decision happily. Then, she no longer disturbed him and quietly disappeared from Fish Orchid Planet. After an unknown amount of time had passed, a small crab emerged from the beach and ran toward where Mo Lian was sitting while brandishing a pair of pincers. However, when it was 10 steps away from the sacred flame, it felt the terrifying heat and was about to turn and run away. There was a soft sizzling sound. This pitiful little crab that didn't have eyes was instantly vaporized by the steam. The fine white sand beneath Mo Lian's feet pushed outwards in layers before turning into wisps of white smoke and disappearing into the air. The sacred flame was the most young fire in the world. It had always been known to burn all evil and filthy things in the world. As long as the sacred flame did not want to, no living thing could get close to it. When Xiaomu found her second Ant Master at the market, she was in the middle of haggling with someone until her face was flushed red. In the end, she bought a cart of cloth that looked quite good at a very discounted price. Arbor was speechless. Martial Ant, why did you buy so much firewood, rice, oil, salt, and cloth? Jojo had all of these. Child, you don't know how expensive firewood is until you're in charge. Let me tell you. We have a lot of people, and your senior sister has 200 people. When we go to the divine continent, where people are eaten without spitting out the bones, if we don't save up first, we might not even have enough money to buy clothes. I've heard about it a long time ago. In the divine prefecture, ordinary goods are extremely expensive. It's said that spirit coins are only low-end currencies. That was something that needed to be circulated with spirit stones. Spirit stones. If everyone had spirit stones, they would have used them for their own cultivation. Why would they use them as currency? Xianxia chattered nonstop as she followed the man pushing the cart. Xiaomu followed behind her with her small paws behind her back, imitating her every step of the way. Looking at his second martial aunt who was walking in front of him and chattering nonstop, he felt that the beautiful days of the past seemed to have come back. Yes, yes, yes. Second martial uncle is the most meticulous. That's right. Spiritual stones are not the most high-end currency. Let me tell you, I've heard that some rich people in the divine land will pay immortal stones or crystal cores of spirit beasts above LV14 to buy elixirs, talismans, magic weapons, and other luxuries at sky-high prices. Oh my god, isn't this digging meat? Second martial uncle grumbled. Arbor jumped and followed closely behind second uncle master. Xianxia turned around and looked at her with a grin. She quietly reached out to grab her little hand and mumbled, "Second martial aunt wants to save money for your dowry. Think about it, you can buy a batch of materials here at a low price and sell them in Shenzhou. Aren't we rich now?" Arbor's eyebrows slightly curved as he nodded his little head repeatedly. Second uncle master, as long as you're happy. Eldest miss. When the carriage arrived at the entrance of the mansion, 8 young men rushed out. Xianxia subconsciously pulled Arbor's hand and took a step back. Who are you? Why are you in our house? Come and greet my second martial uncle, Peak Master Yang. Arbor waved at the 8 people. Disciple Zhou Huan. Qi Hua. Greetings to Peak Master Yang. They said in unison. Xianxia paced around the young men and nodded with a serious expression. So you're saying that these guys are talisman masters? Second uncle master Xianxia sized up the 8 lads with a judgmental gaze and nodded. You want to bring them to the divine continent together? But their cultivation is a little low. The lads who were disdained by second uncle master hurriedly said, We will work hard. Yes, we will definitely not disappoint eldest Mississippi, Xianxia grunted. But speaking of which, the most important thing for a talisman master is to be able to draw talismans. Since Jojo is willing to take you in, it means that your talisman crafting aptitude should be pretty good. If you assist Jojo well in the future, you will definitely have a bright and prosperous future. Yes. The group of lads nodded excitedly. Uncle Master. Arbor gently tugged at her sleeve. Put these things away first. After eating, we will return to Shuntian Prefecture. Second Uncle Master was really too much. She could clearly put these things into her inner world, but she had to make people transport them all the way back in a carriage. Put. Xianxia directed the group of lads to move the things into the house. After closing the door, she beamed with joy and leaned over to her little niece and whispered in her ear, Put these supplies into Taoyuan. Second Uncle Master. Arbor looked at her helplessly. Why would she need these supplies? Couldn't second Uncle Master keep them for herself? Xianxia glanced at her. Don't talk nonsense. Uncle Master bought them for you. Put them away quickly. You still have so many senior sisters to take care of. How can Uncle Master not put in some effort? Arbor waved her hand helplessly and put all the things into Taoyuan's warehouse. She turned to look at Zhou Huan and the rest. What do you want to eat? Zhou Huan and the rest couldn't help but look at each other. Could they eat whatever they wanted to eat? He still wanted to eat red braised pork. He hadn't eaten it for several months. The sesame oil chicken we ate last time was pretty good. Xianxia followed behind Arbor and laughed noisily. Also, a plate of crispy peanuts, a plate of mapo tofu, with a pot of viburnum wine. My god. It's simply your Uncle Master's favorite. Alright. Arbor said in a low voice, Uncle Master, you've been eating a lot of heavy food lately. How about some light vegetables? I don't eat vegetables. Your martial uncle is not an insect. I must eat it. Unfilial brat. Zhou Huan and the others looked at each other in shock. They could see the astonishment in each other's eyes. When they turned around, they saw Miss Chow poking her head out of the reception pavilion and waving at them. What are you all standing there for? Come in and eat. How about red braised meat? Or donka pig knuckle? Everyone was speechless. Wasn't it too sumptuous? He didn't expect to be able to eat such a sumptuous lunch. Arbor looked at Zhou Huan and the others who were eating and crying silently. How strange. Why was she of the same breed as Xianxia and the others? She was so happy that she cried during her first meal. Second Uncle Master did not know how to drink. After drinking 3 pots in a row, he passed out as expected. Arbor had no choice but to let Sapling move her into Taoyuan. Only then did he say to everyone, "Go out and wait for me." "All right." Arbor closed the door and quickly took a shower and changed into clean clothes. Just as he finished changing, a white thing crawled in through the window. The little white snake flicked its tail and slithered to her side. It raised its little snake head and looked up at her. "Master. Master, master, master." "Nonsense." Arbor adjusted her belt in annoyance and hung a small purple gold sachet on it. She turned around and hung down her delicate and fair hand, allowing the little snake to jump onto her wrist. "Master. What's wrong with you these 2 days? You have to take 3 baths a day." Because Master had to throw it out of the window every time she took a bath, the little snake felt that it was very busy and was always thrown out. "Master, I won't peek. Can you not throw me out of the window?" Arbor rolled her eyes and opened the door. She stroked the little snake's head. "I'm saving your life." The little snake twisted its body and curled up. The golden crown on its head also drooped very comically, revealing the word Zhao on its forehead. Xiao Mu's fingers involuntarily stroked the summon character on its forehead. The little white snake's cute eyes stared straight at her. It was bubbling with happiness and rolled around her wrist. "Master, master. Can you not take a bath? You throw me out every time you take a bath." "I'm not happy. Rather than throwing me out of the window, I think it's better that Master doesn't take a bath." Arbor, she couldn't be bothered to talk to this little stupid snake. If she hadn't obediently thrown it out of the window every time, it wouldn't still be alive right now. Oh, no, it would still be alive. It would have been killed by Mo Lian. Arbor pulled open the door to the room. In the winter afternoon, the sun shone on her, and a faint warm breeze brushed past her face. Her slightly damp long hair was blown back. 8 young people were standing in the courtyard, ready to go. When they turned around, they saw this little girl in plain clothes. She had one hand on the door frame, and the other hand was slightly raised to block the glaring sunlight. It was this scene that was deeply engraved in the hearts of the young people. Many years later, they were already in high positions. When others asked, they wouldn't hesitate to say in unison with a face full of pride, "On a cold winter afternoon, in an inconspicuous little courtyard, we made the most correct decision." They would follow their little master to the divine land without hesitation. At this time, these 8 young people did not know that their fates had already quietly undergone an earth-shaking change. Outside Taiji Palace in Songzhou, Phoenix Emperor City Duanyu, who was draped in a white mink cloak, stood indifferently beside the carriage with his sleeves rolled up. Yuanzhen was currently directing everyone to move the necessary low tables, refreshments, and other items onto the carriage that was hung with thick curtains. He turned around and quickly walked to Duanyu's side. He saluted and said, "Your Highness, you can board the carriage now. We must reach Fengyuan Gate within 2 hours and meet up with the Crown Prince and the others." Every year, the Songzhou Emperor would expend a lot of manpower and resources to prepare for his winter hunt. It took 3 months for the palace to prepare, escort the great emperor out, and finally successfully return to the palace. They would probably stay in the Ice Heaven Snow region for 1.5 months. The Taiji Palace alone had prepared for Prince Chen's trip for half a month, and all the people in the palace had been mobilized. Duanyu tugged at the cloak that had slipped off his shoulders with waning interest. He lightly leaped onto the carriage and squeezed through the thick curtains. "Shadow. Your Highness." A pitch-black figure silently appeared beside the chariot. "Harness the wolves so that they can pull the carriage more steadily." "Yes, Your Highness." Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at the 3 black wolves the size of calves baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Using these to pull the carriage? Duanyu crawled out of the carriage and reached out to stroke the black, shiny fur of one of the wolves. He said with a grin, "Drive the carriage properly. If you bump into this prince, be careful of your own skin." The 3 drooping wolves shuddered at his words and quickly pulled themselves together in high spirits. "Such frightening humans, Your Highness, Your Highness." Yuanjun stammered, "Why, you're really going to Fengyuan Gate like this?" "Why not?" Duanyu knitted his brows. "Aren't we going to hunt spirit beasts? If you're afraid of even 3 puny wolves, then you might as well stay at home and continue being a prince." Yuanjun exchanged glances with the old nanny beside him and sighed. His Highness was going to stir up trouble. Duanyu sat back down in the carriage, and his icy voice traveled through the thick curtains. "Set off." Rumble, rumble, the carriage's wheels made muffled sounds under the morning sun. Aside from this, there was only the sound of a group of people silently following behind the carriage and stepping on the thick snow. The people around Prince Chen were having a mental breakdown at this time. His Highness was completely stirring up trouble. Who knew if it would cause a panic when they arrived at Fengyuan Gate later? Minor General Arua of the Midgardian Guard reporting. An exuberant voice welcomed the morning light and rang in everyone's ears. "Your Highness, Arua will be fully responsible for your Highness's safety during this winter hunt. Stay away from me." The icy cold voice immediately caused the little soldier called Arua to be stunned. The happy expression on his face instantly turned into a blank. "You smell of cosmetics," Duanyu remarked disdainfully. That minor soldier called Arua's expression stiffened, and he hastily raised the sleeve of his black armor to sniff it again and again. Where did this cosmetic smell come from? "Don't think that this prince can't do anything to you just because you're left Prime Minister Wu Yong's subordinate. You've taken the opportunity to get close to me again and again. If there's a next time, this prince will take your dog life." Soldier Arua's face fell. He hurriedly followed the carriage and shouted, "Your Highness, when did you recognize me?" Duanyu was silent. Arua ran 2 steps after him and hurriedly shouted, "Arua doesn't think she's exposed any flaws. Throw it out." "Yes, master." Ing appeared beside Wu Ruame, lifted her up, and threw her out without any explanation. Duanyu only felt that his ears were much more tranquil, and his mood also improved slightly. He had already recognized this idiot when she disguised herself as a man and followed her father, Wu Yong, outside the Imperial Ancestral Temple. "Are you sure you're not here to make a fool of yourself?" Wu Ruame, who had been thrown out, was hanging from the top of the wall. She finally managed to flip herself over and sit on the wall. She hastily waved her hand at Duanyu's carriage that was leaving in the distance. "Your Highness. Your Highness. I really received the order and accepted the mission to protect you." His Highness doesn't need a woman to protect him. "So what if I'm a woman?" Wu Ruame flipped down from the top of the wall in anger and chased after the eunuch Xiaokezi, shouting, "If you have the guts, why don't you compete with a woman?" Xiaokezi immediately shrank back behind Yuanjun. "What a joke. You want him, a weak normal person, to fight with eldest Miss Wu?" "Your Highness. I really have a mission token here." When Wu Ruame was fishing for something under her robe, she heard a gust of wind. Caught off guard, she was kicked off the wall by Ying again and hung on it. She was so angry that her face flushed red. She pounded the wall and cursed in embarrassment, "Don't kick me if you have the guts." Duanyu's carriage arrived at Fengyuan's Gate in less than half an hour. At this time, the carriages parked by the side had already formed a long line. For this winter hunt, the emperor not only brought a group of favored imperial concubines and princes and grandsons, but also many outstanding young men and women from civil and military officials, aristocratic families, and sections. Left Prime Minister Wu Yong was looking for his troublesome daughter in the crowd. When he looked up and saw Prince Chen's carriage coming over, he quickly dismounted to welcome him. Seeing Prime Minister Wu like this, everyone also hurriedly dismounted and bowed to welcome Prince Chen. Prince Chen, who had just returned, was not to be underestimated. It was not an exaggeration to say that he soared to the sky in a single bound and made people look at him in a new light. For so many years, no one had inherited the Fiend Emperor's bloodline, but he actually inherited it. It had to be said that this prince's luck was truly heaven-defying. "Ah!" A woman's scream suddenly came from the crowd. It was unknown which family's young miss was frightened by the 3 ferocious hyenas, but she failed to live up to expectations and fainted as soon as she closed her eyes. This caused a bit of chaos among the servants of that family. Some pinched her philtrum and some gave her medicine. A cold snort came from behind the thick carriage curtain. Songzhou's Li family is known as one of the 3 great patrician families of Phoenix Emperor City. Their daughter was actually frightened by a mystic beast. Truly an eye-opener for this prince. Low, shameful laughter involuntarily came from the crowd. A steward of the Li family argued with a flushed face, this naturally isn't it. This? How could he say that this fainted woman was merely an ordinary concubine's daughter in their family? A concubine's daughter with a bit of beauty like this was usually offered to some aristocratic family as a bed warmer. Naturally, she was not a girl with outstanding talent that the family focused on nurturing. For this winter hunt, His Majesty was the one leading the expedition. The Li family had brought along this beautiful concubine's daughter in order to climb up the social ladder. It would be best if it was a royal relative, but he didn't expect that he would be so unpresentable. Before it set off, it was frightened by Prince Chen's hunting wolf and fainted. This was truly a disgrace to the clan. Fourth younger brother. A piercing laugh came from the side. Miss Li is delicate, why do you have to be so harsh on her? Although this flying wolf is only a low-level Xian beast, it still scared the young lady in the end. The crown prince, the second prince, and the third prince disembarked from their carriages. Beside them was a young man with an elegant and cold appearance. Duan Yu glanced at that person and recognized him as Prince Qing's heir, Rong Qing. Duan Yu also disembarked from the carriage and cupped his hands toward the crown prince without much sincerity. Elder brother, I think that since royal father has decreed for the winter hunt, we should select some people with passable cultivation to accompany us. I have no interest in participating in the hunt with a bunch of repulsive people. If all of you are as weak as this, then this king will return home. Duan Yu's disinterested expression made everyone's mouths twitch. Crown Prince Rongli quickly called out to him, fourth younger brother. His Majesty the Emperor has arrived. Her Majesty the Empress has arrived. Noble Consort Duan has arrived. Songzhou's great emperor, Rong Yuan, saw his restless fourth son as soon as he got off the carriage. This child was wearing a pure white cloak. He was tall and handsome, like a bamboo tree in the cold wind. He looked at them coldly. He was leaning against a huge flying wolf. His slender fingers twirled the fluffy fur on the flying wolf's head. His peach blossom eyes, which were supposed to be affectionate, were now filled with ruthlessness. He looked at the people in front of him without any warmth. It was as if the clamor in front of him had nothing to do with him. The people standing in front of him were not his brothers and relatives, but a group of fake people. Ah, ha, ha ha. Awkward laughter came from the crowd. A thin middle-aged man appeared behind Rong Yuan and said with a smile, fourth prince, you must be anxious from waiting. Your Majesty, most of the people should be here. Please give the order to set off. Songzhou's great emperor, you useless guy, you only know how to change your mind. The great emperor glared at this official. Everyone was whispering to each other in private. And Xinghe was blind. Didn't he see that beside the fourth prince, there were 3 terrifying flying wolves driving the carriage? These big guys mixed in with the horse caravan. Wouldn't the horses be scared to the point that they wouldn't run away? This and Xinghe was used to smoothing things over and always liked to talk things over. Why aren't you carrying this useless slut away? She'll dirty his highness's eyes. A red-clothed beauty walked out from Xinghe's side and arrogantly kicked the Li family's concubine's daughter on the ground. She coldly looked at the palace servants behind her. There was another round of whispers in the crowd. Everyone recognized that this red-clothed beauty with exquisite makeup and a pearl hairpin was the famous high-grade alchemist Xianxia princess. Although this princess was young, her attainments in alchemy were not small. She was only 20 years old and would soon become a popular yellow-grade alchemist. In their Songzhou, yellow-grade alchemists were not rare. What was rare was such a young quasi-yellow-grade alchemist. Those who could become yellow-grade alchemists were mostly old fellows in their 70s or 80s. However, this Xianxia region princess had joined the orthodox alchemy sect at a young age. Due to her exceptional talent, she had become the medicine sect's head elder's favorite direct disciple. Her status was definitely not to be underestimated. Rong Yuan waved his hand and signaled for the servants to carry the Li family's young mistress out. The head of the Li family, Li Yuanqian, narrowed his old eyes and took a few steps forward awkwardly. He hurriedly bowed and said, "My daughter has just returned home from the mountains and countryside. She didn't know how to behave properly in front of the palace. I hope your Majesty and the concubines will be magnanimous enough to forgive her." Master Li, don't bring such an unpresentable daughter of a concubine around with you all the time. She's just a little pretty. Patriarch Li, you're quite scheming. The few patriarchs who were not on good terms with Li Yuanqian naturally seized the opportunity to unceremoniously ridicule him. Their words caused the veins on Li Yuanqian's forehead to bulge. Father. Duan Yu impatiently interrupted everyone's ridicule and expressionlessly said, I heard that there's a competition every time there's a hunt. If the people who hunt are all weaklings like this, then this subject won't participate. Even if I win, it's an unfair victory. The Emperor of Songzhou's eyelids twitched. His son was his son, but his temper was unknown who he took after. His mother, noble consort Duan, was such a gentle woman. Noble consort Duan walked to her son's side and helplessly wiped away the fine white snow at his temples with her sleeve. She gazed at her child with gentle eyes and said softly, Son, it's fine for you to be cooped up in the palace all the time. Why don't you go out for a walk? Who knows, you might even encounter some interesting things. Duan Yu's icy gaze finally softened. He looked down at his mother and nodded reluctantly. Then I won't compete with them. Okay, as you wish. Her Majesty the Empress, who was dressed in a formal robe trimmed with black brocade, had a glint in her eyes when she heard this. She stroked her face with her sleeve and said with a smile, Your Majesty, look, the fourth prince has already spoken. No matter what, you have to choose some young talents for him. When we reach the ice heavens and snow region, they must accompany the fourth prince to have some fun. The crown prince's health has been weak these past few days. Otherwise, he could accompany his younger brother to hunt. The second and third princes silently followed behind Crown Prince Rongli, but their eyelids twitched tightly. Please, Old Fourth had a sacred beast, the seven-tailed heavenly fox, by his side. Who freaking wanted to play with him? Whoever dared to compete with him would definitely be dealt a heavy blow. Only those who were unlucky would play with him. Songzhou's emperor muttered to himself for a moment before turning his gaze to his second and third sons, who had their heads bowed. Old second, old third. Ah, royal father? Why Weichen's waist hasn't been well recently? The second prince hastily stammered. Why Weichen's eye disease has flared up, royal father? Songzhou's emperor was amused by his two cowardly sons. One's waist isn't well, and the other's legs aren't well. Then stay in Phoenix Emperor City and don't go hunting. The second and third princes looked at each other in dismay. F*CK, how could they not go? The list of names for the winter hunt each time represented royal father's favor. Which of the people who could go with the emperor to the winter hunt weren't young patrician sons or royal relatives favored by the emperor? Your Majesty. This humble subject is here. Prince Qing's heir, who was called, leaped off his horse and bowed to the emperor. Do you have the confidence to compete with our son? Your Majesty's orders, this humble subject does not dare to refuse. The great emperor looked at his young and outstanding nephew, and his mood improved slightly. He laughed and said, Ali, when you go to the heavenly ice and snow region, you will have opponents. Ah Qing's hunting skills will definitely broaden your horizons. Duan Yu leisurely glanced at the silent vassal Prince Rong, who was standing solemnly with his head bowed. Then, he lifted the curtain and leaped into the carriage. Let's set off. The great emperor looked helplessly at his son's carriage and raised his hand. Let's go. Aya, His Majesty seems to favor the fourth prince a lot. Nonsense. That is the Rong family's only glory in the last 1,000 years. They inherited the demon emperor's bloodline. Speaking of which, after receiving the devil emperor's inheritance, will my cultivation soar by leaps and bounds? I wonder what cultivation level this fourth highness is at now. I think it's better not to ask. If you ask, you'll suffer a blow for no reason. Previously, in our Phoenix Emperor City, the crown prince was knowledgeable and elegant. Although he couldn't compare to Prince Qing's heir, who was proficient in both the pen and the sword, he was still an elegant young master. But now, his limelight has been completely overshadowed by this fourth brother of his. Eldest brother, don't listen to those gossips. The second prince frowned and swept his gaze behind him. Because there were so many people, they didn't know who was speaking, but some fragmented words drifted into their ears. Although Rongli didn't say anything on the surface, his hands were tightly gripping the reins. A vein popped out on the back of his hand. Ever since his fourth brother returned home, he felt that his position in front of his imperial father had plummeted. In his imperial father's words, it seemed that he only cared about his fourth brother. How much was he, the crown prince, being squeezed too? How hateful! Looking at that arrogant and domineering young and handsome face, he really wanted to destroy it with his own hands. The caravan headed towards the ferry. When they arrived at the ferry, they would change boats and head straight for the extremely cold ice heaven snow region. This journey would take about 10 to 15 days. Crown Prince Rongli tightly gripped the reins and suppressed his gloomy mood. Underworld Province, Great Yong City, Imperial Palace. Ahahaha. Your Highness. A few personal palace servants looked at the black-clothed man standing in the open main hall, laughing maniacally with a distorted face. They couldn't bear to look at him and shrank to the side. His Highness, the Crown Prince, wouldn't be crazy, right? Ha 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 ha. Underworld Wolf Prince laughed until tears were about to fall. Look, Mr. Zhuang, you heard it today. Ha 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 ha. My good imperial father actually personally asked me to give up the position of Crown Prince. Give it to my good third brother, ha 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 ha. I knew it. Nothing good would come out of bringing him back. Underworld Wolf Prince gritted his teeth and cursed. Ha 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 ha. Look, this is my father, my most revered father. For the son of a favored concubine, he wants to abolish me. Ha 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 ha. Crown Prince, Your Highness, please calm down. The old man in his early 50s that Underworld Wolf Prince called Mr. Zhuang stroked his beard and sighed. The imperial noble consort is deeply favored by the emperor. This is an unchangeable fact. Mr. Zhuang said, the top priority is to unite the civil and military officials and suppress this matter. We will think of a countermeasure to deal with it. And then? Suppress it, and then what? Won't you still have to give up the position? Ha ha ha. Underworld Wolf Prince's face was full of despair as he slumped into the armchair. Teacher, the situation is gone. It can't be salvaged. No. This matter can be salvaged. Mr. Zhuang calmly analyzed, what His Highness has done in the past 3 years is obvious to all in and out of the court. Your Highness, you can't give up so easily. Listen to this old subject, you only need to do one thing during this period of time, and that is to visit all the court officials. Is it useful? Your Highness, if you don't do it, you'll have nothing. If you try your best, you might be able to turn the tide. The Underworld Wolf Crown Prince slumped on the stool without spirit. Suddenly, he covered his face and wept bitterly. Father said that third brother is very outstanding. Whether it is intelligence, strategy, or even cultivation, third brother is the most outstanding among all his sons. So what? Mr. Zhuang flung his sleeves and said, how can we allow him to occupy the position of Crown Prince without a proper title? Your Highness, pull yourself together. You are the legitimate son of the late Empress. For the past 3 years, you have been helping the great Emperor deal with government affairs. You have been doing an excellent job. Yes. The Underworld Wolf Crown Prince propped himself up and clenched his fists tightly as he angrily said, I am the most legitimate Crown Prince. That son of a favored concubine, how can he compete with me? I won't lose. I won't lose. Your Highness. Your Highness. The Crown Princess' voice came from outside the door. Fu-er, why are you here? Underworld Wolf Crown Prince hastily stood up and opened the door to welcome his pot-bellied wife in. Fu-er, your body is heavy, so don't walk around in the cold of the night. Your Highness, I'm worried about you. Su-fu pulled her husband's hand and sat down at the table together. I know about what happened in the Imperial study this afternoon. Your Highness, you mustn't misunderstand. As long as we're here, we'll have Qing Shan. Before you do anything, think about Fu-er and our unborn child. Yes. Underworld Wolf Crown Prince held his wife's shoulders and nodded. Fu-er, don't worry. I won't fall so easily. Sir Zhuang nodded, gratified. This old official will contact some people. For the next few days, Your Highness and Her Highness the Crown Princess can stay in Qingyuan Hall. Thank you for your trouble, Sir Zhuang. I await your good news. Sir Zhuang nodded. Just as he walked out of Qingyuan Hall's door, someone pressed a shiny dagger against his neck. His old face turned pale as he retreated step by step into the hall. Good news? What good news do you think there can be? A cold voice sounded in Underworld Wolf Crown Prince's ears. It shuttled back and forth in the empty hall. The palace maids and eunuchs guarding the door had long since knelt down, trembling in fear. Their heads were pressed against the back of their hands, and they didn't dare to move a single hair. Underworld Wolf, I originally didn't want to bicker with you. Unfortunately, you don't know how to be tactful and don't know when to advance or retreat. Outside the tall hall door, a slender figure crossed the threshold and coldly gazed at Sir Zhuang, who had a dagger against his neck. Third Prince, you? What are you doing? Sir Zhuang felt like a scholar meeting a soldier, unable to reason clearly. He was now a fish on the chopping board. Although he forced himself to be calm, it was inevitable that he was panicking. The pitiful Sir Zhuang had an eloquent tongue, but he couldn't say anything in this situation. Eldest brother. Ahan moved a stool from the side and let ACI sit down. Akir crossed her arms and glanced at Nether Wolf Crown Prince and his wife. She sneered, you don't know how to appreciate favors. My big brother Yas didn't even want to be long-winded with you. Who would have thought that you would actually dare to secretly scheme behind his back and try to salvage the situation? Turning the tide, Yas replied nonchalantly. Yes. You still want to turn the tide. Akir snorted and said, I don't even know where you got the guts to trouble my big brother Yas to personally deal with you. Alright, don't waste your breath on him. Read the Imperial Edict. Yes. An old eunuch shakily walked out from behind Yas, spread out the Imperial Edict, and read aloud, Crown Prince Hell Wolf is close to evil officials, not benevolent and righteous, far from a gentleman, close to a villain, immoral and immoral. With every sentence the old eunuch said, Nether Wolf's face sank deeper into a deathly gray. The Crown Princess was trembling at the side. Mr. Zhuang was so angry that his whole body trembled like a sieve. He shouted angrily, slander, this is slander. You guys. How dare he falsify the Imperial Edict? Framing His Highness the Crown Prince. Only dethroning the Crown Prince. ACI coldly said, tomorrow at the Imperial Court, Imperial Father will officially crown me as the Crown Prince. Nether Wolf Crown Prince spat out a mouthful of blood that he had suppressed in his heart. ACI coldly glanced at him and indifferently said, eldest brother, you should take care of your body. You. Sir Zhuang pointed at Xianxia with trembling fingers. You guys. How can the dethroned Crown Prince be so trifling? When the news spread to Divine Prefecture and Song Province, the two monarchs laughed their heads off. Xianxia curled his lips and smiled coldly at the master and servant trio. So it's trifling. Dethroned Crown Prince, I advise you to properly recuperate in Qingyuan Palace Hall and not run around. Otherwise, you might not even know how you lost your life. Underworld Wolf Crown Prince sat paralyzed on the ground and didn't regain his senses for a long time. Imperial Father, he. In the afternoon, he spoke to him in a negotiating tone, Underworld Wolf, you're not suitable for the position of Crown Prince. Why don't you abdicate and give it to your third brother? What do you think? He didn't expect that after only 4 hours, he would issue an Imperial Edict to dethrone the Crown Prince. Underworld Wolf Crown Prince's vision was a blur, and he couldn't hear his wife Su Fu's screams. He only felt that his eyes were sticky, and he couldn't see anything clearly. He could faintly hear someone screaming in panic, quickly find an Imperial physician, find an Imperial physician. His Highness the Crown Prince's eyes are bleeding. It's just a dethroned Crown Prince, why are you so nervous? Ahan smiled and said with his hands on his hips, someone, find a physician to examine this dethroned Crown Prince's condition. Don't pass out all of a sudden. This is a good day for me to ascend to the position of Crown Prince. I don't want big brother and sister-in-law to die on the spot. Xianxia coldly swept his gaze over the dethroned Crown Prince and his wife, and his gaze fell on Sir Zhuang. Big brother, how should we deal with this old man? Kill him. Xianxia sneered and turned to walk out of the palace hall. He couldn't keep an old man by his side who could give advice to the dethroned Crown Prince at any time. Apart from this old man, with the dethroned Crown Prince's IQ, he would never have the qualifications to make a comeback. A cold glint flitted across Xianxia's eyes. He flicked his sleeves and walked out of the palace hall. He raised his head to look at the silhouettes of the palace buildings illuminated by the clear moonlight. Big brother, don't blame me for being ruthless. I originally had no intention of competing with you. However, the position of crown prince was something that I had to obtain. If he didn't have an equal status, if he didn't have the connections, resources, and power that he deserved, what qualifications did he have to compete with that person? Crown Prince Lian of the Divine Land, are you ready? As long as he ascended to the position of Underworld Crown Prince, he was bound to get what he wanted. Ha ha ha. Arbor pulled her furry cloak a little tighter, held the gold-beaded talisman pen, and continued to draw her talismans on the back of the fire phoenix. The journey was really boring. The group left Ani Prefecture. In order to speed up their journey, Arbor summoned the ancient fire phoenix to carry them to Xianxia Prefecture. With the fearsome aura emanating from this big fellow along the way, they didn't have to worry about any foolish flying spirit beasts pouncing on them. Zhou Huan and the others vomited bile for the first 2 days. She was a little better these 2 days, but her face was still pale. She was quite pitiful. Arbor didn't feel that little fire phoenix was flying at all. She always felt that it was flying very steadily. She didn't understand why Zhou Huan and the others always said that it was very bumpy. It was probably little Phoenix deliberately messing with them. Even if she was unhappy, she still had to carry 8 men? Eh? Hua, get down quickly. Below them was the long-awaited thunderous plain. She wanted to sit on the land whale and play. Ugh. After getting down, Zhou Huan only felt that her steps were light. She swayed to the side, squatted down, and vomited. The Bloodfire Phoenix curses angrily, bastard. What are you vomiting for? I won't carry them next time. A group of men who came from the mountains and had never seen the world. He gave them the honor of riding the ancient fire phoenix, and they actually dared to vomit at him. Vomit your sister. Arbor holds his forehead and withdraws the swearing Bloodfire Phoenix. He turns to look at the 8 people who are vomiting dizzily. How are you guys? Eldest Miss. Zhou Huan feels like a worm crawling to Eldest Miss's leg and calls out pitifully, he did it on purpose. It's been hard on you. Arbor squats down with a dark expression and touches Zhou Huan's little head. He reaches out and pours out an anti-vomiting pill from the bottle. Take another one. In a while, we will ride the land whale. It will be very stable. Zhou Huan, Qi Hua, and the others only feel slightly better after taking the medicine. After resting for 5 minutes on the spot, everyone finally stops feeling dizzy and vomiting. They all look pitifully at Arbor. Arbor twitches the corner of his mouth. Hua is too playful. Don't worry, we will ride Qingwan later. My Qingwan has a gentle temperament, it definitely won't be bumpy anymore. Now, let's go find the land whale first. Arbor runs in the direction of the land whale. Quickly follow me. Qi Hua stares blankly and can't help but laugh. These few days, Eldest Miss has been looking old and steady all day. It's really rare to see such a cheerful little girl. Haha. Feng Wenyao and his brother can't help but laugh. Let's go, quickly follow. The group arrives at the landing port of the land whale. Arbor pays the fee with familiarity and leads the 8 talisman masters to board the land whale's back and sit down. The land whale is quite fun. After sitting on it last time, Miss Chow has been a little longing. Now that she has this opportunity, she might as well sit on it again and play. Tap, tap, tap. After a series of footsteps, the people who board the land whale come face to face with Arbor. Xiaomu had just felt that these people were a bit familiar. One of the girls in their group could not help but scream. She pointed at Arbor and shrieked, "Why are you here? Miss Chow, do you still remember us? When we first entered Xianxia Prefecture, we met here at the land whale. Later, during the school tournament, we would meet again. We are students of the Dawn Academy. I am Su Hao." Arbor looked at him blankly for a long time, feeling that the 7 people in front of him were familiar. He nodded his head in confusion. Su Hao couldn't help but smile and touch his nose. Eh? Is Miss Chow alone? Then, what about Xianxia and the others? Miss Chow said expressionlessly, "He went into seclusion to cultivate." Oh. Su Hao nodded and sat down with his people behind Xiao Mu and the others. The things in this small town are cheap. We actually came here to make a big purchase. Su Hao smiled and scratched his head. Su Hao, why are you telling her so much? The young lady who had previously pointed at Xiao Mu and shrieked impatiently with a stoic face. Aya, we all know each other. It's not too much to say a few words. Chen Yuhan, you little slut, shut up. Su Hao sighed. Stop arguing. Alright, the land whale is starting. Arbor only felt that these people were too noisy and automatically blocked their voices. He looked up at the thunderous plane and saw lightning bolts striking down. The land whale passed through smoothly, avoiding the lightning bolts at a fast speed. Hey, you, let me ask you. This land whale, are you selling it? The sixth watch ended. A big shot who wants to buy a land whale, everyone's gazes all turned toward Xiao Mu. The woman who pointed at Arbor earlier can't help but laugh loudly. You want to buy a land whale? Do you have enough money to buy one? What a joke, the land whale is a third-grade spirit beast. It can effectively avoid lightning and is very fast. How can this big guy be bought so easily? Moreover, my apologies, Mississippi, the old manager is slightly taken aback, then smiles. This land whale is rented by us. It actually belongs to the Shuntian prefecture's main residence. Feeding the land whales every day is also very expensive. It's called a land whale. Can't it go into the water? It can. The old manager smiles again. This land whale is already a third-grade spirit beast. It's not afraid of water. So it's a Shuntian prefecture spirit beast. That makes things easier. Arbor takes out a communication jade talisman and writes a message to Dunzong. This land whale is so fun. She's interested, she originally wanted to buy it, but since Dunzong can make the decision, then let him. Pay. Gift. Gift. Give it to Sir Jojo. Xiao Mu put away the jade messenger talisman and tilted her small head. She didn't say anything else and just closed her eyes to rest. Unexpectedly, he hears the woman's noisy laughter. Yo, didn't you want to buy a land whale? Why aren't you talking? Lu Tian, that's enough. I've told you so many times. This isn't Hong Yuan. Don't act like a princess in front of others. All you do is cause trouble for the team. Su Bang, I think you've been bewitched by that little bitch Chen Hanyu. Why don't you try scolding her again? Su Bang reaches out to protect the sobbing Chen Hanyu and angrily glares at the average-looking Lu Tian. Arbor glances at them. Suddenly, he has some impression of them. It seems that every time these people get together, there will be a dogfight. Forget it, Sir Jojo won't bicker with you. The little fellow folded her legs and leaned against the back of the chair, closing her eyes to rest. The land whale was running very smoothly, and it didn't feel any bumps at all. Its 8 short legs were running on the thunderous plain without any discomfort. Zhou Huan and the rest were overjoyed. Finally, he didn't have to suffer the pain of being tossed around on the blazing blood phoenix's back. Seeing that eldest miss had closed her eyes, they didn't say much and each of them began to draw the binding talismans they had just learned in their minds. The fact that young miss was willing to teach them was a blessing that they had accumulated over 3 lifetimes. Everyone told themselves in their hearts that they must not disappoint young miss expectations of them. Eldest young miss's expectation for them was that they had to advance to high-grade talisman masters within 3 months. They would work hard. The land whale stopped at the fixed parking spot at the city gate of Jiulu City. The city lord of Jiulu City, Hua Qingyu, was dressed in a white robe. He had been waiting at the city gate for a long time. Greetings, Miss Jiao. Hua Qingyu saw the man in the crowd at a glance. He hurried over and bowed respectfully to Arbor. He still remembered the first time he met this man. He didn't know her identity, but her methods left a deep impression on him. At that time, the beautiful fairy from the Palace of Cold Blood was beaten to death by this savage little girl. Done. Castellangung told you to wait for me here? Yes. Watching you bowed again. The land whale and a year's supply of food have been prepared. Miss Jiao, may I ask if 2 land whales are enough? Arbor nodded. Originally, she just wanted a land whale to play with, however, this city lord Hua was indeed a good person. Sir Jojo was a little happy, and his tense face relaxed a little. Bring me over to have a look. Yes. Watching you made an inviting gesture and brought Arbor to the parking spot on the side. Lu Tian and the others were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. How is that possible? Lu Tian said to himself in surprise, this land whale is a level 3 spiritual beast, and he just sold 2 to her so casually? Suha was also a little surprised. However, out of curiosity, the passengers who had just landed from the land whale could not help but follow Watching You, Arbor, and Zhou Huan to the parking spot. Sure enough, they saw 2 super huge land whales lying lazily on the ground, basking in the sun. Oh my god, these 2 land whales are super huge. They must have been raised for many years. Such a huge land whale, there must be 50 or 60 people sitting on it. Wow, it's twice the size of a normal land whale. Everyone was talking at once, attracting the attention of the onlookers at the landing point. Everyone excitedly went around to ask what was going on. When they heard that a rich person wanted to buy a land whale, they all opened their mouths in surprise. F***ck, such a huge land whale, it's not convenient to carry around. He's buying 2 at a time. Unless he has a castle at home, how can he put it down? Isn't that so? Hey, how much are you buying this land whale for? Lu Tian could not help but frown and ask. Princess, he's buying a land whale, you don't have to worry about it. He's rich and can do whatever he wants, tsk. Chen Hanyu could not help but mock. Shut up. I'm not talking to you. Lu Tian said angrily. Chen Hanyu rolled her eyes at her, leaned against Su Bang, and said sweetly, Brother Bang, look at the princess, she's scolding me again. You should shut up. Don't make a fool of yourself here. Su Bang scolded Lu Tian, causing the princess's mediocre face to be filled with anger. Watching You politely bowed to Arbor and said with a smile, Miss Chiao, please go up and check it. If there is no problem, I will take you to the food. Arbor looked up at the 2 land whales lying on the ground. Even though this enormous land whale was lying there motionless, she felt that it was so magnificent and huge. The little girl stood beside the short elephant leg of the land whale like a little girl. When she looked up, she could only see the white breath that the land whale exhaled. So. The little girl leaped into the air and landed lightly on the land whale's head. She looked expressionless, but if Mo Lien was here, she would definitely feel the little girl's excitement. Little guys, I'll have to trouble you to stay in the storage talisman for half a day. Arbor waved her hand, and 2 purple lights filled her fingertips. 2 thin jade talismans moved along with the airflow. 2 circles of purple light immediately fell on the 2 land whales, and in a short while, the 2 land whales were kept in the 2 purple talismans. After Arbor landed lightly, the light in her hand dimmed slightly, and she held the purple talisman in her hand. Zhou Huan, Qi Hua, and the others were so excited that their eyeballs almost fell out. They surrounded Xiaomu with a whoosh and shouted in a stuttering and impassioned voice, Z. Purple. Supreme grade purple. Supreme grade purple. Pinch me. See if my eyes are playing tricks on me. Brother, you're not playing tricks on me. I saw it too. Purple talisman. Purple talisman. Thank God, he was lucky enough to see a legendary purple talisman in this life. Oh. This was a great opportunity. Oh, brother, you're so excited that you're stuttering, phew. Arbor heaved a sigh of relief. If not for the 2 peerless purple talismans that she had drawn, it would have been difficult for her to store these 2 gigantic fellows. She could not send them to Fish Orchid Planet in front of everyone. Miss Chiao, you're so capable. The smile on Watching You's face deepened. He was certain that Miss Chiao was someone with great magical powers. If not, the Mansion Master would not have cared so much about her. The message on the communication jade talisman was urgent. He had to take care of this and let Miss Chiao return with satisfaction. Actually, he should have known earlier, shouldn't he? When he had first met her, he had thought that she was just an ordinary girl from the lower star region. He did not expect that she would be so good at using talismans when she was angry at the beautiful fairy from the Palace of Cold Blood at the city gate. She was such a young great talisman master. It was true that the younger generation would surpass the older generation. The younger generation would surpass the older generation. Where's the food you were talking about? Miss, this way please. Watching you hurriedly extended his hand and led her to the granary. Arbor took out 2 blue talismans and kept the food for the 2 land whales. Then, she nodded in satisfaction. Do land whales like fish? Yes, they like fish the most. Can this dried fish last them for a year? If it's dried fish, I'm afraid the land whales will get sick of it. Watching you said helplessly. Raw fish was not easy to prepare, so he had prepared these as backup food. How about we put them into the sea? That would naturally be for the best. Watching you nodded quickly and added, land whales move very fast. If we put them into the sea, Miss Chiao, you have to be careful not to let them escape. Oh. Watching you said with a smile, in addition, there is a high-level spirit beast crystal core placed in the lower abdomen of these 2 land whales to suppress it. It's best not to remove it. Otherwise, the land whales won't listen to orders and might run around. After all, it was a spirit beast with intelligence. Arbor waved his small hand. Thank you for your trouble, City Lord Hua. I still have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Okay. See you off, Mississippi. Watching you bowed respectfully. When he looked up, he saw that the energetic little girl had already summoned a huge blue bird and flew off into the distance with the 8 young men who were with her. Lu Tian exclaimed, she didn't pay. Everyone looked at her with disdain. Wasn't this girl's focus a bit strange? Seeing City Master Hua cupping his hands and bowing politely, how could he possibly ask the little girl for money? The 2 land whales and so much food must have been given to him by the Jilu City Lord for free. Ridiculous. Subang looked at Lu Tian angrily. He felt that this woman was embarrassing him in every way. She was not at all as decent and gentle as Chen Hanyu. As the team leader, Su Hao naturally felt awkward. He tried to persuade Princess Lu and said, we've been out for a long time. We have to return to the academy as soon as possible. Yellow Crane. After hurrying back to Shuntian Prefecture in for 2 consecutive days, Xiaomu found a certain yellow crane that was in closed-door seclusion to refine pills and was in a deranged state. The moment he kicked the door open, he smelled a moldy and sour smell that drifted over with the wind. Arbor immediately blocked his 5 senses with an expressionless face. The inn's waiter pinched his nose and followed behind Arbor, shouting, Sir, your friend is simply crazy. Ever since you left, these 10 to 20 days, she didn't leave the house and only ate 1 meal a day. Our innkeeper almost thought that she was going to die in this room. Arbor, Fairy Yellow Crane was paralyzed on the ground. Beside her was a yellow cauldron refining pill furnace, which was emitting a charred smell. In any case, Arbor didn't smell anything and didn't know what it was. The inn's waiter behind her immediately fainted from the smell and fell heavily on the ground. Arbor, why the hell did he feel that this scene was actually a little funny? Yellow Crane. Yellow Crane. If you're not dead, hurry up and get up. Fairy Yellow Crane seemed to hear a familiar voice in a daze. She opened her eyes and looked blankly. Then, she suddenly straightened her body like a corpse and rolled to hug Arbor's ankle, crying out, Jojo, you're here to save me. Ah. You're finally back. I've been refining a level 8 spirit breakthrough pill and failed repeatedly. I'm simply going crazy. You are just a black level alchemist with meager cultivation. What do you need a level 8 spirit breakthrough pill for? Xiaomu exerted all her strength to pull her legs out from her 2 suffocatingly smelly arms. However, Fairy Yellow Crane was hugging a pillar, refusing to let go no matter what. Jojo. If I can't refine a level 8 spirit breakthrough pill in this life, I won't be able to live. Arbor suddenly felt like he had made friends carelessly and suffered 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Could this joker be any more funny? Get up. Go take a bath right now. Arbor felt that his broken voice could probably shake the entire inn. You're so king smelly that I can't even block my 5 senses anymore. After the time it took for 2 incense sticks to burn, Fairy Yellow Crane, who had washed herself clean and regained her beautiful appearance in the past, slowly walked out from behind the screen while holding a strand of wet hair. Jojo, fine. Arbor stretched out his hand to block her flying figure. Take this alchemy book and study it yourself. I'll send you to a place. The time there is 12 times slower than the outside world. That should be enough for you to succeed. I'll call you out when we reach the divine land. 12 times? Fairy Yellow Crane stared at her in a daze, feeling as if she had heard fake news. The divine land? Yes. I came back to pick you up this time. Arbor curled his lips. Wait until we go to Shenzhou. When the time comes, I'll let you out. For the time being, you can stay in my. Arbor shut his mouth, speechlessly looking at a certain someone who was holding the alchemy book and immersing herself in it. This joker. Arbor stretched out his hand to write a note and pressed it against Fairy Yellow Crane's forehead, asking Little Tree to send her to the Fish Orchid planet. He found a desolate island on the sea and threw her there, letting her immerse herself in alchemy cultivation. 20 days passed on the Fish Orchid planet, but the actual time was only 40 hours. On the small desolate island with dense spirit chi, Fairy Yellow Crane finally succeeded in refining a level 8 spirit breakthrough pill. She jumped up in excitement. Wow, success. When she jumped, she suddenly realized that something was wrong. Eh? Why was she stepping on a thin white beach, surrounded by water? What was going on? Was this an island? Fairy Yellow Crane spent another day, 2 hours in the outside world, to run one round around the island. She hugged the tree and screamed in horror, this is a deserted island? Why am I the only one here? Yellow Crane's heart was filled with curses, 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 curses. This was actually a deserted island? Ah. Jojo. Jojo. Where am I? Fairy Yellow Crane screamed for a while, then looked up slightly and took down a piece of paper stuck on her forehead. She saw a line of delicate words written on the paper, don't panic when you encounter something. Just call out Sir Jojo. Was he trying to tease her? Huang He looked at the lousy piece of paper over and over with a dumbfounded expression. He tried to circulate his chi and let out a high-pitched scream. Lord Xiao. What responded to her was a flock of birds flying away in fright. Little Yellow Crane has woken up. Arbor sat on the beach and watched Little Tree grill fish virtuously. His eyes were fixed on Mo Lien, who had been in seclusion refining for a long time without any movement. Poor child, she must have been frightened. Arbor took the grilled fish that Little Tree handed over and took a small bite. It was so hot that his tongue shrank back. Speaking of which, where did you throw her to? The last time she came in, she did not sense Yellow Crane's position. He threw her too far away. On the island. There are many small islands like this in the sea. I threw her on one of the deserted islands. Surrounded by the sea, the environment is beautiful. Little Tree waved his branches and said excitedly, Master, you said before that you can't let her furnace explode every 2 to 3 days and affect the senior sister's cultivation. Arbor's mouth twitched. Then I'll write a letter, pass it to her. NN. Master, you can write. Arbor took out a pen and paper from his inner world, casually wrote a few lines, stuffed the letter into an envelope, and threw it to the small tree. Yellow Crane, don't panic. Just stay on the uninhabited island for a while. Chocho will bring you food every day, so don't worry. This place's spiritual energy is rich and will be greatly beneficial to your alchemy cultivation. Oh, remember to take a bath. Signed, Jojo-sama. Arbor threw out the 2 purple talismans and walked to the beach. He opened the talismans and took out 2 super large land whales. Wait. Arbor leaped onto one of the land whales. He raised his hand and sucked the high-grade spirit beast's crystal core out of the whale's belly. The 2 land whales immediately jumped into the sea happily. They slid their huge bodies and gradually sank into the sea. Xiaomu squatted on a rock that had been polished by the seawater until it was round and smooth, and she gazed into the water with curved eyes. Suddenly, she heard a thunderous voice. A land whale poked its head out of the sea and nodded at her in greeting. Arbor waved his little hand, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Little Tree at the side huffed at the 2 branches and cursed in his heart. Isn't it just big and strong? It actually made Little Master so happy. Humph, humph, humph. When Little Tree grows up, it will become the only super large tree that can support the sky and earth. At that time, humph, humph, nothing in this world can surpass Chocho. Chocho is Little Master's strongest reliance. Xiaomu tilted her small head. Suddenly, she seemed to have sensed something, and she hastily turned her head around. She then saw the motionless Mo Lian slowly opening his phoenix eyes. Underworld region's Great Yong City's Jingyuan Hall. The newly issued edict to establish the crown prince still caused the courtiers to whisper to each other. Everyone secretly cast their gazes on the third prince, Xianxia, who was standing in front of the hall with a grave and stern expression. This third prince, who had just returned home a few days ago, was indeed worthy of being the son of the imperial noble consort. In just a short period of time, he had won the favor of the emperor and established a new crown prince. This action made all the courtiers feel like it was child's play. After all, the emperor didn't inform anyone about the matter of deposing the crown prince, nor did he discuss it with the courtiers. He directly made the decision in the middle of the night. The underworld region's emperor, draped in a thick fur cloak, wrapped himself up like a winter melon, and slumped on the throne. He spoke listlessly, as if he was on his last breath. If there's nothing else to discuss, the court is dismissed. Your Majesty. An official in the front row suddenly strode forward and knelt down. The underworld wolf crown prince is wrongly accused. One of your Majesty's accusations against him is that he doesn't know how to be filial. This is extremely laughable. Lord Kong. An old courtier, who stood in the front row on the left, had a head full of white hair, but his berating voice was full of energy. Prime Minister Bu, there's no need to admonish me. I know my limits, Lord Kong said with tears streaming down his face. I also don't want your Majesty to be fooled by scoundrels and mistakenly depose the crown prince. Bold, bold. The underworld region's emperor straightened his body, trembling as he picked up a piece of jade and smashed it at Lord Kang's head. Pa-cha. The jade fell to the ground and smashed into pieces. Lord Kang's face was deathly pale, but he couldn't stop himself from kowtowing repeatedly. He continued, the underworld wolf crown prince's filial piety can express the heavens, the earth, the sun, and the moon. For the past 3 years, the underworld wolf crown prince has assisted your Majesty in handling government affairs and has been cautious and conscientious, not daring to make the slightest mistake. Furthermore, the underworld wolf crown prince said that this year, he would go to the heavenly snow region for your Majesty and pluck the snow region's divine flowers to nourish your Majesty's body. Everyone knows what kind of place the heavenly snow region is. That's a place of extreme cold, where danger lurks within 100 chi radius. The underworld wolf crown prince must have great determination and courage. How much he loves your Majesty to dare to go to such a place to pluck the snow region's divine flowers for your Majesty. Shut up. The underworld continent's emperor shouted angrily as he slammed his hand on the dragon throne. That's enough, Lord Kong. The courtiers also tried to persuade him. What Lord Kong means is that you're going to use the Snowland divine flower to express your love and respect for Imperial Father? Xianxia suddenly asked with a cold expression. His voice was low and elegant, and it revealed an indescribable tension. It seemed as if as soon as he spoke, it caused everyone present to want to go silent like cicadas in winter. This third prince was tall, handsome, and domineering. As soon as he returned, he seized the position of crown prince. Sure enough, compared to the nether wolf crown prince who was indecisive and had a weak character, his attitude was much more unyielding. Lord Kong lay on the ground, his forehead firmly pressed against the ground as he wailed bitterly, the underworld wolf crown prince's pure filial piety can move the heavens and move the earth, can illuminate the sun and moon. Shut up. The dark continent's emperor coughed repeatedly, drowning out his angry roar. Xianxia took a step forward and knelt on one knee. He raised his head and looked sharply at the emperor on the throne. Imperial Father, since the courtiers have said so. As your son, I naturally can't shrink back in the slightest. Please allow Imperial Father to allow me to lead 2,000 soldiers to the heavenly snow region's divine flowers to nourish your Majesty's body. Fragmented memories. His lotus was in closed-door forging mode. He was awake, like a tiger cub foraging for food. Xiao Mu pounced into Mo Lian's embrace with a swish. The latter smiled and hugged her waist. Looking down at her, he said softly, Jojo, were you waiting for your husband here? Arbor nodded his little head vigorously. Master Jojo, a trembling voice came from the sky, instantly dispersing the blurry atmosphere. Mo Lian was speechless. Strange, why did it sound so much like Huang He's voice? Arbor pulled Mo Lian with one hand and turned to walk towards the beach. Lotus, when you were forging, I picked up 2 land whales. Do you want to take a look? It's fun. The little one pulled his hand and walked to the beach. Stepping on a rock, she shouted, "Big whale." The sea was very calm, without any waves. 2 minutes later, there was a huge whirlpool on the sea. A huge land whale emerged from the water and looked at the couple on the shore with its lantern-like eyes. Arbor took out an arm-length dried fish from his inner world and threw it across the sea. The land whale spat out saliva and caught the dried fish. Munching on it, it sank to the bottom of the sea. Miss Chow pursed her lips, unable to hide her smile. Looking up at Mo Lien, she said, "It's fun." When the little fellow raised his head, he happened to see the man staring at him without blinking. His voice slowly lowered. "Why are you looking at me without blinking? My Jojo, you look good." Mo Lien reached out to caress her cute little face and pulled her into his arms. He just hugged her without saying a word. Actually, he was very happy. This little one had completely let down her guard in front of him. In that instant, she revealed the delicate side of a little girl, revealing a little bit of her childlike innocence. He hoped that she could be like this now, smiling like a flower forever. No matter where she went, he would protect her and ensure her safety. Pung. A black ferrule appeared in Mo Lien's hand, and quietly laid horizontally in his palm. It looked exactly the same as before, but Arbor felt his heart ripple with excitement, as if Inky, the ruler, was calling out to him. "Pick it up, pick it up." Arbor stretched out her hand, and the black ferrule jumped into her hand with a whoosh. It was about 5 inches long and 2 inches wide. Ink flowed on it, and its brilliance dimmed. As soon as he held Arbor in his hand, he felt an unusual surge of power. Collect, with a thought, the ferrule melted into her palm. Her body was instantly infused with a mysterious power. It was as if there was no need for words between her and the ruler. Just like that strange startled swan dagger, as long as a thought flashed through his mind, it would immediately launch an attack outwards. Bang! A bright blue flame ignited in Arbor's palm. The flame was so blue that it was quiet and intense. The light was so dazzling that she closed her eyes slightly. This is the 8th grade blue spiritual cleansing fire. Mo Lien must be satisfied as well. He curled the corner of his lips and said, "Only a high-level 5 spirit source above the 7th grade can give it a name." The Heavenly Fire Secret Silver actually produced an 8th grade spiritual fire. This should be the credit of the Divine Weapon Master. This 8th grade spiritual fire is very pure in nature. It's almost comparable to my purple flames. Jojo, are you happy? Arbor nodded her little head repeatedly. She was so happy that she almost wagged her little tail. With a wave of his hand, Mo Lien summoned Debeo again. The moment Debeo came out, he said as usual, "Ah, my beautiful and invincible little Emperor Master, Debeo missed you so much." Arbor turned her little head away. Mo Lien couldn't help but chuckle softly. He hugged her waist and lowered his head to whisper in her ear, "What's wrong, Jojo? Whenever you meet someone or something that gives you a headache, you have to change your habit of not talking. If you have nothing to do, bring Debeo with you and talk to you." His Jojo was very interesting. Every time she finished a series of words, she would put on an expression as if the world was about to end. After that, no matter how others teased her, she would be too lazy to speak and look disinterested. Moreover, whenever she met something she didn't want to talk about, she would always put on a poker face and be stubborn and keep her mouth shut. He always wanted to tease this little fellow. Arbor glared at him. In her heart, she cursed. In the past, Debeo would only say, "Ah, my beautiful little master," when he came out. Now that he's improved, it feels like there are more words to describe her. Noisy. I used thunderstruck wood and heavenly fire secret silver to reforge Debeo's body. Now, it's equivalent to an immortal bone body. The realm of a body cultivator can't be increased, but its actual ability should be beyond a 15th level body cultivator and can fight against an 8th level spiritual master. Jojo, look. At Mo Lien's signal, Big Treasure turned around, and a serene blue flame flashed across his shiny black body. With a punch, he directly pulverized several huge rocks on the beach into fine powder along with the blue flame. There was also a deep crater on the beach. Her Debeo had become powerful. Arbor's little mouth opened. She hurriedly shouted, don't hit, don't hit. But her beach was killed. She saw that the small crabs were beaten out of the pit. They were so scared that they ran around in panic. How pitiful. She had planned to fatten them up and cook them for dinner. If they were killed now, what would they eat in the future? Emolienne lowered her head and glanced at her little face. She hugged her and chuckled softly. Chocho is free. Let it go to the replenishing beach. Arbor rubbed his belly and blinked at Emolienne. Hubby, Jojo is hungry. I want to eat porridge. Okay. How about I cook fish porridge for you? Emolienne kissed her forehead with a grin, and with a flick of his sleeve, he released a black, copper-colored golem. Jojo, this is number 1. Keep him by your side in the future. If there's anything dangerous, just let him do it. It doesn't matter if he dies. I still have 2 and 3 in my hands. I'll be able to use them after forging for a while. Xiaomu curiously glanced at that one. He was taller than Dabao and was not as smart and noisy as Dabao. When you don't let him move, he will just stand there and do nothing. Perhaps this is a normal golem, Xiaomu thought. He didn't seem to be as durable as Dabao, so his strength was probably average. This mechanical puppet is a level 15 Great Mystic Cultivator. Its level is too low. Emolienne had her put it away and said with a grin, no need to feel heartache. Just let him go to those dangerous places. Arbor found it a bit strange. This mechanical puppet was Prince Mo's creation, after all. Of course, she would feel heartache if it was damaged. He actually told her not to feel heartache, so strange. Moreover, didn't mechanical puppets only become body cultivators? How could they become level 15 Great Mystic Cultivators? Arbor scratched her little head. Meanwhile, Emolienne glanced coldly at Golem 1, who was standing by the beach. She sneered inwardly, Lu Iji, when you died, you probably didn't expect that you would become my, Xiaoxiao's, puppet slave even after your death. If your mechanical body doesn't collapse or die in this lifetime, you will have to continue working for my Xiaoxiao to atone for your sins. This is your fate. Arbor naturally didn't know that Golem 1 was a mechanical puppet that Mo Lian had reconstructed using Lu Iji's blood and soul. After keeping the item in his inner world, Arbor removed the merging power of the feral ink and stored it in his own conscious. Then, she looked up at Mo Lian and rubbed against his chest. Fish porridge. I'll cook it now. Mo Lian smiled as he held her hand and asked, do you want to eat corn? MHM. The little fellow nodded vigorously. Cute. Mo Lian held back his laughter and patted her head. Facing the sea, they listened to the calm rise and fall of the waves. After Xiaomu ate 2 bowls of fish porridge and gnawed on a piece of corn, she rubbed her small, round belly before collapsing into Mo Lian's embrace, motionless. Sleep for a while before going out. The little fellow always had the habit of taking afternoon naps and dozing off after eating. Who knew who had spoiled her? Miss Chow turned over and showed him the back of her head. After a full nap, Miss Chow left Fish Orchid Planet with Prince Mo. The sky outside was already completely dark. Zhou Huan and the rest didn't disturb them and practiced talisman techniques in their rooms. Early the next morning, Miss Chow let a handsome man out of her room and bumped into them in the corridor. Zhou Huan glanced at Mo Lian in astonishment. When she saw his icy gaze sweeping over her, she involuntarily shrunk her neck and asked, eldest miss, when did the son-in-law come? The people around Miss Chow always appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Just like that second uncle master who seemed to have mysteriously disappeared, this son-in-law came and left quickly. My husband has always been by my side, Arbor said casually. He held Mo Lian's hand and walked downstairs. Zhou Huan opened her mouth, and Chi Hua hurriedly tugged at her sleeve. Don't ask too much about the eldest Mrs. Matters. Since she's willing to tell us, let's just listen. Don't ask anything else. After all, Zhou Huan was the youngest. After being reminded by Chi Hua, she nodded clearly. They were all smart people. They had long realized how different the eldest young miss they followed was compared to others. Not to mention that the talisman creation books and spiritual techniques that she took out were all of the best quality. Take the ancient fire phoenix and the blue luan as an example. Were they things that ordinary people could possess? Eldest miss had a lot of secrets. They had just started following Eldest Miss, so it was reasonable for Eldest Miss to hide things from them. After spending more time together, as long as they performed well in front of Eldest Miss and made her feel that they were trustworthy people, she would definitely treat them differently. The two of them had eaten a sumptuous breakfast on Fish Orchid Planet. Naturally, they were not interested in a pot of millet porridge. Seeing Zhou Huan and the rest eating the millet porridge with white steamed buns with relish, Arbor took out a plate of minced meat and cornbread from his inner world and placed it in front of him. Eat. Jojo hated eating white steamed buns the most. Vegetable buns or meat buns were what she liked. She didn't like bean buns or sesame buns either. Stunned, Zhou Huan and the others quickly reached out to grab the minced meat steamed buns. They were not stupid. With delicious minced meat steamed buns, they naturally kept the white steamed buns in their inner worlds. Arbor silently glanced at them and made an evaluation in her heart. They were quite thrifty. At this moment, a group of people came in through the door. Xiaomu reflexively looked back, and her expression involuntarily froze. The group of people who came in through the door was led by a 15-year-old youth wearing a brocade cloak. When he saw Arbor, his eyes suddenly lit up and he called out to her, "Jojo." Why was the young master of the Zhu family in Wenka City here? Arbor nodded at him. Patriarch Zhu quickly walked up and bowed with a smile. Little godly doctor, what a coincidence. We met the little godly doctor as soon as we entered the city. Arbor looked at him helplessly. Why are you here? Zhu family head smiled and said, it was Manor Head Gung who gave the order to transfer me here. The residence has not been settled yet, so we plan to stay at the inn for a few days. So you'll be staying at the Shuntian Prefecture Lord residence from now on? Yes. Then he would be promoted. Arbor replied with an O and turned to look at young Master Zhu Su's complexion. Your son's complexion is rosy and his breathing is steady. He should be almost cured. Take my prescription for another 10 days, then he can stop taking the medicine. Patriarch Zhu was overjoyed and thanked Arbor repeatedly with cupped hands. The few of them chatted for a while. Then, Zhu family's head took the young master upstairs. After Arbor and Mo Lian left the city, they found a secluded place and released all the teachers and students from the top academy. After a discussion, Wei Wei, Zhou Danjin, and the others planned to return to the academy and tell Dean Yunfei about the situation. Xianxia and the others naturally made up their minds and ran away with Arbor. Zhou Danjin said a few words to the students, and then said, if you want to go to the Divine Land, it will not be an easy thing. Jojo, why don't you come back to the academy with us? The dean should know more about this. Yes. Wei Wei said with a straight face, if you insist on going, I can provide you with a map. The main entrance of Shuntian Prefecture to the Divine Land is on the hillside behind Mount Mang. Yes, yes. It's near Gale Town. Zhou Danjin nodded and said, Gale Town is a town that gradually became popular because of this main passage. Because it's the closest place to China, the town may sell some good things that we don't often see outside. Arbor was not very interested in shopping. He just nodded and said, can I go to Shenzhou at any time? Of course not. Wei Wei said in a muffled voice, why are you in such a hurry to go to the Divine Land? Although your cultivations are considered outstanding in the younger generation of the 6 prefectures, your cultivation is still very low. But if you go to the Divine Land, maybe you'll be nothing. That's right, that's right. You can continue to cultivate in the academy for another 10 years or so. It won't be too late to go to the Divine Land after that. Zhou Danjin also advised. I've wanted to go to the Divine Land for a long time. Arbor said calmly, instructors, what do you think about the spirit chi of the 6 prefectures compared to the Fish Orchid Planet? Wei Wei was speechless. Zhou Danjin rubbed his chin and coughed lightly. Yes, yes. If you go to the Divine Land, you can cultivate in the Fish Orchid Planet for a while. Arbor nodded and said, Xianxia and the others can continue to cultivate for a while. As for her, the Divine Land was so big that she needed to get to know it better. Besides, she wanted to see the expressions of the people who tried so hard to stop her from going to the Divine Land when they saw her. There's a transportation array in Mount Mang. You need to pay enough spirit stones to activate it. It can only transport one person at a time. The array is only activated on the 15th. If you go now, you'll have to wait for a few days. No need. Arbor reached out and grabbed a small boat. It said that there are no obstacles in the upper 3 prefectures, the middle 6 prefectures, and the lower star area. Red firmament wave. Wei Wei was shocked. But Zhou Danjin was calm. He had seen this ship before. He nodded with emotion. All right. Instructor, you forgot that you have such a divine weapon. Then there's no problem. When you go to the divine land, you have to be careful. It's good that you change your temper. Arbor pursed his lips. After bidding farewell to the nagging instructors, Arbor took Xianxia and the others back to Fish Orchid Planet and let them cultivate on their own. Then, he returned to the inn, took Zhou Huan and the others, summoned the Blue Luan, and rushed to Mount Meng with Mo Lian and the others. Are you afraid? Arbor turned and asked the youths. Those people shook their heads in unison. It would be a lie to say that they were not afraid. With their cultivation and talisman power, they were going to follow Eldest Miss to the divine land. Wouldn't that make people panic? Would they be afraid? What was fear? Since they had made up their minds to follow Eldest Miss, they would not frown even if they had to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire. Xiaomu curled her lips slightly, and the moment she neared Mount Meng, she tossed out the crimson firmament blue wave ship. She watched as it transformed into a magnificent sight before her eyes. In the blink of an eye, it expanded in the wind and transformed into a giant 3-story ship. Zhou Huan, Qi Hua, and the others stared so hard that their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Before they could think about it, Arbor patted their backs. Let's go. Zhou Huan and the others flew out involuntarily and landed on the ship. This ship was actually floating in the air, drifting with the wind. With Zhou Huan's young temperament, he immediately cried out in joy. He leaned against the mast and looked down at the blue sky, white clouds, and the small hill that had turned into a black dot. He could not help but laugh out loud. Amazing! Is this ship a flying spirit artifact? Spirit weapon, after all, this was a saint artifact. Arbor glanced at the youth speechlessly. He walked to Mo Lian's side and held her hand. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Then, they turned their heads to look at the vast mountains. Let's go? Arbor asked. Mo Lian nodded. Okay, there's no time like the present. Let's go. No matter where Jojo goes, I will follow. Mo Lian reached out and hugged her waist. She pointed to the front and said, give the order. Arbor buried his head in his chest and rubbed it. With a thought, the whole ship started to move and flew towards the depths of the Meng Mountains. At this time, some merchants who were doing business in Gale Town. Squatting at the door of the inn and waiting for the 15th passage to open, the practitioners looked up at the sky in surprise. In the originally quiet depths of the mountains, there was a loud rumbling sound. What? Is this the transmission array? Impossible. It's not the 15th passage. How can the transmission array react? While everyone was whispering, a layer of light shrouded the sky. The passage to the divine land was really opened by force. Everyone jumped up in surprise and looked at the sky. There, divine power lingered, and layers of light golden light overflowed, as if clusters of dazzling fireworks were lit in the sky at this time. In the vast light golden halo, the marvelous scenery of the upper 3 provinces appeared. The 99-story beast ceiling tower of the divine land towered into the clouds. The vast snow of the Xianxia prefecture. At the ferry of the Forgetfulness River in the underworld prefecture, the mournful blood-colored flowers were in full bloom. The mist-like layers of golden light shrouded the ice and snow and gradually disappeared. The marvelous scenery of the immortal mountains with overlapping peaks also faintly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. This scene was unforgettable for a long time. In a trance, they seemed to see a ship enter the misty immortal mountains, and in the end, it didn't leave any trace. Everyone in Gale Town was in an uproar. For a long time, the rumor that a giant ship had flown to the sky was still circulating in the town. Spring filled the building. Young Master Song Feng sat quietly in a small attic, his fingers flicking back and forth a small jade wine cup. After a slight noise on the stairs. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, 7 men of different beauty, each with their own style, seductively gathered in the small attic. Young Master Song Feng was silent for a long time before he asked, Fan Meng and Fan, you haven't come yet? they're here. Young master, I've already packed my bags and was waiting to go on the road. The seductive man in red leaned against a pillar and winked at young master Song Feng coquettishly. Young master Song Feng was expressionless, and his eyes fell on Fan Meng and Fan Yu, who were slowly walking forward. Since everyone is here, let's go. Remember to burn everything. On the 7th day of February, a big fire burned the spring-filled building to the ground. The fire was so big that it spread to the apricot house across the street and burned half of the apricot house. The procuress was so angry that she stood in front of the apricot house every day for 18 days, pointing at the spring-filled building across the street and cursing. A bunch of sluts, it's better if they all rot in that building and never come out to harm people again. Top College of the Lava Mountains. After listening to Wei Wei, Zhou Danjin, and the others, Yun Fiang was silent for a long time. Then he nodded and said, although it's still early, the children of our academy are a group of hot-blooded youths. It's not impossible to suddenly go to the Divine Land. Dean, you, since the children have made up their minds, we will support them. Yun Fiang clenched his fists tightly and looked at the few instructors in front of him with a serious expression. Are you ready? Huh? Everyone shifted their gaze to the vice dean of the Buddhist faculty. Brother, do you know what the dean is talking about? The top academies are setting off for Shenzhou. We will move the entire academy to Shenzhou and become a strong backing for the children. Everyone, exclamation point. Aya, Mr. Dean, how can you be so sure? Would the mentors who had not broken through the divine realm still have an advantage when they went to the divine land? The sobbing Zhou Danjin and the rest returned to their respective courtyards to pack their luggage. Dean, is it really okay to be in such a hurry? After the teachers left, Master Wu Yan came out from the inner hall and sighed. Other than the ghost grass, we haven't found anything in all these years. We can only go to the 3 prefectures to find the remaining materials. The plain-clothed man turned around and looked at Master Wu Yan with a determined gaze. I believe that we will succeed. The two opened the door to the secret room and walked into an inner room filled with ice cubes. They looked at a serene ice sculpture in the distance. Divine Land, Dragon Flame City. Madame Goen's estate. Her slender, snow-white index finger lifted the chin of a beautiful man, and the red, soft, and fragrant silk covering her body slid down from her milk-like skin to the ground, revealing her exquisite, snow-white, and graceful figure. Within the fluttering muslin curtain, sounds that made one blush and one's heart palpitate quickly rang out. The 2 young servant girls accompanying her blushed as they hurriedly retreated, closing the door behind them. Madame was nearly 50 years old, but her figure was even more enchanting. She was a bride every day, indulging in pleasure every night until dawn, and being nourished by all kinds of handsome men until she was rather moist and beautiful. She was truly envious to death. That concubine-born 5th young master of the Qin estate was truly good-looking. It was just that his body was a bit frail. She hoped that Madame would properly dote on him and not overdo it. It would be too much of a pity if she killed him. The 2 young servant girls hid behind the door and peeked for a while longer. Only then did they plan to retreat, their small faces as red as blood. Just as they turned around, one of the servant girls let out a yelp and unexpectedly bumped into a robust and broad chest. The newcomer's inner garment was boldly unbuttoned, revealing a handsome chest. A careless, teasing smile hung on his handsome face as he casually hugged the servant girl's waist. Big sister Kai Hui, your face is so red. TSK, you must be thinking of a man. Ah. Her body, which had long been aroused, fell limply into the man's embrace. Her face was so red that it seemed like blood was about to drip out. Since that's the case, then let this Wei properly dote on big sister Kai Hui. Ah, young Master Wei, don't be like this, young Master Wei. That servant girl called out tenderly. She was half pushed and half hugged by the man. She buried her face in the man's embrace, allowing him to carry her away in large strides. Tisk. The other servant girl glared at the 2's departing figures with jealousy and hatred. She cursed, shameless little hussy. Madame treated people too leniently. She allowed this little slut to so brazenly seduce the young master in front of Madame's bedroom. Last time, she had mentioned to Madame that she couldn't indulge that little hussy Kai Hui like this anymore. Madame, however, waved her hand indifferently and said that there was no need to care. Now that Madame had obtained the fifth Xianxia Qin that she yearned for so much, perhaps, she would be even less concerned about the other Xianxias. Damn it, the current Madame of the State Security wasn't living happily with fifth young Master Qin under a red lawn tent like the young maidservant had imagined. That moaning and moaning just now was completely her own entertainment. No one else had touched her at all. She glared angrily at the man on the bed who had been stripped naked and drugged with several types of aphrodisiac. At this moment, his head was covered in cold sweat and his body was trembling non-stop, but he was still limp and motionless. The men of the Qin family were all tall and slender with exquisite features. Omega Kotoku and eldest young Master Qin were the most outstanding. However, those two people were not easy to deal with. This fifth Qin appeared to have a delicate temperament, but who knew that he was actually very unyielding, damn it. The meat was already in her mouth, but she couldn't eat it. This made Madame's heart itch even more unbearably. A trace of resentment slid across Madame of the State Security's indescribably beautiful face. She reached out to stroke the man's face with extreme gentleness as she exhaled a light pink fragrant mist. Fifth young sir, do you know that your appearance right now when you would rather die than submit is especially lovable? Unfortunately, no matter how resolute and unyielding a man who has fallen into my State Security's hands, in the end, you'll still lead a befuddled life under my bewildering fragrance. A pink fragrant mist curled around the man's face. In the haze, the fifth young master's skin was increasingly fair and his features were picturesque. His jade-like forehead was covered in layers of cold sweat, and he bit down on his tightly pursed lips, leaving a faint trace of blood. Darling. Madame Guo's heart simply itched to the extreme as she looked at the man in front of her. She stroked him up and down with all her might with her red-painted fingers, and her red lips pressed against his, continuously exhaling a fragrant mist. He was actually still clear-headed even after being hit by such a deep bewildering fragrance and adding several types of aphrodisiac incense. It seemed like this man wasn't as frail as he appeared to be. His willpower was truly firm. This was like catching a rabbit right in front of your eyes, yet there was a thick defensive barrier between you, so you couldn't eat it no matter how hard you tried. Madame Guo was both anxious and angry. Her delicate body pressed against the fifth young master's, and she exhaled a fragrant breath next to his ear. Darling, just open your eyes and look at me. On the bed, fifth Qin, who was drenched in cold sweat, abruptly opened his eyes. That pair of chilly eyes didn't contain any trace of emotion, as if they were 10,000 miles of frosty frost beneath the ice as he stared fixedly at her. Madame Guo's face flushed red, yet she was also quite angry. This pair of beautiful eyes looked at her as if he was looking at a piece of filthy mud, making her feel so ashamed that she couldn't show her face. Her soft snake-like delicate body covered his body, moving inch by inch, and she said in exasperation, Darling, do you know who betrayed you and sent you into my estate? It's that seventh younger brother of yours. Kakik. Did you think you could still escape unscathed after entering my countries and estate? Madame Guo caressed the man's ice-cold face, leaving a red lipstick mark on his cheek. My darling, why must you harm yourself like this? Hurry up and come over, okay? Truly disgusting. The man's chilly voice was just like his eyes, merciless and grave. Slap, Madame Guo flew into a rage out of humiliation, and she heavily slapped the fifth young master's handsome face. This man was so despicable. Madame of the National Security Agency swept the pair of golden wind-glazed cups on the table to the ground in a frenzy. Clang! The precious glass cup was smashed into pieces. Coincidentally, there was a knock on the door, which made the impatient Madame of the National Security Agency angry and angry. She picked up a piece of silk and wrapped it around her body. She opened the door and slapped the person's face. You're looking for trouble. Can't you see that I'm busy? Madam. The steward was so scared that he knelt on the ground and crawled in front of the beautiful woman's white toes. He repeatedly cowed out and said, Madam, please forgive me. Madam, please forgive me. This lowly one didn't dare to come and disturb you. It's just that outside the door, the eldest young master of the Qin estate brought people to fight their way in. Madame Goen's face contorted as she stomped on the steward's head. Idiot! Don't you know how to block? Block, what do you want to use to block this young master's path? A cheerful voice fell into Madame Goen's ears. When she raised her eyes, she just happened to see a handsome young master in a white robe gracefully walking to her side. He very flirtatiously used a small gold fan to prop up her blushing face, and he clicked his tongue and said, "Madam Goen, you're truly beautiful to the point of making one's heart beat." The silk cloak on Madam Goen's body covered the important parts, leaving a large portion of her fragrant shoulder exposed to the air. A man with weak self-control would definitely have a nosebleed at this moment. Yet eldest young Sir Qing could still tease her without a change in expression. Instead, it was Madame Gua who groaned at his teasing. She swayed her slender waist and wanted to stick close to eldest young Sir Qing, but he blocked her face with a wave of his small golden fan. "Madam, I am here today on my father's orders to bring fifth brother back to the estate." Family head Qin also knew about this. Madame Gua's face contorted again, and she hastily smiled obsequiously and coquettishly as she said, "Eldest young sir, you really like to joke. Why would your family's honorable fifth young sir be in the Gua's estate?" She refused to admit it. Eldest young sir's handsome brows knitted slightly, but his expression was very calm. If this be *tch refused to admit it, with her status as a second-rank titled noble lady, he indeed couldn't force his way in with his men. But this matter wasn't over yet. "In that case, my fifth brother really isn't here with Madam?" Eldest young Sir Qing didn't get angry and smiled mildly. "That's right. How would the Gua's estate dare to kidnap someone from the Qin estate? Don't you think so, eldest young sir?" Before Madame Gua's hand could land on Qin Xian's shoulder, her hand was slapped away by the latter's fan. "Ah!" Madame Gua clutched her reddened hand and glared angrily at the handsome and elegant man standing before her with a charming smile. He really hit her hard. This hateful man didn't know how to treat a woman with tenderness at all. "Since Madame has made it clear that my fifth brother isn't in your estate, then this young sir will take his leave." Eldest young sir bowed with a grin and turned to leave. He suddenly turned his head and smiled at her with pursed lips. "Oh, that's right. Madam, on the way here, I seem to have seen people from the Eastern Palace ferociously heading toward your estate with 2 lumps of mangled flesh. They looked so scary." Eldest young sir flicked his sleeve to cover his mouth and revealed a frightened expression. He blinked and smiled gracefully at the stupefied Madame Gua before leading a group of servants away, leaving behind a slender, jade-like back view. This damned evildoer, his lightly pursed lips and bewitching appearance was truly too moving. Madame Goen looked at the young master's back as he left. Her eyes were fixed on him. She felt her mouth dry and her heart rippled. Unfortunately, she couldn't eat him. She hated it so much that her teeth itched. It's fine. In any case, I've left the fifth young master behind. Even if I can't go up for the time being, I still have to get my hands back." Madame Gua's entire body was seething with anger. She returned to her room in a huff, and her eyes immediately widened. She only saw that there was no one in her boudoir. There was no sign of the young master in the red silk canopy. Her lover, her young and handsome lover, actually ran away in just a few minutes? Ah! Madame Goen could not vent her anger. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth and smashed everything in the house. Screaming madly in the house with disheveled hair, suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, his gaze fell on the broken pieces of porcelain next to the bed. He couldn't help but be startled. Why was the golden phoenix glazed cup bestowed by His Majesty broken? When she turned her head and saw a servant girl timidly walk in, Madame Goen immediately slapped her. "Why is my glazed cup broken?" The servant girl inexplicably suffered an unexpected calamity. She hurriedly knelt down in panic and said, Madam, this servant doesn't know. Just now, Madam was the only one smashing things in the room. Without asking, this glazed cup must have been broken by Madam. But now? The maidservant's eyes widened as she lay on the ground, trembling all over. "What's the use of keeping you if you don't know anything?" Madame Goen shouted angrily. Madam, please spare me, Madam." Madame Goen wanted to push the blame to a mere maidservant. How could she bear the crime of despising the Emperor's grace? Destroying something bestowed by His Majesty was a crime punishable by death. She was just a mere maidservant, and Madame Goen was going to push her out to be a scapegoat. *tch. How dare you break the glass cup bestowed by His Majesty? Go to hell. Madame Goen kicked the maidservant's face, sending her flying and vomiting blood. She fell heavily on the ground outside the door and could not get up again. Madam, madam, third young master Fu from the Eastern Palace sent 2 bloody maidservants over. The steward trembled as he led a few people to the door of Madame Goen's bedroom and knelt on the ground with a thud. He felt that he was so unlucky. The other shrewd stewards in the residence had all fled when they heard the news, and he was the only one who was involved in such a thing. He would definitely not end well. However, someone had just thrown these 2 balls of blood at their door and left. As a steward, he could not just leave these 2 balls of blood lying in front of his door like this. Madame Goen's eyes widened when her gaze fell on the 2 balls of blood and flesh. No one could tell that these 2 balls of blood were 2 beautiful maidservants. These were the women she had sent to the Crown Prince's residence. The Crown Prince had not returned to the palace yet, and the people from the Eastern Palace dared to torture the maidservants she had sent. Damn it, everyone dares to defy me. Third young master Fu also passed down a decree from His Highness, the Crown Prince, to all the officials in the various residences to bring back the young ladies within 3 days. If they are late, they will be killed every day. The third young master even posted a notice on the mission board in the big square in the city. Everyone has seen the notice, and everyone is talking about it enthusiastically right now. Crown Prince, you are so willful. You haven't returned yet, but you have already made a name for yourself in Dragon Flame City. Your ruthlessness and viciousness have undoubtedly captured a large number of your subjects' fans. Right now, everyone was saying that the son resembled his father. As expected of the great emperor's biological son, Madame Guo's eyes were wide open. She was so angry that she wanted to tremble. What? That wretched Crown Prince Lian actually dared to disregard his aunt's face like this. He actually dared to be so resolute. It was obvious that he wanted to put her face in the mud and step on it. Why did everyone have to go against her? How hateful. Madame Goen picked up the vase next to the door and smashed it on the manager's head. Sob sob sob, I knew I was going to be unlucky, the steward exclaimed, I'm so unlucky, and fainted on the ground. Gather the guards and follow me into the palace immediately. Madame Goen was so angry that her heart and liver were trembling. She couldn't wait to immediately rush into the palace and cut that damned Fu Sanqian into pieces. A mere hanger-on of the Crown Prince actually dared to trample on the face of the Madam of the Ministry of National Security. I heard that third young Master Fu is a handsome gentleman. A pale-faced old eunuch wretchedly followed Madame Goen's footsteps and slandered, it doesn't matter if that 5th young Master Qin runs away. Madam can capture this third Fu back to warm your bed. Good idea. Madame Goen aggressively led people to the Eastern Palace. On the other side, 5th young Sir Qin, who had been carried out of the state security estate by 2 shadow guards, was only wrapped in a thin white robe as he tightly covered himself. Upon exiting the state security estate, 5th young Sir got off the ground and walked on his own. Unexpectedly, his body was very soft, and he stumbled and fell to the ground. His personal pageboy, Ling Ge, supported 5th young Sir's arm and cried out in a sobbing tone, Why young Sir, how are you? Help me back. 5th young Sir gripped Ling Ji's hand tightly. Ling Ge could sense that her young Sir was continuously trembling in fear from the depths of his body to his soul. Upon returning to the Qin estate, 5th Qin shut himself in his room and changed the water 17 to 18 times within 2 hours. It wasn't until eldest young Sir arrived at his room that Ling Ge rolled to eldest young Sir's feet while bawling, eldest young Sir, please save my family's 5th young Sir. Qin Xian kicked open the door and saw his 5th brother, whose skin was flushed red from soaking in the bathtub and was about to rot. He angrily pulled him out of the water. Useless thing. Eldest young Sir slapped this younger brother in exasperation for failing to live up to his expectations. He grabbed his clean white bathrobe and said angrily, I didn't spend so much effort to save you to see you rot in the bathtub. Do you hate? Are you angry? Are you unwilling? Then pull yourself together. With your brain, how could you not find a way to kill that B*TCH? Be big brother, dirty. So dirty. Wash it off, wash it clean. 5th young Sir stumbled and threw himself onto eldest young Sir's shoulder, holding his arm as his entire body trembled non-stop. Qin Xian sighed and reached out to hold his shoulder, crying bitterly with him. He was also extremely furious. His elegant and refined 5th brother, who usually only knew how to play the zither, had never suffered such humiliation. He definitely had to get payback from that B*TCH for this debt. You've been poisoned by several types of perfume. Do you want eldest brother to find you a few clean immature antidotes? No, don't. Fifth Xianxia pushed his eldest brother away and retreated several steps in horror. He covered his mouth with one hand and let out waves of retching. Women were so disgusting, so disgusting. He didn't want them to touch a single strand of his hair. Xianxia was very helpless. He nodded and said, "Then I'll ask Dr. Chang to come over and help you. It's just that if this kind of powder is not dissolved, it will eventually affect your body. Big brother doesn't want you to continue suffering." Fifth young master Qin supported himself with one hand by the side of the bathtub, his eyes fixed on the clear water surface. Dirty, so dirty. Dirty, Xianxia sighed and patted his fifth brother's shoulder. He walked out and called for Ling Ge, "Take good care of young master during this period of time. Remove all the servant girls from the court." Yes. Eastern Palace. At the main entrance, there was a table carved from a golden elm. Third young master Fu was there with 2 rows of guards. He was holding a book and a pen in his hand. Whenever a lord took a girl away, he would cross off a name. Young master. Official Yu's housekeeper is here to fetch second Miss Yu. A vicious look flashed across third young master Fu's lazy eyebrows. Didn't you see what the notice says? Let their fathers come and collect them. F***CK. The head of the Yu residence's steward was about to explode. Why must an adult be the one to bring his daughter home? The crown prince was willful, and everyone in the crown prince's estate wasn't a good person. Woo-woo. He wanted to go home and find daddy. Meanwhile, Madame Goen, who was blocked at the palace entrance, glared with green eyes. Her finger trembled as she pointed at the gatekeeper. Say that again. Do you know who I am? How dare you block this madam? Mo Lian, this madam and you, power. No. 2. Stand. End of this volume. The moment the crimson firmament waves passed through the passage, they felt as if they had passed through a thin film of water. The rich spiritual energy that greeted them made them feel refreshed. Looking up, it was as if they were surrounded by a sea of stars. They were wandering in such a boundless sea of stars. Even the crimson firmament waves were like a grain of sand in the sea of stars, as small as a speck of dust. Such a vast sea of stars made everyone feel a little intoxicated. At this moment, it was as if they had melted into a speck of dust in the air, floating along with the vast sea of stars. Don't be intoxicated. A cold voice sounded in everyone's ears. Zhou Huan and the others, who had weak willpower, woke up in an instant. Turning their heads, they saw the crown prince's tall figure standing under the starry night sky. His expression was cold as he looked up at the starry sky, light flashing in his eyes. What are you waiting for? The spiritual energy here is rich. This is a rare opportunity. Sit down and guide the spiritual energy into your body. The crown prince turned to look at them and frowned. Ah, yes, yes. Zhou Huan, Qi Hua, and the others quickly sat down cross-legged and focused on guiding the spiritual energy into their bodies, quietly cultivating. Arbor sat on the empty deck at the front of the ship. At this moment, she had already entered a mysterious state. What she saw was herself walking barefoot in the vast Milky Way, kicking the sparkling water of the Milky Way under her feet. As she walked, there was not a trace of wind, nor was there a single cloud. So fast, so fast. Her speed was getting faster and faster. She looked like she was walking, but in fact, she was flashing like light at a speed that was hard to distinguish with the naked eye. Mo Lian, who was leaning against the railing and watching Jojo cultivate, was suddenly stunned. A hint of surprise flashed through her eyes. Oh my God, his little wife was going to ascend to the heavens. What lingered around his wife was not the 5-colored spiritual energy, but star fragments that looked like specks of dust surrounded her body. This was clearly holy power, the strongest power in the world, also known as the star field power or star power. The little guy who had not broken through to the great spiritual master level had actually sensed the purest holy power in the world. Looking at the Saint Force, they were scrambling to enter the little one's body, but they were blocked by a stream of light. Mo Lian then set his mind at ease. He already knew that this little thing's body was very strange. It was as if there was a powerful protective force hidden in her small body. Anything that would harm her body would be inadvertently blocked by this force. Although the saint energy was good, the little thing's current body would definitely not be able to accept it. Even if he forcefully absorbed it, he wouldn't be able to absorb it. To her, the saint energy was no longer a supplement. Instead, it was harmful to her body. She was someone who had not even reached the divine state yet. You want her to accept the saint energy beyond her level? Aren't you just looking for trouble? The pitiful spiritual energy was blocked by the turbulent and overbearing saint energy, and it could not even get close to Xianxia's body. Mo Lian was instantly at a loss for words. With a flick of his sleeve, he released the holy fire to absorb the surrounding saint energy. This allowed the surging spiritual energy to pass through the layers of obstacles and rush towards their little master's Dantian star field without any hindrance. A ball of extremely strong light was absorbed by the Dantian star field along with the spiritual energy from all directions. Whoosh, whoosh. Another 2 balls were absorbed into the Dantian star field. Arbor opened his eyes in confusion. Wasn't this her Dantian star field? Just like the starry sky in front of her, her Dantian star field was also vast and boundless. A fist-sized star was hanging high in the center of the star field. This star, which was supposed to be the most dazzling, was still in a deep sleep. It was surrounded by 4 stars of almost the same size but different colors. Only the bluefish orchid star was lit up. In addition, there was a small Chuyun star floating in the distance. It was close to a colorful paradise star. However, at this time, she could clearly see that 3 white nameless stars were absorbed into this star field. They were floating in the upper left corner of Chuyun star. 3 nameless stars? Arbor was moved. His spiritual awareness captured the small spiritual awareness body and let her go in for a stroll. The spiritual awareness body ran around the 3 spacious nameless stars in a very funny way. It ran until it was out of breath before it stopped. No, it was paralyzed. It was paralyzed on one of the nameless stars. It was so lazy that Arbor couldn't bear to look at it. This thing definitely couldn't be her spiritual awareness body. Could it be that these 3 nameless stars were absorbed from the starry sky by the Dantian star field? The spirit domain's secret realm, this was too, Bandit. However, Jojo was very satisfied. With 3 more star fields, no matter what she used them for in the future, they were still her star fields. Even if she used them to feed Paradise Star in the future, it would still be good. The star chart in front of her was faintly blurred. Arbor knew that she was going to lead this special state of enlightenment. When she opened her eyes, it was as if 2 vortexes of broken stars appeared in her eyes. They were so deep that it seemed like they were going to absorb everything in the world. Only when the spiritual power around her body dissipated did she completely walk out of the state of enlightenment. She had entered the state of enlightenment for no reason and had also advanced by a level for no reason. She had also received 3 nameless stars for no reason. Arbor thought that this trip to the red firmament blue waves was really quite reliable, an 8th rank spirit master. Miss Chow lowered her head and looked at her small hand. The spirit energy on her palm had yet to completely disperse. There was a faint layer of strange energy attached to it. This spiritual energy seemed to be very strong. Mo Lian had already arrived in front of her with a flutter. Without saying a word, he reached out and hugged her. Holding her little hand, he looked it up and down, left and right. Clicking his tongue in wonder, he said, "Little guy, you've absorbed a little star power into your spiritual power." This little rank 8 spiritual master in front of him could probably kill 2 rank 12 great spiritual masters with a single wave of spiritual pressure. That was the strongest force in the star field. It carried out the laws of heaven and earth, and the weak couldn't win against the strong. Mo Lian expressed that the little guy might be able to kill a level 15 great spiritual master with 1 punch. Xiaomu gazed at him blankly before hugging his arm and shouting, Lian, let me tell you something. My spiritual sense actually didn't increase. This really shouldn't have happened. Her spiritual sense was different from other people's. Every time she advanced, which one wasn't accompanied by the rhythm of her spiritual sense skyrocketing, it was very strange that it didn't increase this time. It's nothing. Mo Lian couldn't help but want to cover his face. He secretly said in his heart, wife, it doesn't matter whether your spiritual sense increased or not. You're already able to integrate a trace of sacred power into your spiritual realm cultivation. Your husband is really speechless. Arbor reached out and clenched her fist. She lowered her head listlessly. Forget it. Whether it increased or not can't be forced. Ah, look. There seems to be an exit in front. This chapter is a gift. Arbor looked up and saw a light array appearing in the middle of the pitch-black sea of stars. Everything in the world seemed to be sucked into this light array as a strong suction force pressed down on them. The crimson firmament wave was sucked in involuntarily. However, although the force was strong, it could not break through the crimson firmament wave's defense. Therefore, the people on the ship felt fine. As the crimson firmament wave was sucked out by the light array at the exit, there was a moment of darkness in front of everyone's eyes. Then, they saw a glaring light shoot in. The entire ship seemed to have bounced off a soft and moist cover and rushed out of the light formation in an instant. The silence suddenly turned into a cacophony of noises. Shouts, and clamors could be heard incessantly. Wow! I saw a huge 3-storied ship flying in the sky. Quick, pinch me. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Damn, brother, speak properly. You're spitting on my face. What are you so excited about? I've been in the world for 30 years. When I went to the 17th floor of the Beast Ceiling Pagoda, I even saw pigs flying in the sky. You're awesome, aren't you? You're just a little level 7 spiritual master, and you want to go to the 17th floor of the Beast Ceiling Pagoda? You're already panting when you go up to the 5th floor. You're bullshitting. Arbor curiously leaned on the ship's railing and blinked his big eyes as he looked at the crowd below. It was a very bustling town. There were many shops and taverns on both sides of the road. A spacious road was occupied by many stalls. Everyone was squeezed in a narrow path and looked up at their crimson firmament wave ship. It was a hubbub of voices and abnormally noisy. Looking at their clothes, they were all ordinary cultivators. However, there was a clear difference between them and the cultivators from the 6 prefectures' lower star regions. Although their clothes were ordinary, they were very neat and tidy. Their complexions were rosy and they were talking cheerfully. They looked carefree. Could it be that those rotten zombies haven't appeared on the divine land yet? Look at this group of Shenzhou people, they seem to be living quite comfortably. Arbor retracted his head from the railing and almost fell into Emo Lian's arms when he turned around. She didn't know when this fellow had quietly walked up behind her without making a single sound. Arbor glared at him angrily and poked his chin. What should we do, Ren? Put the boat away. This boat was indeed big and ostentatious. It was impossible not to attract attention. Jojo was a very low-key young lady. She was not suitable to be so ostentatious, therefore, the couple decided that it was better not to attract hatred. It would be better to keep the ship as soon as possible and switch to Qingluan. Arbor nodded and told Zhou Huan and the others to prepare to float. Several people jumped out of the Scarlet Firmament Wave ship at the same time. Arbor used his spiritual sense to drag the giant ship into the fish orchid planet with the help of the small tree. The few of them jumped and landed on Qingluan's back. Qingluan flapped its wings lightly and quickly left the crowded entrance of the small town. The group of people below who were chasing after them lost track of Arbor and the others after a few steps. Hey, where did they go? Are those people you're talking about from the middle 6 prefectures? Are you kidding? How is that possible? How can such a divine artifact appear in the small 6 prefectures? A barren place like the middle 6 prefectures can't possibly have such an extraordinary artifact. I'm guessing that it's probably a young master or young mistress from one of the divine prefecture's aristocratic families who came back from their travels. And that big green bird just now, did you see it clearly? That aura it released doesn't feel like an ordinary spirit beast. How can people from the middle 6 prefectures become so powerful? How is that possible? While the entire town was discussing animatedly, they didn't know that Xiaomu and Emo Lian had openly returned to the crowd with Zhou Huan and the other 7. They had just disappeared in front of people at the fastest speed and no one could catch a trace of them. In this border town that connected the middle 6 prefectures and the divine prefecture, there didn't seem to be many experts. Some of them were ordinary businessmen and some of them were spirit masters who didn't have particularly high cultivation levels. Miss Chow didn't like to listen to these people's noisy discussions. They were nothing more than praising the people of the Divine Prefecture and belittling the Middle Six Prefectures. But if these people knew that Miss Chow didn't come from the Middle Six Prefectures but from the Lower Star region, wouldn't they all come to watch as if someone from another star region had invaded? A group of people who were ridiculously arrogant. Arbor was led by Mo Lian to a stable in the northernmost part of town. These weren't ordinary horses. These horses were mostly level 8 or level 9 mystical beasts. Their running speed naturally couldn't be compared to ordinary horses. Their flying beasts were too eye-catching. If they really let them out, it would be like what happened just now, which was very troublesome. The young couple wasn't interested. They were surrounded and watched as if they were divine beasts. How much is it? And level 8 spirit horse for 1 spirit stone. That person stretched out a finger and waved it in front of Mo Lian and Arbor. How about hiring a driver? That depends on where you're going. Dragon Flame City. Dragon Flame City is thousands of miles away from this border town. Even my strongest and most vigorous spirit horse would need at least 10 days to half a month to travel. Mo Lian looked at him expressionlessly. Name your price. The horse seller immediately became spirited and grinned. Young master, you don't know. If I were to hire a coachman for you. 9 horses and a coachman. A coachman and a more comfortable carriage for you. The journey to Dragon Flame City will cost at least 15 spirit stones. 9 horses will cost 9 spirit stones. How about this? I'll give you a discount. How about 20 spirit stones? Mo Lian nodded. She didn't even try to bargain with him. Instead, she reached into her inner world and took out a money pouch. Then, she poured out 20 spirit stones and gave them to the young man. The little brother smiled so widely that his teeth could not be seen. He reached out his claws to touch the few spirit stones and put them all into his pocket. His attitude towards them was clearly more respectful. Young masters and young misses. Please wait a moment. This lowly one will go and prepare now. Oh my, I really couldn't tell that this handsome young master was really a generous grandpa of the god of wealth. Judging from his appearance, he was just a pretty boy. Brother horse seller secretly complained. Unexpectedly, he took out 20 genuine spirit stones without hesitation. He really looked at him in a new light. One had to know that this was brother horse seller's first big business deal since winter. It even benefited that coachman Chen who hadn't had much business for a few days. Brother seller held the 3 spirit stones in his hand and walked towards carriage driver Chen's dilapidated courtyard with a smile. Giving him 3 spirit stones should be enough. If he had not taken on this big order, carriage driver Chen would still be at home like a corpse. Therefore, it was normal to take a portion of the commission. Move aside, move aside, move aside. All of you, move aside. Rough roars, accompanied by all sorts of curses and complaints along the way, filled this area. A group of aggressive burly men appeared in front of everyone's eyes and were chasing after a young girl who was running in a panic. That scene was not very beautiful. Originally, more than half of this street was occupied by 2 stalls. Now that they had bumped into the scene of burly men catching a young girl, this made the street even more crowded and difficult to walk on. That young girl cried until her eyes were swollen like walnuts, and the corners of her eyes were bloodshot. As she cried mournfully, she hurriedly turned back to take a look. However, when she saw the burly men closing in on her, her eyes were dyed with a trace of fear, and she ran forward wildly. Outside the crowd, that white figure was especially eye-catching. He stood in front of that dilapidated stable. Even though the background was very old and dirty, he looked especially elegant and noble. Arbor had already seen the group of people running over. The little fellow reflexively pulled Mo Lian back by 2 large steps, opening up a path for him. Unfortunately, that young girl who seemed to have an extremely miserable life was still rushing towards them. To be precise, she pounced on Mo Lian. Arbor. Almost as if it was a conditioned reflex, Miss Chow flew up and kicked heavily on that young girl's chest. She directly sent her flying with a kick. Everyone's jaws dropped at the same time. Including Zhou Huan and the other 8 people standing behind the 2 of them. Their shocked expressions were especially hilarious. What was going on? Everyone looked speechlessly at the young girl who bravely kicked that young girl away. With one look, they were immediately stunned. Previously, this little girl had been standing beside the white-clothed man. Her body was wrapped in a thick fur cloak, and her small head was hidden under a hat. At this moment, she swiftly moved. After a kick, the velvet hat on her head slid down to her shoulders, revealing a small, delicate, expressionless face. Mo Lian held her forehead and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Look, his bao was so unpredictable, look at that, he shocked everyone. Which family had such a fierce young lady? When she saw someone pouncing on her husband, she immediately kicked him away, poor unfortunate young lady. After being sent flying by Miss Chiao's kick, her delicate and weak body fell heavily to the ground, unable to recover for a long time, isn't that so? Who would have thought that he, who had such a hard life, would actually meet someone who didn't talk nonsense with him? Everyone looked at the fierce little girl in front of them with different expressions. He felt that the little girl was not in a good mood. People with strong survival instincts had already shut their mouths and retreated to the side, quietly watching the show. But there were always self-proclaimed righteous people who stepped forward to shout with righteous indignation. At this moment, a scholarly man walked out and angrily questioned Arbor, "What's wrong with you, young lady? Why did you kick someone for no reason? She doesn't know how to walk." Arbor frowned. She doesn't even have eyes, pouncing straight at her husband. If I don't beat her up, who should I beat up? Jojo's motto was to beat anyone who dared to pounce on her husband. You don't follow the rules at all. Everyone's jaws dropped again, and the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch. Where the hell did this little guy jump out from? Shouldn't such a delicate and soft little girl be very kind? Even if she met those old grandpas and grannies who couldn't walk, she couldn't help but reach out to help them. What's more, a girl who seemed to have such a tragic background ran over to them to ask for help. If it was an ordinary aristocratic family's daughter, shouldn't she ask her husband to save her in order to show her magnanimity and take her in as a personal maidservant while she was at it? If Arbor knew what these people were thinking, he would definitely ruthlessly mock them. Crazy, if you're overflowing with sympathy, then go save her, go be that sunflower and illuminate the common people. This baby doesn't want her husband to save other women. She never thought of herself as a good person, so naturally, she didn't have this kind of pure and holy character. She was a bad silver. Good people don't live long. Bad silver world, she'll just be a bad silver. Ta ta ta. The little fellow walked a few steps forward, frowning as she looked at that purple lump on the ground. She stretched out her hand and pointed. Take it away. A good dog doesn't block the way. Just leave it here, they still have a lot of horses to bring out later. The righteous scholar was simply about to faint from anger. His finger trembled as he pointed at Miss Chiao, angrily saying, You're a girl, how can you be so unsympathetic? Didn't you see that this girl was completely unable to get up after being kicked by you? You're so devoid of conscience and inhumane. I really don't know which family's lord taught you to be such a top quality. This young master spoils her. Why, do you have a problem with it? Mo Lian stared at that righteous scholar and said with a mocking smile, Since you have such a sense of justice, why don't you bring this pitiful girl back and raise her well? The little fellow nodded in agreement with a common enemy, raising both hands in agreement with her husband's words. You should bring her back and raise her. You're so virtuous and full of righteousness. You're such a noble savior of the world, you shouldn't ignore the girl's life and death. Mo Lian continued to ridicule. Why aren't you helping her up and bringing her back? The little fellow again nodded in agreement. Everyone, holy shit. This couple didn't look like normal people at all. The scholar's lips were trembling, and he couldn't say anything at all. The scholar angrily flicked his sleeves and turned to the girl. He reached out to help her up. Miss, let me help you up. She test est, t-t-t-s-t-test-t-t-s. T-test have ts to t-t-t-t-t-t-t-t-t-t. Everyone was left speechless. T-go go 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 go. T-s-t-t-t-t-t-t-t-t-t. Shameless. No, auntie, this one didn't do it on purpose. The scholar's face flushed red. Coming. Young master, miss, this one has brought Coachman Chin over. There are still 9 horses. Eh? What's the matter? Why are there so many people blocking the way? When Brother Ma returned, he couldn't help but be taken aback when he realized that there was a large crowd at the door. When he raised his head to take a closer look, he saw a tear-stained young girl and a silly scholar with an embarrassed expression on his face. Behind him were several fierce and burly men. He couldn't help but be slightly embarrassed. Old third he, what are you doing? You brought people out to bully men and tyrannize women again and snatch back the pink brothel to do illegal business. Pooh. The leader of the men spat at Brother Ma and said angrily, Ma let me tell you. My business is open and aboveboard. Old third he, spent a total of 15 spirit stones and real gold to buy this little slut back. Now that she wants to escape, shouldn't she return 10 times the purchase price before she escapes? Everyone couldn't help but gasp. 10 times, this old third he really thought that human life was worthless. He asked for 10 times the redeeming fee as soon as he opened his mouth. Who would have the courage to pay him back? That clearly meant that he wanted that girl to work in the pink brothel for the rest of her life. She's also a pitiful woman, everyone thought. Everyone knew that there weren't many women who could live long after entering the pink brothel. That young lady promptly wailed out in grief, and in front of everyone's stupefied gazes, she threw herself at Mo Lian again. Young sir, save me. Please save Xiaohe. This girl was a fool. People always said that a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. How could she be so foolish? This thought surfaced in everyone's minds at the same time. Sure enough, before that girl could get close to the young master, the stoic-faced little girl beside her moved again. She punched the girl's tear-stained right cheek, which was sobbing very mournfully. The girl was sent flying and landed heavily on the ground with a bang. Miss Xiao shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" Zhou Huan and the rest inexplicably had the urge to burst out in laughter. It was clearly such a bloody and violent scene, but eldest Mrs. Vicious Aura was unexpectedly somewhat funny. No, I can't laugh out loud. At this moment, eldest Mrs. Mood was getting worse and worse. Her 2 delicate eyebrows were already knitted together. Mo Lian coughed lightly. She took 2 steps forward and pulled the raging little girl to her side. She stroked her head to soothe the little thing and smoothed her hair. Ignore her. Let's go. There was no need to pay attention to strange people. He didn't know where that woman called Xiaohe got her confidence from, to think that the crown prince would care about her life or death. Miss Xiaohe, who had been knocked to the ground once again, was now clenching her teeth so hard that they almost broke. If she hadn't seen that young man take out his money pouch without any hesitation and pour out 20 spirit coins without even blinking his eyes, how would she have the courage to rush over to him and ask for help? This young master had an outstanding temperament and was extraordinarily handsome. He must have come from a wealthy family. If she could be saved by the young master, she would cry a little and let him take her in as a maidservant. In the future, she would be able to enter the young master's house and enjoy wealth and splendor, but what the hell is this female stoic beside this young master? Is she a demon? Why did she repeatedly cut off my fortune? While everyone was chattering, the silent coachman Chen had already hitched up the carriage. He sat on the shaft of the carriage and looked at Mo Lian, Arbor, and the others. Let's go, young master, wake up and catch up on the latest chapter. Oh, intersection, oh haha, that girl called Xiaohe's fearful gaze, as if she was looking at a devil, made Miss Xiao somewhat displeased. Where did this baffling person come from? Did she think everyone else was a fool? Why must she help? Was she utterly devoid of conscience if she didn't help? She couldn't be like this. At this moment, old third he led his men forward ferociously and twisted Miss Xiaohe's arms. Take her away. Old third he was very proficient in the prostitution business. Which girl didn't cry or make a fuss in the brothel? Get used to it. Old third he waved his hand and shouted angrily, which sounded rather imposing. No, don't, let go of me, let go. Miss Xiaohe looked at everyone with teary eyes and a pitiful and pleading look. Save me, save me. Old third he had long been irritated by her. He impatiently slapped her cheek and rebuked angrily, don't pretend to be pitiful here. If you knew this would happen, why did you gamble so heavily in the gambling den? You asked for it. Brothers, do you know how this girl entered the brothel? She's addicted to gambling. He had sacrificed himself in the process. How much money did her brother and sister-in-law put in the past years? They can't afford it this time. She's even delusional enough to think of selling her own little niece into the brothel to pay off her debts. Wow. The crowd was in an uproar. The onlookers started gossiping, each of them beaming with joy and talking at once. all criticizing Miss Xiaohe. Xiaohe couldn't help but panic. She pulled back her hand and grabbed that scholar's sleeve, anxiously shouting, "Save me, save me." The scholar was clearly at a loss. He was a weakling, so how could he face so many fierce-looking burly men? Wasn't this a joke, seeing that Xiaohe's arms were twisted and she was about to be pushed away? A delicate shout came from outside the crowd. "Stop. What are you doing?" A pair of delicate boots embroidered with plum blossoms appeared in front of everyone's eyes. They saw a 15-year-old girl walk to the front of the crowd with several green-cloaked servants clearing the way. That round face was very bright and fair, and her hair was combed into a young girl's bun. Her appearance could only be described as delicate and cute, but not very beautiful. A bunch of men bullying a weak girl, do you have any shame? This is ridiculous. The young girl reprimanded, her eyes filled with disdain as she raised her chin. Hurry up and release him. Seeing that the situation had taken a turn for the better, Xiaohe turned to look at the little girl in surprise and joy. She cried out, Miss, save me." Mississippi Coachman Chen sat on the shaft of the carriage and skillfully picked up the horsewhip. He looked in the direction of Mo Lian. Mo Lian reached out to carry the little boy and put him in the car. "Jojo, are you tired? Go and sleep for a while. I'll call you out for lunch at noon." Arbor nodded. She knew Mo Lian's intention. She was in the carriage, so she could roll into the Peach Blossom Star at any time and come out again. After putting Jojo on the carriage, Mo Lian, Zhou Huan, and the others got on their horses and followed the carriage. The crowd naturally parted to the left and right, creating a passageway that wasn't too wide. It would take some effort for the carriage to pass through. Fortunately, Coachman Chen's driving skills were good, and he drove the carriage in a decent manner. Mo Lian wasn't someone who would meddle in other people's business. She didn't pay attention to this farce, and the few of them directly left the crowd. A gust of cold wind blew the curtain of the carriage. Arbor was playing with an exquisite hand warmer with her head down. She didn't notice that someone had passed by outside the carriage window. She suddenly stopped and turned her head. A pair of eyes that were like the stars in a cold night stared fixedly at her for a moment. To make up for yesterday's episode. "Big brother, what are you looking at?" The round-faced girl kicked off her exquisite boots and grinned as she moved to the man's side. It was really strange that her big brother was staring at that carriage until his eyes were a little straight. Thump thump, thump thump, that man seemed to hear his own heart beating like a drum. The blood in his body inexplicably boiled as if it was trying its best to get closer to that carriage. Why, what kind of strange feeling was this? He had never experienced it before. It wasn't until he heard his sister's cry that the man inexplicably returned to his senses. He turned around and looked like he was in his 20s. He had a slender figure with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. His pair of cold eyes swept over the girl without any warmth. Then, he frowned and looked at the tearful girl behind her. Who is she? The little girl was probably already familiar with her brother's coldness. She didn't care at all as she smiled and said, "Big brother, she's called Xiaohe. She's my new maid." The man obviously wasn't interested in knowing who this Xiaohe was. He only coldly swept his gaze over the blushing Xiaohe's delicate appearance as a trace of annoyance flitted across his heart. "We didn't come here to play around. Are you sure she can go to the 8 desolate mountain range?" A trace of hesitation appeared on the round-faced girl's face. When she was saving the girl before, she didn't think so much at all. She only relied on her hot-bloodedness to save this girl. Now that her brother had pointed it out, she also felt that it was a little inappropriate. After all, they were going to a dangerous place like the 8 desolate mountain range. It was indeed a little cumbersome to bring a weak girl with them. However, since they had already saved the girl, they couldn't just casually throw her away and turn around to leave like this. After thinking about it, the situation was a little unreliable. The round-faced girl looked at Xiaohe hesitantly and asked with curled lips, "Why don't you stay in this town for the time being?" Of course, Xiaohe wouldn't comply when she heard this. It wasn't easy for her to hook up with a seemingly aristocratic family's daughter. She had the opportunity to leave this border town and fly far away, rising step by step. How could she allow herself to continue staying in this godforsaken place? If she didn't firmly grasp this opportunity in her hands, she would definitely regret it in the future. Xiaohe wept as she looked at the round-faced girl. Miss, please take me with you. I can't stay in this town anymore. My brother and sister-in-law are both gambling addicts. If I can't leave with Miss this time, my brother and sister-in-law will definitely not let me off when they come back tomorrow. Now that they have caught me, they will definitely not let me go. They will sell me to the pink brothel for spirit stones again. Please be merciful, Mississippi. Take me with you. Xiaohe begged bitterly. The girl looked at her brother. Big brother, she's so pitiful. Let's take her with us. Just now, she told me that her culinary skills are not bad. At that time, when we enter the 8 desolate mountain range and kill Xian beasts, we can even ask her to clean up and cook for us. You won't have to eat rations every day. The young man glanced at Miss Xiaohe with a sharp gaze. Xiaohe was so scared that she rolled on the ground and kowtowed to the man. Xiaohe will not be a burden to everyone. Please take me in, young master. Young master, please take me in. After he finished speaking, he kept kowtowing. The young master didn't say anything more. He coldly glanced at Xiaohe, then turned around and left with a flick of his sleeve, leaving Xiaohe and the others a lonely and desolate figure. Xiaohe clenched her silver teeth and was very resentful. Speaking of which, her beauty far surpassed the round-faced girl beside her, but she didn't expect that the young master really didn't even look at her. He treated her like the mud under his feet, completely disdaining to give her a glance. This made her angry, but at the same time, she also had some doubts about herself. Could it be that her charm had declined? Otherwise, why would she successively suffer in front of 2 young masters in such a short period of time? Noticing that the round-faced girl's probing gaze had fallen on her, Xiaohe hurriedly restrained her emotions and lowered her head, putting on a weak and helpless appearance. The round-faced girl looked her up and down for a while, then with a wave of her hand, she threw 6 yellow talismans to her. You don't have the slightest bit of cultivation or Xian energy, so you can't use high-level talismans. These 3 middle-level defensive talismans, 2 middle-level speed talismans, and 1 middle-level attack talisman are for you to use for self-defense. If you encounter any danger, at a critical moment, you can still save your little life. When we enter the 8 desolate mountain range, remember to follow us closely. You must not act on your own initiative and cause trouble for us. Xiaohe was stunned, then her face immediately revealed an ecstatic expression. Wow! For a servant who had just been taken in for less than an hour, 6 valuable talismans were given out in one go. Although she came from a small border town, she had also heard that things like the 5 spirit talismans could be sold for a sky-high price in the black market. This young lady's identity must be extraordinary, her eyesight was really good. She knew that this time she must have hoped for a gold mine. As long as she worked hard in the future, she would definitely be able to become a carp leaping over the dragon gate. The round-faced girl caught up with her brother's pace. She saw him standing under an ancient banyan tree in a daze, his eyes still staring blankly at a certain place. The round-faced girl's heart was filled with doubts. In the past, she had never seen her brother reveal such an expression. This brother of hers had always been cold and indifferent to people and things. Not to mention that she was only one of his sisters, even in front of his own sister, the most talented little genius in the family, her brother still had this cold and indifferent appearance. Even in front of his own mother, he was also like this. But now, she saw a strange light in his eyes. The round-faced girl looked in that direction curiously and saw that it was the direction of the carriage. However, a level 8 spirit stallion's running speed was still very fast, and at this moment, they could no longer see any traces of the carriage. Brother, are you still watching? The girl could not hide the curiosity in her eyes. The man's cold voice rang out. Rest for half a day. We'll enter the mountain in the afternoon. So, Arbor and Mo Lian were sitting under a tree and eating barbecued meat. Beside them, 8 young people were jumping up and down, opening talismans to attack the annoying mosquitoes and flies in the forest. This was what eldest young miss had ordered them to do. To put it nicely, it was to train the speed of opening talismans. They had spent 5 to 6 days drawing these attack talismans. Sob. The eldest young miss also said that drawing talismans required consumption. If you don't consume it, why don't you draw it? However, he felt that the current situation was not quite right. Could it be that their attack talismans were only used to deal with these little mosquitoes? Heartache talisman. Young miss. All the mosquitoes within a radius of 2 miles have been wiped out. Zhou Huan eagerly turned around and reported. Not bad. Xiaomu nodded unhurriedly. Let's go roast some meat. Zhou Huan and the others immediately cheered and went to the side to barbecue with the food. When everyone was full and collapsed under the tree while rubbing their bellies, Arbor glanced at them indifferently and said, tomorrow morning, everyone will hand in 15 mid-level attack talismans. No problem, right? Yes. How could there be no problem? 15 talismans in one night, how on earth should they draw them? No breakfast if you can't draw them. Arbor added another sentence. Zhou Huan, Qi Hua, and the others suddenly wanted to cry. If they had known earlier, they would have secretly hidden a few attack talismans. Why did they have to use them all? The little fellow, who was full, was in a good mood and climbed into the carriage to continue sleeping. Mo Lian glanced at the 8 people, who looked as if they had lost their parents, and expressionlessly mounted the horse. She said to the coachman, let's go. Anyway, her Jojo was not tormenting him. Tormenting this group of brats? He was happy to see it happen. The Bahuang mountain range is in front. The coachman slowly drove the carriage. This old man can only go to the periphery. It'll take a day and a half. Mo Lian did not care. Anyway, she was not in a hurry to return to Longyan City. Along the way, he still wanted to take his little wife to eat and play, and go sightseeing all the way back. Uncle Chen, is the Bahuang mountain range very scary? Arbor lifted the carriage curtain with one hand and poked his head out to ask. The coachman shook his head. This old man has never been to the Bahuang mountain range. Every time I drive the carriage, I take the outer passage. However, I heard that hundreds and thousands of people die in this mountain range every year. Many people from this academy and that sect also come here to train at the beginning of spring. It is said that many people have met with accidents. As they spoke, a few whistles sounded. Suddenly, a pair of shifty-eyed men rushed out from both sides of the mountain road. Without saying anything, they held a ball of fire in their hands and attacked the carriage. Mo Lian's eyes turned cold. In the old man's exclamation, a curtain of fire suddenly enveloped the carriage. The ball of fire that the shifty-eyed man threw out was instantly extinguished when it came into contact with the curtain of fire. The two of them couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. Then, their expressions changed slightly as they looked at each other. Like burrowing rats, they really jumped into a pit behind the mountain path with a whoosh. How could Mo Lian allow these two people to come and go as they pleased? He directly stretched out his hand, and a scarlet flame fell into the pit with a bang. The two people who couldn't escape in time were immediately hit by the flames and let out 2 heart-wrenching screams. Rustle, rustle, rustle. From the bushes on both sides of the mountain path, more than 10 people came out one after another, scrambling towards the carriage. Everyone acted as if they didn't care about their lives. Among them, a tall and thin man moved the fastest. He stepped on the shaft of the carriage and reached out to flip the curtain. A crimson flame suddenly landed on his body, setting him on fire. Aha! That person tumbled down from the shaft of the carriage and rolled on the ground, screaming miserably. That terrifying appearance frightened many people for a moment. What are you doing? The little guy lifted the curtain and angrily looked at the dozen strangers. You want to rob us? Rob? Wasn't this obvious? The people who were scared back by Li Hua all stared blankly at the same time. Then, as if they had been injected with chicken blood, they madly jumped back into the carriage. Arbor pursed his small lips and suddenly called out, "Little Snow!" Roar! The snow leopard's enormous figure seemed to have descended from the sky. With a whoosh, the huge figure landed in the middle of the crowd. The snow leopard's claws slapped down a few times, sending the rowdy people flying. Arbor's eyes showed traces of suspicion. He hugged his small arms and looked at the people who didn't care about their lives. What was wrong with these people? They were clearly a group of ordinary people who didn't even have the strength to truss up a chicken. What were they thinking? Why did they have the idea of robbing people? In this group of more than 10 people, only the 2 low-level weak spirit masters could be of use. The others were all ordinary people, right? Arbor's eyes flashed. He squatted at the door of the carriage and looked at the people who were sent flying by the snow leopard. He looked at them suspiciously. They looked very suspicious. Mo Lian looked at the two people who crawled out of the pit with black faces in disdain. The horses' hooves flew out and kicked them. Bang! Bang! Two kicks sent the two of them tumbling backward, their faces buried in the ground with a bitter look on their faces. Zhou Huan and the other 8 people took out body-securing talismans and slapped them on the people around them. A battle, from start to finish, definitely didn't take more than 2 minutes. More than 10 crooked people were all strangely fixed in place. They had bitter faces as they wailed. Mo Lian didn't get off her horse. She only waved her horsewhip and pulled up a monkey-like person beside the pit and threw him to the ground. Speak, who sent you? Looking at their mysterious skills, they couldn't have been sent by the palace. Even if his uncles couldn't wait to send people to deal with him, they couldn't have sent these crooked people. Mo Lian couldn't help but have some doubts. Old Man Chen on the side sat back down in fear. He wiped away his sweat and quickly said, "This group of people should be the bandits who occupy the outskirts of the Ba Huang mountain range. They specialize in robbing merchants. If they meet a small training group, or a group from an academy or sect, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. They usually rob small groups of 4, 5, 7, or 8 people, or trade caravans that people with discerning eyes can tell are very weak at first glance." Mo Lian's expression was a little uncertain. She turned to look at Zhou Huan and the others. "Do I look very weak?" Zhou Huan and the others smiled awkwardly. "How could that be? It's these people who have no foresight." In the end, he kicked a thick iron plate. Arbor jumped off the horse and ran to Mo Lian's side. He bent down and carried her onto the horse. "Who are these weaklings? Are they sure they didn't come here to be a joke? With such strength, how could he learn how to rob others? He would have been insta-killed in a matter of minutes." Mo Lian gave Zhou Huan a look, and the boys surrounded them. They carried the guy whose face was bruised and swollen from the crown prince's fire, walked over and urged, "Tell us the truth. Who are you people?" "Sirs, please spare my life. We're just a group of refugees who fled to the Ba Huang mountain range because our lives were hard. Because we couldn't live anymore, we had no choice but to do this. Looking at your clothes, you seem to be living a good life." Arbor looked them up and down and said bluntly. The 2 low-level spiritual masters in the lead were a little embarrassed. "Because our luck was good before, and we robbed a few fat sheep." However, their group's long-established good luck came to an abrupt end when they met Arbor and the others. "I'm sleepy, I'll read 2 more chapters when I wake up." Thinking of this, the leader seemed a bit depressed. Who did he offend? How did he end up kicking this iron plate? Previously, when they were hiding in the forest, it was clear that they were just a bunch of pretty boys who didn't have the strength to truss a chicken. Moreover, their team of 8 to 9 people also brought along a carriage. Through his unerring precise judgment, he deduced that Crown Prince Mo's team was clearly a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Who would have thought that as soon as he made his move, he would realize that things were not as he imagined? Moreover, they were heading towards a very bad situation. "Where did you guys escape from?" Arbor tilted his head and asked with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "Aren't these refugees too bold? With such strength, they still dared to take over the mountain and become a bandit." "The nearby cauliflower town." A woman's frozen body stiffened as tears and snot flowed down her face. She looked regretful and sad. Miss, please let us go. We will definitely leave this place in the future and repent for our mistakes. We will never have the thought of robbing again." "You can't let us go." An unfamiliar roar sounded. A team of 20 or so people quickly ran out from the back of the mountain path. The leader was a middle-aged man who was very tall and had a very thick beard. At first glance, he looked like a savage who had come out of a primitive forest. "Young master, miss, are you guys all right?" The bearded man cupped his fist towards Mo Lian and looked her up and down. Seeing that they were fine, he nodded and said, "Young master probably doesn't know. This group of refugee bandits has been roaming around the outskirts of the Ba Huang mountain range. They have killed and injured more than 10 merchants. I am the leader of the Wind Concealment Mercenary Group, Wang Lu. I have taken on a mission to clear out the refugees in the southern city. I hope that the young masters and misses can make things easy for me." The bearded middle-aged man cupped his fist again and said with a sincere face, "These people are indeed extremely evil. They have killed more than 1 person. No, that's not it. What he said is not true at all. Miss, we're just a bunch of refugees who were forced to flee here. We haven't done anything outrageous. The woman with tears and snot flowing down her face screamed, but she couldn't move at all. When she screamed, the muscles on her face trembled slightly, and her expression was somewhat distorted. This mission can be checked in the Mercenary Guild. This is the truth. I'm not making things up. The bearded man said righteously, if you don't believe me, you can follow us to the mercenary shop when you pass by the southern city. This mission was issued by a merchant in the victim's southern city. Other than our wind concealment mercenary squad, there are several other mercenary squads of various sizes vying to take on this job. Wang Lu didn't hide anything and told Mo Lian and Xiaomu in full detail. The vice leader of the mercenary group scratched his head speechlessly. Big Brother was still as honest as ever. He had already said that it was for the sake of the mission, so it was only natural for the other party to ask for some benefits from his mercenary group. After all, this group of refugees was not defeated by their mercenary group. Of course, their mercenary group naturally had the ability to defeat this group of refugees. It was just that they did not meet them first. Arbor blinked and flicked out a silver needle from his finger, silencing the woman's wailing and howling. Noisy. The leader of the wind concealment mercenary group, Wang Lu, was stunned and looked at the group of refugees. The little girl's movements were very fast. He saw her snap her fingers and the woman's screams disappeared. However, when he arrived, he discovered that the group of refugees were all fixed in place. Their bodies were strangely stiff, and they couldn't move at all. Wang Lu, the leader of the wind concealment mercenary group, felt a slight respect for Arbor's group. They were very young, but they were very decisive in their actions. It seemed that they were not a simple group of people. This time, they could only negotiate properly. Wang Lu was a cautious person. Before doing anything, he would always think about his own mercenary group. If it was possible, he didn't want to attract a strong enemy for his brothers because of a wrong decision he had made when he was outside. They were all people who lived on the edge of a knife. Wang Lu cared about his brothers' lives more than anyone else. Gentlemen, ladies. Because we can't accept this mission anymore, so. Wang Lu's implication was that these refugees would not be of much use in Xiaomu and the others' hands. How about this? Our wind concealment mercenary group will turn in the mission and we'll split the profits 50-50? Wang Lu asked carefully. He was still a little scared. After all, their mercenary group did nothing but accept a mission. They still wanted to split the profits, however, the mercenary group's current situation forced him to put down his old face. His brothers really needed this batch of profits. At least they could get some money to treat Airbao's illness. Arbor nodded his little head. You guys can take them. There's no need to split the profits 50-50. She was so pitiful. She was not someone who needed those things. How much could a team of 20 people get from the mission? If they had to split the profits with them, it wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Wang Lu was stunned when he heard that. He then said emotionally, how can we accept that? If you're embarrassed, then leave the refugees here. Our battle-crazed mercenary group will take them in. No need to be polite. Ah, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a rough laugh interrupted everyone's conversation. Battle-crazed. The leader of the wind concealment mercenary group, Wang Lu, gritted his teeth and turned his head. His eyes dimmed as he looked at the beautiful woman who was lying in the arms of a man with a scar on his face. Mad Warrior noticed Wang Lu's gaze and deliberately grabbed the woman's waist. His bare arm tightly wrapped around the woman's body as he laughed wildly. Ying, why didn't you say hello to Commander Wang? He's too insensible. The woman called Ying laughed coquettishly. She hung on the man's arm as if her bones were broken. She gave Wang Lu a look of disdain and said in a disdainful tone, Greetings, Commander Wang. Ha ha ha. Berserker laughed heartily and raised his hand. 40 to 50 of his men rushed forward and tied up the refugees. Take him away. Berserker shouted. Wang Lu's subordinates cursed with bloodshot eyes, Mad Warrior, you despicable man, are you trying to steal our business again? What? You don't like it? Berserker laughed loudly. The scar on his face was ugly and twisted like a centipede. Even if you don't like it, you better hold it in. Berserker raised his eyebrows and snorted. Brothers, take him away. Ow. A ball of blue flame smashed into Berserker's shoulder, catching him off guard and forcing him to take a few steps back. Good morning. Make up for yesterday's 2 chapters, 4 all greater than over equal to 4 all. Oh, a ball of light blue pure fire danced slightly in the little girl's hand, looking very transparent and gorgeous. However, it contained traces of power that caused one's heart to tremble. You think too highly of yourself. Miss Zhao scolded sternly. Did I say you could leave? Damn it, what kind of flame was that? Berserker touched his shoulder. The outer layer of his clothes was scorched, but other than that, his body did not suffer any damage. This caused him to be suddenly shocked, but his mood slowly relaxed. Only then did he have time to size up Arbor. With one look, he could not help but be shocked. Although the little girl looked young, in another 1 or 2 years, she would be amazing. She would definitely bloom like a flower in full bloom. Compared to that clean, white, and delicate little face, and then looking at the idiot in his arms with heavy makeup, a strong feeling of disdain emerged from Berserker's heart. Berserker pushed away the spineless woman in his arms and walked a few steps forward with a laugh. He sized up Arbor and said, I, Berserker, was rude just now. I didn't have time to discuss it with the little girl. His centipede scar was distorted from his smile. How about this, our Berserker mercenary group's base is not far from here in the southern city. Why don't you come back to the base with us and discuss it properly? Let's see if it's 50-50 or 60-40. What do you think? The little girl looked like she was playing with the flame in her hand. It only looked scary on the outside, but when it hit him, it was like scratching an itch. When he got this little girl into his base, Berserker was thinking about the girl wretchedly in his heart when he saw a red-hot flame pounce at his feet. Before he could react, the flame soared and burned around him. Now, the taste of it was truly satisfying. Berserker howled and took a few steps back, but his body was still imprisoned by the circle of flame. He opened up a defensive shield, but he still felt like he was almost a piece of fat pork in the fire, being roasted by the hot flames with sizzling sounds. Arbor lowered her little head and casually played with the little blue ball of fire in her hand. Just now, Prince Mo's furious attack made her feel a little puzzled. At the same time, she looked up at her husband. Disgusting guy, let him die here. Mo Lian's eyes flashed with killing intent. As a man, he naturally understood the wretched light in the scar-faced man's eyes. He actually dared to think about his wife in front of him. His death was not enough to be regretted. Arbor tugged at her sleeve and gently tossed the blue fireball in his hand. The crown prince couldn't help but laugh. With a flick of his sleeve, he retrieved the red flame. He lowered his head to look at her and said softly, Jojo, you used too little spiritual energy just now. Arbor was expressionless. Too many. I'll kill them in one hit. Zhou Huan and the others were speechless. Should he sympathize with that idiot from the battle-crazed mercenary group, he actually dared to look down on their young Mississippi. This old fellow was most likely going to be in big trouble. For the first time, Arbor actually held a fireball in his hand. He had a lot of fun playing with fire. A ball of blue flame, accompanied by a gust of wind, bounced onto Berserker's clothes with a whoosh. Hee. Berserker's face was burned black by Mo Lian's fire. At this time, when he saw the blue flame coming, he hurriedly raised his defensive shield to block it. You can only take it if I give it to you. Arbor coldly glanced at Berserker. 5, 6, 7, 8 small fireballs continuously appeared between his fingers and whooshed towards Berserker's body. If I don't give it to you, don't even think about getting half a share. Arbor expressionlessly withdrew the little blue fireball in his hand. Do you understand? The Berserk Battle Mercenary Group's leader finally understood what kind of little fiend he had provoked. This time, he completely understood the power of the little blue fireball. The blue flame directly burned a hole in his defensive barrier. The blue flame covered his skin, and just like the scarlet flame from before, it roasted him until he jumped back and forth and screamed. When the others saw this, they all revealed terrified expressions. How was this possible? Their Berserk battle captain was an 8th level spirit master who controlled a 5th level of spiritual fire. What the hell was the blue flame in that girl's hand? why was it able to burn a level 8 spirit master with 5 layers of spiritual fire? Berserk Battle's face was filled with fear. His neck and body were covered in bruises. Looking at Arbor with fear in his eyes, Berserk Battle could not hide the deep fear in his heart. "You, who the hell are you people?" Berserker cried out in fear, trying to put on a brave front. Arbor coldly glanced at him. "Who am I? You don't need to know." After saying that, his gaze indifferently shifted to Zhou Huan and the others. The latter immediately understood and went forward to tie up the Berserk Battle Mercenary Group's leader. At this time, the other members of the Berserk Battle Mercenary Group finally reacted and pointed at Zhou Huan and the others, cursing angrily, "What are you doing? Let go of him. Let go of our leader. Quick. Our Berserk Battle Mercenary Group is a 3rd-level mercenary group. You guys can't afford to offend us." Bah! Zhou Huan unceremoniously spat at them and directly stepped forward, pressing the Berserk Battle Mercenary Group's leader to the ground. The other mercenaries of Berserker were furious. Just as they were about to swarm up, Zhou Huan and the other 8 talisman masters made a move at the same time. They nimbly took out a handful of body-securing talismans from their inner worlds and threw them at those people without hesitation. Miss said that when fighting, there was no need to feel sorry for the talismans could be drawn again, but if the person was gone, there would be nothing left. They felt that what the eldest young Miss said was extremely correct. Thus, at this moment, when they were fighting against the battle-crazed mercenary group, they no longer felt heartache about the consumption of talismans. You can do whatever you want. After all, Miss has plenty of blank talismans. If he ran out, he could just work through the night and continue painting. The group of crazed battle mercenary band members simply hadn't expected that Zhou Huan's group of 8 were actually all talisman masters. Although the talismans they threw out were all mid-level talismans, and many of them might not be able to freeze people in place at once, but they couldn't withstand so many talismans flying over together. Not everyone in the battle-crazed mercenary group was a spirit realm cultivator. Some mystic cultivators with slightly lower levels were pitifully immobilized under the effects of the immobilization talisman. As a result, at least half of the 20 or so members of the battle-crazed mercenary group were locked down by Zhou Huan's group. The rest of the pitiful sects were swarmed by Zhou Huan, Qi Hua, and the others. They were pressed to the ground and beaten up. After this fat beating, the Berserker mercenary group cried out and begged for mercy. Among them, there were 3 stubborn vice-regiment commanders who were the focus of Zhou Huan and the others. The group of talisman masters' cultivation might not be as good as theirs, but they had talismans in their hands. Seeing one of the vice-regiment commanders stiffen his neck and vainly attempt to lead the group members to break out of the encirclement, Qi Hua promptly made a decision to open an attack talisman. There was a flash of light. The attack talisman in Qi Hua's hand slapped the man's head. When the 2 talisman brothers saw this, they quickly threw out a few stun talismans, causing the vice leader to fall to the ground in a daze, completely unable to resist. A few talisman masters swarmed forward again and beat the guy to death. After a while, all the members of the Berserker mercenary group had their hands tied behind their backs and were tied to the tree one by one. The woman called Ying had long been scared out of her wits. How would she dare to go forward? She curled up at the side and hugged her knees as she squatted on the ground. Seeing Arbor's cold gaze sweeping towards her, she hurriedly cried out in fear, "Miss, please spare me. Miss, please spare me. I'm a commoner who was forcefully taken back by this Berserker mercenary group's leader. I am innocent, miss." "Bitch, what did you say?" The scar-faced man, who was tied to the tree, grimaced in pain as he shouted angrily, "You bitch, if you didn't despise the poor and love the rich, abandon Wang Lu, sneak into my tent, and take off your clothes to seduce me, would I have taken in a trash like you? A shameless old woman, do you think you're a fairy? Why would I want to steal a bitch like you? If I didn't take you in, you would have been sold to a brothel long ago. Shut up." Zhou Huan flew up and gave him a big slap in the face, blocking the guy's mouth full of obscenities. "You're not allowed to talk nonsense in front of Miss." This dog, didn't he see that the Crown Prince's eyes were sharp? No wonder he could only be a small mercenary group leader for his entire life. He couldn't do anything big and didn't even have the ability to discern. Arbor couldn't be bothered to care about this woman. Seeing her and the Berserker mercenary group's leader arguing, he only felt that it was a dog-eat-dog fight. The little guy was expressionless as he glanced at Wang Lu of the Wind Concealment Mercenary Group. He pointed to the Berserker mercenary group who had been beaten up and asked, "Who are they? What's a third-rank mercenary group?" Wang Lu of the Wind Concealment Mercenary Group had long known that this girl was extraordinary. Now that he saw how she dealt with things, he felt even more admiration for her. This group of people looked very young, but once they did, they would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat without any effort. He subdued everyone in the battle-crazed mercenary group. This made Wang Lu of the Wind Concealment Mercenary Group even more respectful towards Arbor and the others. "Miss, you may not know this, but in the mercenary world, mercenary groups are ranked according to the size and strength of the mercenary groups, from low to high, and are divided into level 1 to level 7 mercenary groups. The battle-crazed mercenary group can be considered a rather large mercenary group in the southern city. They have over 100 people. Although they can't be compared to those 4th and 5th rank mercenary groups with over 1,000 people, at least in a small city like the southern city, the battle-crazed mercenary group can be considered an existence that can speak for itself." "That's right. We still have some brothers left in the city. I advise you to let us go quickly. Otherwise, when I gather all my brothers and come back, I'll peel off your skin." Roar, roar. The heroic spirit that Berserker had just accumulated was slapped by more than 10 consecutive slaps. His cheeks flushed red, and his teeth shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. Berserker stared in horror at the broken teeth that had fallen out of his mouth, his face ashen. "Are you tired of living for such filthy words?" Mo Lian glanced at him coldly. Quang Zhan shuddered and didn't dare to provoke the man in front of him anymore. He felt that if he said another word, not only would his teeth shatter, but his entire head would also shatter. "What about you guys?" Arbor wasn't affected by Quang Zhan's words and turned to ask the leader of the Wind Concealment Mercenary Group. The leader of the Wind Concealment Mercenary Group, Wang Lu, laughed bitterly. "We only have 23 brothers in our group and one of them is still seriously injured. Now, we can only be considered a small second-class mercenary group." Arbor sized up Wang Lu and nodded his little head. He still said expressionlessly, "I see that you have a good face. You should have great prospects in the future. Work hard with your brothers and you will be successful one day." Everyone was speechless. Mo Lian's mouth twitched. When did this little guy of hers become a fortune teller? "Alright, you guys pack up and take these refugees away." The leader of the Wind Concealment Mercenary Corps cupped his hands at Xiaomu in gratitude. "Miss, I can't thank you enough for your great kindness. In the future, if you need me, Wang Lu, for anything, you can come to the southern city to find me." "Damn you, you heartless bastard. You actually handed us over to the mercenary group. Are you trying to force us, the weak and powerless refugees, to die?" "You cursed." Ouch. That shrew started cursing again. But before she could finish cursing, her mouth was stuffed with a ball of mud. She could only stare at Arbor with a pair of eyes that were bulging like dead fish. If they were handed over to the mercenary group and brought back to South City, they would face the fate of being imprisoned and awaiting execution. Arbor cast a cold glance at the shrew. "If today, we were just a group of ordinary people, we would be the ones to suffer. So, wasn't this the rule that you guys set? The weak were prey to the strong, and the strong were respected. People had to pay the price for what they did. What was there to be indignant about?" The Wind Concealment Mercenary Group left with the group of refugees, leaving behind a group of bitter battle-crazed mercenary group members. When Scarface saw that Hidden Wind's people had all left, he inexplicably became nervous. Just by looking at the way that girl dealt with the refugees, she didn't seem like a soft-hearted person. Would she kill them all? Kill them all? "You, what are you doing?" Berserker's lips trembled as he looked at the girl who was approaching him step by step. He always felt that there was a storm under her eyes. He wouldn't kill them all, would he? Mad Warrior's heart trembled. "Hand it over." Mad Warrior was dumbfounded. What? Arbor raised a small fist and punched him on the left side of his face. "Are you going to hand it over or not?" The corners of Mo Lian's mouth twitched as she silently raised her hand to cover her face. "Great aunt, hand it over? What do you want us to hand it over? Stop pretending." Arbor felt that the man in front of him was pretending. How could he not know the consequences of losing a robbery? This guy had been pretending from the beginning, and now he still wanted to continue pretending. He was simply asking for a beating. Arbor raised her small fist again and punched Mad Warrior's right face. Hand it over. Mad Warrior really wanted to cry. He really didn't know what this little girl wanted him to hand over. On the other hand, the deputy leader, who was beaten up and had a bloody nose and a swollen face, seemed to have a flash of inspiration as he hurriedly stuttered, "Leader, quick, quick, hand over the resources in your inner world." What? Berserker's face contorted, and his entire jaw almost fell off. You? This guy actually wanted to rob the Berserker mercenary group so matter-of-factly. On what basis? Bam. Arbor received another punch to the jaw and said coldly, "You don't want your eyes anymore?" Berserker wished he could cry. Cough. Mo Lian walked forward with her hands behind her back and stood in front of Berserker. She spoke for Arbor. "Hurry up, don't dawdle." Arbor nodded. That's right. What husband said was exactly what she was too lazy to say. These people were too dawdling. They should have handed over the goods long ago, and then everyone could have counted and distributed them. Berserker silently wept. With a flick of his finger, he suddenly took out a small basket of things from his inner world. Arbor looked back, and her gaze instantly hardened. She ruthlessly kicked the man's lower abdomen, scaring him into screaming. Mo Lian held back her laughter and put on a stern face. "Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? Eh?" These words actually sounded a bit familiar. Arbor froze and then turned to look at Berserker, who still had lingering fear. Hand it over, everyone hand it over." Berserker hurriedly took out a lot of things from his inner world. Most of them were pills, spirit stones, and the like. The Berserker mercenary group's members all had bitter expressions as they dug things out of their inner worlds. Among them, 3 mystic cultivators didn't have inner worlds, so they could only use their eyes to signal Zhou Huan and the others to untie them. After rummaging around their bodies for a long time, they finally found some good stuff and handed it over. Arbor looked at the goods piled up into a small mountain on the ground and pursed her lips noncommittally. Poor. Such a pile of scrap metal, there was nothing good that could be brought out. Zhou Huan. Yes. Go divide this pile of junk and bring it all. Arbor waved her small hand. She didn't care about these lousy things at all. Zhou Huan and the others, on the other hand, were overjoyed. They hurriedly sat down and divided the spoils. One by one, everyone was beaming with joy. At this moment, Berserker's tears had already flowed to his stomach. He really didn't check the almanac before leaving the house today. He actually provoked such an ominous star. She hoped that she would never meet this couple again in this life or in her next life. When Arbor saw the Berserker mercenary group's drooping head with a pained expression on his face, he couldn't help but feel a little better. That was good. She was happy to see him unhappy. Well, since the matter here has been settled, let's continue our journey. Mo Lian was secretly amused, but her face did not reveal any clues. Old Man Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He sat on the front of the car and said, "If we hurry up, we can reach the next accommodation before dark." "There's no hurry," Mo Lian said calmly. "Jojo, do you want to pick some herbs to bring back?" "There's no need for that." Arbor glanced at the barren herbs nearby. She looked over and saw a low-grade herb growing not far away. It didn't look like a place that would produce any good herbs. The two people rode on the same horse. Mo Lian raised his hand to ruffle the strands of the little fellow's disheveled black hair at her temples. "Then let's have Uncle Chen hurry to the lodging point." Arbor nodded and snuggled in Mo Lian's arms. She said calmly, "Don't be afraid. It's fine even if we have to eat and sleep in the open." Actually, she really wasn't that precious. However, Mo Lian had always pampered her, which made her feel a little helpless. Sleep, I'll catch up on it tomorrow morning." Wait. The Battle Berserker mercenary band looked at the people from Arbor who had turned around and left. They couldn't help but howl in their hearts. "Brothers, let them go first. Where did these people come from? Does anyone know that they have such a bloody personality?" Battle Berserker shook his body. A small rope naturally wouldn't be able to bind a group of spirit masters like them. Unfortunately, the other party had attached spirit power to the rope. The Battle Berserker mercenary band wanted to cry. 2 hours later, the Battle Berserker mercenary band's reinforcements arrived. When they saw the people who came, the Battle Berserker mercenary band's members really cried out. Young Master Chen, Miss Roi, help. The people who came were the round-faced girl and her group that had saved Xiaohe in the border town. The man called Young Master Chen had a cold face. He raised his hand and had his subordinates come forward to rescue the Battle Berserker mercenary band. What happened? Because they needed to find a lot of materials on this trip, they had already booked a mercenary band and said that they would meet on the outskirts of the 8 Desolate Mountain Range. They just didn't expect Battle Berserker to be tied up here. Speaking of which, Battle Berserker mercenary band was one of the top mercenary bands in South City. They didn't know what had happened to make them so miserable. Battle Berserker wiped away the blood on his face and gritted his teeth. We were set up by a group of shameless people. The round-faced girl called Miss Roi crossed her arms in front of her chest and glanced at Battle Berserker. Did you take on another mission? You don't look like you're being honest. Battle Berserker's face twitched slightly. He did take on a refugee mission. Since he was going to accompany young Master Chen to search for materials in the 8 Desolate Mountain Range, he might be able to meet the refugees and turn in the mission. But he didn't expect that Battle Berserker's wishful thinking would turn out to be unsatisfactory. Young Master Chen glanced at them coldly and said faintly, "Do you want to rest?" How could they help find materials in this state? Young Master Chen and Miss Roi both frowned and sized up the Battle Berserker mercenary band. I'm fine. Young Master Chen and Miss Roi's time is precious. Let us be on our way. Wild Warrior hurriedly smiled fawningly. What a joke. They had just lost a large amount of resources. If they didn't perform well now and annoyed young Master Chen, wouldn't they be even more unlucky if he didn't give them a single cent? Since Berserker and the others said that it was fine, young Master Chen nodded and led the group towards the outer mountain range. The 8 Desolate Mountain Range was extremely large. It was divided into 3 major regions, the outer region, the central region and the inner region. To be honest, no one had been able to enter the central region for so many years. Occasionally, 1 or 2 teams would enter, but they would use their strength to prove that they wouldn't be able to come out. Therefore, as time passed, even fewer people would go to the central region of the 8 Desolate Mountain Range to throw away their lives. The things that young Master Chen wanted were all located in the outskirts. It was just that the outskirts of the 8 Desolate Mountain Range had been excessively deforested in recent years. However, he knew that there was a relatively hidden mountain here. If he searched carefully, he could still find a lot of ores, crystals. Ugh, they'd just reached the mountain peak that young Master Chen had mentioned when they saw a carriage parked there from afar. 6 o'clock morning. Catch up on yesterday's update. Beside them sat 10 young men and women, plus an old man. They were sitting around a bonfire, cooking food. They didn't look like a team that came to the Ba Huang mountain range to train. Instead, they looked like they came here to have a picnic. Big brother? Miss Roi looked strangely at her brother, who was standing in front of her and couldn't even move his feet. She couldn't help but frown. Why did Big Brother look so strange? Her line of sight followed her brother's gaze and landed on a little girl with a wooden expression. The little girl was wrapped in a furry floral cloak. She held a branch in one hand and was slowly poking at the fire. Her appearance was indeed very exquisite and beautiful, but her brother's personality was cold and unsociable. He was never someone who would be charmed by beauty. Why was he so abnormal today? Roi raised her eyes and glanced at the little girl again. Occasionally, sparks would float out from the fire. As soon as they flickered, a slender hand would immediately grab her little claws and rub them in the palm of his hand. Whether it was appearance or bearing, that young master didn't lose to her brother. She hadn't seen such an outstanding man in the Divine Continent for a long time. Zhou Huan and a group of people surrounded the bonfire and ate a rather fat roe deer as if there was no one else around them. They chattered happily. Delicious, delicious. Roasted deer meat, fat and tender. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect to find a deer on the Divine Continent. Unlike when they were in Shuntian Prefecture, there weren't many things that could be eaten in the mountains and forests. Many animals and plants had mutated. Just looking at them was disgusting. Would you dare to eat them? They just haven't eaten them yet, Arbor said lightly. This didn't mean that Tianyun and the others would let go of this fertile continent. Zhou Huan and the others were stunned, but they didn't ask anything. Although the little girl was expressionless, she had already thrown several small animals into the pasture garden on Paradise Planet when everyone was catching the deer. Jojo, drink the soup. Mo Lian smiled and scooped a small bowl of meat soup into her hand. Prince Mo's heart was filled with happiness as he watched her lower her head like a small animal and sip the soup in small mouthfuls. He just liked to feed this little fellow. It would be good to raise it until it was white and plump. She was so soft that he wanted to take a bite out of her. Young Master Chen, Miss Roi, how about we leave first? The one who spoke was Berserker, the leader of the Berserker mercenary group. When he saw the carriage, his eyelids started twitching. When they got closer and realized that it was Arbor's group, they had a bad feeling. Didn't they agree that it would be best if they never met again in this lifetime? How come it hadn't even been 4 hours, and they were already up against this group of fiends? Berserker didn't notice at all that his voice was trembling a little. He looked like a frightened quail that couldn't wait to escape from the jaws of a tiger. Miss Soft Clothes saw Mad Warrior's cowardly look, and she inadvertently glanced at him. She crossed her arms and said, "What's wrong, Mad Warrior? We didn't spend money to get you to come here so that the Berserker mercenary group could idle around and do nothing. Hurry up and bring your brothers to the nearby mountains to help look." Mad Warrior wanted to cry but had no tears. He glanced at young Master Chen, who was pursing his lips and not speaking. Seeing that the other party didn't react, she hastily stammered, young Master Chen, we can actually search in other mountains. This place. Just go if I tell you to. What are you blabbering on about? Miss Roi glared at him with dissatisfaction. It's such a big mountain, how could everything have been dug up by someone else? Big Brother had said that this place was rich in resources. It was just that when Big Brother had come here for his training, his inner world wasn't enough to hold so many things by himself. Therefore, he'd picked a time to bring everyone here. The 8 desolate mountain range was very large, and not all of the outer areas had been explored. Some hidden places were still unexplored. With a bitter expression, Berserker Zhan walked behind Xiao Mu and the others with his cowardly brothers to search for ores everywhere. Arbor's group didn't pay them any attention from beginning to end. They sat around the fire and shared the fresh and delicious deer meat. The broth emitted waves of fragrance in the air, causing Miss Roi to involuntarily gulp. Xiaohe. Ah? Ah. Miss Roi was at the back of the group, secretly watching Prince Mo in a daze and looking at Miss Qiao with envy. When she heard this, Miss Roi hurriedly took a few steps forward and bowed respectfully to Miss Roi. "Miss, do you have any orders?" Roi's cold face relaxed slightly when she saw her respectful gaze. "I'll go walk around the forest in a bit and bring back some game for you to roast." Xiaohe immediately felt a bit uneasy and couldn't help but wipe her hands on her clothes. Roi didn't notice her expression and led the group into the forest. They returned not long after, carrying 2 rabbits and a pheasant in their hands. It looked like they'd had quite a bountiful harvest. However, when they piled these bloody things in front of Miss Roi, she looked like she was about to faint. Roi looked very angry. "Xiaohe, you told me that you were proficient in cooking. It wasn't just a lie, was it?" Of course not, it wasn't." Xiaohe shook her head like a rattledrum and quickly said, My cooking skills are very, very good. It's just that I can't bear to see these bloody things." Rui was so angry that she couldn't say anything. If a kitchen maid could not bear to see things with blood, then she could only stir-fry vegetables all day long. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that saving this useless woman was simply a waste of time. Rui coldly ordered the 2 burly men under her to move the prey to the stream and wash them. Then, she brought the food back for Xiaohe to cook. Xiaohe's cooking skills could be said to be, it was an extremely tragic sight. When the battle-crazed mercenary group returned without any success, they saw Miss Roi staring at a girl in front of her with a dark face, loudly reprimanding and lecturing her. "You don't know how to cook." Miss Roi was so angry that she threw the burnt and ugly rabbit on the grill at Xiaohe. The rabbit was roasted until it was scalding hot. When it was thrown onto Xiaohe's body, It was so hot that she couldn't help but cry out, "Young master, please spare me." She actually rolled towards Miss Royi's brother and stretched out her jade-like arms, about to hug the young master. Miss Royi was so angry that her face turned red. Baby Xiao was chewing on a piece of meat and holding it in her mouth, almost forgetting to swallow it. Mo Lian couldn't help but laugh at her little appearance. She raised a hand to rub her little face and said softly, "Eat." Xiaomu moved her small mouth and swallowed the food, her eyes darting around as she surveyed the lively scene on the other side. Slap. Young Master Chen's expression didn't change at all. With a flick of his sleeve, he swept away Xiaohe who had pounced on him. He allowed her to fall heavily on her back next to the pile of charred food. This young Master Chen completely treated her as a piece of trash and didn't even spare her a glance. Miss Royi walked over and slapped her cheek without any trace of politeness. "Lowly servant, what are you thinking? Do you think that you're a celestial immortal? Do you think my big brother would fancy a piece of trash like you? What kind of joke was this? How many of the noble ladies in the capital ran after her brother? Her brother didn't even look at a single one of them, not to mention a shrew in the countryside. Where did she get the confidence to think that such a cold and noble person like her brother would fancy a foolish woman like her? Why would I save a piece of trash like you with that cheap face of yours? My brother has good taste. No wonder he didn't approve of me taking you in at first sight. You're courting death by causing trouble." Miss Royi felt that her new servant girl was an utter disgrace to her. Without hesitation, she stretched out her leg and kicked Xiaohe, sending her rolling on the ground. "You can scram now. Our Mu family can't afford a lowly servant girl like you with ulterior motives." Sir Jojo, who had been watching the show with his mouth agape, was startled when he heard this. The Mu family? She surreptitiously sized up the siblings and happened to see the young master looking at her with a deep gaze. Her gaze seemed to be very infectious. It was bottomless and vast like smoke. Just one glance was enough to make Jojo's heart skip a beat. A strange feeling arose in her heart. It was an unusually strange feeling, just like when she'd discovered Long Chuyun in the wilderness of the secret realm. A small trace of suspicion arose in her heart. She didn't know why before. But now, she was very certain that this was the attraction of bloodlines. At the same time that she was sizing up Mu Xingchen was also intently sizing her up. When his pitch-black and deep eyes looked at Xiao Mu, he himself could sense that the blood flowing in his veins was clamoring for a surging emotion in his heart. Mo Lian naturally noticed that the little fellow and another man were staring at each other for a long time. Although he didn't know what was going on, he still turned the little fellow's head back protectively. "What's wrong?" Arbor blinked and picked up a piece of deer meat in his hand. He tore a piece and chewed it. "I don't know. It's definitely not a good thing to see someone from the Mu family." Mo Lian was aware of a knot between her and the Mu clan. She couldn't help but laugh. She glanced in the direction of Mu Xingchen and the rest. "Ignore them. Let's set up camp after we finish eating." They had originally wanted to hurry to their accommodation, but Arbor suddenly called for them to stop. Then, they got off the carriage to clean up the crystal mines here. Mo Lian and Arbor discussed for a while and decided to set up camp here to rest for the night. They would continue their journey tomorrow. Anyway, the environment here was good, so they weren't in a hurry to rush to the next stop. Zhou Huan and the rest naturally didn't have any objections. They were a group of boorish men who could eat and live anywhere. "Miss, have we met before?" Mu Xingchen suddenly asked. The moment he spoke, Zhou Huan and the others laughed shamefully. "Damn, I say, this young master, isn't your opening line to strike up a conversation with a lady a bit too old-fashioned? Isn't that so? We don't have to do that anymore." Mu Xingchen didn't pay attention to Zhou Huan and the other's sarcasm. His gaze was still fixed on the back of Arbor's head, and he said with determination, "I have a strange feeling about you." Mu Rou-yi! TSK, my big brother, you're really something today. The cold-blooded ice heart that hadn't moved for 1,000 years was inexplicably moved by a girl he'd only met once. If news of this spread back to the capital, all the young ladies and young wives would cry themselves to death. Be big brother. Mu Rou-yi wanted to pinch herself. What the hell was she doing? Why was she stuttering? It was obvious that her brother was the one in the wrong. It wasn't right to run up to a girl and strike up a conversation, especially when there was a covetous fiancé squatting next to her. Big brother, cough, it seems that there are no more ores here. Why don't we go somewhere else? Not only was her stomach full of anger from eating, but her big brother was also acting strangely. Mu Roi felt very tired. Mu Xingchen stared at Xiao Mu without moving or blinking. Although the young lady had only shown him the back of her head from beginning to end, Mu Xingchen did not know why, but he felt that he could also feel the excitement of the blood flowing through his body when he looked at the back of this little fellow's head. I think I'm familiar with you, Mu Xingchen said. My name is Mu Xingchen. May I know your name? Prince Mo couldn't bear it anymore and returned a cold glare. I'm not familiar with you. Don't pretend to be family halfway. Miss Xiaohe, who was lying on the ground, felt that the jealousy in her heart was about to burn her clean. None of these damned men put her, Xiaohe, in their eyes. That young Master Chen, from the first time she saw him, had always had a cold face and kept people 1,000 miles away. Just now, he had brushed her aside so coldly, completely treating her as a smear of dirt that would stain his clothes. He had brushed her aside cleanly. She said that his temperament had always been cold, and he did not know what tenderness was. Who would have thought that he would shamelessly chase after a girl, wanting to know her name, the Mu family? That was what the lofty Miss Soft Clothes had said just now. From this, it could be seen that they were truly aristocratic families from the imperial capital. How could she leave so easily? At this moment, Xiaohe had crawled to Mu Royi's feet and cried as she hugged her leg and begged for mercy, causing Mu Roi to be extremely annoyed. Mu Roi was currently worrying about her elder brother's matters. How could she have the time to argue with this lowly servant? She directly kicked her away and roared, "Get lost." He turned his face to the side and looked at his elder brother, Mu Xingchen, with furrowed brows. His elder brother had always been cold, aloof, and arrogant. When had he ever been so persistent and wanted to ask for the name of a young lady? Miss Chiao turned her delicate, snow-white face and expressionlessly looked at Mu Xingchen. I'm not familiar with you. Impossible. Mu Xingchen stubbornly shook his head. Little girl, I can sense that you're different. In the sea of thousands of people and the boundless stars, I can recognize you at a glance. Mu Royi's jaw dropped. She then looked at the burly men around her. Every single one of them was so shocked that their eyeballs seemed to have fallen out of their sockets. Holy shit, elder brother is really something. Look at these words of love, right? What sea of people? What vast stars? What can I recognize you at a glance? These words of love were endless. No wonder the face of the guy beside the little girl darkened. It was indeed unbearable, wasn't it? How can you speak so carelessly in front of someone else's lover? Elder brother, I can't help you anymore. With a stoic face, our dear Xiao Mu sized up Mu Xingchen from head to toe. Scram. Everyone, brave warrior, she was the only one who dared to shout at the genius young master of a talisman family in China. Mu Roi twitched her mouth, and it was only now that she carefully examined Xiao Mu from head to toe again. Little sister, throw it. Who's your little sister? Arbor's cold face met Mu Royi's warm face with a warm smile. The latter's expression stiffened. She coughed lightly and said, little, cough, cough, little girl. Actually, my elder brother doesn't mean any harm. He, eh? Eh? Eh, eh. Don't throw it. Don't throw it. Holy shit, what kind of person is this? Why did he throw blue fireballs without saying anything? Mu Royi's eyes twitched when she saw the fireballs being thrown over. Don't go overboard. You're going overboard, little girl, you're going overboard. *CK, 17 or 18 small fireballs whizzed over and smashed towards her and her elder brother's faces without any explanation. Damn it, don't hit people's faces. Mu Roi immediately flicked out 2 defensive talismans to protect herself. On the other side, her elder brother's expression was as calm as the wind and clouds. There was even a hair-raising smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. He gently took out a talisman and blocked in front of the fireballs. Bam, bam, bam. The blue fireballs landed outside the defensive circle one after another. She thought that her elder brother's yellow-level defensive talisman would be able to block the fireballs. Who knew? Mu-Roi opened her mouth and quickly retreated a few steps. She cowardly hid behind her elder brother. When he looked up, he saw his elder brother waving his sleeves and extinguishing the small fireballs that had broken through his defense. Mu-Roi didn't say anything, but she was cursing in her heart. This damned girl was really King serious. The small fireball that she threw out was actually able to break through the yellow-grade defensive talisman's circle. If she hadn't made the prompt decision to hide behind Big Brother, she reckoned that she would have been injured by now. Stinky girl. Mu-Roi jumped up with her hands on her hips. However, before he could start cursing, he saw the other party's actions and his eyes bulged. What the F***ck, you're still doing it. Little meteor shower. Arbor's merciless change in attitude was truly intoxicating. Zhou Huan and the others, who were originally sitting beside her and eating barbecue, quickly jumped up and retreated with the food in their hands. On the other end, Miss Xiao had already leaped up. The black light of the ferrule in her hand flowed as she shouted. Hundreds and thousands of little blue fireballs smashed towards Mu Xingchen and Mu-Roi. Mu-Roi really wanted to cry. She had never seen a girl like this in her entire life. Who would start a fight with you for no reason without saying anything? Furthermore, this mysterious strength of hers seemed a little frightening. Mu-Roi turned around and saw the battle-crazed mercenary group hiding behind a row of trees. Only half of their heads were sticking out as they vigilantly looked over. The group of bastards from the Berserk Battle mercenary group were more than 10 meters away from the siblings. He had already found a place to hide and was prepared to avoid the attack, this bunch of useless bastards. Mu-Roi was furious. In the next second, she abandoned her big brother and ran away in a panic. She kept muttering, "Big brother. Don't force yourself." Mu Xingchen looked expressionlessly at the pile of small blue fireballs that were flying towards him. A jade talisman array appeared around his body. 24 pieces of jade talismans formed a yellow-level defensive talisman array, and it suddenly lit up beside him. Abundant talisman power enveloped his entire body. In an instant, his tall and straight figure appeared exceptionally tall, handsome, and otherworldly in the world. Bang 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 bang. After a round of wild explosions, the man stood in the defensive array and looked at Arbor with a calm expression. His eyes dimmed a little. He didn't know what he was feeling, but he was a little depressed. He had been cold to people since he was young. He thought that his personality was like this, but today, he inexplicably felt that he almost couldn't recognize himself. Could it be that he wasn't a cold-hearted person? Arbor glared at Mu Xingchen angrily. Why didn't it even hit the corner of his clothes? Great meteor shower. Everyone, too much. Too much, little girl. Little girl. Mu-Roi, who was hiding behind the tree, was like the group of bastards from the Berserk Battle mercenary group. She only stuck her head out from behind the tree, stretched out her fingers, and shouted anxiously. Zhou Huan and the others were speechless. Could it be that the name of the eldest Miss Spiritual Technique was from a book, or did she just casually make it up? Why did it sound so weird? Emo Lian's mouth twitched, but she knew her little wife very well. This was definitely not the original Spiritual Technique name. It was just that the little guy had made up a small meteor to make it easier to distinguish. Qi Hua and the others' jaws dropped. When they looked up and saw the large meteor shower, they, who were in the same camp, couldn't help but take dozens of steps back. Holy sh**t, young miss is too fierce. Every ball of blue fire in this large meteor shower was the size of a wash basin. Compared to the small meteor shower he had played with before, it was much stronger. Don't. Let's talk nicely. Young lady. Mu-Roi jumped out from behind the tree, but in less than 3 seconds, she hurriedly moved back more than 10 meters to avoid the incoming heat wave. F***ck, this temperamental grandaunt is getting serious. Crackle, crackle, crackle. A flaming meteor instantly broke through the defensive array glyphs, and a large number of fireballs smashed towards Mu Xingchen. In the nick of time, Mu Xingchen brandished a long sword in his hand and slashed forward with a heat wave. He had already moved out along the path that had been opened up. The entire large meteor shower instantly smashed into the air, directly smashing a deep crater in the ground. The commotion caused the beasts on the outskirts of the 8 desolate mountain range to roar in fear. Arbor blinked and lowered his head to look at his little hand. He was a little dazed and cute, it didn't hit? Mu Xingchen isn't just a yellow-level great talisman master, his cultivation is also far above yours. It's impossible for someone who controls 9 levels of spiritual fire to be hurt by the blue spiritual cleansing flame. As expected, he was a genius. No wonder old Bai, who was by Mu Jingrui's side, was so fanatical in protecting their young master. It was time to sleep. Was she a genius with extraordinary talent? If that was the case, Arbor's gaze turned cold. With a flick of his finger, dozens of 8 trigrams binding talismans flew up and rushed toward Mu Xingchen. At the same time, attack talismans and 5 spirit talismans followed suit. It was as if they were going to smash Mu Xingchen to death. A stream of wind appeared in the little girl's hand, and she pounced in front of Mu Xingchen without any warning. The 3 lightning spirit talismans in her hand had already descended from the sky and were smashing down fiercely. The battle-crazed mercenary group was on the verge of collapse. If they had to use a word to describe their current feelings, it would probably be the feeling of 10,000 heads running through their hearts. Lightning spirit talisman. 5 spirit talisman. What talisman is that? Mu Roi had already come out from behind the tree. Her mouth was agape as she stared at the girl who was about the same age as her in shock. What was going on? An unfamiliar girl's talisman skills were actually more outstanding than all the young disciples of the talisman patrician family. Could it be that she was still dreaming? Was what she was seeing not real? However, seeing that her elder brother was temporarily unable to break free from the effects of the 8 trigrams binding talismans, Mu Royi's eyes truly flashed with a trace of uncertainty. Elder brother. Super large meteor shower. Miss Chow leapt high into the air. She was already floating in the air as she looked down expressionlessly. The ferrule, which was connected to her mind, came out from under her sleeve with a whoosh and went straight for Mu Xingchen's head. No. Mu Royi's pupils shrank as she screamed. Mo Lian, Zhou Huan and the others' jaws once again dropped to the ground. They thought that the great meteor shower was the ultimate move that eldest Miss could use at the moment. But they didn't expect that there was actually a super meteor shower in this world. They really knelt down before eldest Miss. Was she really a human and not a demon? Mu Xingchen was temporarily immobilized by 4 or 5 8 trigrams binding talismans. When he looked up, he saw bursts of lightning accompanied by dark clouds and a large fiery meteor shower smashing down on top of his head. Time seemed to have stopped. Everyone was filled with trepidation and cold sweat, waiting for the arrival of the thunder fire. However, all of the attacks stopped in that instant. The thick flaming meteor nebula covered the sky above Mu Xingchen's head. It stopped. The little girl looked down coldly at the man who was standing still under the encirclement of attack talismans. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation in her eyes as she just looked at him coldly. Step by step, he walked up to him and asked coldly, "Why aren't you fighting back?" "I don't want to." This inexplicable feeling of bloodline resonance made him particularly reluctant to attack her. Not at all. He did not want to hurt her, not even the slightest bit. Mu Xingchen frowned slightly. Arbor glanced at him coldly and leaned in a few inches. She stared into his dark and still eyes and said word by word, "Mu clan, you better not provoke me again. Otherwise, when I get angry, I'll turn your entire Mu clan upside down and make you wish you were dead. Remember what I said today." Arbor glanced at him coldly. "I hope that day doesn't come." "Miss, may I know your name?" "Not a single person from the Mu clan deserves to know my name." Arbor coldly turned his head and glanced at him. With a light wave of her hand, she removed all of the talismans on Mu Xingchen's body. The meteor shower above their heads also slowly dissipated, leaving only a trace of terrifying pressure in the air, proving that everything just now was not a dream. "Mississippi. How did the Mu family offend you? Can you tell me?" "Elder brother." Mu Roi was about to go crazy from anxiety. Elder brother's persistence today seemed very unusual. He clearly knew that the girl did not like the Mu family, but he still kept pestering her. Arbor's cold gaze shot behind him. Scram. The little white snake on his wrist flew out and rolled in the sky in an instant, turning into a ferocious giant snake bigger than a mountain range. Its tail swept down, and there was a loud boom. Half of the mountain top here was shocked by the terrifying vibrations. The little spirit beasts in the forest all hugged their heads and screamed, trembling as they knelt on the ground. The terrifying pressure of the ancient great void serpent shrouded the entire mountain top. Which spirit beast dared to act rashly? Mu Roi was so shocked that she fell on her butt. Looking back, Quang Zhan and the other men were already crouching on the ground in fright. Their eyes were filled with terror as they stared in front of them. The giant snake coiled its huge body and floated in the air. Its long tail gently wrapped around the girl. In front of such a giant snake, she was so small that she could be ignored. However, it was this girl with an emotionless expression who was coldly looking at all of them from across a deep ravine. Gully. The giant snake's tail had directly carved out a huge, bottomless crack from left to right on this perfectly fine hillside. If any of them accidentally fell, they would not be able to cry even if they wanted to. Mo Lian slowly walked up and lowered his head to look at that deep crevice. He then raised his head to look at the bewildered Mu Xingchen before letting out a long sigh. The gap between Jojo and the Mu family was like a ravine in front of them. The conflict was so deep that it was impossible to cross it. Mu Xingchen didn't know why, but when he looked at the little girl's emotionless face and her eyes that were as cold as 1,000 years of frost, his heart felt extremely uncomfortable. "You can leave now," Mo Lian said to Mu Xingchen. She stepped forward and gently held Arbor's bone-chilling hand. A warm stream of energy flowed from his palm to hers. Arbor's heart skipped a beat. He turned his head and looked at Qin Lai's eyes, which were as dark as night. "Do you want to eat osmanthus candy?" Mo Lian took out a small, square silver box and gently waved it in front of her. "I'm not a child," Arbor mumbled and stuffed a small piece of osmanthus candy into her mouth. "How is it?" "Not bad, right?" Mo Lian smiled and held her little hand. Then, she turned and walked towards Zhou Huan and the others, who were frozen stiff. The giant snake's cold gaze fell on Mu Xingchen for a moment. Then, it turned into a little white snake and flew up to Arbor's wrist again. "Sweet." The little girl wrinkled her little nose. Mo Lian reached out and poked her little face. "Of course it's sweet. Because when I made this osmanthus candy, I wrapped all my blessings in it." Arbor stared blankly for a moment before looking up at him. "You made this?" "Yes." Mo Lian nodded with a smile. "Jojo gave me a pot of flowers, so I naturally had to return the favor." Arbor pursed his lips and silently reached out his little paw to take the small silver box from his father's hand. He expressionlessly stuffed it into his little waist pouch. Mo Lian burst into laughter and suddenly picked up the little fellow. "Jojo, are you happy?" "I'm all right." Arbor nodded his little head and gave him a lively look. Mo Lian laughed heartily, picked up the little fellow, and ran into the depths of the forest. "We'll set up camp here tonight." What he didn't say was that his little emperor had made such a big commotion earlier, so he was sure that no spirit or profound beast would dare to come to their camp to die at night. Phew. Zhou Huan and the others let out a long sigh of relief. It was only now that they came back to their senses. When Eldest Miss was angry earlier, they all felt as if there was a heavy aura pressing down on their hearts, causing them to keep quiet out of fear. They didn't even dare to utter a single word. It was only now that they felt a trace of the warmth of spring and the blooming of flowers. Looking at the giant snake that suddenly appeared, its aura was so strong that they had never seen or heard of it before. It was only now that they understood that they had only seen 1,000th of Eldest Miss's methods. Mu Roi finally collected her emotions and walked towards her brother, Mu Xingchen, who was standing there in a daze. She lightly coughed and said, Big brother, big brother?" Mu Xingchen suddenly turned his head and said to her, "Roi, take them and continue to look for those ores in the 8 desolate mountain range. I'm going home first." "Ah? Big brother, you. Mu Roi opened her small mouth and was about to ask her brother why he was going back, but she saw that Mu Xingchen had already summoned his flying beast, Song Shui, a divine beast, 6-winged blood lion. He turned around and quickly flew into the sky. "Big brother! Big brother!" Mu Roi looked at the sky in shock. After a while, her small face fell. What elder brother did today was really too illogical. She raised her eyes and looked at the deep trench in front of everyone. She let out a long sigh, turned around, and decisively led the Berserker mercenary group and the Mu family away. If that young lady was serious, none of them would be able to leave this place alive. The night passed in silence. In the middle of the night, Arbor hid in Paradise Planet. He drew a lot of talismans and cultivated for a while. Then, he returned to his tent, feeling refreshed. At this time, the first glimmer of dawn had already appeared. A familiar aroma of porridge slowly drifted into her tent and lingered in her nose. Arbor reached out and lifted the curtain. Under the morning light, she saw a man dressed in a plain robe. He seemed to have sensed her presence and turned his head. A hint of gentleness flashed across his face as he reached out and beckoned to her. Her lotus, Miss Xiao's eyes lit up. She shuttled forward like a little butterfly and threw herself into his embrace. She rubbed her little face against his clothes and suddenly raised her little head. She stared at him with sparkling eyes and said, "You didn't wipe your face. It stinks." Mo Lian was about to laugh out loud, and he leaned over to kiss her small face. "Who told you to be my wife? I can despise anyone, but I can't despise you." Arbor grinned and reached out a pair of small hands to hang on him. She rubbed against him for a while. "I'll rub you together. It stinks. PFFF." After breakfast, Old Mansion ate and drank to his heart's content. With a face full of joy, he continued his journey towards the outskirts of the 8 desolate mountain range. Their next stop was naturally the southern part of the city. If they hadn't encountered an incident like yesterday, they would have probably reached the southern part of the city by dusk. Old Mansion was a shrewd person. At this time, he understood that the young masters and young misses accompanying them were not simple people. He only needed to focus on driving the carriage. As for the rest, he would naturally leave it to the young masters and young misses. Arbor sat in the carriage and flipped through the medical book for a while before putting it away. She lifted the curtain and poked her head out. "Husband." Mo Lian slightly tightened his grip on the reins and turned to look at her. "There." Mo Lian turned to look and saw a stalk of medicinal herb growing under a banyan tree. It looked to be in good condition. "Okay." Arbor watched as he whipped the horse forward and straightforwardly picked up the medicinal herb and handed it to her. Miss Xiao blinked and gave him a sweet smile that she didn't even notice. The beautiful smile on her palm-sized face instantly captivated Prince Mo's eyes. "Husband, why do you keep looking at me? Jojo is good-looking." Mo Lian wanted to abandon the horse and get on the carriage. However, when he thought about how his little wife could order him to pick the medicinal herb at any time, he extinguished that strong urge. "Husband, I'm going to sleep for a while." "Okay. I'll call you when it's time for lunch." The two of them looked at each other. Seeing the little fellow's sticky eyes, Mo Lian couldn't help but raise his hand to touch her little face. "Woo, I really want to hug her and keep her in my arms." "Forget it, I'll let the little fellow sleep for a while." Arbor retracted her little neck. Just as she was about to close her eyes and rest, she suddenly felt a golden flash in her conscious. The little fellow, who was familiar with the routine, couldn't help but feel happy. Looking at this situation, it seemed that the golden talisman jade tome was about to release a new technique. Could it be that her diligent practice of drawing talismans had some results? Could she now learn the contents of the 9th jade slip of the golden talisman jade tome? She was very happy as she waited for the golden talisman jade tome to release a new jade slip so that she could learn the earth grade talisman technique. Suddenly, a talisman flew out of nowhere. Miss Xiao glanced at it. The talismans that could be stored in her inner world were naturally drawn by her own hands. Of course, she only needed a glance to recognize this soul-departing talisman. However, why would it fly out of its inner world on its own today? Arbor was gathering a strand of his spiritual sense, intending to control his lazy spiritual sense avatar to check on the golden talisman jade tome in his conscious. Suddenly, a blue light burst out in front of him. That inexplicable and strange soul-leaving talisman suddenly rushed towards her glabella. Arbor was too shocked to react. The soul-departing talisman was a talisman that allowed the soul to leave the body and speed up the cultivation of the soul sense. The problem was, why did this soul separation talisman suddenly appear at this time? A talisman force rushed into her glabella without any explanation. Arbor's eyes were filled with shock as she realized that she was drifting away from her body, pulled out by an indescribably tyrannical force. Bang! The body in the carriage fell to the ground without any reaction. Arbor's sole thought brushed past Prince Mo, who was galloping over on his horse. Prince Mo suddenly pulled on the reins of his horse and looked in the direction where Arbor was drifting away. There was nothing, nothing at all. He lifted the curtain of the carriage. What happened to Jojo? Jojo? Mo Lian immediately realized that something was wrong with the little fellow. Although this little fellow's sleeping posture was not good, she would not be sprawled out in the middle of the carriage like this. Jojo, Jojo. Mo Lian leaped onto the carriage and hugged her to his chest. He lowered his head and called her name over and over again. After a long while, he did not see any reaction from his little wife. Mo Lian's heart started to panic. He hugged her and shook her gently. Jojo? What was going on? He checked and found that Jojo's body was very normal. Her breathing was also very calm. However, she did not open her eyes. It was as if she had completely blocked out his voice. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the vine in his hand. After waiting for 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, Mo Lian pulled open the curtain and shouted at Old Chen in panic, Go to the clinic. Go to the nearest clinic. Hurry. What happened, young master? Zhou Huan and the rest hurried over and asked with a serious expression. Jojo, Jojo? Mo Lian lowered his head and looked at the unresponsive Arbor. He was inexplicably flustered. In an instant, all his calmness disappeared. Is eldest miss sick? Zhou Huan asked loudly. Then what are we waiting for? Young master, why don't you take the flying beast back to the city? Previously, the young master had not been in a hurry, so he had accompanied the little lady on a scenic tour back to the capital. However, now that something like this had happened, he naturally had to hurry back to the city. They all knew that besides eldest Mrs. Ancient Fire Phoenix, the young master's flying beast was not simple either. Her words woke him up from his dream. Mo Lian's heart was in a complete mess. When he heard Zhou Huan's reminder, he hurriedly carried the warm and soft Jojo and jumped off the carriage. He waved his hand and called Xianxia out. Everyone leaped onto the golden dragon Xianxia's back. The golden dragon waved its tail in the air and flew into the sky in an instant. It really only took a breath. Old Chen then disappeared from the sight of the young masters. Old Chen was quite helpless. Looking at the empty carriage, he muttered to himself, that old man is now going back to the border town? Or should we go back? When the sky above the southern city was enveloped by the might of an ancient dragon, the guards of the South City, as well as the officials of the entire South City, all ran out of their mansions with shocked expressions on their faces. The golden dragon was flying so high that they couldn't see the people on it. They could only vaguely see that there was more than one person on the golden dragon's back. No, I don't know which senior was passing by. My little South City, please accept my respect, is willing to listen to your Excellency's orders. A civil official from the southern city trembled as he walked to the front row and said respectfully under the threatening gaze of the guard. A cold and anxious voice passed through the layers of clouds and pressed heavily on the hearts of all the officials. Within 15 minutes, gather all the local pill refiners, doctors, and pharmacists. Have them all come to the Yunhing Inn. He didn't have the time to waste on people. After he finished speaking, he carried Arbor to the Yunhing Inn where they were staying. The guards of the southern city immediately gathered the best doctors in the city and rushed to the inn together. Mo Lian held Xiaomu's small hand and called out to her with knitted brows for a while. Then, with a gloomy face, he abruptly pulled open the door and glared at the crowd of physicians of all ages outside. Come in, all of you. See what's going on? Yes, yes, yes. The group of physicians hurried forward submissively and checked Miss Qiao's pulse. Then, they all looked at each other in bewilderment. This young lady's pulse is healthy and strong. Her body is very healthy. Then why isn't she waking up from her coma? Mo Lian roared. Zhou Huan and the others, who were standing at the door, couldn't help but shudder. Are all the physicians in South City here? Is there anyone better? The group of physicians suddenly wanted to cry but had no tears. Although Southern City was not big, the top few doctors in Southern City were also famous all over the world. Now, this handsome man in front of them had a terrifying expression, as if he had swallowed a meteor. It was as if they couldn't explain themselves, it was very likely that they wouldn't be able to walk out of this inn. You bunch of quacks. If you can't cure me, Jojo, I'll decapitate all of you. Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open forcefully. Feng Su's wooden face suddenly appeared at the door with a trace of pleasant surprise on his face. "This General Feng Su greets Your Highness the Crown Prince." Great, His Highness really came back as expected. He didn't stay in South City for so long in vain. He could finally return to the imperial capital and report to His Majesty the Emperor. Pa! One of the physicians was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, the medicine in his hand spilling onto the ground. The person in front of them was actually His Highness the Crown Prince? Feng Su. Immediately go and gather all the talisman masters near South City. And talisman masters. At this moment, Mo Lian suddenly remembered the soul exchange talisman that Jojo had mentioned before. His heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He inexplicably felt that Jojo's current situation should be related to that strange talisman technique. Talisman masters? Hadn't talisman masters disappeared from the divine continent for hundreds of years? Occasionally, the charm masters who were exposed would also be arrested and sentenced to death. Wasn't His Highness the Crown Prince making things difficult for him? Where could he find those troublesome talisman masters? What are you standing there for? Hurry and go. At Crown Prince Mo's roar, Feng Su immediately ran outside on all fours. How could the group of soldiers dare to continue staying here and endure this temperamental Crown Prince's torrential anger? They hurriedly turned around and ran after Feng Su. After Feng Su led the group of soldiers away, Mo Lian's cold gaze once again fell on the leading doctor from South City. What are you all standing there for? Continue the treatment. If you can't find a way, then think of a plan overnight. All the doctors were speechless. While Prince Mo was going crazy, Miss Zhao pitifully watched as the Crown Prince brushed past her. She stretched out her two slender arms and grabbed nothing but air around the Crown Prince's neck. That's right, I'm just a soul right now. Even my connection with the sapling has been cut off. Lotus must be worried to death after discovering her abnormality, but she didn't even have the ability to send him a message. It's all because of that damned soul-departing talisman. Ow wow, why did it fly out on its own? Why did it so coincidentally activate the talisman in front of her? Was it because of the golden talisman jade tome? Wasn't it? Arbor silently swallowed her bitterness and pitifully watched herself wander under the boundless sky like a wandering soul. Wandering from day to night, this feeling evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was as if, a long, long time ago, she had also wandered like this. On the first day of wandering, Jojo missed Mo Lian. On the second day of wandering, Jojo still missed Mo Lian. The Mu family of the Divine Land was a talisman family. The talisman family was located in a green mountain forest. The surrounding mountains were the cultivation places of the Mu family. If one looked down from the sky, they would find that the whole talisman family was roughly divided into 4 areas like a large courtyard house. The south was the cultivation area, and the north was the meeting hall. The east was the rest area, and the west was a special elixir room for alchemists. On the Divine Land, almost every big family would pay attention to cultivating alchemists in the family since 100 years ago. These alchemists were naturally important to the family. The pills they developed might one day allow their entire family to rise to a whole new level. Therefore, alchemists always had a high status in the family. A group of disciples who were training their tendons and veins in the southern square suddenly heard a roar in the air and raised their heads one after another. Half of the disciples cheered when they saw him. Young Master is back. Young Master is back so early? Didn't they say that the task of collecting ores in the Ba Huang mountain range would take a long time? In the discussion of the disciples, Mu Xingchen put away the 6-winged blood lion with a cold face, waved his sleeves, and swept past the crowd. Why is young Master in such a hurry? I don't know. It seems that he is going in the direction of the Gilded Garden to find Madame. Passing through the veranda of the Gilded Garden, Mu Xingchen came to the front of the main hall and saw a pair of calligraphy couplets. The courtyard is full of elegant pavilions, and Xiaoyu is Guqingqiu. These words were written by his father, and they were like him. They were arrogant and freehand. Mu Qingyao was sitting in the central room. When she heard the news that her eldest son was back, she couldn't sit still and quickly stood up. As soon as she went to the door, she saw Mu Xingchen stride in. Mother. Mu Xingchen stopped and bowed slightly. Mu Qingyao looked like she was in her 30s. Her face was gentle and soft, and there was a hint of melancholy in her eyes all year round. When she saw her eldest son, there was a bit of joy in her eyes. Her voice was also soft and soft. Chen, didn't you say that this trip will take more than a month? You are back so soon. Do you want to give me a surprise? Mu Xingchen said respectfully, it's my fault for making mother worry. I encountered some matters and had some doubts, so I traveled day and night to come back and see mother. Chen, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I'll tell you everything I know. Mu Xingya stepped forward and took her son's hand. She smiled and sat down with him on the carved string chair. Mother, you mentioned to me before that when that person left the Mu family, she was 3 months pregnant? Mu Xingya nodded affirmatively. Yes, I did. Chen, why are you suddenly asking about this? She lowered her eyes and let out a long sigh. When your biological mother broke up with your father and left the Mu family, you were only 5 years old. Sigh, this has always been a regret in my heart. For the sake of the Long family, big sister Yun actually, sigh. Mu Xingya saw that Mu Xingchen did not pursue the matter, so she said, Child, if you have any questions, you can ask mother. Mother will tell you everything she knows. But what you did to your mother? No. Mu Xingchen interrupted Mu Xingya and coldly said, I don't want to know everything about her. You silly child. Mu Xingya patted his hand unhappily. I've been telling you this all this time. I've been telling you that your birth mother must have her own reasons for abandoning you. Anyone can blame him, you can't blame her. That's your biological mother. Child, this blood relationship can't be cut off. You might not have any recollection of it, but I can tell you with certainty that before your birth mother left the Mu family, she loved and cherished you. Her love for you is definitely not any less than mother's love for you. Mother, Mu Xingchen interrupted her coldly, his eyes cold and aloof. Okay. I won't say anything else. Mu Xingya sighed and looked at him worriedly. You've grown up now and have your own thoughts and plans. But I want to tell you one thing. No matter how old you are, you're still my child. There are some things you don't like to hear, but I still hope you can listen to them. I understand, mother. Mu Xingchen nodded lightly. Mu Xingya asked again, Good child, why did you suddenly mention that she's 3 months pregnant? Mother, 2 days ago, in the 8 Desolate Mountain Range, I met a girl about Ruoyi's age, Mu Xingchen hurriedly said. Mu Xingchen hurriedly said, the moment I saw her, my bloodline involuntarily resonated with her. What? Mu Xingya widened her eyes in shock, then a hint of joy appeared on her face. You mean? You mean? Yes. Mu Xingchen nodded with certainty. I suspect that she's my biological sister. It's that woman who took the child away from the Mu family. Mu Xingya jumped up from the bench and said excitedly, This matter is too important. I am going to tell your father now. Wait, mother. Mu Xingchen also stood up and grabbed Mu Xingya's sleeve. Let's talk about this later. There's no rush. How can there be no rush? Mu Xingya said anxiously. Do you know that even your grandfather sends your 7th uncle everywhere to look for this child all year round? I didn't expect that she would come here by herself. You really saw your sister with your own eyes? Mu Xingya's eyes lit up as she looked at Mu Xingchen, the gloominess in her eyes instantly disappearing. Yes. Mu Xingchen could feel his mother's joy, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. She's very beautiful. I've never seen such a cute girl before. She's also very powerful. Mu Xingchen looked at Mu Xingya. Mother, shall we bring her back? Good. Mu Xingya nodded repeatedly, and she couldn't help but tear up a little. Your grandfather will be overjoyed when he hears this news. Let's go and talk to your father. When your grandfather comes out of seclusion, tell him the good news. The fondness in Mu Xingchen's eyes dimmed slightly. Mother, what if she hates us? How come? Mu Xingya was shocked and hurriedly turned to look at her son. Son, did something happen? A hint of hatred surged in Mu Xingchen's eyes. It must be that woman. It's her. She was the one who taught my sister to hate us. It must be her. It can't be. Mu Qingya hurriedly waved her hands in denial. You must have misunderstood your biological mother. Child, listen to mother. Your biological mother is a straightforward and magnanimous person. She definitely wouldn't teach your sister this, Mu Qingya said with certainty. No matter how great her hatred for our Mu family is, she won't blame her on your sister. She won't transfer this hatred to your sister and let her bear all of this. Mother, don't put in a good word for her anymore. All these years, I've seen clearly and know what kind of person she is. Mu Xingchen sneered. You. Mu Qingya was so angry that she stomped her feet and sat down heavily with a sulk. Mu Xingchen turned and bowed to her. Mother, my sister holds a deep grudge against our Mu family. Don't tell father and grandfather about this for now. We'll talk about it after I find her. Mu Qingya turned and glared at her son. How can we do that? Your father must know about such an important matter. Let's put off your grandfather's matter for now. All right then. I'll have to trouble you with this matter. Mu Qingya sighed and stared faintly at the tall and handsome young man in front of her. Chen'er, come here. Mu Xingchen walked over and sat down in front of Mu Qingya. Mu Qingya pursed her lips and reached out to hold his hand. I raised you single-handedly, so I know what kind of person you are. You're a good child. It'd be even better if you could let go of your resentment against your biological mother. I don't blame her. It was just that she didn't deserve any of his attention. To him, the woman who had abandoned his son when he was young was nothing more than a stranger in the past. But now, because of his sister's hatred for the Mu family, he had no choice but to face that vicious woman head-on. If it weren't for her teaching, how could his sister harbor such great enmity against the Mu family? Mu Qingya knew that this child had a deep grudge against Long Chuyun, and it wasn't a problem that could be solved with just a few words. She could only subtly talk about Long Chuyun in hopes of alleviating the child's hatred for his biological mother. Mother, I plan to spend some time by her side until she's willing to come home with me. What do you think? Mu Qingya looked at the child she had raised with a gentle gaze. She nodded and said, she's your biological sister, so of course you have to bring her back. If she's not willing, you can spend 1 day, 10 days, or even 100 days to let her know that you truly like her. Let her feel your kindness. Mu Xingchen's lips curled into a faint smile. Mother, I think so too. I'll talk to your father about this. Just do whatever you want to do. I'll support you. Thank you, Mother. Silly child, there's no need to thank me. Mu Qingya smiled. Then I'll go back and prepare. I'll bid farewell to Mother for today. After a while, I'll definitely bring sister to see you. Okay. Mu Qingya's eyes were full of smiles as she nodded and watched the young man leave. Madam, how can you bear to let eldest young master leave just like that? A young maidservant at the side puffed up her cheeks and said, Eldest young master is our Mu family's young master. Just now, his words clearly showed that the girl didn't like him very much. If we let eldest young master go to that young lady's side, wouldn't he suffer all kinds of grievances? What do you know? Mu Qingya glared at her in annoyance. How can the kinship between siblings be broken up by a few words of scolding and beating? I believe that Chen'er will definitely bring little sister back. A neat woman in a green flowery coat walked in and smiled. Song Lu, don't you know our madam? Anything that can make eldest young master happy, she will raise her hand in approval. Mu Qingya glanced at her with a smile. How's the shop? Madam, don't worry. It's just a small matter. Kaidai Veranda's business is as good as ever. We've also found out where the 2 troublemakers came from. Our Kaidai Veranda's service is top-notch. In the imperial capital, no one dares to be the first if we're recognized as the second. Mu Qingya looked at the woman speechlessly. You're the only one who likes to joke around. There's no such thing as being number 1 forever in this world. Anyway, you just have to put your heart into whatever you do. Yes. Mu Qingya picked up a thin yellow booklet and handed it over. It's winter now. These are the dishes that Kaidai Veranda will be focusing on for the next 3 months. Take a look. Yes, madam. The woman in the green flowery coat took the booklet with a smile and said happily, with madam's help, I guarantee that Kaidai Veranda will become popular in the imperial capital again. Qing Yang, keep a close eye on Precious Painting Workshop. Madam, don't worry. The flowers that Madam brought over earlier have already been made into the first batch of jewelry. They're selling very well. They chatted for a while. Mu Qingyao was a little tired, so she waved her hand and dismissed everyone, leaving only Tsong Lu to serve her. Mu Qingyao picked up a cup of tea and put it down heavily. She said worriedly, "Men, send a few people to follow young master. If there's any news, report it as soon as possible." With Chen Er's cold personality, it was a little inconceivable for him to coax a little girl back. If it really didn't work, she would have to make a trip herself. "Madam." The little girl named Tsong Lu pursed her lips and said, "She's just a girl who's been wandering outside for more than 10 years. Aren't you worrying too much?" "What girl?" Mu Qingyao glared at her coldly. "Don't be rude. I've spoiled you all too much and don't know the rules at all." Tsong Lu's eyes reddened. She hurriedly knelt down and lowered her head. "I'm sorry, madam." Tsong Lu said the wrong thing. Tsong Lu shouldn't have said such disrespectful words to Mississippi. Mu Qingyao didn't say anything else. She just picked up the teacup again and glanced at her indifferently. Under the vast sky, the starlight formed a long river. Miss Chow had already been wandering around for 4 days. She didn't know how many places she had wandered through in her muddle-headed state. She only felt that she was extremely miserable. It clearly had consciousness, but it did not have a physical body. It was a pitiful soul that wandered through the endless night until dawn. When the first ray of morning light illuminated the earth, what entered Miss Chow's eyes was a vast expanse of snow. The scenery of a world of ice and snow was imprinted in her eyes. "Have I wandered to the end of the world?" Miss Chow cursed inwardly. In any case, her body was floating around uncontrollably. During this period of time, she had thought of contacting Little Tree. However, after several futile attempts, she gave up on the idea. What the hell was this soul-leaving talisman up to? Could it be that she left her body to cultivate her spiritual sense so that she could wander around everywhere? He wondered how Lotus was doing. She wouldn't go crazy, would she, her poor Lotus? Miss Chow floated all the way as she watched the sun rise above the snowy plains. It was like a small half of a salted egg yolk pressing against the horizon. Rumble. The sound of horse hooves rang out in the empty snowy plains. Arbor floated and wanted to turn her head to look. Unfortunately, the little transparent body was not under her control at all. It continued to float forward. Then, she saw a large group of people riding on spirit stallions rushing past her. The people on the horses were all wearing black cloaks and their hair was braided. Looking at their speed, they were heading towards the glacier in front. The leader of the group had a shiny black braid swaying around his waist. He rode on a polar ice wolf and led the group of horses as they charged forward furiously. Miss Chow floated forward aimlessly. To put it in a funny way, the speed at which she floated was not the least bit slower than the polar ice wolf. She did not expect that after leaving her body, her soul speed would gradually increase. Boom 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 boom. The large group of people on the ice field made an extremely strong tremor. Arbor looked down at the transparent ice under her feet and then looked up at the group in front of her who was maintaining a constant speed. Such a big movement, but the ice field did not show any signs of cracking. It could be seen that this ice field was not formed in 1 or 2 years. The layer of ice below was probably a few stories high. Float float float, boom 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 boom, float float float. Miss Chow waved her small hands and spun her small body. She increased her speed and floated to the side of a lady on a horse. At first glance, she felt that this lady was a little familiar, but she could not remember where she had seen her before. The entrance to Heavenly Ice Snow region is in front. Everyone, put in more effort, hurry up. We must reach it before noon. It will be even harder to travel at night. Yes. Everyone replied in unison. Heavenly Ice Snow region? Xiaomu was startled, and then she thought excitedly. Oh, so this was not the end of the world. She floated all the way to a place called Heavenly Ice Snow region. She wondered which part of the divine continent was this. Knowing the name of the place was not of much use to her. Her soul floated uncontrollably, and who knew where she would go next. But looking at the current situation, it seemed that she was also floating towards Heavenly Ice Snow region. Cough, cough. The woman on the horse was wearing a thick furry cloak, and her head was wrapped in a thick velvet cloth. only revealing a pair of pretty eyes. A gust of wind hit her in the face, causing her to cough repeatedly. When she inhaled, she felt as if a cold wind had been poured into her lungs. It was so cold that she felt very uncomfortable. "Princess, it will get colder if we go further in." "I'm fine." The woman gritted her teeth and urged her horse to gallop forward to catch up with the group in front. However, her physical strength was not as good as those men, so she slowly fell to the back. Arbor floated beside her, looking at her little face that was red from the cold. He lowered his head to look at his own transparent little hand. This place was too cold, and they had been traveling for a long time. It was impossible to constantly mobilize spirit energy to protect one's body. Over time, the cold air would enter one's body. If one didn't have good protective measures, even the strongest person would easily fall sick. The closer they got to the heavenly ice and snow region, the colder the aura became, causing them to shiver from their bones. Akir's lips were completely purple from the cold. She took a large cloak from her inner world and draped it over herself. She was now wearing 2 cloaks and a large cloak, but the cold air penetrated through the layers of clothing and went straight to the depths of her heart. Her cultivation level wasn't high, and she had insisted on following them on this trip. She had long expected to suffer hardships, but she didn't expect it to be so bitter. The group of men in front of him also used their spiritual power to warm their bodies. However, in such a world of ice and snow, the occasional warmth didn't have much effect. Instead, after warming up, they would feel even colder. That bone-piercing coldness penetrated their clothes and entered the deepest part of their hearts. After a wild gallop, the group finally arrived at the entrance of the Heaven of Ice and Snow region under the lead of the polar ice wolf. They had madly galloped for nearly 4 hours on this stretch of road. It was really a case of a horse running to death by looking at a mountain. The glacier was clearly right in front of them, but who knew that it would take so long to run? At noon, they gathered at the entrance of the Heaven of Ice and Snow region. Xianxia tried his best to suppress the restless roar of the polar ice wolf beneath him. He raised his eyes and coldly gazed at the beautiful scenery of the glacier towering into the clouds. The scenery in front of him was truly spectacular. At a glance, countless large and small glaciers appeared in front of him. The entrance to this place was a glacial canyon. On one side of the ice wall were carved with uncanny craftsmanship, Heaven of Ice and Snow region, land of extreme cold. On the other side were carved, 10,000 people enter, 10,000 people die. Only an extremely thin crack was left in the middle for people to enter. These 2 lines of words were carved crookedly. Clearly, they weren't carved by the same person. Who knew which almighty cultivator was so sick as to leave these words on the ice wall of the Heaven of Ice and Snow region? "Leave the spirit stallions here." Xianxia made a decision and jumped down from the polar ice wolf. "We must enter on foot." "Yes." The ice layer inside was too thin. Once it broke, what they would face would be an extremely terrifying glacier attack. Akir was wrapped in 2 cloaks and a large cloak. The corners of the large cloak were dragging on the ground. She walked forward while panting. "Brother Yas, should we walk in?" Xianxia glanced at her indifferently. "Yes." His gaze was still fixed on the 2 smooth ice walls. At this moment, Akir also saw the crack between the 2 ice walls in front of her. The uneven ice surface was very eye-catching under the sunlight. There were also many sharp icicles left on the 2 ice walls, which looked very aggressive. "Let's go. We must find a place to set up camp before it gets dark." The little girl floated over and hovered beside Maia's. At this moment, she saw clearly and recognized Yassi. After all, he had clashed with this fellow several times, so it was impossible for him to not remember him. However, he didn't have a deep impression of it. Of course, she wasn't familiar with Akir. As for his brother Yas, Arbor didn't recognize him at all. What was this guy full of violence doing in this world of ice and snow? "Your Highness." Yas raised his hand to stop a guard general from speaking. He suddenly turned his head and shot his gaze in the direction of the young lady. There was nothing there. How could it be? ACI frowned, then turned around and said, "Let's go." The group followed his footsteps and quickly walked toward the crack in the ice wall. The little girl floated along, occasionally looking up at the ice wall that reached into the blue sky. What a tall ice wall, what was waiting for her in this world of ice and snow? There were still a few rays of sunlight, but when they landed on the ice wall, they were so faint that they were almost negligible. They couldn't melt the thick glacier in the slightest. The group didn't speak. Instead, they looked focused and even a bit nervous as they quickened their pace and passed through the steep crevice. Creak. A soldier who was just about to lift his leg turned green, and he slowly put down his left leg. When his gaze shifted to the side and a ball of snow-white mink fur suddenly jumped out, he heaved a long sigh of relief. Just now, his heart had almost jumped out of his chest. That damn creak made him think that the glacier under his feet had cracked. Ah, what a cute little thing. Akir's pale face suddenly showed some joy. Ollie took a few steps forward, picked up the little thing, and handed it to Akir. Keep it for now. When it's fat, it can go with wine. Arbor! Exclamation point. You bunch of cold-blooded people actually want to drink with a mink that doesn't even have a bit of meat. That snow-white little mink's hind leg was still bleeding. It looked like it had been pierced by an icicle. At this moment, it was lying listlessly in Akir's arms. Akir pursed her lips and smiled. She raised her hand to comb the little white mink's fur. The palm-sized ball was white and tender, and the mink fur on its body was very soft and slippery to the touch. Arbor pursed his lips, somewhat disdainful of Akir's smug look. Wasn't it just carrying a little mouse? Was there a need to be so happy? It was as if she had never seen the world. Strange, why wasn't she floating anymore? A trace of confusion flitted across the little fellow's eyes, and she waved her little arms and legs. Keep floating. Why did you stop here? Hurry into the ice heaven snow region. Since the golden talisman jade tome sucked her soul out and let her float here, it couldn't be aimless, right? If she wanted to float back to Emolien's side, she had to think of a specific way. The little fellow floated in the air and shook her little arms and legs. Something's wrong? Her soul body was uncontrollably rushing forward. Wait. What are you doing? Golden talisman jade tome, I'm breaking off relations with you, damned soul-leaving charm, you. Don't cause trouble, F***ck. Her spiritual body was actually pulled over by an irresistible force, directly crashing into the little white sable's body. Me. I'll destroy your grandpa. The little fellow moved its little paws in confusion. It had a physical body now, but the physical body was a mink's claw. Ow, especially that hairy face, which was still fused into a certain someone's proud chest, and that claw covered in danku was still rubbing her head with all its might. When the little girl completely woke up, she felt as if she had been struck by a bolt from the blue. She was so angry that she felt dizzy and had nowhere to vent her anger. She stretched out her little chubby claws and tore the woman in front of her. Hiss, ah. Akir shrieked and subconsciously withdrew her hand. The small marten nimbly kicked its legs and landed on the ground, limping towards the depths of the glacier. Damned little bastard, how dare you scratch my hand? Akir screamed angrily. Bring it back for me. I'm going to skin this damned mink alive and use its fur to make a cloak. Inhumane fellow. You actually want to capture me to make clothes? The little girl angrily ran away. She's so small that she can't even be made into a mink fur collar, yet you want to make a cloak out of her. Why don't you go and die? Thump, thump, thump. The little girl ran with all her might, already using all her strength to drink milk. Then, she discovered that the back of her neck was lifted up by someone. She turned her head and met a pair of cold eyes. This damned violent man, it's him again. The little girl kicked her two calves with all her might, looking like she was punching and kicking. The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched inexplicably as he met her pair of black, beady eyes. He saw that those beady eyes were filled with anger. Yes, it was anger. Why did he feel that this low-level little mystic beast was so human-like? This was really demonic. A little low-level mystic beast that had yet to develop intelligence actually felt anger? Brother Yas, I'm going to kill her. Miss Chow's angry curses turned into a squeak, and her little furry face immediately flushed red. F***ck. This little beast couldn't speak human language. This was a low-level little beast. Was there anything more tragic than this? Her soul was embodied in this little beast. If she was killed by that woman, would she be in danger? Would her soul be imprisoned in this dead little beast's body forever and not be able to come out? Roar. What's the point of bickering with a little beast that has yet to develop intelligence? Ming Yas glanced indifferently at Akir and flicked her dagger away with his fingertip. Akir angrily stroked the back of her hand, which had 3 bright bloody scratches, and stomped her feet in anger. Brother Yas. You'd actually rather protect that little beast than ignore the injuries on my hand? You're really getting worse as you live. How can you be angry with a little animal? Yas directly put the little white mink into his arms. Alright, let's continue on our way. Akir gnashed her teeth in hatred. Seeing this, she had no choice but to take the medicine bottle Alex handed over and smear it on the back of her hand. The little girl lay in Yas's arms with a look of despair. Who asked her to discriminate against weak little animals? Now she had turned into a little animal. Her current appearance was so small, not even 1/5 the size of that white squirrel on Paradise Planet. Oh my god, it was the smallest mink she had ever seen. He did not even look as strong as Newbie back then. Sob, 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 of all people, why did you choose to possess such a weak mink? Xiaomu lay there in despair for a while longer until Ming Yas stopped walking. The group found a relatively flat area to set up camp. They cut off all the icicles that could injure or trip people and threw them to the side. An hour later, the camp was basically built. Dozens of barracks, big and small, were erected one after another on the glittering glacier. One of the soldiers took out a match from his pocket, but before he could light it, it was slapped away. What do you want? We're stepping on a glacier right now. Do you want the glacier to melt and collapse? Are they going to bury us all? How can an ordinary fire extinguisher melt a glacier in such an extremely cold place? The soldier shouted, unconvinced. Can't you see that the sunlight can't reach here? When Ollie heard the commotion in the tent area, he hurried over and scolded the soldier who took out the torch. Rest early after eating your rations. We have to continue on our way early tomorrow morning. Everyone, listen up. Don't cause any trouble. After Ollie finished exerting pressure, he brought the guards back to Ming Yas's side and gave him a simple recount of what had just happened in the barracks. Ming Yas didn't pay much attention to it. He nodded and had Ollie withdraw. After ordering someone to bring in a bathtub, Ming Yas called for a water spirit master to fill the bathtub with water. Only then did he have the person leave and take off his coat. His fingers touched the little mink in his embrace and he pulled her out. Seeing that the little fellow was curled up into a ball and sleeping soundly, he poked her head with his finger and placed her on the carpet at the side. Splash, splash. The sound of water made the tired Miss Chow lift her eyelids and slightly open her small bean-like eyes. Barracks? Why did she vaguely see the back of a person bathing? Miss Chow's small black eyes suddenly widened, and her little furry face was filled with disbelief. This perverted Ming Yas actually took off his clothes and took a bath in front of her. Did he still have any sense of shame? Sure enough, he was a pervert. A moment of carelessness and she almost grew a needle's eye. Miss Chow angrily stomped her leg and felt the pain in her small foot unbearable. She didn't manage to pounce out of the barracks. Instead, she rolled on the ground and made a little noise. Ming Yas turned his head and saw that the little white mink was currently limping towards the barracks entrance. He didn't seem to make any movements, only lightly waving his hand. A strong suction force pulled Miss Chow's body over, and she fell into the water. Ah? Pa 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 pa. This repulsive, damn stinky man actually made this crown princess drink your bathwater. I'll whip you to death, you bastard. The little paw exerted all its strength and swung towards that handsome face with a smack. When Bing came in with her master's clothes, she only saw that little animal brandishing its claws and brandishing its fangs and claws as it slapped her master twice. She cried out in alarm and rushed forward. She quickly put down the clean clothes in her arms and reached out to grab Miss Chow's limbs. Ming Ya stared blankly and raised his hand to stop Gu Ying's actions. Pulling Miss Chow in front of him, he stared at her small eyes that were filled with anger and coldness. After looking carefully, he could not help but laugh. Gu Ying, don't you think that this little fellow is a little too quick-witted? I've never seen a low-level little mystical beast with such lively eyes. Your Highness, let this servant bring it down first. Yas waved his hand noncommittally. Such a small thing can't hurt me. Gu Ying frowned and looked at the little white mink that was still in His Highness's hand and was still using its little claws to slap His Highness's arm. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but when the little white mink looked at him just now, it did seem somewhat human-like. Your Highness, this servant will help you get dressed. Nodding his head, Yas suddenly stood up from the bathtub. Arbor stared at his bare chest with a dumbfounded expression. His gaze moved down 2 inches, and then he hurriedly moved up again. A pair of small meaty claws slapped at his head with all his might. Smack! The little guy exerted all his strength and leaped. He landed on the ground with a plop and rolled out of the tent with water stains all over his body. Perverted fellow! Who wants to see your moldy and stinky body? Her Lotus She wanted to go back and see Lotus, wash her eyes. Ming Yas had a baffled expression. What was going on? Why did he see grief and anger in the little fellow's eyes just now? Isn't this mink a little too emotional? Guiying was also dumbfounded as she stared at her mistress for a long while before she hurriedly helped her mistress put on her clothes. Your Highness, did you notice that the way that little white mink looked at you just now was a bit strange? You think so too? Guiying nodded solemnly. This servant feels like it was looking at a lecher. Ming Yasi, thank you. This prince's taste isn't that heavy. After the grief-stricken Miss Chiao rolled out of Ming Yasi's tent, she dug a hole in the glacier with all her might. No, she was shaving the ice with grief and indignation to calm her emotions. Calm down, don't panic now. Don't panic, you must calm down, talisman. Talisman, there must be a way to dispel this soul-leaving talisman. After it was dispelled, the soul would definitely float back on its own. The little fellow's claws dug into the ice with all her might, and her originally injured claws started bleeding again. When Ming Yasi walked out wearing an open-collared white robe, he saw the little animal crazily digging at something in front of his house. What are you doing? Ming Yasi picked her up and frowned at the bloodstains on her claws. Guiying, bring the medicine. Yes. Ming Yasi carried the little animal back to the tent, threw her on the carpet, and held down her struggling claws. Don't move. This little fellow was quite troublesome. From time to time, she would spasmodically use her claws to scratch people's faces and arms. She really didn't know where he got the kindness to keep her by his side. Akir is waiting outside to catch you and make you into a mink cloak. Ming Yasi's words caused the little fellow's body to stiffen slightly. The latter's hand paused. When the cloak was mentioned, the little fellow actually stopped struggling. As expected, she could understand human language. Ming Yasi glanced at her with slight astonishment in his heart, and then his mouth twitched rather speechlessly. What was going on? At this moment, he actually saw the meaning of "there was nothing left to live for" on this little fellow's furry face. As an ordinary mink, could this fellow's expressions be so rich that it bordered on the freaks? Guiying immediately turned to look at His Highness with a look of astonishment. Master was actually amused by a mink? Don't worry. As long as you're obedient, I definitely won't let Akir make you into a mink cloak. Your Highness, Lord Dongshan and Prince Chen of Xianxia want to see you. Although Ming Yasi had not returned to the underworld state for long, he had already grasped the situation in the Tsang state and the Divine Prefecture. He also knew who King Dongshan and Prince Chen were. He had also thoroughly investigated Prince Chen's background. As for the Eastern Mountain King, he was just a king with a different surname. Now, the Eastern Mountain King's mansion had few talents and was going downhill. However, it was better to meet the fourth son of the Duan family, who was now Prince Chen. Rumor had it that he was favored by the first emperor in the Tsang prefecture and was doing quite well. After bandaging the little fellow's injured leg, Yas, who had switched from carrying the little fellow to carrying him, had a mysterious smile on his face. Guiying stepped forward and drew the curtain for him. Carrying the little white mink, Yas exited the tent and slowly walked forward. From afar, he saw the face of a middle-aged man with a full beard laughing at him. Greetings, Your Highness. The middle-aged man cupped his hands and smiled. Greetings, King Dongshan. Ming Yasi glanced at the middle-aged man indifferently and sneered. I heard that the winter hunt chosen by the great emperor of Xianxia is here. Ah, yes. Wu Heng, the king of East Mountain, said with a smile, I came to the winter hunt with His Majesty, but I didn't expect to see the crown prince of Mingzhou here. His Highness was quite a ruthless person. It was said that he had only returned to Mingzhou for a few days, but he had driven the dethroned crown prince, Ming Lang, off the stage and taken the supreme position himself. The king of East Mountain carefully sized up the expressionless crown prince of Mingzhou in front of him. Ming Yasi was not very interested in him. Instead, he looked around and asked, "Why don't I see Prince Chen?" Hearing this, the king of East Mountain looked a little embarrassed. Prince Chen had always been willful and reckless. He had walked to the entrance of the tent and said that he wanted to look around, but he had disappeared. Seeing his strange expression, Ming Yasi couldn't help but frown. King of East Mountain, although the heavenly ice and snow region is in your Xianxia, it has always been open to the 3 provinces. Does the Emperor of Xianxia not welcome my arrival? Ah, Your Highness, you misunderstood. The King of East Mountain hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, "The Emperor doesn't dislike Your Highness. He even wants to invite Your Highness to our camp to participate in this winter hunt." Oh? Ming Yasi frowned slightly and said with a faint smile, "There's no need to invite me. We have other important things to do on this trip, so it's better to do it separately." If he found the divine flower of the snow region, he would not give it to the old man of Xianxia. Would he rob him or not? Seeing Ming Yasi's cold expression, the King of East Mountain did not persuade him anymore. Instead, he nodded with a smile and said, "Since Your Highness has other important things to do, I won't delay Your Highness any longer. I'll go first." Before he could say the word, he was surprised to find that the crown prince, who had a calm expression in front of him, suddenly reached out and pressed down the restless little white mink in his arms. The furry little thing was twisting its small body hard, trying to break free from the crown prince's arms. Ming Yasi pursed his lips and held it down with a displeased expression. Hiss. Ming Yasi subconsciously withdrew his hand and looked coldly at the 2 small teeth marks on his palm. "Ah, Your Highness, your hand!" King Dongshan exclaimed. When he looked up again, he saw that the little white mink had actually landed on the ground and pounced forward like a whirlwind. Ming Yasi, the East Mountain King, Guiying, and the others all looked in the direction she was heading. They saw a young man in a light white robe, with his ink-black hair fluttering in the wind, slowly walking past them calmly. From where they were, they could only see the man's picturesque profile. The wind brushed past his clothes, accentuating his glass-like skin. His eyes seemed to flash with a myriad of luster. The little white marten's expression was as if it had seen a brother it hadn't seen for 800 years, causing the corners of everyone's mouths to twitch. Looking at her small body running like a thief, she raised her pair of small claws even more forcefully. The scene in front of him was quite comical. He felt that little marten was simply extending its claws at the man who was passing by, showing an expression of asking for a hug. Duan Yu. Tears were almost squeezing out of Miss Chiao's beady eyes. She looked on helplessly as that guy nonchalantly walked past her without even looking at her out of the corner of his eye. Miss Chiao felt unwell all over. Why the heck didn't he turn to look at her? Ming Yasi expressionlessly raised his palm, and a surge of energy flowed through his arm. A strong suction force pulled the little fellow into his arms again. He patted her head with a moderate force. "What are you doing?" This fellow actually dared to despise his embrace and wanted to defect to the enemy in public. Where would he put his face as the crown prince of Ming province? Even a small ferret dared to despise him. She simply didn't care about her fur anymore. Miss Chiao indignantly struggled with her 4 small claws and turned her grief into strength as she held, "Ming Yasi, you're just a small ferret, but you've evolved. You can even howl like a wolf." Arbor hopelessly closed her eyes and collapsed in his arms. How miserable. Duan Yu, that idiot, actually ignored her. Rather than staying here with this pervert, she dearly wanted to defect to Duan Yu's side. Duan Yu, Duan Yu, Duan Yu. Miss Chiao was filled with resentment, and her 4 small claws restlessly wriggled. The veins on Ming Yasi's forehead throbbed, and he pressed down the little girl's head with a finger. He turned to glare at the Duke of East Mountain and said, "If the Duke of East Mountain doesn't have anything else to say, then see the guest out." His cold gaze swept over Duan Yu, who was walking away. As expected, the rumors were true. This Prince Chen was truly a willful person. He said he was here to pay a visit, but he left without even a greeting. The people of Tsang province were as abominable as the people of the Divine province. They were all ridiculous things. Seeing his displeased expression, the Duke of East Mountain could only bid farewell with a wry smile and leave with his hands cupped. With his tail between his legs, he dejectedly walked out of the camp. Prince Chen. The Duke of East Mountain, Wu Heng, looked exasperatedly at the young man waiting for him outside the camp. "Why didn't you meet with His Highness the Crown Prince of Ming Province?" Duanyu nonchalantly swept him a glance. Not interested. If it weren't for the sake of the Emperor, the Duke of East Mountain really wanted to jump out at this moment and beat this willful fellow to a pulp. Since you're not interested, then why did you follow? Why didn't you tell the Emperor that you weren't interested back then? As long as Xianxia isn't an idiot, he won't walk into our Tsang province camp. Duanyu said dryly, so this trip is futile. Since it was futile, it didn't matter whether he met her or not. Besides, he had no interest in meeting that domineering fellow. East Mountain King rolled his eyes speechlessly. In that case, let's go back to the camp. Yes. What happened just now? He seemed to have heard a nondescript wolf howl, whimpering like a kitten. The East Mountain King's lips twitched. It's nothing. It's just a small pet beast of the underworld crown prince. It suddenly opened its mouth and bit the crown prince. Oh. Duanyu remarked dryly, even small animals don't like him. The Eastern Mountain King was speechless. Fortunately, the two of them did not meet. Given Prince Chen's irreverent attitude, it was hard to imagine what would happen if they met. The next day, Duanyu put on his clothes dispiritedly, lifted the curtain, and walked out. He said to Xianxia, who was accompanying him, "You stay in the camp. I'm going out for a walk today." "Ah? Your Highness, you're going out alone?" Xianxia immediately tensed up. Duanyu flicked his head. "With your Highness's cultivation, what's there to be afraid of in a mere heaven of ice and snow? You don't need to follow me." Your Highness, Your Highness." Xianxia anxiously stomped his feet when he saw him riding a polar ice wolf into the distance. Hurry, hurry, and follow His Highness." Hearing the slight vibrations, the third prince forcefully lifted the curtain and came out. He said with a dark face, "What is he trying to do now? Was it not enough for him to cause trouble every day? He actually rode a newly hunted polar ice wolf as a mount in this kind of place. Wasn't he worried that this vibration would cause the glacier to explode? This damned show-off maniac, he just wanted to let everyone know that he was the winner of this winter's hunt." Little Kezi hurriedly ordered a group of about 50 personal guards to follow. At the same time, the lifeless Miss Chiao was tucked into Xianxia's arms early in the morning and followed the group to the depths of the ice heaven snow region. Along the way, there were all kinds of strange ice stones and ice walls and all kinds of shapes and forms. The ice layer in this ice heaven snow region had been accumulating for many years. Occasionally, a small earthquake would only cause some of the glaciers in the periphery to collapse a little. It wouldn't affect the large stretch of ice walls inside. Akir put on 2 cloaks and a large cloak, but she was still shivering from the cold. Although she was exhausted, she didn't forget to cut her flesh with her eyes. Miss Chiao was currently helplessly hiding in Xianxia's arms. There was nothing she could do. With a ready-made human shield to block the wind and snow for her, she was naturally happy to relax. "Brother Yasi, where do you think this ice heaven snow region divine flower will bloom?" Akir asked against the wind, but she felt the cold wind pour into her heart and lungs, causing her to shiver even more. Xianxia coldly looked up at the sharp ice walls in the distance and shook his head. "The ice heaven snow region divine flower will belong to the fated one." Miss Chiao, who was hiding in Xianxia's arms, was originally curled up listlessly. When she suddenly heard Xianxia and Akir's words, she couldn't help but perk up her ears, and her spirits were slightly lifted. Wait, what did she just hear? So these people came all the way to this ice heaven snow region to search for the ice heaven snow region divine flower. Could it be that the ice heaven snow region divine flower recorded in the medicine scripture really existed? Her little head moved, and Miss Chiao popped out of his chest, revealing her furry little head. Seeing her head, Akir's expression carried traces of disgust. She pulled out the dagger in her boot and said to Xianxia, "Brother Yasi, let me kill this little beast. I heard that it even bit you yesterday." "You're the little beast, your whole family are little beasts." Miss Chiao glared angrily at Akir with her small black eyes. When the latter saw the look in her eyes, she was taken aback. She pointed at Arbor and screamed, "This little beast can stare?" Xianxia, who had already observed the little fellow's various expressions, felt that this action of staring was nothing at all. The little fellow could even make an expression of spitting on someone's face with ease. What did the rest count for? This little beast was definitely out of the ordinary. Perhaps when it grew up, it could evolve into a spirit beast or even a divine beast. If Arbor could hear his thoughts, he would definitely spit at him and ask him where he got his confidence from. Akir, why are you always angry with an uncivilized little beast? Yas said impatiently. Isn't little Gungun quite cute? Little Gungun, who? Arbor stared blankly at Nayas, who had casually given him a name. A mouthful of spittle almost landed on his face. Who are you calling Gungun? Your whole family is round Gungun, little Gungun stare. Cough, master, little Gungun doesn't seem to like the name you gave it. Going followed behind her master and could clearly see the grief and indignation that flashed through little Gungun's eyes. Here it comes again. This little beast with an extremely rich expression was silently grieving and indignant in the crowd all day long. However, was the protest effective? Yas smirked and reached out to poke her round body. He said with a smile, little Gungun, do you like the name master gave you? I like your ancestor. Miss Chow knew that her resistance was futile, so she simply turned her little neck and pointed the back of her head at him. She also spat at him to express her dissatisfaction. ACI chuckled and raised his hand to rub her little head. He didn't know why, but the more time he spent with this little mink, the more he liked it. This little fellow was too nimble. Her eyes were full of hidden drama. She was definitely the smartest mink in the world. Big brother. Ollie suddenly pointed at a slippery glacier in surprise. Look, what's that? Yas raised his eyes and looked in the direction he was pointing. He saw an extremely transparent flower that had shrunk into a ball standing at the edge of a precipitous glacier cliff. It was like a poisonous flower with a fatal attraction that was waving at everyone, emitting an extremely deadly charm. Miss Chow's little beady eyes were about to burn. It was the Snow Domain Divine Flower. It was the Snow Domain Divine Flower recorded in the book. Wow. Looking at its small appearance of having shrunk into a ball and facing the wind and snow on the precipitous ice cliff, it looked very spirited. Jojo inexplicably liked this flower. If this Snow Domain Divine Flower could be planted in her paradise planet, it might even make her paradise planet's spiritual power rise to another level. Although it liked extremely cold places, Jojo's paradise planet ignored elemental power. For example, some of the plants that liked to grow in hot places were growing very well on paradise planet. However, Jojo's paradise planet couldn't be opened and Little Ball couldn't be contacted. Miss Chow frowned. Her beady eyes stared at the Snow Domain Divine Flower and were about to burst into flames. None of these problems could stop Jojo's desire to rob the Snow Domain Divine Flower. The little girl looked at her little paws and decided to make a move after making a plan. This was definitely not a sign of being afraid of death. This was IQ. Brother, this must be the Snow Domain Divine Flower. Ollie exclaimed in surprise. He promptly kicked his personal guard. You, quickly go and pluck that flower. Be careful, don't damage it. Yes, yes. The personal guard hurriedly raised his head to take a look. Raising his chi, he shot towards the top of the ice wall with a whoosh. The little fellow looked at her small claws wrapped in thick gauze again. She secretly gritted her teeth and watched the guard who jumped onto the ice wall and leaped onto the cliff. The guard carefully walked to the edge of the cliff and picked up a small shovel. He seemed to be very cautious as he dug for the Snow Domain Divine Flower. Arbor couldn't help but laugh when he saw his unfamiliar movements. With just this kind of herb-picking technique, she would probably laugh her head off, using a shovel to put on an act. It was simply hilarious. What did these people think the Snow Domain Divine Flower was? That they could use a small shovel to dig it out like digging grass? They were simply idiots. Arbor was still laughing at that person's IQ when a long black tail covered with barbs suddenly flew up from the depths of the cliff. With a swoosh, it swept the unlucky guy holding the shovel down. Everyone! Exclamation point. This unforeseen event happened too quickly, and no one could react in time. Even Dark Yas didn't see clearly what the tail that swept up from the bottom of the cliff was. The air was filled with a deathly stillness. Everyone looked at each other with a dumbfounded expression. Coward, Miss Chow struggled to climb onto Dark Yas's lapel. Dark Yas looked down at her speechlessly and then said to the two personal guards standing at the side, "You two go." Yes. The two didn't refute and flew up the ice wall after receiving the order. One of the two pulled out the sword at his waist and looked at the cliff with vigilant eyes. But when he looked down, all he could see was a vast miasma. How could he see clearly? The other person squatted down cautiously and touched the snowfield divine flower with trembling hands. Miss Chow sneered in her heart, "This guy is courting death." One person stood at the edge of the cliff with a sword and made a defensive action, using his eyes to signal the other person to hurry up. The personal guard squatting beside the snowfield divine flower took a deep breath and raised the small shovel in his hand to dig at the root of the flower. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. He felt as if the shovel had hit a piece of metal, and the recoil made his entire arm feel numb. This layer of ice is too sturdy, right? He thought to himself, but his arm inadvertently touched the snowfield divine flower's petal again. Miss Chow rolled her beady eyes. "Careful!" Ollie suddenly cried out in alarm. Everyone saw that at the edge of the cliff, a black tail covered with barbs quickly swung up again. Without any explanation, it dragged the guard who was standing on the side down. The other guard was even more miserable. After he touched the snowfield divine flower 3 times in a row, it suddenly threw a tantrum. The originally spherical petals suddenly opened up and rose several meters into the air. Baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, it swallowed the dumbfounded personal guard in one gulp. Akir stared blankly and subconsciously swallowed her saliva, clutching the cloak on her shoulders tightly. This snow domain divine flower could attack on its own? This thing was too terrifying. How did it suddenly rise so high? The blooming flower was actually able to swallow the bodyguard's sturdy body in one gulp, Akir gasped. Subconsciously, she didn't want to have any contact with this flower. "Why, big brother, yes?" Akir cried out in alarm but couldn't stop him in time. She could only watch helplessly as Dark Yas flew up and landed on the edge of the frozen cliff. At this time, the group of people under the ice wall had already seen clearly what was crawling out from the bottom of the cliff. The 2 huge antennae on its head swayed back and forth, and its black body was more than 10 meters long. "Insect!" Akira exclaimed and rubbed the skin on her hands. "So disgusting." It was indeed very disgusting. Miss Chow looked at the huge worm up close and felt so nauseous that she almost vomited. Especially when Dark Yas was fighting with the big worm. Every time he slashed the worm's body, some green mucus would spurt out. Not only was it extremely fishy, but it was also extremely disgusting. In order to prevent her white fur from being stained by the mucus, Miss Chow curled up her entire body in Ming Yassi's embrace and used his clothes to cover her small body as she angrily shouted with a look of disgust. Didn't this guy know to put her down in a safe place and come up here to fight by himself? Smelling such smelly blood made her feel a bit dizzy. She had to admit that her current mink body was really weak. Rip. The earth spirit in Yasa's hand transformed into thousands of earth blades that swept toward the big black worm at the edge of the cliff. That big worm had been guarding the snow domain divine flower all year round and had already reached the peak of the 15th level of the spirit realm. Even so, it was still nothing in front of Yas. Akir wiped away cold sweat and held her head high as she observed Yas, who was fighting above the ice wall. Seeing his thousands of earth blades fly over and surround the big black worm, cutting it into pieces without a word, she finally heaved a long sigh of relief. Then, she couldn't help but tense up as she turned to look at the snow domain divine flower that was silently standing to the side. Everyone had clearly seen the changes in the snow domain divine flower just now. This flower wasn't to be trifled with. If you wanted to pick it, you'd have to be prepared for the fate of being swallowed. The little white mink dug out from Yasa's jacket and raised its paw to sniff the air with a look of disgust. Yasa's expression was focused as a faint golden luster emanated from his palm and encircled the snow domain divine flower. Arbor watched coldly from the sidelines, but he was a bit surprised. He had long known that this guy was no longer the same as before, but he hadn't expected that he had already broken through to the divine realm. He must have used some secret divine realm technique to advance, Arbor snorted and disdainfully ridiculed in his heart. Then, he focused on Yas and used divine power to break the snow domain divine flower from the ice wall. This time, Ming Yassi had learned his lesson. He didn't touch the petals of the snow domain divine flower when he took them. Thus, the snow domain divine flower didn't react at all and showed no signs of going berserk. Akira and the others, who were looking up at Her Highness, all heaved sighs of relief when they saw this scene. Ollie smiled excitedly. "We still have to rely on Big Brother." "Sure enough, Big Brother is the smartest." Ollie laughed heartily. With Big Brother's help, wouldn't the snow domain divine flower be a piece of cake? Akir pursed her lips and smiled. She glanced bashfully at Ollie and then raised her head to look at Xianxia, unable to conceal the adoration in her eyes. When Xianxia completely removed the snowfield divine flower from the ice wall, a faint luster lingered around it. Miss Chow looked at the flower right in front of her, and a brilliant yearning immediately appeared in her eyes. Although Yas wasn't a very reliable person, he had dug out the entire snowfield divine flower. Every leaf and stem had been dug out perfectly. This was an extremely alluring snow domain divine flower. After being plucked, the snow domain divine flower lost its attacking power, leaving only a faint fragrance. The entire flower was emitting a faint glazed luster, which was very eye-catching. Roar! At this moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the bottom of the cliff. The personal guards below the ice wall all felt their chi and blood churn in their chests, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back. Those with weaker cultivation even spat out a mouthful of blood. Akir's and Ali's expressions changed. A mere roar could force back more than 1,000 people. This person definitely didn't come with good intentions. The two of them looked up. Above the cliff, a towering, enormous head suddenly appeared. It climbed out of the boundless fog and leaped onto the ice wall with a whoosh. Its enormous figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Akir's expression tensed, and she subconsciously clenched her fists. The enormous creature in front of them looked almost as tall as a small building. Its two bell-sized eyes were emitting a faint red light as they stared at Xianxia mercilessly. In front of this enormous creature, Her Highness simply appeared pitifully small. What kind of monster is this? Ali shrieked. Akir's train of thought was interrupted by the shriek. She abruptly reacted, and her expression changed dramatically as she said, "What are you all standing there for? Everyone, heed my command. Go up and help Her Highness fight." Yes. Although the personal guards were terrified, they also clearly understood that if Her Highness suffered any losses here, their entire family's lives would also be finished. Thus, although they were terrified, they still had to brace themselves and go up, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures took the lead and leaped onto the ice wall, blocking Xianxia's path. Xianxia's expression didn't change. Instead, he coldly gazed at the monster that had climbed up from below the cliff. This fellow's head was a bit taller than a mountain, and there were several large black tumors on its head. It looked extremely terrifying. Its body was like a calf, but its tail was like a long scorpion's tail, and it was covered with dark spikes. Xianxia glanced at it and understood in his heart. It seemed that it wasn't that black bug that had used its tail to pull people down time and time again, but rather this giant scorpion monster in front of him. He had almost been fooled just now. Under Xianxia's meaningful glance, those personal guards rushed up without regard for their own safety, and resigned themselves to their fate as the vanguard. Unfortunately, the giant scorpion monster's attack power was too strong. It didn't seem to move at all. With a curl and a pull of its tail, two figures were swept up by its long tail and torn into pieces with a ripping sound. What was even more disgusting was that the monster actually openly tore the person into pieces in front of everyone and stuffed them into its huge mouth to chew on them. Miss Chow took a look and expressionlessly retracted her head, almost vomiting. Disgusting thing, hurry up and deal with it. He was simply obstructing Jojo's view. Dark Yasa's eyes turned cold as he looked at the huge monster in front of him. More than a dozen personal guards rushed forward and were all killed without any distinction. Xianxia's long eyebrows furrowed slightly, and then he furrowed them deeply. This guy looked pretty strong. Dozens of bodyguards jumped onto the platform. This ice wall had a rather narrow space for them to fight. Dark Yas glanced at the personal guards who had jumped up, and with a sudden leap, he jumped down from the ice wall. The dozens of personal guards left by the cliff naturally became sacrifices again in order to ensure His Highness' safety. However, when the scorpion-tailed monster saw Dark Yas fleeing from the cliff, it let out an earth-shaking roar. A black tail pierced through several people's chests and climbed over their corpses. On the high ice wall, a large head covered in warts hung down, coldly looking at the people who were trying their best to calm down. Roar! The monster let out another furious roar, and its huge body suddenly pressed down. He actually jumped down to the bottom of the ice layer at the speed of lightning. Careful! Yali's expression changed greatly, and he commanded his personal guards to quickly spread out. Bang! The scorpion-tailed monster shook its large head, its eyes locked onto Ming Yas, who was protected in the middle of the crowd. Brothers, let's go! A leader of the personal guards roared. He led all of his personal guards forward like a tide, pressing in from all directions and surrounding the huge monster. Everyone mustered all of their spiritual energy and smashed it at the monster with all their might. For a moment, the monster was beaten to the point where its body trembled under the attacks of 1,000 people. It could only dodge. However, it was surrounded in the center of the circle. No matter where it hid, it would be beaten. Roar! With a furious roar, the people in the inner circle were all sent flying. Ming Yas's expression changed slightly, and he warned, "Block your 5 senses." This guy's voice also contains a trace of power. However, his warning came a bit late. Even so, over 100 people had already been sent flying by the huge monster's roar. They rolled back and forth on the ground with pained expressions, their eardrums seeming to have been pierced. The scorpion-tailed monster was very nimble in the center of everyone's attacks. With just a turn of its tail, a row of people were hooked by its barbed tail. Crack, crack, crack. It let out a furious roar and suddenly turned its head, spitting at the row of soldiers on the left. Buzz. Ah. Ah. Those personal guards didn't expect the monster to have a follow-up move. They were immediately stung by a series of small steel bees, falling to the ground with a thud, their eyes wide open. Even in death, they didn't understand what had happened. Miss Zhao, who was hiding in Ming Yas's embrace, saw everything clearly. This old monster also raised a group of small steel bees. When he opened his mouth, he would spit them out. Those little things were all poisonous. They had the absolute right to insta-kill any great spirit master below rank 10. She couldn't help but rejoice in his misfortune. Ming Yas, this arrogant guy, was in for it this time. Hit, hit, hit. Hit with all your might. Miss Zhao didn't mind watching the show. Her pair of black bean eyes were focused on the snowfield divine flower in Ming Yas's hand from beginning to end. Get out of the way! Yas bellowed. If this continued, the thousands of guards he had brought with him would all be killed by this ferocious giant beast. Ming Yasi naturally couldn't sit idly by and do nothing. With a leap, he arrived in front of the scorpion-tailed monster and raised the snow domain divine flower in his hand. Roar, roar, roar. When the scorpion-tailed beast saw the snowland divine flower, it roared at Ming Yas with its eyes wide open. ACI was already on guard, so this roar had no effect on him. However, at such a close distance, Miss Zhao, who had her ears covered, felt a little uncomfortable from the vibrations. She secretly complained about Yas's unkindness in her heart. I told you to put her down before you go up and hit her. He couldn't understand human language at all. Come on. Ming Yasi sneered and waved the snow domain divine flower up and down in front of the monster. Courting death, Arbor gave a small comment. Then, she saw Ming Yas throw the snow domain divine flower to the side of the ice layer without hesitation. Her gaze immediately followed, and her small mouth opened slightly. She looked at the flower that flew out with a pained expression and roared in her heart, "What a waste of God's gift, a wasteful person like you isn't worthy of treasures, leave it to Jojo to take care of." Roar, the little girl pounced out of Ming Yas's arms. Taking advantage of the chaos, the little fellow rolled on the ground and nimbly rolled out of the crowd. On the other hand, Neas, who was completely engrossed in the battle with the scorpion-tailed beast, didn't even notice that something was missing from his chest. Roar. Lord Jojo ran wildly on the ice as if he was in high spirits. As soon as he opened his mouth to make a sound, he immediately realized that something was wrong and wished that he could hit himself on the head. F***CK, why are you so excited? What are you shouting for? The most important thing now was to keep a low profile. Let them fight. Fight, continue fighting. Jojo grabbed the snow domain divine flower with his mouth and hid in a crack in the ice with a whoosh. Akir turned around and saw this scene. Shocked, she shrieked, "Little bastard. You actually dared to steal the flower." A wave of spiritual energy shot over and exploded at Jojo's feet with a bang. Stinking woman. With a whoosh, Lord Xiao quickly jumped from one crack in the ice layer to another. Then, with the snow domain divine flower in her mouth, she ran for her life and ran away. That appearance and that figure were absolutely stunning. Ollie turned around when he heard the sound and saw the little fellow's figure. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he was so angry that he laughed. Heh, it's quite clever. It's a fisherman taking advantage of the situation, right? I'll chase it. That little bastard, don't even think about running away. Akir took out a bow and arrow from her inner world. Glaring angrily, she chased in the direction of Arbor with a whoosh. At the same time, Nea summoned the sword of Hades from his conscious. With a flash of light, it pierced through the beast's head and stabbed it back and forth a dozen times. The beast roared heavily, its voice reaching the horizon. Then, its entire body went limp and collapsed, smashing into the thick ice with a boom. This layer of ice instantly emitted a g sound, one after another, of shattering sounds. Because the commotion was too big, it alarmed the Songzhou emperor in the distant camp. The emperor ordered a few subordinates to scout for information. The Nether Ya summoned the sword of Nether deity and chopped the giant beast into pieces. His body swayed along with it. Ollie hurriedly reached out to support her. The giant beast smashed through the layer of ice under its feet. Everyone was horrified to find that cracks were spreading out from under their feet like a spider web. Let's go. Maze roared loudly, leading everyone in a mad dash forward. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Ollie yelled. The ice under their feet continued to shatter. Everyone raised their chi and flew forward. Only then did Ming Yas remember that Lil Thing had already disappeared from his bosom. When he looked up again, he saw a snow-white little guy struggling to escape through the cracks in the ice. More importantly, she was holding a snow domain divine flower in her mouth. At this moment, Ming Yas was angered to the point of laughter by this little thing. He's quite greedy. Even at the last moment of his life, this guy still refused to let go of the snow domain divine flower in his mouth, running for his life in a hurry. His lips curled into a sneer. Little guy, you've really pissed me off. Akir took the lead and chased after the little guy, shooting several arrows in succession. The corners of Ali's eyes couldn't help but twitch. It was mainly because he saw that the little beast in front of him was actually moving in a very coquettish manner. The S-shaped path it took was simply breathtaking. However, she leaped into a crack in the ice wall and popped out with her head raised. All of Akir's arrows landed on the ice, so how could they hit her? Akir, on the other hand, was infuriated. She followed behind the little critter and cursed incessantly. She angrily roared, "Stop right there. Little beast. Bah. You'd be an idiot if you stopped. How many freaking arrows have you shot already?" "A total of 12 arrows. This miss has formed a grudge with you. Just you wait. When Miss recovers her female form, I'll King press you to death, awoo, awoo." The little wolf cub's howls kept coming out of the little critter's mouth. The corners of Ali's eyes twitched uncontrollably. He turned to look at his expressionless and uncertain elder brother and coughed lightly. "Be big brother, I think this little critter is quite nimble. Don't tell me you ordered it to take this snowfield divine flower. Get out of the way first." Styx glanced at him indifferently. The look in his eyes was as if he was looking at an idiot. It couldn't be any more obvious. Ollie rubbed his nose with a helpless expression. The remaining 800 personal guards also took out bows and arrows from their inner worlds and aimed in the direction Arbor was fleeing. Wait. For some reason, Styx's heart couldn't help but skip a beat, and he subconsciously reached out to stop his stupid subordinates. The stupid guards all stopped what they were doing and looked at His Highness with a stunned expression. Was His Highness going to let this little critter go? But they had fought so hard for so long and lost 200 to 300 brothers. Were they going to let this trash little critter take advantage of them when they finally plucked the snowfield divine flower? Akir, who was running at the front, was about to go crazy from Jojo's anger. Every time she shot an arrow, it either nailed into the ice or bounced back. After shooting more than 10 arrows in a row to no avail, she was so angry that she snapped the bow in her hand in two and threw it on the ground. The ice beneath her feet rumbled and swayed, and then it suddenly cracked. Akir reflexively flew up. With a furious roar, she pounced toward Arbor, who was in the crevice of the ice. Damn woman. Jojo-sama was furious. She turned her head and glared angrily at Akir with her round black beady eyes. Then, with a leap, she moved from one crack to another. He stared with a slight chill in his heart. Akir had shattered the crack in the ice where he had been crouching. F***ck. If it wasn't for the fact that I ran away quickly, I would have turned into minced meat by now, you bitch. Jojo-sama will remember you. In the future, I will definitely make you return everything to Jojo. Wow, she pounced and dodged another attack. When she landed, her hind legs couldn't help but twitch. Holding the Snow Domain Divine Flower in its mouth, it turned its head and looked at its leg claws. He couldn't help but vomit blood from anger. His wound had been wrapped in gauze for less than a day. After being chased all the way here, it had split open again. This weak chicken body, Jojo hated it. Woo woo woo. Yas coldly watched for a while before catching up to Akir and saying coldly, wait. What are you waiting for, brother Yas? Are you still going to protect this lowly little dumb beast? It's a thief, a thief. Akir shrieked. She had chased it all the way, but she couldn't even kill a little dumb beast. This dealt a huge blow to Akir's spirit. She was about to go crazy from anger. In any case, she had successfully broken through to the spiritual realm with the help of spiritual herbs and elixirs. Moreover, she had mastered a kind of earth spiritual power. But now, she couldn't even deal with a country bumpkin little critter. She was really going to be angered to death. Yasi knew what she was thinking. Wasn't she just flying into a rage out of humiliation? Useless fellow, getting angry at a little critter that hasn't even gained sentience. Yasi impatiently waved her away and coldly gazed at Arbor, who was hiding in a crack in the ice. Come here. Bah, do you think I can pounce on you like a puppy just because you call out to me? Miss Chow coldly gazed at Yasi in front of her, calculating her escape route. She was small, and there were cracks in the ice everywhere. She could just slip in and hide for a while. Humph, let's see how he'll catch her, but with her injured leg, she really couldn't run anymore. Unless she wanted to be legless for the rest of her life, she didn't want to be trapped in this weak little critter's body for the rest of her life, she wanted to return. Unable to understand what was flickering in this little bean's eyes, Yasi impatiently shouted, I advise you to hurry up and come here. I know you can understand human language. Understand your sister, *whoosh. Chow Mu darted up and nimbly rolled and pressed into a crevice in a flash. Wait. Yasi's pupils contracted slightly. With a crisp crack, the ice layer, which had already stopped moving, began to crack even more violently, as though Jojo had triggered a mechanism. Damn it. Yasi was anxious and angry, but he also felt an inexplicable sense of amusement. This little critter knew quite a lot. It actually chose the weakest part of the ice to stomp on. Under the shaking, everyone had no choice but to rise into the air again. Akir also jumped into the air with everyone and looked down at the little critter, who was scurrying back and forth on the ice layer. She was so angry that her pretty face was flushed red. Little critter, you're doing this on purpose. Yasi coldly gazed at the little critter on the ice layer, and a divine power suddenly circled around his hand. A strong suction force squeezed toward Arbor. Miss Chow had been sucked by him many times, so she was already on guard. When she saw him raise his hand, she shrank into one of the ice caves and slid over like a mole. From another cave, she popped her head out with a whoosh. Ming Yasi was speechless. He had the urge to choke her to death and stew her soup. What should he do? This little guy is too hateful. It was so hateful that it made him gnash his teeth in anger. Jojo did not care about his expression. Instead, he slid from one cave to the other and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Chase. Dark Yas gritted his teeth and roared in a low voice. If he were to let this little fellow slip away right under his nose, then he wouldn't be able to survive. Aoo. The little guy's little ears twitched as he listened to the sound of galloping hoofs from afar. Someone was coming, although she didn't know if it was a friend or foe, she still inexplicably rolled towards the source of the sound. That's right. Basically, get lost. F***ck, Jojo was about to die from anger. To think that she, the great Jojo, had to roll in order to protect her short legs, which were about to become crippled. She might as well roll fast, there were many caves in the broken ice here. She zigzagged from cave to cave, and her speed and agility made Alex and the others gasp in amazement. This little mink had become an immortal, everyone cursed it in their hearts. How could there be such a nimble mink? How was this still a ferret? This was simply a divine ferret. Sir Jojo rolled about and finally sensed that the sound of hooves was getting closer and closer to her. When she looked up, she was so moved that tears almost streamed down her face. F***ck. It was Duanyu. Duanyu came to save her. Duanyu, woo-woo, Duanyu. The little fellow rolled all the way over, but she still didn't forget to hold that snow domain divine flower in her mouth. With a leap, she hurriedly pounced at Duanyu's handsome face, who was dashing over. Ow! It was Duanyu, he was her big brother. Hurry and save me. Sir Jojo's pounce just so happened to land on Duanyu's nose, causing him to almost suck in a mouthful of fur. Duanyu hastily pulled that little fellow off his face and looked down in bewilderment. He happened to meet her pair of clever, beady black eyes. This was a ferret, but wasn't this ferret's gaze a bit too rich? Looking at her wet eyes, he saw a pitiful look. She raised her little head and stared straight at him. That gaze was filled with the expression of "I finally found my biological brother I haven't seen in 800 years." Duanyu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He felt that this ferret's gaze was very playful. Moreover, when their gazes met, Duanyu was inexplicably stunned by her gaze. Seriously, what the hell? Duanyu didn't have the energy to retort, but his slender fingers picked up the little fellow. Then he saw the transparent, glazed, spherical flower in the little fellow's mouth. Wait a minute, wasn't this the Snow Domain Divine Flower? He knew that the Snow Domain Divine Flower would lose its attacking power after being plucked. But the problem was, where did this weak beast pluck the Snow Domain Divine Flower? Could it be that she wasn't as weak as she looked? Duanyu reflexively reached out to take the Snow Domain Divine Flower in her mouth. Our dear Xiao Mu immediately shrunk back defensively and glared indignantly at Duanyu with a pair of accusatory eyes. Damn Duanyu, Sir Jojo misjudged you. You actually want to fight. Tribulation, want. Black. Eat. Black. Duanyu inexplicably sensed a trace of disdain and contempt from the depths of her eyes, and he couldn't help chuckling. He reflexively raised his hand to pat her small head. At the same time, the ice layer finally stopped shaking. It was just that this ice layer had turned from smooth and flat to broken pieces full of scars and cracks. If one was not careful, one could fall through the cracks. Xianxia chased over with his men, and he immediately saw the little beast curled up in Duanyu's hand. After sizing up Duanyu with his dark eyes, Xianxia sneered and said, "So it's Songzhou's Prince Chen." Duanyu looked up at him with an indifferent expression. "Your Highness the Underworld State's Crown Prince, I've heard a lot about you." The two of them looked cold and distant as if they were meeting for the first time. "Stop pretending. Don't you guys know each other?" Jojo retorted inwardly. She subconsciously pulled at Duanyu's palm and jumped into his arms with a swish. Still holding the Snow Domain Divine Flower in her mouth, she vigilantly glanced at Akir, who was glaring at her across from her. "Stinking woman, what are you glaring at?" Xianxia's eyes flashed with a trace of anger that he himself didn't notice as he watched the little weakling shrink into Duanyu's arms and abandon him. For some reason, he just didn't feel comfortable in his heart. He was clearly the one who discovered this little weakling first, so why should someone else beat him to it? "Prince Chen, I'm truly sorry. My family's little beast is rather mischievous. It scampers everywhere and isn't shy with strangers. Please return it to me," Yasi coldly said to Duanyu while suppressing his anger. Duanyu looked down at the weak mink holding the flower in his arms before looking up to glance at Yasi. "Do you have proof?" "What?" Yasi only felt a surge of anger from the bottom of his heart, and his entire person also turned cold. "I said, what proof do you have to prove that she's your little beast?" Yasi gritted his teeth. What the hell could this ownerless little beast use as proof? This was merely a low-level Mystic Realm little beast. Who knew if it had surpassed level 3 Mystic Beasts? Proof. He clearly knew that it was impossible to prove, yet he said such things. This Duanyu was indeed unbelievably cunning. Arbor hid in Duanyu's arms and repeatedly nodded its little head in support of Duanyu. "That's right. What proof do you have to prove that this Lord Xiao is your beast? If you don't have proof, scram." Akir placed her hands on her hips and shouted angrily, "Whoever wants this little beast can take it away. But we sacrificed many people's lives to obtain that Snow Domain's divine flower with great difficulty. It must be returned to its rightful owner." It turned out that this little fellow had obtained the snow domain's divine flower in passing. Oh, no, it was in passing. As a habitual offender, how could Miss Xiao return the flower in her mouth to someone else? That was absolutely impossible. Her beady black eyes stared vigilantly at Akira across from her. That look of his shocked everyone in the room. This truly was an exotic mink. They had never seen such a greedy mink. You're just a low-level little mystic beast. How could you chew the snow domain's divine flower? Why don't you try? They could even write their names backwards if they didn't make you explode and die in minutes. Little furball, come here. Duan Yu extended a hand in front of the little ferret. Miss Qiao's eyes instantly brimmed with fury. That gaze was simply ruthless. This D*MN Duan Yu was itching for a beating. What kind of nickname did he give her? What kind of freaking name was Little Furball? Also, he actually stared at her so directly. He actually extended his hand toward her with the snow domain's divine flower in his mouth. Shameless, he wanted to rob Jojo's snow domain's divine flower again. Duan Yu, I was wrong about you, you actually dared to rob Lord Jojo. The little ferret's furious gaze made Duan Yu somewhat embarrassed. Inexplicably, he explained to her, look, this snow domain divine flower loves the cold. Now that you're holding it in your mouth, its stem and leaves are wilting. It's going to die soon. A pair of black bean eyes glanced at the flower. Sure enough, the flower was wilted and looked like it was about to wither. Weakling, Jojo cursed in his heart. You're so weak. How can you have the face to be a saint medicine? Although he was cursing in his heart, he still couldn't bear it. He could not let such a rare divine flower of the snow region die. Sir Jojo looked up at Duan Yu with a don't-lie expression. He glared at Duan Yu with his beady eyes. Duan Yu said in amusement, don't worry, I'll store the snow domain's divine flower in a jade box for you. I won't snatch it from you. This is your snow domain's divine flower. It was only then that Jojo nodded and spat the flower into his hand. There were even a few drops of suspicious liquid hanging from the flower stem. It was sparkling and translucent. Duan Yu secretly twitched his mouth. With a lift of his wrist, he placed that snow domain's divine flower into a long jade box. He grinned as he waved the jade box in front of the little fellow. Do you want to pick it up? Pick your sister, are you retarded? Who wants to pick up an ice-cold jade box? It's longer than her ball-like body. This guy was definitely mocking her on purpose. Don't be fooled by how she was usually all smiles and looked like she would laugh at anyone. In reality, she was very wicked. Then leave it with me for now. Duan Yu was still grinning as he withdrew his fingers and stored this jade box into his inner world. Sir Jojo had a bad premonition. Duan Yu's fox-like smile really looked like he wanted to embezzle her snow domain's divine flower. Ow! The little fellow pounced at his face. Duan Yu was already prepared, so he swiftly picked up her small body and stuffed her into his arms with a helpless expression. Alright, I'll give it to you when we return. What's the rush? Xianxia's handsome face darkened. At his signal with his eyes, a group of personal guards swiftly surrounded Duan Yu in the center. What are you doing? Duan Yu grinned at Xianxia's face that was smeared with a layer of charcoal. You want to fight with me? You can take the snow domain's divine flower, but you have to leave my little pet beast behind. Xianxia's face was cold, and he practically enunciated every word when he said the last sentence. He simply didn't understand why he had such intense emotions. It was as if he would regret it for the rest of his life if he didn't leave this little pet beast behind. Although he didn't understand why he had such thoughts, he had always been someone who followed his heart. He could just find another snow domain's divine flower if it was gone, but he had to keep this little beast with such a dramatic gaze. Xiaomu turned to glance at Xianxia before swiftly shrinking back into Duan Yu's lapel. Her heart was brimming with anger as she inwardly mused, this Xianxia definitely wants to take revenge on Xiao for stealing his flower. Don't think Jojo doesn't know what he's planning, don't think of making Jojo go back. Big brother yes. Akira couldn't help but scream. Akira's eyes were filled with malicious fury as she stared at the little white mink in Duan Yu's arms. She wished for nothing more than to immediately rush up and tear that little beast to shreds. She simply couldn't understand why Yas, who was usually quite wise and far-sighted, would care so much about that little beast. In Yas's eyes, that trash little beast was even more precious than a snow domain divine flower. how could this be? She must be hallucinating. Shut up, Akir, ACI impatiently shouted at her before turning to glare at Duan Yu and coldly ordering, leave it to me. Duan Yu exuded an indolent aura, and the polar ice wolf he was riding on was very unfriendly as it repeatedly flashed its claws at ACI. Ownerless little beasts are everywhere. They belong to whoever gets their hands on them. Duan Yu giggled as he lowered his head to gently press the little fellow's head. Moreover, she seems to like sticking to me. Bah, arrogant, that was because he had no other choice. The little fellow crawled her claws on his lapel and impatiently urged, hurry up and leave. Don't waste your breath. Hold on, look at how others look like they want to pick a fight. How can I, the dignified Prince Chen of Xianxia, boost other people's morale and diminish my own prestige? Xianxia angrily drew his sword, a hint of gloom pressing down on his brows. You are courting death. Broken dreams. Looking at the fellow in front of him who confidently said, she likes to cling to me more, Xianxia was infuriated to the extreme. That's right, as long as one wasn't blind, they could see that this little beast was indeed clinging tightly to Duan Yu's clothes with a begging to be taken away expression on its face. Of course, this begging to be taken away was purely Xianxia's conjecture. Just seeing that dumb beast snuggling in Duan Yu's arms and warily looking at him with its beady black eyes made Xianxia's displeasure boil to the extreme. Bang! The sword in his hand slashed out a stream of air that abruptly exploded under Duan Yu's feet. Who exactly is the one courting death? Duan Yu leaped up with a grin. The two of them leaped onto a protruding ice wall at the speed of light and exchanged over 100 blows without any explanation. Duan Yu was never one to suffer a loss. Since the other party had already drawn their swords at him, how could he compromise and yield? Instead, it was Miss Xiao who inexplicably broke out in a cold sweat for him. Be more reliable. Duan Yu. You mustn't lose this, Lord Xiao. She wasn't willing to go back with that exposing maniac, Yasi. The little fellow shrunk her head as she calculated Duan Yu's chances of winning. Duan Yu was alone right now, while the other party had more than 800 personal guards. This was clearly a huge disparity in strength. In addition, who knew what Xianxia ate as he grew up, but his cultivation had soared so much. She didn't even know if Duan Yu was his match. If Duan Yu couldn't defeat this Yasi, could it be that she would be captured by this Ming province's crown prince? When the two of them met earlier, one of them eccentrically called out His Highness Prince Chen, while the other called out Ming province's crown prince in a strange tone. In the past, she really didn't expect that Duan Yu was actually the Xianzhou's emperor's son who had wandered outside. Furthermore, this Yasi's true identity as the Aikido tribe's young chief was actually that Ming province's crown prince. While the little fellow was pondering, Duan Yu and Xianxia had already exchanged several hundred blows. Both of them leaped from the smooth ice wall to a place filled with icicles. While exchanging blows with spiritual energy, they also had to constantly pay attention to the situation beneath their feet. Miss Xiao was somewhat surprised. Sure enough, when her cultivation was rising, everyone's cultivation was rising as well. She didn't need to worry about Duan Yu at all. This fellow hadn't even used his full strength yet, but he still had the strength to fight Xianxia. After exchanging a few more blows, Duan Yu withdrew his hand dispiritedly and said indifferently, "What kind of power did you use earlier? You've already sustained internal injuries. Right now, you should be returning to cultivate and meditating instead of continuing this unrealistic battle with me." MHM. Xiaomu poked her small head out and nodded in deep agreement. ACI glared at Duan Yu, his gaze involuntarily turning furious. Without another word, he reached out to grab Miss Xiao's small head. This was simply unreasonable. Miss Xiao glared at him angrily, and with a whoosh, she shrank her head back. Duan Yu couldn't resist laughing, and he abruptly swung out a water spirit whip to block Xianxia's attack. At the same time, a group of Xianzhou guards who came with him also arrived. When they saw that their master was actually in conflict with that group from the Ming province, they hastily ran over to help. For a moment, the two sides were at daggers drawn. Duan Yu sneered, "If you still don't retreat, I'm going to get serious." End of chapter 2367. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.